In a parallel world where Pokémon exist, it becomes evident that the corporate drones remain as such, and the affluent heirs continue to bask in their privilege. While Lin Xuan aspires for greatness, he stumbles upon an opportunity for bidirectional, traversal chance to enter a tumultuous realm, fraught with danger, yet brimming with potential, all the while being able to return to his current world, fortified by its resources. As the destined sovereign emerges in this chaotic world, a new dynasty is on the brink of emergence. What significance lies in monopolistic dominance? My ambition is to forge a path of kings amidst a cacophony of voices. Bow before your emperor, 100% Kygor. I shall embody order itself and transcend all limits. Chapter 1. Memories are pearls. Friendship is diamonds. In a mountainous city, within an aging residential complex. If you were to disregard all difficulties, which Pokemon would you most desire to raise? Lin Xuan scrolled through a video, the second image revealing a shadow surrounded by various Pokemon. The most prominent among them was Lucario. That he glanced at the caption, which declared, "Lucario will forever be my first choice." The comments beneath the video echoed similar sentiments. That my favorite is Gyarados will obliterate everything. I adore Tyranitar. I've amassed numerous Tyranitar cards. It must be Rayquaza, just like the first emperor of China. Even in dreams, I wouldn't dare to aspire to such heights. Amidst the laughter and joy, some voices expressed stark realism. Dream on, bug-catching boy. Who can afford to raise a Tyranitar? And wanted to be like the first emperor. Why not aim for a Kyogre instead? After graduation, with a monthly income of 3,000, I can barely sustain a Butterfree. Alas, my dreams of being a Pokemon trainer. Upon reading this, Lin Xuan lost the desire to continue browsing. He set his phone aside and turned his gaze to the side, that on a cooling mat lay a purple Pokemon, curled up with a small horn on its forehead and oversized ears. Upon catching the scent of a berry, it opened its orange eyes, glanced at Lin Xuan, and devoured the berry in a few swift bites. Is it delicious, Nidoran? A flicker of pain crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. This berry could enhance the Pokemon's poison attributes and bolster its venom-producing organs. The cost, however, was steep $50 for a single berry, with uncertain effects. If he were to be frugal, it would only sustain him for 2 days. Who would have thought that, even in this new world, things remain largely unchanged? Money. The pang of regret in his eyes was soon overshadowed by a sense of sorrow. He was not of this world, and upon discovering the existence of Pokemon, he felt a rush of excitement. History remained unchanged, yet Pokemon and various legends permeated the annals, such as the Rayquaza of the first emperor and the resplendent deity of Lubang. However, the cold reality soon doused his enthusiasm. Raising Pokemon was exceedingly costly. The training expenses for a single skill could soar into the millions. Having just graduated from high school, faced with an array of Pokemon to choose from, he was instantly engulfed by despair. Not only was it a matter of affordability, but also of the frail and the infirm. He could see no glimmer of hope or future. He previously calculated that if he wished to raise a champion-level Pokemon of this era solely through labor, it would require him to toil from the reign of the Ming dynasty's Xuanzong all the way to the present day. From 1425 to 2024, a mere trifle if only he had hands that, of course. This is merely the most practical and expeditious route. Thus, many opt for companionship, cultivating a family, while aspiring trainers often deem it a distant dream. After consuming a berry, Nidoran affectionately nudged Lin Xuan's hand. Lin Xuan extended his hand to stroke its back, reminiscent of petting a small rabbit. Even when brushing against its spines, he felt no venom. This was indeed one of the reasons Lin Xuan had chosen him. For Nidoran's ability was not poison point during the selection process. He had tested this particular Nidoran, which lacked the competitive spirit. Instead, it possessed the rather rare ability of vital spirit. This is a hidden trait that can evolve into sheer force. Grandfather, your grandson has sent you a message. Upon hearing the voice notification, Lin Xuan picked up his phone. Grandfather, your grandfather, grand. Messages popped up one after another. As soon as he opened the messaging app, a full-screen advertisement appeared. Blackstone Minerals, mined from the peaks of Mount Tai, a choice you deserve. Lin Xuan's lips twitched. Such an immersive experience, he inadvertently clicked on the wrong X. Minor flaw. Life orb with zero interest loan. In a way, can you really interpret my thoughts through big data? Lin Xuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Li Mingxin, are you truly set on this Nidoran? The Squirtle is still available. You might as well take that. Li Mingxin. The Squirtle at your school may have a somewhat battered shell, but it holds significant training potential. Nidoqueen is rather niche. Li Mingxin. Image of Magikarp. Li Mingxin. Look at my treasure. Magikarp evolves swiftly. Once I evolve, I shall bring it to terrify you. Lin Xuan gazed at her messages. His fingers began to dance across the screen. A gentle reminder. Gyarados will devour you for 2 months. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, 30 years in the north, 30 years in the south. If I falter, my sun shall rise, waiting for him to elevate me. Lin Xuan sent 2 messages in quick succession before setting his phone aside. Uttering the most cowardly words with the bravest tone, merely 18, he yearned for his son to achieve greatness. Though his son was still but an embryo and a golden leaf. Yet, this was a genuine thought. If he did not resort to cheats, he assumed this would be his fate. To diligently nurture Nidoran and then take out a loan for a minor flaw. Life Orb. This is a replica based on the legendary Life Orb. It merely enhances skill power by 10 to 15, yet without the detrimental side effect of health reduction. Although health deduction has no bearing on the sheer force trait, in due time, his son would wield his own Nidoqueen adorned with the Life Orb, wreaking havoc, while he luxuriates in his twilight years. Oh wait, it's minor flaw. Life Orb. Happiness, too, what a farce of happiness. Which family's time traveler is this pathetic? What difference does the Life Orb minor flaw? Life Orb may compare to mortgage or car loans. Rebirth. I'm paying off my mortgage in the Pokemon world. A mere 4 million in loans. Truly a task as easy as weight. Were my hands. If I could start over, I would choose to be the child of a wealthy family. He thought, echoing the aspirations of countless young dreamers. However, in the next moment, he suddenly noticed that Nidoran was frozen in place. Everything around seemed to have come to a standstill. Just as Lin Xuan suspected a powerful Pokemon was playing a prank, a line of text abruptly appeared before him. Lin Xuan held his breath, staring intently at the text. Are you also trying to ride on the coattails of Black Wukon's popularity? I know you're eager, but please hold on. I'm waiting for, or yes, it's always written this way. The line of text began to shift. Or yes. The text appeared somewhat sluggish. I choose or. Lin Xuan stated with utmost seriousness. Stop messing around. If this turns out to be a fraud test, I might end up in trouble. You have chosen yes, beginning the binding integration. In the next moment, as time seemed to unfreeze, Lin Xuan realized something new had taken root in his mind. Is it possible? Have I gained intelligence? Before his eyes, he saw a button. Emblazoned upon it were the words transmigration. Wow, this is quite the undertaking. Lin Xuan picked up Nidoran's Pokeball, casting a puzzled glance at him. The seemingly slow Nidoran was drawn back into the ball, which Lin Xuan then tucked into his pocket. With a sense of solemnity, he pressed the button. Grandfather, your grandson has sent you a message. Grandson. Lin Xuan had already vanished from the spot, oblivious to the notification sound. Chapter 2. Suanzi. When Lin Xuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst a desolate expanse, with a dilapidated city gate looming in the distance. Why am I so famished? Have I been drained of my vitality through this traversal? An unexpected wave of weakness washed over him. At that moment, a panel materialized before him. Congratulations, host, on your return to another world. Initial task. The world at night is fraught with peril. Acquire funds for lodging. Task reward. A modest amount of Pokémon experience. As this was his inaugural task, the reward was upgraded to a substantial amount of Pokémon experience. Subsequently, the system vanished, leaving even its name undisclosed to him. Yet, after waiting for an eternity in place, he received no further communication from this so-called system. Is it not peculiar that it offers no response to my address? Could it be that some cosmic entity is altering my perception? Furrowing his brow, he gazed skeptically at the distant crumbling city, recognizing it as his destination. A surge of excitement coursed through him, but first and foremost, he needed to address his gnawing hunger. Clutching the Pokeball in his pocket, he ambled toward the dilapidated gate, each step a struggle as his legs trembled beneath him. As he approached the entrance, a foul stench assailed his nostrils. Drawing near, he felt the weight of probing and predatory gazes upon him, emanating from the shadowy recesses. A shiver ran down his spine. It was unsettling to be scrutinized by so many. Surely, this cannot be a realm steeped in darkness? Lin Xuan observed a few Pokémon, affirming that this world still held their presence. However, the atmosphere was distinctly unlike that of his own world. Instinctively, he yearned to inquire about his surroundings, but those scrutinizing stares seemed to threaten to devour him whole. He pressed on, determined to find shelter before contemplating how to earn a living. The sun hung high in the sky, granting him ample time to procure some funds. As he traversed the muddy, winding path, the number of watchful eyes gradually diminished. Yet, Lin Xuan sensed an underlying danger, as if hidden beasts were poised to strike at any moment. A beggar girl? This is indeed the narrative I anticipated. Lin Xuan turned his attention to a filthy little beggar girl, curled up with her legs drawn close, as he approached her. Hearing his footsteps, she lifted her head, revealing a bell nestled in her arms. Is that broken? The bell jingled more than the shell of his school's Squirtle, raising doubts about its functionality. Lin Xuan maintained his vigilance, despite her being merely a dirty little girl. He did not draw too close, ensuring a distance sufficient for conversation. Everything here was unfamiliar. He could not afford to lower his guard simply because she was a girl. Are you a young master? The little girl spoke first. Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to cotton candy brushing against his cheek. Lin Xuan was taken aback and inquired, "Why do you say that? I know some young masters, but none are as fair as you," she replied. In that instant, Lin Xuan comprehended her meaning, realizing that the common folk in this world seemed to lead rather difficult lives. And you? Which family's young lady are you? Lin Xuan asked. I dare not. I am a female servant, belonging to that household, although they no longer want me. The girl pointed towards the city center, revealing several scars on her exposed arm. She spoke of her identity with an unsettling nonchalance, devoid of shame. Yet, her words left Lin Xuan momentarily stunned. In his previous life, he had been a model student under the Red Banner, and in this life, his dreams were intertwined with Pokémon, filling him with boundless aspirations for the future. The gravity of her situation struck him deeply. If possible, please take me away. I can do anything. I just have a broken leg. As she spoke, she crawled onto the ground, assuming a kneeling posture. Lin Xuan instinctively moved forward to assist her, but hesitated as a thought crossed his mind. This moment of stillness held significant meaning for the girl, whose eyes brimmed with disappointment. At that moment, Lin Xuan's stomach growled, prompting a flicker of hope in her eyes. She lay on the ground, retrieving a small piece of biscuit. You can eat, she offered, cradling it in her hands, the bell jingling as it fell to the ground. Lin Xuan gazed at the biscuit, swallowing hard. The girl broke off a tiny piece and consumed it before instinctively licking her lips. Thank you. He could not resist any longer and accepted it. However, upon taking a bite, he regretted it instantly. The biscuit was harder than the baguette of a surrendering nation. Yet, hunger prevailed, and he slowly swallowed it down, oblivious to the girl's repeated gulping. After consuming it, he felt a semblance of relief. What is your name? Lin Xuan inquired. My code name is Xiao Xiao, she replied, shaking the bell as she spoke. Come with me. It's not safe here. Lin Xuan helped her up, using only one hand while the other remained in his pocket, ready to unleash a Pokeball at a moment's notice. Although Rhydon was still weak, it could still use Poison Sting, which would inflict harm akin to misfortune. As they walked forward, she timidly murmured, I can walk by myself. Yet, Lin Xuan noticed her dragging foot and decided against it. Let us hurry. I have something urgent. He glanced back, sensing an unsettling silence behind them. I can do anything. My leg is broken, not diseased. Her soft voice momentarily halted his steps, eliciting a pang of conscience within him. Just keep quiet. It's urgent. He could no longer bear it. His conscience felt heavy. He then led her into a deserted alley. In a shadowy corner, he paused as the last few leaves fell from a decaying tree at the alley's entrance. He bent down and, after a brief moment, continued onward. Is it a bit dirty here for you? Xiao Xiao suddenly asked. Keep quiet, Lin Xuan whispered close to her ear. He was genuinely pressed for time. I understand. I want to make a sound, she replied earnestly, sealing her lips. Why did I have to encounter such a situation right from the start? Lin Xuan closed his eyes, both hands guiding Xiao Xiao forward. The footsteps behind him grew increasingly louder, and his heartbeat quickened in response. He was anxious, for otherwise, how could he dare to lay a hand on Xiao Xiao? A glimmer of silvery light appeared behind him, and Lin Xuan seemed to sense a chilling presence, prompting him to quicken his pace slightly. Xiao Xiao was still immersed in the joy and sense of belonging that someone wished to take her away, completely oblivious to the impending danger. As the footsteps drew nearer, his heartbeat intensified. He had always known that coercive tactics yielded no good fortune. His grandson was in trouble. It appeared that his grandson was incapacitated. Just as the cold gleam approached menacingly, the button of the Pokeball left behind finally struck the ground. Chapter 3. The Young Master is Divine. Thud. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground reached Lin Xuan, and he finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Xiao, too, stiffened and turned to look at the frail young man sprawled on the ground. The slightly curved knife clattered to the floor. Nidoran squatted beside the man, gazing up at Lin Xuan. A smile spread across Lin Xuan's face. Upon hearing the name, Nidoran beamed with delight. Lin Xuan then placed Xiao Xiao against the wall and began to search the young man's pockets. He first checked for breath and, finding he was alive, let out a sigh of relief. No Pokeball could be found on him. This incompetent fool dared to launch a sneak attack. Had he not learned the art of toxic combat, the man would have been finished. Lin Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. A direct assault on a trainer. He found only a few crumpled bills in the man's possession, nothing more. Do you think this money is sufficient for a night's stay? Xiao Xiao gazed at the money presented to her, slowly snapping out of her stupor. As she accepted it, she began to count. The bell jingled, and predictably, fell to the ground. I truly suspect that the bell's sound was from it shattering. He grimaced slightly, pocketing the money. She is my dearest companion, Xiao Xiao said as she picked up the bell. From childhood, the bell had been her only companion, yet with her status, how could she have fared well? Let us go, lead the way to an inn. Lin Xuan supported her once more, and as they passed the fallen man, he delivered a couple of harsh kicks. Huh. You are still a millennium away from ambushing me. He recalled a certain Ultraman, a great hero. Under Xiao Xiao's guidance, they arrived at a dilapidated inn. Upon entering, they glanced at the shabby front desk where the proprietor stood. The air was thick with the scent of heather. How much for a night's stay? Lin Xuan inquired. The proprietor shot him a glance and gestured with a finger, indicating one. Here, take $1, Lin Xuan said, placing a bill in Xiao Xiao's hand and encouraging her to present it. This caused the proprietor's lips to twitch. 100. All of it, if you wish to stay. Here is your room key. Lin Xuan noticed Xiao Xiao's fingers stiffen, clearly indicating their funds were insufficient. The proprietor, undeterred by the crumpled bills, licked his tongue over them and then produced a key. Oh, by the way, there seems to be something unpleasant on that bill, Lin Xuan reminded him. Taking the key, they followed the number inscribed upon it to find their room, leaving the proprietor standing in a daze. What of it? Earning money is far more challenging than consuming excrement, he muttered, affectionately licking the bill once more. Upon entering the room and opening the door, Xiao Xiao hesitated to step inside. What? If you don't come in, are you planning to live in a public restroom? Lin Xuan tugged her in without further ado. After carefully locking the door, he exhaled in relief, ensuring it couldn't be easily forced open. That despicable landlord still possessed a modicum of conscience. As he flicked on the light, his gaze swept across the room, revealing a shower area, capable of providing a wash, albeit lacking a window. Then, his attention was drawn to a notice on the wall regarding the electricity bill, prompting a sardonic remark. Conscience, my foot. I wonder if turning it off and on would prevent the meter from running. As he voiced his thoughts, he began to experiment with the switches in the dimly lit room, but to no avail. The poor quality left him with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet, this sparked a smile from Xiao Xiao. Leaning closer, Lin Xuan removed his shirt, discovering it could cover her thighs adequately. You should take a shower, he remarked, noting her unpleasant odor. Xiao Xiao nodded, seemingly aware of her own condition. She limped toward the bathroom, placing a bell at the entrance before beginning to undress without closing the door. Despite the darkness, Lin Xuan approached and gently shut the door while picking up the bell from the floor. My goodness, he murmured, taking a seat on the rickety wooden bed. Can I take this with me? If I don't treat it, it will perish. He could not bear to witness the demise of a Pokémon. You may only take away your own Pokémon. As night fell, no matter how Lin Xuan called, his dear Pokémon did not emerge. Soon, Xiao Xiao returned from her shower, completely unclad. He hurriedly tossed his discarded shirt toward her. After she donned it, she limped over to the bed and obediently laid down as instructed. Now, tell me, how many trainers like me exist? He shamelessly declared himself a trainer. Only the young masters possess such Pokémon. Though many others can command their Pokémon, they cannot compare to the young masters, Xiao Xiao replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan released a Nidoran. How does this little one stack up against those young masters? Your Pokémon is still quite weak, she answered candidly, bracing herself for criticism. Is that so? Then it indicates a disparity still exists. He inquired further, what is this place? This is called Unique City. Xiao Xiao, relieved not to have been chastised, felt a flicker of joy. The only city in the world? Lin Xian's heart sank. Don't be ridiculous, a new title. Xiao Xiao, unaware. mentioned she had only visited a few places, knowing of the former young master's home, some streets, and the arena. The arena? Lin Xuan questioned, intrigued. Yes, it's where those who can command Pokémon engage in battles. The skilled ones would receive rewards from the previous young masters, Xiao explained. Lin Xuan resolved to find time to visit this place. He continued to glean insights about this world from Xiao, deepening his understanding of her surroundings. From the fragments of conversation, he affirmed his earlier suspicions. This world is scarcely better than the dark realms of literature. The strong exploit the weak, and the weak in turn prey upon the even weaker. Xiao, having served the so-called young master, found herself cast aside after an unfortunate encounter with the young master's Pokémon that left her leg broken. Moreover, she had a sister with whom she shared a deep bond. As their exchanges unfolded, time flowed on. The obedient grandson finally re-emerged. In the blink of an eye, dusk began to settle. This bell is for you. Tonight, this room is yours. I must step out for a moment. Wait for me here, and I shall bring you food. After a dazed nod from Xiao, he vanished with the bell and Rhydon. Was the young master a deity? During their interactions, Lin Xuan had also managed to abandon her habit of addressing him as master, though she still referred to him as young master. Chapter 4. If you cannot repay, you shall resort to the streets. Lin Xuan gazed at the familiar surroundings and the twilight outside, finally releasing a breath of relief. The anxiety in her heart was dispelled. She had no time to check the rewards from the system. Instead, she grabbed her phone and headed out the door, making her way to the nearby Pokémon Center. The matter of the bell was indeed quite serious. Unsurprisingly, she received a scolding. However, she could not explain its origins, merely stating that she had found it. Rhydon nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, gently nuzzling against her. While waiting, she pulled up her grandson's panel. The first task indicated completion, yet she refrained from claiming the reward. It was too crowded. It was not the right moment. All right, dear grandson, you rest a while. Grandfather needs to take a break too. Lin Xuan leaned back in her chair and soon drifted into slumber. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. The psychological pressure in that world was immense, fraught with the fear of sudden demise. Most importantly, her strength was inadequate. Rhydon was not powerful enough. She hoped that the vast Pokémon experience would yield a pleasant surprise. Before long, she was awakened, gazing at the bill handed to her by the doctor. She felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Please settle the payment promptly. The doctor turned and departed after leaving the bill. The previous emperor had embarked on a venture, but was now bankrupt midway. She pulled out her phone and glanced at her 2 unread messages. Lin Xuan, I'll sell the anniversary gold lock my dad gave me later. No matter how hard it gets, I can't let Bao suffer. Lin Xuan, tell me, does a mischievous panda count as a cow cat? The 2 messages arrived in quick succession. Lin Xuan, guess what? That anniversary gold lock isn't pure gold 9,999. It's just iron 666. Lin Xuan stood there, unable to suppress a laugh. Yet she quickly regained her composure and took a photo of the bill to send. Lin Xuan, a plea for urgent help. I need 2,000. Lin Xuan, are you pregnant and considering an abortion? Lin Xuan, I'm in a hurry. I will repay you. Lin Xuan, I just want to cry to my dad. If you can't repay, I'll have you stand on the street. Moments later, a transfer of 2100 arrived. Lin Xuan, oh dear, that's an extra 100. Remember to return me 200 later. Lin Xuan smiled slightly at the expression she sent of a Magikarp splashing about, yet achieving nothing. He understood that Lin Xuan had generously given him extra money out of concern for his inability to afford meals. Without further ado, he handed over the cash, leaving himself with not a single cent to spare. Surely, he couldn't be expected to take a summer job, could he? Ugh, Lin Xuan, how lacking in ambition you are. Having traversed dimensions twice, yet you still consider working. It is only a matter of time before you face betrayal once more. After completing the payment, he took the bell-like creature, who was wrapped in bandages yet had regained some spirit, from the hospital room. Hospitalization was out of the question. He simply could not afford it. I apologize, but I promise to make it up to you when I have the means. Upon returning home, Lin Xuan handed a fruit to Rhydon. He had intended to buy many, yet could only afford one. Rhydon looked up at him, glancing at the bandaged creature in his hands, shook its head, and nudged Lin Xuan's pant leg affectionately. Once I am successful, I shall find you the most beautiful Rhydon, Lin Xuan declared, removing his winter clothing to lay it gently on the soft creature. He then snapped a photo and sent it to Lin Xuan. This was the moment he summoned his obedient grandson and chose to claim his reward. Please select a Pokémon, Rhydon. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan made his choice. The bell-like creature, fearing for its life, still wanted to return to the little one, even though now, the little one belonged to him. A surge of experience flooded into Rhydon's body like in a game. The moment Rhydon consumed the poisonous fruit, it sensed a transformation occurring within. Rang. It felt itself growing stronger, becoming formidable. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped its entire being. Wait, evolution? No, not a new form. I cannot afford Nidoqueen. But it was too late. Evolution had commenced. Fortunately, there were no premature evolution flaws. The System S experience had perfectly enhanced its abilities. It was not merely a surprise, but a shock. Rhydon, or rather Nidoqueen, gazed at its own claws with exhilaration and dashed about like an exuberant rabbit. Soon, it halted, focusing its energy as a glimmer of white light appeared before its eyes. Gathering energy, it then began to strike wildly at the air before it. Random attacks. Lin Xuan sighed, running his fingers through his hair. Well, as long as you're happy. The bell-like creature, peering through its bandages, felt a sense of comfort enveloping it. There's a reason for quality, Lin Xuan mused, stepping outside, his subconscious remarking, how can you be so heavy? How much do you eat normally? At just 18. He was burdened with a debt of 2,200. Taking advantage of the Thursday sales frenzy, he purchased something, leaving him utterly penniless. Indulging a little, he thought how pitiful the little one was. Grandson, let me traverse dimensions. With that, he vanished from sight once more. The little one, having clutched the clothes Lin Xuan had given her, nestled in a corner, perhaps too exhausted from lack of proper rest, fell asleep after he departed. Am I still in the same spot? The flow of time remains unchanged on both sides, Lin Xuan murmured, placing the bell-like creature beside the little one. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the daily reward. Please choose, ordinary Pokeball or skill learning machine, Weather Ball. You have such wonderful items, he exclaimed. I choose the Pokeball. As Lin Xuan spoke, a Pokeball materialized in his hand. The learning machine was designed to directly impart skills to Pokémon. Yet his own Pokémon could not learn Weather Ball. Therefore, opting for a Pokeball was merely a matter of exchanging it for currency at a shop, where no inquiries would be made. Glancing at the Pokeball, he smiled. Its quality was excellent, capable of fetching 100 or 2 in exchange. Xiao Xiao, catching a whiff of the fragrance, stirred from her slumber. She murmured softly, seemingly contemplating something of great significance. What could it be? Lin Xuan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Subsequently, he began to unpack items, offering her something to eat. After all, she would need to reciprocate for the cookies she had consumed. Is this food from the divine? Xiao Xiao blinked in wonder. Which deity would consume such fare? Hurry and eat. It will lose its warmth and flavor, Lin Xuan remarked, handing her a hamburger. He joined her in indulging, his own hunger unabated. Xiao Xiao mimicked Lin Xuan, peeling away the wrapper before taking a hearty bite. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious, she exclaimed, and her stomach echoed her sentiments. Yearning to consume more. Yet, she cradled the remaining food in her hands, as if to return it to Lin Xuan. Observing her endearing demeanor, Lin Xuan felt an indescribable mix of sadness and pity. Eat more. Heed the words of the divine, he urged, almost commanding her. Chapter 5. Do you wish to become the fire god? The sensation of divinity seemed rather delightful. As he watched Xiao Xiao, sated and licking her fingers, Lin Xuan suddenly experienced a sense of fulfillment. Do you know where the arena is? He inquired. Xiao Xiao replied, her eyes wide as she nodded vacantly, appearing even more bewildered than Nidorino. After she indicated the direction, Lin Xuan resolved to investigate. It was nighttime, the hour when the arena opened its doors. His intentions were now clear. He aimed to see if he could earn some money. Although currency did not interchange, certain stones or berries remained constant. Stay here. You must not open the door for anyone else, Lin Xuan instructed earnestly. Xiao Xiao nodded solemnly, yes. Your Excellency. Satisfied, Lin Xuan turned to depart. The title brought him a tinge of embarrassment, yet he thought of the long road ahead. As long as he could establish himself in this world, he could gradually correct Xiao Xiao's poor habit. He took the trash with him and locked the door behind him. The unsightly proprietor was no longer at the front desk. Leaving the inn's door ajar, with several vagrants huddled at the entrance beneath the glow of a lamp, Lin Xuan disdainfully navigated past them, discarding the rubbish into a nearby heap. Unbeknownst to him, as he walked away, A restless vagrant rose from the ground to rummage through his discarded refuse. Soon, his eyes lit up with excitement as he glanced in the direction Lin Xuan had departed, then back at the inn. What was mere trash to Lin Xuan held considerable allure for these individuals, a fact he remained oblivious to. At that moment, Lin Xuan traversed a shadowy alley, having released Nidorino to accompany him, ever vigilant of their surroundings. As he ventured deeper into this so-called only city, the cacophony of noise began to swell. Before him, he beheld an arena constructed of stone. As the sentinel stationed at the entrance prepared to intervene, he caught sight of Nidorino nestled beside him. "Please, proceed," he said with respect, allowing the two to enter through the small gate. Inside, two passageways awaited, one leading to the spectator stands and the other to the registration area. "You seem rather imposing," Lin Xuan remarked, gently ruffling Nidorino's head. The creature flicked its head, emitting a slightly haughty grunt. They followed the cacophony into the audience section. The arena was modest in size and not overly crowded, yet it buzzed with an unusual fervor. Compared to the individuals Lin Xuan had previously encountered, at least the attendees here donned complete garments. Once the basic needs were met, did they then indulge in such trivialities? Lin Xuan casually seated himself, gazing down at the arena. A battle between a caterpie and a metapod? Oh, what a spectacular contest indeed. Was it merely this quaint town? Or was the world at large similarly disposed? Faced with such feeble adversaries, would you truly be content as a mere spectator? A competition awaits, with the victor receiving a choice of a mysterious grand prize. "Ah, a blind box," Lin Xuan muttered in dissatisfaction. Were the rewards disclosed, he might well lose interest. Curse the blind boxes. Memories of being swindled out of 800 in his past life flooded back, as he recalled that there were no hidden items within those boxes. He rose and made his way towards another chamber below the stands, where several competitors with Pokémon were seated. "Is there anyone else wishing to participate?" A voice from the organizers inquired. Winners may garner the attention of the elders, potentially earning a place within the grand family. Lin Xuan surveyed the area and raised his hand. Presently, a caterpie faced a metapod. Regardless of the opponent, his Nidorino could easily handle either. "You then. Step into the arena. Do not keep the esteemed guests waiting." Without so much as a question, the organizer opened a small door, ushering Lin Xuan inside. "Impatient, are we? Fortunately, I too am eager," he mused as he approached the arena. "Yet, what of the VIP section? Those so-called young masters? For such trivial matters." He harbored no fondness for the upper class. The caterpie was defeated. He approached the platform and regarded his opponent. "Is there no referee? Can the trainer attack as well?" He glanced around, noting only a figure in a black cloak standing behind him. "Nidorino, go forth and eliminate him." Upon hearing his command, Nidorino charged with all its might. The already weary caterpie was swiftly dispatched. Nidorino stared, momentarily perplexed, at the incapacitated caterpie. The arena erupted in cheers, yet Lin Xuan felt little empathy. "Will you not continue the fight?" the cloaked figure inquired as he descended. "I will not," Lin Xuan replied resolutely. The reward had been unlocked, and it was time for him to depart. Who knew what lurking dangers awaited? The grass-type champion of his homeland was notoriously absurd, engaging in baby battles daily. Winning 5 consecutive rounds could lead one to servitude. "I could easily dispatch you with a single kick," Lin Xuan retorted, aware that the victor of this match would also receive a reward. "Welcome to visit again, esteemed trainer." He spoke with a tone of utmost respect, merely due to having triumphed in a single battle. The trainers in this world seemed to possess a stature far superior to that of his own. He pondered while stroking his chin. In his world, due to cost constraints, the lives of individuals operated at a level akin to that of ordinary folk. Being a trainer was more of a pursuit than a profession. In contrast, this world appeared to offer a higher standing. He departed the arena, having gained some insight into his own capabilities, realizing he was not the weakest of beings. Instead of immediately checking the system rewards, he unwrapped a small parcel provided by the event organizers. To his dismay, it contained a tattered wind chime hairpin. Really, could they be any more heartless, presenting such rubbish from the upper echelons as a reward? Nevertheless, he tucked it away. Turning his attention to the system rewards, he exclaimed, "Oh ho ho! I shall no longer refer to you as my grandson." A smile broke across his face, though it was fleeting. Soon, he regained his composure. The exquisite moonstone and the egg of a burning insect were before him. The former was of utmost utility for him, especially for the indispensable evolution of Nidoqueen. with such premium quality moonstones fetching prices upwards of 100 to 200,000. The latter was akin to a golden brick, valued anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions. However, he found himself at a loss to explain its origins. As for nurturing it, he was simply unable to afford the care for a burning insect. After all, this Pokémon required a level 59 to evolve, even in the game. What a conundrum I find myself in, he sighed, gazing skyward in contemplation. Nidoqueen had become accustomed to her trainer's astonishing declarations. Chapter 6. The Divine One is a good person. Approaching the doorway, he recalled Nidoqueen, weaving through a throng of homeless individuals. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and the 3-year-old, 180-month-old Lin Xuan felt a tinge of drowsiness. As he brushed past someone in the corridor of the inn, he knocked on the door of a modest room. "It's me," he called out. Only then did the door swing open. After Lin Xuan entered, the homeless man he had just passed reemerged, peering from the corridor's end. This encounter intensified Lin Xuan's inclination to choose the egg of the burning insect. The thought of the Divine One accompanied by a fire moth was undeniably alluring. Yet, the harsh reality stood before him. He simply could not afford it. If it were a moonstone, he might have been able to part with it, as his nation was lenient regarding the trade of stones and berries. So many fortunate trainers existed. He retrieved the hairpin and handed it to Xiao Xiao. A gift from the Divine One. Xiao Xiao blinked, feeling honored. This made Lin Xuan reluctant to admit it was merely a piece of junk. He was in no rush to select the system rewards, as there were no time constraints imposed. Presently, the most prudent choice seemed to be the moonstone. Xiao Xiao donned the hairpin with great care. Beaming a smile at Lin Xuan, he resolved to bring her a finer hairpin on his next visit. Growing up under the red flag, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for children like her, having never truly witnessed such innocence. Xiao Xiao nodded earnestly. Lin Xuan glanced at the bed, where the bell jingled, occupying the central position. In the mind of the little one, the sound of the bell signifies the presence of Lin Xuan's spirit, thus elevating the bell's status above her own. When Lin Xuan ventured out, the bell lay upon the bed while she remained on the floor. With Lin Xuan's disappearance, the little one donned Lin Xuan's shirt, approached the bed, and smiled at the bandaged bell. "Oh, divine being, you are a good soul." Upon returning to the primary world, Lin Xuan glanced at his phone, which he referred to as the primary world, while the other realm was labeled the secondary world. A barrage of useless notifications flooded in. "What nonsense," he muttered under his breath, collapsing onto his cool mat to sleep, utterly exhausted. He descended into a deep slumber, with Nidalino curled beside him. Soon, both emitted the same gentle breaths. As the sun rose outside, its rays cascaded over them. Lin Xuan intended to sell that spirit ball upon awakening, then procure food and hairpins to seek out the little one. His kindness towards her was not born of lust, but rather from a life spent on the periphery. Now, someone regarded him as a deity. Anyone in his position would think to treat the little one with greater care. He also yearned to explore further, to comprehend that world better, and to discover avenues for earning a living. Bang! Bang! The door to the room was knocked upon, rousing the little one, who knelt by the bedside. She sleepily gazed toward the entrance, until the knocking intensified, seemingly intent on breaking the door down. Outside, a gaunt man was forcefully ramming against the door, none other than the individual who had brushed past Lin Xuan. The shopkeeper, seated at a distance, glanced over, licking the money he had received, and bellowed in discontent, "Keep it down." With his words, the door was kicked open. "What do you want? The divine being will not spare you." Yet, soon, the sounds of a struggle echoed within the room. The bell, eager to assist, was sent flying by a kick. Moments later, the man emerged from the room, clad in the little one's shirt. "Damn it, he left nothing behind. What a waste of time," he grumbled as he departed. The shopkeeper reached out to stop him. "Didn't I give you money?" the man inquired. "That was hush money. I know you, part of the underworld," the shopkeeper replied. "Damn it, that man is clearly just a newcomer seeking novelty. Would he trouble me over a worthless girl?" Despite his words, he complied and paid up. People, after all, have their prices. Lin Xuan awoke, gazing pensively at the twilight outside. Where have my morning, noon, and afternoon gone? After leaving his room, he made his way to the Pokémon shop within the community, intending to exchange the spirit ball provided by the system for cash. "You know what I'm about to say, right?" the shopkeeper asked, holding the spirit ball. Lin Xuan nodded, yet he knew little. The shopkeeper, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, scrutinized the spirit ball with keen interest. Suddenly, A ghastly emerged from under the counter, chilling the air several degrees. "Get out of here. Don't disturb my business." The shopkeeper swatted it away with a fan. He then turned to Lin Xuan and remarked, "It's akin to feeding ginseng to pigs, playing Pokémon auto chess with a one-cost replicator. The quality of this Pokeball is astonishingly exquisite, crafted from superior materials. You certainly have an eye for trends. How much does it cost?" Lin Xuan inquired. "One Pokeball could easily be worth several Ultra Balls. Thus, I shall offer you 200. With that, the proprietor began to retrieve the money. Holding 2 banknotes, Lin Xuan turned to depart, pleasantly surprised as it exceeded his expectations. After acquiring the funds, he first purchased a wind chime hairpin from a nearby vendor, spending 15. Next, he bought a toxic berry as a reward for Nidalino, spending 65. He then procured 2 lavish boxed meals, totaling 100. The remaining money was transferred to Lin Xuan. "Grandpa, your grandson has sent you a message," he noted, though he did not check it. Instead, he released Nidalino and fed it the toxic berry. "Grandson, let us traverse." With those words, he vanished from his location, along with the boxed meals. Anything he could lift or grasp was capable of accompanying him through the transition. He reappeared, grinning, in the hotel room of the alternate world. However, upon surveying his surroundings, his smile faded. The boxed meal fell from his grasp as he cradled Xiao Xiao amidst a pool of blood. The bell on her bandage had turned a deep crimson. When Xiao Xiao once more laid eyes on Lin Xuan, a glimmer seemed to flicker in her blurred pupils. "Lord God is a good person." With that utterance, she succumbed to the void. Her fingers released their grip, and the tattered hairpin shattered, falling into the bloodied ground. Lin Xuan gazed around, observing the discarded coat and the packaging strewn about. He chuckled darkly. "She is gone." Chapter 7. Help me, Nidoking. Lin Xuan removed his own clothing to wrap around Xiao Xiao's frail body. He struggled to lift her, but stumbled under her light weight. She felt as delicate as a cotton doll, nearly imperceptible in heft. Gently, he placed her on the bed, staring blankly at her faint smile, feeling as if he were lost in a dream. "Are you seeking to evade?" There was no danger present. He picked up his phone, where Li Mengxin's message awaited. "Have you applied to university? Enrollment is open." His fingers glided over the screen, opening the academic credit website to locate the loan section. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Mission brief, for the sole believer. Mission objective, the murderer and accomplices. Yet after the announcement, Lin Xuan remained silent, scrolling through his phone. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light save for the faint glow of the screen. After a prolonged silence, the system's voice echoed once more. "Do you choose to evade?" 2 hours passed before a knock resounded at the door. 2 hours, indeed, felt agonizingly long. He rose to open the door. Standing before him was a stout, yellow-skinned, dragon-like Pokémon. "Dragonite." He smiled, glancing at the photo of Lin Xuan in its possession. Confirming his identity, it handed over a parcel before soaring away on its wings. "System, I choose the exquisite moonstone." As he spoke, a shimmering moonstone materialized upon the bamboo mat, its glow soft yet radiant. Lin Xuan unwrapped the parcel, revealing a carefully sealed purple gem within, the flawed life pearl. He picked up his phone and transferred the remaining loan amount to Li Mengxin, disregarding the notifications and alerts emanating from the device. Instead, he retrieved the Pokeball of Nidoking. "Help me, Nidoking," he rasped, extending both the moonstone and the flawed life pearl towards it. Nidoking paused momentarily, aware that evolution should not be rushed. Yet, upon meeting Lin Xuan's gaze, it instinctively reached out to touch the exquisite moonstone. In an instant, the moonstone flowed into its body like water, radiating a bright light. The brilliance of evolution enveloped the room. With a thunderous roar, Nidoking overturned the furniture around it. It accepted the flawed life pearl from Lin Xuan and swallowed it whole. Visibly, this Nidoking was slightly smaller than its counterparts, though not by much. The exquisite moonstone had indeed made a difference, compensating for several months of growth. Lin Xuan recalled Nidoking and addressed the system. "Transcend." As he vanished, the only remaining illumination was the incessantly buzzing phone. When he found himself once more amidst the crimson, his heart still ached painfully. He bent down to retrieve the bloodied bell, cradling it in his arms as he exited the room. The shopkeeper regarded the blood-soaked Lin Xuan with a faint smile, instinctively extending a hand. Although unaware of when Lin Xuan had entered, he understood that profit was at hand. "You there, Nidoking," break his arm. The shopkeeper froze, startled by the command, But the Pokeball had already released Nidoking, which swiftly overturned the front desk, its tail striking the shopkeeper's arm with force. Following Lin Xuan's directive, the shopkeeper was sent flying, crashing to the ground amidst debris. Lin Xuan advanced, stepping on the remnants, and pressed a foot against the shopkeeper's mouth. Who did this? Where are they? His voice was hoarse and cold, the sight of blood adding to his intimidating presence. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, seemingly attempting to articulate something. Lin Xuan finally lifted his foot. It was the gang, towards the southwest. The shopkeeper, intimidated by the menacing Nidoking, dared not wail. How much did they pay you? Lin Xuan inquired. 800, came the reply. 800. Lin Xuan handed the bell to Nidoking, seizing a nearby wooden plank that suddenly struck downwards. The plank descended relentlessly until he paused, panting heavily. It mattered not how deep his feelings for the innocent girl were. He simply could not accept that such a well-behaved child was worth a mere 800. 800, indeed. Nidoking unleashed chaos. He knew precisely what must be done. Nidoking may not grasp much, but it understood the necessity of obeying Lin Xuan's commands. It clenched its fists and delivered a powerful blow. Lin Xuan recalled Nidoking, taking the bell as he departed the inn, heading southwest. The commotion shortly attracted others, who hastily gathered the money scattered on the ground before dispersing quickly. As for the shopkeeper, he was left to his fate, neglected by all. This is merely a remote town where survival is the paramount concern. The unopened Pokeball belonging to the proprietor has been seized. In their avarice, they failed to consider that Lin Xuan might take immediate action. The only narrow street in the southwestern corner of the city became the stage for a conversation. Where did you acquire that attire? Has someone from the upper echelon taken a liking to you? Inquired a slender youth, addressing another boy of similar build, both exhibiting signs of malnutrition. Ugh. Spare me the details. I had hoped that the young master from the upper class would leave something behind, but all I got was this garment, replied the other, his tone laced with disdain. How does it feel? Guess. They both interchanged knowing glances and chuckles. In the next moment, a violet figure, exuding an overwhelming force, abruptly hurled the youth clad in Lin Xuan's shirt against the wall, leaving behind a jumble of incomprehensible items. The other boy stood frozen, witnessing Nidoking turn its head, ready to draw forth his own Pokeball. Super Horn attack, Lin Xuan announced as he approached with deliberate steps. Upon hearing the command, Nidoking's forehead horn illuminated with brilliance, charging towards the other boy. I shall not evade. No one anticipated such resoluteness from him, not even the system. A disc appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. Its usage was straightforward. Simply affix it to the Pokemon's head. This would grant the Pokemon mastery over the formidable earth power, and with a perfect technical machine, it could learn skills beyond its natural capability, such as a certain dragon Pokemon mastering Dragon Dance through this method. Mission objective: reform the gang through virtuous influence. As for the means of achieving this, he offered no clarification. Chapter 8: The Emperor's Development System. The clamor attracted the attention of others, who readied themselves, casting wary gazes at Lin Xuan, who had placed his hand upon Nidoking's head. This is rather irregular, isn't it? A figure resembling a leader approached, accompanied by a Grimer. Are you the only ones present? Lin Xuan inquired. The man furrowed his brow, suggesting a dialogue could be held amicably, and any offenses could be compensated. Oh, your reparations are hardly as generous as those from a well-behaved grandson. Nidoking, unleash earth power. Upon utterance, Nidoking began to gather energy, preparing to strike the ground. However, the Grimer was swifter. It unleashed a torrent of venom aimed directly at Lin Xuan. Nidoking had no choice but to halt its action, swallowing the toxic onslaught instead. What? It swallowed it whole. The expression on the opposing figure's face froze, realizing the futility of his scheme. With a thunderous roar, Nidoking's fist struck the ground, causing the earth to convulse as if an earthquake had ensued. Nidoking spread its arms wide, directing an enraged roar towards the injured Grimer, resembling a colossal beast. Wails filled the air, yet Lin Xuan found himself increasingly detached from the chaos. The ringing in his ears grew louder, drowning out the tumult. Eventually, he began to regain his composure, attuning his ears to the notification chime resonating in his mind. And he gazed upward at the sky. The night was devoid of stars, shrouded in darkness. Amidst Nidoking's roars, Grimer ultimately retreated, with its trainer absent. There was no further need for combat. Such occurrences would never transpire in the main world. In the main world, even when trainers have passed away, Some Pokémon remain by their graves, standing vigil for an eternity. Lin Xuan sat on the ground, recalling Nidoking. Dialga, having cleaned its neck, awaited patiently. He lingered for a considerable time, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky, which rendered the dark earth beneath him all the more stark. Rising from his place, Lin Xuan remarked, "You'd best not be impoverished." He lifted his foot and strode towards a distant structure resembling a large warehouse. As he opened the door, a foul stench wafted out. Who, in their right mind, would rummage through such a place if they weren't destitute? Ultimately, Lin Xuan unearthed a handful of dilapidated Pokeballs and 2 minuscule moonstones, which bore no resemblance to the exquisite variety bestowed by the system. He released Nidoking, allowing it to feast upon the meager finds. Already malnourished, he pondered how best to restore its vitality once they settled down. As he made his way towards the inn, he glanced at the system notifications. A large pearl, the one priced at 80,000 in the shop? It exists in the main world as well. A mere luxury, devoid of any practical utility. Great, you may as well remain mute, Lin Xuan muttered in frustration. He yearned for someone to converse with, to unburden his pent-up emotions. Yet it was evidently impossible. Upon returning home, he needed to properly guide Nidoking. Mission objective: reform and uplift the upper-class families. Mission synopsis: in the name of the unrisen monarch, purify the darkness. Mission reward: item, life pearl. Why must you release your burdens prematurely? Who would then take out a loan of 400,000 for a down payment? Lin Xuan kicked a pebble by the roadside. Li Mingxin's 2,000 had been repaid, leaving him indebted to the Ministry of Education for 400,000 now. Host, this is perilous, the system cautioned. Rewards are often proportional to the risks involved. Ignoring the warning, Lin Xuan approached the derelict inn, where vagrants had ceased to gather, for it had become unsafe. It seemed as if they were in slumber. "Xiao Xiao, I am sorry," he whispered, cradling the fragile form. The bell jingled, exerting all its strength to leap onto her body, as if urging her to awaken. When Xiao Xiao remained unresponsive, a faint sound echoed, resembling a cry. "Cry, cry, cry. All you do is weep. You've squandered all the blessings at home," Lin Xuan chastised, carrying Xiao Xiao outside the inn. He arrived at a desolate patch of land and released Nidoking. "Dig a hole," he instructed. Nidoking nodded and began to excavate with its arms. In no time, its hands shimmered with light. The ground soon yielded a pit large enough to cradle Xiao Xiao. "This will suffice," Lin Xuan said, halting Nidoking and placing Xiao Xiao's lifeless body within. "You shall rest here, and when I achieve prosperity, I will create something for you." The mere thought of this name conjured memories of scattered wrapping paper, causing a wave of nausea. "I'll establish a culinary haven here for you, where you can indulge in delights every day." He retrieved a hairpin from his pocket and adorned Xiao Xiao's bangs with it. "Do not hold it against me. I pity you and wish to provide you with a better life. Wait for me here. I shall soon send those individuals to accompany you." He then turned to King Nido, instructing him to fill the pit. In no time, the small figure was shrouded in earth, completely vanishing from sight. King Nido gently patted Lin Xuan's shoulder, seemingly offering comfort. "It's so cold. You took my clothes with you," Lin Xuan suddenly remarked. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the biting wind swept in from all directions. The time was approximately 4 or 5 o'clock, as dawn quietly broke the horizon. "Dawn, do you have a name?" Lin Xuan inquired abruptly. "The Emperor Development System. Our aim? To establish a stable kingdom in this dark world, fostering development and peace." "What a foolish name. You ought to learn how to name things from the female genres first." Lin Xuan rose, moving a large stone to place it before the small grave. When she arrived, no one paid her any heed, but as she departed, a few tears were shed in her memory. "Host, this place is not safe. Where Xiao Xiao is, there is safety," Lin Xuan shouted in anger. Ultimately, they both disappeared, accompanied by the sound of the bell, leaving only the stone to bask in the impending dawn. Lin Xuan lay in bed, the familiarity and safety of his surroundings allowing the exhaustion within him to surge forth. "Xiao Xiao, do not blame me." King Nido stood nearby, acutely aware of his trainer's sorrow. Before long, Lin Xuan fell into a deep slumber. The bell, still recovering from her injuries, soon lost consciousness as well. Only King Nido remained, silently guarding them. He clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming emptiness. The evolution had come too soon, and he had been deprived of proper nourishment. Yet, he did not blame Lin Xuan. He understood that Lin Xuan needed him. "Help me, King Nido." King Nido would forever remember that helpless and guilty gaze. Chapter 9, A Volunteer. Grandfather, your grandson has sent you a message. Grandson, grandson, grandson. The notification sound persisted, yet Lin Xuan was evidently oblivious. King Nito, however, noticed that all notifications came from a single avatar. Lin Xuan had slept for an extended period, long enough for King Nito to feel hunger. Cautiously, he picked up Lin Xuan's phone and unlocked it with his hand. Recalling the process Lin Xuan had taught him for ordering takeout, he began to place an order. After much deliberation, he used Lin Xuan's fingerprint for payment, only to be met with a notification of insufficient balance, indicating payment failure. Confused, he set the phone aside and sat on the ground, waiting for the delivery person to knock. However, he waited for an exceedingly long time without any sign of them. His massive form appeared as forlorn as a child. Hungry, mewling. The bell finally stirred from her stupor. The medication having taken full effect, she felt significantly better. Yet sorrow lingered in her heart. The blood-soaked bandages continually stimulated her nerves. Observing this, King Nito masked his own distress and began to remove the bandages from the bell. The room was now permeated with the scent of blood, with each of them bearing traces of it. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. And it was during dusk that Lin Xuan finally stirred from his slumber. He had slept from the previous morning until the following evening. How long had that been? Rubbing his temples, he felt a dull ache. A glance at his phone revealed a notification of a failed payment. Looking up, he was met with the pitiful visage of Nito King. Oh dear, it seems my account is depleted. Just wait a moment. I shall sell the precious pearl gifted by my dear grandson, and then I will have the funds. Did you remove the bandage? Indeed, it has healed. Lin Xuan extended his hand, attempting to wipe away the crimson stains on his bell, but no matter how he tried, they would not budge. Do not fret. Let us take a shower first. If we venture out in this state, we shall certainly be penalized. As he spoke, he made his way toward the bathroom. The table in the room had also shattered, and before vacating the premises, he would need to procure a new one. Otherwise, his deposit would be forfeited. This was not his home. His true home lay in a small county. He had come here solely for the purpose of education. While the water cascaded over him, he held his phone aloft to read messages from Li Mingxin. Just moments ago, she had inquired after him. He tapped on the screen while shampooing, still groggy from sleep. Li Mingxin, have you been in a coma? Li Mingxin, where did you find the money? Then came a flurry of messages, all expressing concern for him. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xuan typed a response, only to delete it moments later, opting instead to send a meme of a splashing Kingler, devoid of context. Li Mingxin, for heaven's sake, stop playing mute. Li Mingxin, just wait. I'll buy a ticket to come see you right away. Li Mingxin, remember to submit your college applications. They close tomorrow. Lin Xuan, no need to come really. Lin Xuan, which university did you apply to? Li Mingxin, mind your own business. My first choice is Magic City University, and my second is the medical college next to my home. Lin Xuan, fine. I'll shower first, and when I'm done, I'll apply to Magic City as well. His academic performance was commendable, excelling in both conducting and theory, and his college entrance examination results were exceptional. Magic City University should pose no challenge. Although he was unaware of Li Mingxin's grades, he assumed they must be good. Otherwise, how could she dare apply to such a prestigious institution? They had never met in person, nor were they alumni of the same school. They were merely friends made online. He set his phone aside and began to lather himself with shower gel. He lingered in the shower for quite some time, needing to clean Nito King as well. The blood stains on the bell were proving to be stubborn, seemingly embedded within. You're quite pitiful too. No worries, stick with me, and you'll be fine. Lin Xuan murmured as he gently wiped her surface with a towel. In the end, not only was the bell marked with stains, but even the tentacles behind it had taken on a rather alarming shade of red. Coupled with its smiling expression, it was somewhat disconcerting. The bell nudged against Lin Xuan's hand, producing a sound as if expressing a wish. It yearned for vengeance, a small reprisal. It remembered the faces of those who had bullied its little friend. Very well, let us seek revenge together. Lin Xuan seemed to grasp the essence of its sentiments. After drying himself off, he exited the bathroom with Nito King, immediately assaulted by the pungent scent of blood. Opening a window to air out the room, he resolved to hire a cleaning service from Huawang Family Services. He spoke as he opened the window, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for someone to report the bloodstains. After all, there was no evidence of his guilt. He had never stepped outside his abode. Could one not create a scene of carnage within the confines of one's home? His primary concern lay in the possibility of Li Mengxin arriving unexpectedly, leaving him at a loss for words. A monetary expenditure seemed a trivial matter. One must broaden their perspective. He donned his attire and retrieved his reward. A resplendent pearl gleamed in his palm. You must present a fiercer demeanor, otherwise sustenance may evade you. Lin Xuan advised Nidoking. The bell chimed, and he began to levitate, following closely beside them. Nidoking nodded, though with an air of uncertainty. Your speed cannot exceed 40 kilometers per hour. You are over the limit. A man clad in a traffic police uniform rode a Quintero, pursuing a fiery steed and cautioning it to slow down. My sincerest apologies. This creature is particularly spirited today, the trainer of the fiery steed hastily assured. Do not relay such excuses to me. Proceed to settle your fine online. And where is your helmet? That incurs an additional 50. Lin Xuan cast a fleeting glance at the minor incident, feeling a twinge of guilt in the presence of the uniform. As he and Nidoking strolled along, numerous passers-by directed their gazes toward them. Rarely did one encounter a large Pokémon in public spaces. An ant nearby scooped up her strolling EV, fearing that Nidoking might inadvertently harm her little pet. They arrived at a nearby luxury boutique, where classical melodies wafted through the air, reminiscent of Erasahan. Welcome. May I inquire if you wish to purchase or exchange? An eager sales associate approached, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the robust Nidoking. Simultaneously, her shadow began to sway, gradually revealing the silhouette of a Rhydon, a security guard of the establishment. I wish to exchange this, Lin Xuan stated nonchalantly, producing the magnificent pearl. Instantly, the sales associate felt as though she might be blinded by its brilliance, her legs trembling beneath her. A true treasure, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Observing this, the Rhydon retreated into the shadows, recognizing that this was not an occasion for mischief. Let us see how much it is worth. It was a gift from my mother, Lin Xuan remarked with a steady heart and an unflinching countenance. Nidoking obliged by offering a grin, albeit one that appeared rather menacing. The sales associate, seemingly oblivious to the undertone, accepted the pearl with both hands. Chapter 10. The Indulgence of Wealth. She placed the pearl upon a crimson cushion, retrieving a magnifying glass to examine it closely. As she scrutinized the gem, a flush crept across her cheeks. No woman could resist such a flawless pearl, at least, she could not. Are you truly willing to part with it? She inquired, her tone softening. No, I merely brought it to amuse you, Lin Xuan replied, his gaze steady upon her. I do not believe you, she teased, sticking out her tongue. Then why ask? With his words, Nidoking recalled Lin Xuan's previous instruction to appear fiercer. He bared his fangs, nearly ready to strike. Humph, lacking in charm. Where did this pearl originate? Was it a prior purchase? No, it was regurgitated by my mother, he replied nonchalantly. Your esteemed mother, you say? She inquired instinctively. Lin Xuan's lips twitched slightly. My mother's exquisite cultivation of the giant tongue shell was commendable, and the price was to be set forthwith. Humph, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Typically, a large pearl would fetch around 80,000. However, this particular specimen was of exceptional quality. I shall offer you 100,000, the sales assistant declared. Yet Lin Xuan pressed on. Is that truly feasible? If not, I shall take it to auction. The black market will surely provide a more suitable price. He was astute enough to recognize the pearl's extraordinary value from her earlier reaction. No, 110,000. Increase it, please. Lin Xuan began to haggle. 120,000. The sales assistant gritted her teeth. She intended to discreetly take the pearl for herself, as her savings were limited. Add a bit more. Not a single cent more. Gazing at the sales assistant's flushed cheeks, Lin Xuan ceased his bargaining. You can scan my code, he said, producing his bank card's QR code. Under Lin Xuan's watchful gaze, the sales assistant took out her phone and scanned the code. With a cheerful chime, the transaction was successful. Nidoking, displaying a silly yet fierce expression, turned and walked away with Lin Xuan. Humph, what's with the fierceness? The Rhydon emerged from the shadows, glancing from her to the pearl without uttering a word. First, I need to repay this month's debts. Lin Xuan contemplated his balance. He had spent 40,000 in an instant and had 10 months to repay it. Although there was no interest, he was still required to settle it within that time frame. I am in dire need of funds. Casually, he switched pages and filled out his volunteer application, treating it as a mundane task, no longer concerned. Nearby, he located a hot pot restaurant where he and Nidoking indulged in a lavish meal. At the time of payment, They had consumed over 2,000. Back in high school, his weekly allowance amounted to 200. Without the system, he could scarcely afford to sustain night-oaking. After their meal, the night had fully descended, and they ventured into a Pokémon specialty store. Upon entering, they were greeted by shelves brimming with various evolution stones, particularly an abundance of fire stones, water stones, thunder stones, and leaf stones. All of these shared a commonality. They could facilitate Eevee's evolution. In this world, Eevee had seemingly supplanted the role of cats. Aside from exceptionally fine specimens, Eevee was quite affordable. Many opted to keep a non-shedding, intelligent Eevee as a pet, a boon for cat enthusiasts. "Welcome," echoed the mechanical voice. A sound from the automatic doorbell. Leading night-oaking towards the moonstone section, he picked up a nearby basket and began to fill it. 1 stone, 2 stones. He grabbed them carelessly, ignoring the price tags. "As long as I don't glance, I shan't feel the sting." After filling the basket to the brim, he paused. "Do you think this is sufficient?" Lin Xuan inquired. Night-oaking wiped his drool, nearly salivating with desire. Although the moonstones were quite hard, they crunched delightfully when bitten. "Whoa, buddy, where do you hail from? Buying so many?" A nearby youth exclaimed in astonishment. "Huh, buying? Who said I was purchasing?" Lin Xuan replied, leaving only his back as he walked away. "Your complexion seems off, doesn't it?" The youth stood there, bewildered, handing the somewhat heavy basket to night-oaking. He then proceeded towards the fruit section, starting with the poison berry. A basketful, to begin with. Subsequently, Lin Xuan encountered the rustling fruit. A tree fruit he had never heard of in his past life. It was mentioned in his high school textbooks. A hybrid of tree fruits he had seen in games or anime, boasting superior effects and higher yields. Eternal glory to Yuan Gong. You must possess extraordinary powers. "Let me see where," Lin Xuan mused as he glanced at the flying bell sound. The purple mango, also unfamiliar to him, commanded a higher price. However, its cost was justified. It was said that some individuals had developed superpowers by consuming purple mangoes. Moreover, this particular fruit had the lowest yield, carrying several large baskets. He approached the counter. On the way, Lin Xuan halted, captivated by a solitary gemstone that stood out prominently. An energy gem, for 10,000? He pondered, examining both the bell sound and the gem. He considered it a gift for the little flower. Gritting his teeth, he removed the gemstone from its place. At the payment counter, he spotted the same young man from earlier. "What are you doing here?" "I wanted some soup." "Wait, aren't you Zhang-san?" Under the young man's gaze, Lin Xuan placed the baskets on the register, causing the counter to sag slightly. "This is quite a lot. Are you really going to buy all this?" The store manager appeared momentarily taken aback. "Have you cleared out the moonstone shelf?" "Spend as you please." Observing this, the manager began scanning the barcodes with the cash register, and numbers started to flicker on the nearby machine. Moonstones ranged from several hundred to a couple of thousand. A toxic fruit and rustling fruit were priced at 50 each, while a purple mango cost 70. The energy gem was a staggering 10,000. The total reached 73,000. Feeling a twinge of pain in his heart, Lin Xuan winced, but ultimately proceeded with the payment for the sake of his treasures. "Would you like us to deliver it to your home?" The manager, upon seeing the successful transaction, adopted a sycophantic demeanor. "Please do," Lin Xuan replied, providing his address before turning to leave, leaving the young man stunned in his wake. He departed under the manager's scrutinizing gaze. The manager, now relieved, removed his hand from the alarm button. With shifty eyes, it was clear he was no good, unlike that handsome young man from earlier. Evidently, he had succumbed to the allure of wealth. Additionally, Lin Xuan was already quite handsome himself. Their conversation lacked substance, revolving around trivialities from the gaming world. "Lin Xuan, have you completed your quest?" "Lin Xuan, you do it. I am no longer part of that world." Lin Xuan, "Oh, by the way, the tomb of Ming Xuanzong has recently been excavated." "Lin Xuan, why are you so concerned about Ming Xuanzong?" Lin Xuan, "Because there's a Xuanzong in it." Chapter 11, Return to the Arena. "Lin Xuan, are you harboring a crush on me?" Lin Xuan, "Idiot." Receiving a scolding, Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh. This was the Lin Xuan he knew. They had known each other online for over 3 years, often engaging in playful banter. Occasionally, he would help her with her studies, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. Upon returning home, he found a delivery truck parked at the entrance of his community. As he approached, 2 sturdy figures emerged. He lifted the items they had purchased from the compartment. "Goodness, Xiaolin, have you struck it rich?" The security guard at the entrance exclaimed in astonishment. "No, I just removed my father's oxygen mask, Lin Xuan casually replied, then commanded the two strongmen to carry the items to his unit. Wow, what a filial child. How did your Nidoking evolve? Goodness, it shouldn't evolve so early. The old man seemed to be a decent fellow, visibly taken aback upon seeing Nidoking. It's all right, old sir. My father left behind a considerable fortune, Lin Xuan said earnestly, casting doubt on whether this lad was truly as filial as he claimed. Oh, today's youth just can't keep their composure, perhaps just to flaunt their evolution before the goddess. Let me tell you, back then, several campus beauties clung to me. So that's why your leg got broken? Lin Xuan glanced at his crippled leg. Scram, 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 I can't be bothered with you. The old man waved his hand with a fan. Here, eat. Lin Xuan casually tossed a sauce of fruit to the rockruff beside the old man, then headed towards his home. Upon returning, the strongmen soon departed, and Nidoking sat on the ground, munching on the fruit. Watching this childlike scene, Lin Xuan felt a mix of amusement and tenderness. However, Nidoking never held a grudge against Lin Xuan for evolving so early. He held a toxic fruit in one hand and a moonstone in the other, crunching them with delight. Lin Xuan picked up a psychic gem and looked at the Bellossom. Can you open your mouth? Lin Xuan inquired. The Bellossom nodded and opened its mouth, revealing a bead in its throat, the source of its voice. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuan placed the psychic gem into its mouth. Subsequently, the Bellossom, like a child savoring a large candy, widened its mouth, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Lin Xuan recalled how Nidoking had once struggled to recognize characters, waiting for quite a while. It was essential for Nidoking to learn to read. One could not remain illiterate. A literacy campaign. He looked curiously at his finger, which was enveloped in a flicker of purple light. Was this psychokinesis? He gazed at the Bellossom in astonishment. The creature was emanating a faint glow, and the psychic gem had been partially digested. Are you holding my hand? Lin Xuan asked. The straps behind the Bellossom stirred, producing sounds from its mouth, to which Lin Xuan smiled faintly. He hadn't anticipated this little creature's remarkable sensitivity. He opened his phone to glance at the resources required for mastering psychokinesis perfectly, only to feel a pang of bitterness. While simple usage didn't cost much, advanced studies were another matter entirely. After Nidoking had his fill, he resolved to venture into the next world once more. Those people were alive, and the little one couldn't sleep soundly. Now that Nidoking could digest anything, the forced evolution had left its stats lacking. Grandson, let's traverse. In the next moment, they vanished from the spot. Shortly after their departure, the phone screen lit up. Grandson, Lin Xuan said, making his way towards the arena. As I perused the system's daily rewards, I was once again presented with a choice of 3, ultimately selecting a Pokeball. It felt as though my grandson had bestowed upon me refuse. He remains oblivious to the disparity in our strengths. A reckless confrontation is likely to yield unfavorable consequences. After all, the rewards from the system are exceedingly enticing. The true item I acquired was the Life Gem, presumably akin to those found in games, enhancing skill power by 30 while deducting health. The enforced characteristic similarly adds 30 to damage. Moreover, due to the nature of the skill pool, Nidoqueen's special attack prowess far surpasses her physical attack capabilities. Ah, it's you. The next match is about to commence. The arena's host exclaimed upon seeing Lin Xuan, his demeanor instantly becoming exuberant. This time, he must contemplate securing victories in all 5 matches, as there exists a probability of being selected by the upper echelon. He spoke beside Lin Xuan, almost as if he were ready to massage Lin Xuan's feet. Rest assured, I am aware that this will bring you some advantage. I shall ensure you reap benefits this time, Lin Xuan replied. Thank you ever so much. A mere token of gratitude, the host said, presenting him with a fragmentary green stone. Is this a scrap of an awakening stone? Better than nothing, Lin Xuan mused, accepting it and summoning his companion, who chimed joyously before he ingested the stone. Before long, the match concluded, and the host beckoned him onto the field. Following his departure, another trainer, akin to him and a victor in the arena, entered. The host's attitude remained unchanged, casting a wide net. Upon ascending the stage, Lin Xuan surveyed his opponent. A Metapod, equally feeble. He was at a loss as to how it had achieved victory. The bell chimed as he commanded, "Go, slap it." The bell, responding to the command, bounced over eagerly. The Metapod stood frozen, motionless. The bell swung its straps, relentlessly striking the Metapod. Metapod, use Harden. A flash of white light enveloped it, further diminishing the already meager damage inflicted by the bell. Telekinesis struck beneath it, sending the Metapod soaring. Lin Xuan instructed the bell to cease its assault, gathering telekinetic energy in the air. Subsequently, a glimmer of light ascended from beneath the metapod, which was silently propelled away. Thus, Lin Xuan secured victory in this battle. Before long, the second opponent appeared before Lin Xuan, but the outcome remained unchanged. In a small room high above the arena, lights illuminated the space where several individuals sat. This one possesses some intrigue. This bell seems familiar, a man cradling a girl remarked. It resembles that little one. She too has a bell. But don't think too much of it. She likely perished in some forgotten corner, another man chuckled, holding a small EV in his arms. It's a pity my little sister can never call out properly, one man stated with a hint of desire in his eyes. She is always fixated on that ugly fish. I fail to see its appeal. Haha, my father previously sought a beautiful scale from Captain Yaha, yet he refuses to allow her evolution, claiming she can evolve without the scale. In my opinion, he has simply lost his senses. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Xuan's battle reached its fifth round. This time, he encountered an acquaintance. Chapter 12, The Influence of Virtue. Gazing at the opposing Mook, Lin Xuan greeted it warmly. Yet, that smile rendered Mook devoid of any fighting spirit. Even though the adversary was a resounding bell, the sight of Rhydon, who had previously swallowed a deadly poison and displayed extraordinary prowess, was truly daunting. Faced with the command of a newfound benefactor, Mook chose to disregard it, symbolically receiving a slap from the bell before collapsing in surrender. Was this a direct capitulation? Was it out of fear? How intriguing. This was the fifth match, wasn't it? Quickly summon him. None of you dare to vie with me. The previous sparring partner could not withstand it, and I was left with only a diminutive Pokémon, which later proved insufficient. A robust young man rose, appearing quite exhilarated. Subsequently, the figure in the black cloak intended to take him to meet the so-called upper echelon. This was also Lin Xuan's objective, and he naturally did not refuse. It would be best to take me to my family. Sigh. What a headache. Afterward, I must instruct Rhydon. Just this once, Lin Xuan silently resolved. In no time, they arrived at a concealed staircase. The fervent cheers of the arena ceased only upon his departure. To subdue an opponent without battle, remarkable. Upon opening the door to the room, several gazes fixed upon him. The glaring light compelled Lin Xuan to rub his eyes, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. You look quite fair. Where did you escape from? Inquired the robust youth. Lin Xuan cleverly seized the opportunity, replying in affirmation. The youth appeared excited, eager to escort Lin Xuan away. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and follow, he urged. Noticing Lin Xuan's momentary stillness, Lin Xuan was waiting for the bell to recognize individuals. Each time she identified a villain, she would gently touch Lin Xuan with her psychic power. After a round, there was not a single decent person in sight. He fell in a step behind the youth. What is your name? He asked. Lin Xuan, came the truthful reply. The bell reacted intensely to him. And you? Lin Xuan inquired. My name is none of your concern. He scoffed dismissively, clearly looking down upon Lin Xuan. As they progressed, the foul odor surrounding them diminished. Eventually, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing a mansion. On the plaque hung a character for Luo. At the entrance, two guards, accompanied by two Abomasno, stood on patrol. Upon seeing them, the guards immediately stood at attention, respectfully calling out young master. Come, follow me to a secluded place, he instructed, skillfully leading Lin Xuan through a series of twists and turns to a corner. Ah yes, a secluded place is perfect. They halted in an area reminiscent of a training ground. This is where I usually train. What you must do is let your bell ring and take the hits. Do you understand? After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan, seemingly eager to witness anger and deception on his face. However, Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged. So, it doesn't matter if there are some significant disturbances here? He inquired. Though puzzled, the youth nodded in affirmation. Lin Xuan activated the Pok ball hidden in his pocket, and with a flash of red light, Rhydon materialized before him. The robust youth stood dumbfounded. Just as he attempted to move, he was swept to the ground by a tail. He longed to cry out, yet was silenced as King Rhydon pressed him down and struck him on the head. Powerless, Howley succumbed to defeat. The man's pupils filled with terror. King Rhydon, recite with me. In the beginning, nature is inherently good. They chanted the classic text as they ambled toward another location. In the distance, there appeared a faint glow. Yet the estate was vast and sparsely populated, with scarce illumination. It was only when they overheard conversation that they concealed themselves among the foliage. Miss, the master requests your presence. I refuse. I wish to accompany my fish. Lin Xuan peeked out from the bushes, gazing toward the pond where two maidens stood. Behind the one resembling a servant, there lurked an odd elder. Let us wait here by the main entrance, he murmured, retracting King Nido and stealthily making his way toward a dimly lit side courtyard. The estate was designed akin to a traditional Sihiyuan, with pathways leading in every direction. Approaching a door, he knocked politely. The sounds of a scuffle within suddenly ceased. Come in. The voice carried an undercurrent of irritation. As Lin Xuan entered, he discovered a stranger, a man clad in shorts, who appeared even more incensed. Whose lackey are you? Don't you know it's inappropriate to disturb me at this hour? As he spoke, Lin Xuan had already approached him. With a crack, the man's Pokeball shattered upon the ground, resulting in an immediate loss. He had no opportunity to release his Pokémon. The gaze shifted upward to reveal a girl, clearly petrified, with red marks adorning her skin. What now? Ultimately, the girl who had been slapped into silence sat on the floor, draped in a blanket, and began to recite the classic text under Lin Xuan's guidance. Have you memorized it? Lin Xuan inquired. I have, the girl stammered. King Nido nodded, the bells chiming in unison. You've remembered nothing. I can't even recite it in full myself, Lin Xuan lamented, rising in resignation. The path of a normal person seemed ever more distant from him. The girl was left behind. Do not make a sound. When the time comes and no one is watching, you may go wherever you please. If you speak or venture out now, you will meet your demise. Gazing at the closed door, the girl could no longer contain her tears, muffling her sobs with her hands. She had never encountered such a person. Was she truly inherently good? This might haunt her for a lifetime. Lin Xuan had also saved her. Chapter 13. The crisp sound of slapping. Alas, this is all your fault, Lin Xuan mused bitterly. Pervert. A line of text appeared before him. Lin Xuan, feeling helpless, removed his clothing and tossed it carelessly onto the ground. He was close to the main hall now. It was evident that the estate had a master, likely an old man, and he must not raise any alarms. With this thought, he strode purposefully toward the grand entrance. Naturally, he was called to a halt. Whose servant are you? What business do you have here? Upon hearing the footsteps, the girl by the pond turned to face him. Her expression grave. The young master sent me to offer my apologies to the master, Lin Xuan replied, bowing his head and adopting a submissive posture. At this moment, blood still stained his lower body, and a few strands of hair bore the same mark. Yet, the dim lighting was insufficient for them to discern the details. Only the elder displayed signs of agitation, having caught a whiff of a scent that stirred his excitement. The young girl furrowed her brow, but remained silent, allowing Lin Xuan to enter the main hall. It appeared that Lin Xuan was oblivious to the perverse nature of his thoughts. Observing his retreating figure, the girl felt an inexplicable oddity. Suddenly, she clutched her head, feeling a twinge of pain. He reached the staircase of the main hall, ascending to the second floor, rummaging through items one by one, until he pushed open a room resembling a study, where he finally discovered someone. Who are you? Inquired an elderly man with white eyebrows. Pausing his writing as Lin Xuan entered, he reached for a drawer in the desk. The young master sent me to ask you a question, Lin Xuan stated as he approached. What is it? Just stand there and speak, the elder replied, furrowing his brow in warning, sensing an ominous premonition. Yet, he refrained from contemplating dire possibilities, as the night remained as tranquil as ever. It is said that you know Nidoking, the force of the earth. As Lin Xuan observed the elder attentively listening, he suddenly activated a Pokeball. The elder was merely a heartbeat slower. Nidoking halted its movement, glancing back at the lichen rock, its claws poised at Lin Xuan's neck. In that moment, either Pokémon could easily snuff out two lives with a mere exertion of force. Yet, none dared to move. The night form of Lycanroc and the elderly man were not to be underestimated. Approaching me silently, I found myself compelled to regard you with admiration. The elder gazed at Nidoking's fist, enveloped in white light. Why? He inquired. There was a girl named Xiao Xiao who proclaimed me a deity, extolling my virtues. But she perished, Lin Xuan replied, his expression as placid as ever. We can discuss this rationally. Captain Ahab stands behind us, the sovereign of the East Sea. The elder feigned calmness. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and a woman clad in tattered rags appeared, her tray tumbling to the ground. As it fell, the sound of bells rang out with a crystalline clarity. Instantly, Nidoking sprang into action, followed closely by Lycanroc. Yet, a purple light surged forth, faster than them both. The psychic force of the bell. In the fleeting moment of hesitation, Lin Xuan lunged aside, sustaining only a minor injury to his arm. Nidoking seized the offensive, tackling Lycanroc and unleashing a ferocious barrage of punches. The ground trembled beneath them, collapsing as they plummeted. Lin Xuan turned his gaze towards the girl who had entered. "Do not kill me. I knew Xiao Xiao." Her words startled Lin Xuan. "You are her sister?" Upon hearing this, she glanced at the grotesque scene, nodding vigorously. "I have no time to concern myself with you. Just stay alive for now," Lin Xuan replied casually. Lowering his gaze to the gaping hole below, Nidoking rammed his head, then unleashed the force of the earth. At Lin Xuan's command, Nidoking charged at Lycanroc, striking its head, and in the moment of confusion, delivered a powerful blow to the ground. The earth roiled violently, the power of the land erupting forth. The commotion was evident to even the most oblivious observer, as the Abomasnow swiftly engaged in the fray at the entrance of the main hall. Without the need for Lin Xuan to utter a word, the bell chimed and floated down to assist Nidoking. Lin Xuan circumvented the great hole and approached the study. By the time he descended the stairs, the tide of battle had decidedly turned. That minor life gem had proven to be a wise investment. The power of the earth had been significantly amplified, a force beyond the capacity of those two Pokémon to withstand. Meanwhile, Abomasnow's poison had become a mere delicacy for Nidoking. "Miss, we must retreat." The maid, sensing the dire situation, urged urgently. "No, grandfather is still inside." "I refuse to believe he could be killed," the young lady with mismatched red and blue eyes declared, determined to rush back in. The Phoeba in the pool sensed the impending danger and swirled in distress, yet felt utterly powerless. Bathed in the glow of evolution, she seemed transformed. "Aqua Jet, then carry me away," she commanded with icy composure. The newly evolved Milotic let out a long, melodious cry and unleashed an Aqua Jet toward the distant Nidoking. "Bell, intercept." Upon receiving the command, the bell obediently positioned itself in front of Nidoking. Insufficient power. Nidoking roared, summoning the force of the earth once more. The Lycanroc was instantly hurled away, while Abomasnow was buried beneath the ground. Once again, Nidoking bellowed in triumph, proclaiming his victory, despite his own multitude of wounds. The Lycanroc fought ferociously, showing no regard for its own safety. "Why did you run away? Do not fret, I shall find you eventually," Lin Xuan observed as Milotic hastily led the retreat. This indicated that the girl possessed a certain kindness amidst the chaos. However, the roots of trouble remained unsevered, and trouble would inevitably resurface. He cast a glance at Nidoking, and the maid naturally followed the retreating crowd. At that moment, the girl who referred to herself as Little Miss clutched the railing, trembling as she descended the stairs. "I have no interest in you. You should know where valuable items are. Take a little and depart. Flee as far as you can, but do not take too much, or you will not be able to keep it." "The others?" she inquired, her voice shaking. "Indeed," Lin Xuan replied with a solemn nod. The process was alarmingly smooth. Almost no one was able to unleash their Pokémon before being torn apart. "Isn't this too cruel?" she cried out. Her words rendered Lin Xuan utterly speechless. "Come here," he commanded, his voice devoid of any emotion. The girl, trembling, crawled toward him. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the hall. "Are you out of your mind? Do you care for them?" Everyone may accuse him of cruelty, but she was the only one who had no right to do so. He roared with all his might. Little Xiao once told him that her sister was a good person. But what of now? She was actually concerned about the lives of these individuals. Her words, perhaps spoken without malice, nonetheless ignited Lin Xuan's simmering rage. "Anyone can claim I am brutal and unfeeling, but you, above all others, cannot." Spittle flew as he expressed his fury, leaving the girl utterly stunned. Ding! A clear, ringing sound broke through his murderous thoughts. He took a deep breath and sat down on the floor. "You should procure something that can alleviate your hunger and then venture as far away as possible, leaving me here." Lin Xuan wearily gestured for her to depart quickly. The girl trembled, dashing up the stairs. Soon, she descended carrying a package. "Thank you." She bowed to Lin Xuan before hastily exiting. He remained seated, gazing down at his hands, which still bore traces of dried blood. "Nidoking, do you think I truly erred?" Lin Xuan murmured, observing her retreating figure. He seemed overly impulsive, perhaps even blinded by greed. Nidoking remained oblivious, yet he pointed with his blood-stained finger at his abdomen. This elicited a laugh from Lin Xuan. "To hell with righteousness." The bell jingled excitedly on Lin Xuan's shoulder. She understood that the small vendetta was settled. After rummaging for some time, They uncovered only a few minerals akin to moonstone, which were regulated loosely by the primary world, if at all. These could be swiftly and safely traded. Additionally, they discovered a large map, revealing a glimpse of this world. It marked the cardinal directions, indicating they were situated in the southeastern corner, near the sea. He recalled the old man mentioning Captain Aha, likely in this maritime region. He realized he needed to journey westward, regardless. He must avoid a direct confrontation that could expose him as the murderer. Thoughts of the fleeing young lady stirred an uncontrollable bloodlust within him. He carefully stowed the map away and then ignited a great blaze. The entire estate was engulfed in flames while he and Nidoking stood guard at the entrance. He did not hinder the departing souls. He awaited someone. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he faced the door, the inferno illuminating his silhouette. Nidoking, the power of the earth. Like a decree from the Grim Reaper, Nidoking clenched the radiant purple gem in his hand, his fist striking the ground with force. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply, retrieving the package he had prepared. In the next moment, they vanished from sight. Upon returning to his room, he promptly charged his dead phone. Certain that Lin Xuan had sent him a message. The swiftly fleeing Venus floated along the darkened path, above a trickling stream, bearing its master upon its back. Not long after leaving the city, a golden-haired beauty blocked their way, accompanied by a sharp-toothed shark. In such a rush, has something occurred? She inquired. Sensing the threat of death, Venus halted. The Luo residence had nearly been reduced to ashes. The golden-haired beauty and the young lady arrived only to find nothing. They had failed to locate the murderer. It was all over. The young lady seemed to revert to a fragile state, collapsing onto the ground as tears streamed down her cheeks. A dual personality, perhaps? The golden-haired lady squinted. Upon hearing this, the young lady lifted her gaze. I am, she declared. I am, replied the other. She chose to keep Roxia by her side due to the perplexities weighing on her heart. Why had she found herself in this world? Did this realm possess ice cream? After spending some time here and undergoing various experiences, Yuan Lu Sha had evolved into the sharp-toothed land shark, and this marked her first venture into a city inhabited by people. In the main world, within Lin Xuan's chamber, he gazed upon the genuine life pearl resting in Nidoking's palm, sensing the immense power it emanated. Yet, it was merely a prop, the life pearl. Once again, his grandson sought to assert his presence. Spit out that minor flaw. At Lin Xuan's behest, Nidoking regurgitated the life pearl he had previously swallowed. This was indeed a method of carrying props. At the very least, their adversaries would remain oblivious to what items they possessed. When placed side by side, the two life pearls rendered the minor flaw considerably less valuable. Were it not for the possibility of their combined usage, he would have returned the flawed one without a second thought. Did it feel good swallowing it? If not, I can craft you a wrist guard. Nidoking pondered for a moment, his finger poised thoughtfully before his lips, reminiscent of a child. Ultimately, he swallowed the genuine life pearl, storing it within his body, while he intended to have Lin Xuan fashion the other into a wrist guard. Is there an advantage to carrying it within your body? Lin Xuan speculated. Nidoking nodded in affirmation. Well then, if you're hungry, eat up swiftly. There are plenty of moonstones remaining. Nidoking nodded once more, casting his gaze upon the leftovers from his previous purchases, and sat down to feast. As the bell chimed, he commenced the creation of purple mangoes, producing a variety of types and some intriguing images. The information remained stagnant from several hours prior. The most significant gain from this journey comprised the ores. He planned to keep the moonstones and awakening stones for Nidoking and the bell. The rest, when combined, could be sold for several thousand coins. With such meager possessions, to think of themselves as part of the dark forces was laughable. They were hardly affluent. It was already 4 o'clock. They weren't truly impoverished. It was merely that items like paintings, antiques, and coins held little value in this realm. Furthermore, with the life pearl in hand, these trinkets were but supplementary. He made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Just as he stepped inside, a notification pinged. After finishing his bath, he discovered the message. Lin Xuan, hurry to the airport. Your Lin pigeon has arrived. Lin Xuan, location of Chiang Airport. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. What is this? Are you coming or not? If you don't hurry, I'll get lost. Lin Xuan, I'm on my way, just wait for me. Nidoking. Afterward, take the bell and have a shower. I'm going to pick someone up. Remember to open the window for ventilation. No trace of blood is allowed. Lin Xuan shouted as he dashed out. Nidoking chewed on the moonstone in his mouth, sensing that his trainer seemed rather joyous. The belle peeked out from a pile of purple mangoes, appearing somewhat bewildered. Chapter 15, Unease. Chiang Airport, the only airport in this small mountain city, was not bustling with activity, likely due to the underdeveloped tourism industry. A young girl, with shoulder-length hair that was slightly tousled at the ends and carrying only a small backpack, stood inside the airport, seemingly awaiting someone. The sky outside has brightened, marking the arrival of morning. She stifles a yawn, the remnants of sleep still lingering. The vibration of her phone shatters her drowsiness. It is a voice call. "Where are you?" Lin Xuan's voice emanates from the device. Clearing her throat, she replies, "I'm at exit 3. A moment of silence hangs on the line. And just as she wonders if the call has dropped, Lin Xuan's voice returns. "Damn it, I'm at the boarding gate." A large question mark hovers above the girl's head. "Are you planning to become an emperor? To the enthronement venue? Hey, my loyal subject, await my arrival. Have some dignity." In an instant, she is unable to contain her laughter. Before long, she spots a man in a white shirt jogging towards her. "Li Aiqing? Xiao Xuanzi." Their words synchronize remarkably, as if they are playfully vying for dominance. "I didn't expect you to be quite handsome," Li Mingxin remarks. "You're not too shabby yourself." Lin Xuan replies with a slight smile. Li Mingxin is dressed simply. Her shirt bears some whimsical prints, likely indecipherable to her. She wears loose-fitting trousers, prioritizing comfort. Her features are quite delicate, exuding a hint of first-love charm. "Ugh, I'm starving. Take me to eat," Li Mingxin declares with unfettered familiarity. While others might hesitate, they have known each other for quite some time, despite never having met in person. "Let us go?" Lin Xuan instinctively reaches for Li Mingxin's small bag and leads the way. "Shall we call a cab?" Li Mingxin inquires. "I've already booked the steel-armored Crow-S pickup service." "Huh. Isn't that exorbitantly expensive? Mind your own business. The kingdom is mine. I can afford it." Uft. Xiao Xuanzi is plotting a coup again. Until they boarded the sturdy steel-armored Crow, Li Mingxin remained skeptical. "Have you struck it rich? Found a wealthy patron?" she asked, having gained some understanding of Lin Xuan's financial situation over the years, not to mention the times he had borrowed money from her. As they gazed down at the city below, she continued, "Don't even mention it. With the lack of funds for my koi king, I thought about searching for valuable items, which reminded me of the anniversary gold lock. Hey, I weighed it, over 2 pounds. It felt like life regained its momentum. The outcome, of course, was self-evident. Her father is still being scolded by her mother." Seizing the opportunity, she sneaked out. Amidst their chatter, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant. "Eating hot pot in the sweltering summer is quite the audacity," Li Mingxin remarked, leisurely descending from the steel-armored Crow. The hard feathers formed several protrusions, serving as handrails. "This place is different." Upon entering, a refreshing chill enveloped them. Massive stones stood on either side of the corridor, their surfaces covered in thick ice, emanating a frigid aura. "Wow, Pokémon that require ice stones for evolution could probably evolve just by touching it." Astonished, she was led by Lin Xuan to their reserved seats. During their meal, Li Mingxin scrutinized Lin Xuan. "My intuition tells me you seem a bit uneasy." Her words left Lin Xuan's chopsticks suspended in midair. As she lifted her gaze towards him, she simultaneously lowered her head and stuffed a generous portion of meat from her chopsticks into her mouth. Li Aiqing's mind wandered aimlessly, while Lin Xuan offered a subtle smile. For the ensuing moments, Lin Xuan instinctively sought topics of conversation, seemingly possessing an endless supply of words. They traversed from discussions of virtual games to future aspirations. "I'm tired. Take me to your home to sleep," Li Mingxin stated candidly. "Shall I book you a hotel?" Lin Xuan inquired. "No, I can't sleep alone," Li Mingxin replied, instinctively tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Nidoking, why must you allow him to evolve so swiftly?" Upon entering her home, she observed Nidoking, who appeared somewhat awkward, as if attempting to play the role of a well-behaved child. This must be the Bellosome, she thought, recognizing that Lin Xuan might have his own reasons for his actions. Without pressing for answers, she instead picked up the small bell. The bell chimed, fluttering its eyes before leaping into Lin Xuan's embrace. "Hey, the money you spent at the hospital was borrowed from me," Lin Xuan remarked to the chime. Li Mingxin, while wiping the blood from her exterior, glanced at the scattered spoils around her. "You're not perpetually pretending to be poor, are you?" she asked instinctively. Even the awakening stone was among the treasures. One of the priciest ores, with even a mediocre piece costing several thousand. "Start begging me. I might consider supporting you," Lin Xuan teased. Nidoking obeyed his commands. Ensuring both itself and the Bellosome were clean, even leaving the window ajar. Could you find me a blanket to make a makeshift bed? Lin Xuan wished for her to sleep on his bed, but she was reluctant. He had no choice but to lay out a blanket on the floor for her. Before long, she lay down and drifted into slumber, covered by a small blanket due to the air conditioning. Shoo! Lin Xuan gestured for Nidoking and Bellossom to be silent. Nidoking nodded, while Bellossom remained motionless, fearing any noise. Lin Xuan then began to organize his spoils, ultimately keeping the Moonstone and Awakening Stone, leaving the Waterstone aside. The table, shattered by Nidoking's evolution, still lay on the ground, leaving him no time to clean it up. He quietly exited his home, preparing to exchange his spoils for Alliance coins. Before doing so, he retrieved his daily reward from the system, an Ultra Ball. He looked at Bellossom and asked, "Would you like to become my Pokémon?" Although Bellossom did not comprehend the meaning, it nodded nonetheless. After he departed, Li Mingxin's sleeping posture gradually curled up. Her face contorted in distress, as if trapped in a nightmare. Why? She clutched her body tightly. Chapter 16, The Unwanted Snake. The bank card received a payment. 398 yuan. Lin Xuan emerged from the shop, thoroughly satisfied. Oh wait, there's still a straggler, he remembered. He opened a hotel nearby and traversed once more into the alternate world. Remaining at home was unfeasible. If Li Mingxin awoke during that time, he would be unable to explain himself. He reappeared in front of the mansion, though the grandeur of the estate had vanished, leaving only ruins in its wake. What are you staring at? Lin Xuan gazed at the man, who was momentarily startled by his sudden appearance. The man clutched a handful of gold and silver jewels. In the next instant, fear morphed into anger as he lunged at Lin Xuan with a knife. You dare to attack me? Lin Xuan pressed the button on the Pokeball in his pocket, and a purple figure materialized in front of him, effortlessly deflecting the knife. Before the man could react, he was struck down with a single punch, his body contorting grotesquely. The knife was sent flying, landing at Lin Xuan's feet. He bent down to retrieve it. Glancing at the blade, given the medical conditions he had encountered in this world, such a wound would be fatal. Repeat after me. In the beginning, the essence of treasure is goodness. He picked up a few fallen gold pieces from the ground and, accompanied by Nidoking, headed towards the outskirts of the city. It was prudent to leave this place swiftly. Along the way, Nidoking babbled incessantly, though Lin Xuan could not decipher the words. He retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, specifically designed for Pokémon to learn to read. How can one navigate the world without literacy? As my Pokémon army grows, I shall bear the responsibility of training my younger companions while I enjoy a peaceful retirement. Nidoking clutched the notebook with his robust arms, appearing rather comical despite not being a Jengar. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous passers-by, who regarded Nidoking with a mixture of awe and trepidation, wary of attracting his attention. This was a stark contrast to the main world, where powerful Pokémon were often revered. Lin Xuan took out a map, directing his steps westward. He intended to strengthen his abilities before confronting Captain Ahab in the east. After all, in this male-dominated realm, one could hardly find rest without vanquishing their foes. He spoke nonsensically, as if in a frenzy. Onward, to the great northwest. The terrain behind them appeared increasingly flat. Host, you have forgotten to select today as reward. Please refrain from misleading me with that worthless Pokeball. I have no interest in a mere few $100s, Lin Xuan replied with a serious demeanor, though he had indeed overlooked that detail. Subsequently, 3 images materialized before him: a healing ball, an ancient gold coin, and a skill learning machine for Rain Dance. Note, the learning machine differs from the perfect learning machine, as it only allows those Pokémon capable of mastering the move to do so proficiently. The text appeared and vanished, leaving only the 3 images behind. You are truly a good grandson, he mused, unhesitatingly selecting the skill learning machine. A disc-like object appeared in his hand, its usage akin to the previous one. Rather than allowing Nidoking to learn, he opted for the bell to resonate. The primary reason being Nidoking's underdevelopment. While he appeared fierce in battle, his prowess was largely reliant on the perfectly mastered earth power, which consumed significantly less energy than the newly acquired version. Moreover, skills of the same type had reduced energy costs. The disc gradually faded above the bell, and she sensed the ability to unleash a new skill. With a crisp chime, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and gentle rain began to fall, enriching the surrounding water-type energy. Goodness, the allure of being drenched. Lin Xuan clutched the bell and dashed out of the ominous cloud's reach. Nidoking followed closely behind, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the rain. After all, it was twice as weak. The bell emitted a crisp sound in his embrace, as if questioning whether it had erred in some way. Oh, why do you feel guilty? I merely changed into a damp skin. Lin Xuan observed her emotions and offered solace. The bell responded with a sound that suggested a half-comprehension. Dark clouds reappeared in the sky. Oh dear. We must not return to the palace again. Although she did not grasp the meaning of returning to the palace, the bell came to a halt. She nuzzled Lin Xuan's hand, affirming, God, you are a good person. Before long, the only city behind them vanished from sight, giving way to a dense forest. It was dark, reminiscent of wood-ear mushrooms. Lin Xuan gazed at the oppressive expanse of trees before him, feeling an urge to uproot them all. This, however, was clearly impractical. According to the map, circumventing this forest would consume an inordinate amount of time. He was eager to locate a more prosperous city and seek opportunities for wealth, perhaps by becoming a trader. In this world, Pokémon seemed exceedingly rare. The bell settled atop his head, and Nidoking trod beside him, instilling him with a measure of confidence. Suddenly, as they stepped into the forest, a purple figure darted forth, baring its fangs and lunging at Lin Xuan. Bang! Nidoking sprang into action, delivering a punch that sent the creature sprawling. Abercrack! Lin Xuan exclaimed, observing the Pokémon pinned to the ground. The bell also began to act, using psychic power to envelop its bindings, repeatedly striking Abercrack's face. For the first time, this predator experienced the meaning of frustration. Bang! Nidoking delivered another punch, creating a dent in the ground. Abercrack coiled its tail around Nidoking, attempting to tighten its grip. Tighten it. Roar. Resist. I command you to resist. One punch followed another, embodying a violence that was almost aesthetic. Where can I find a manual for a move like Ice Punch? Lin Xuan pondered, stroking his chin. It was evident that his Nidoking possessed a unique insight into physical attacks, likely due to having taken many lives, exuding a certain ferocity. Before losing consciousness, Abercrack expelled a toxic substance, which Nidoking swallowed whole. This revelation brightened Lin Xuan's eyes. Don't let him faint. Bell. Use a small rain dance to awaken him and encourage him to expel more. The rain struck his face, rousing him from his stupor. Faced with Nidoking's fearsome visage, he instinctively released the venom. This was far more effective than the poisonous fruit. Huh. Titan again? You're being too generous. Unleash the poison. Fainted again? Is he that fragile? Bell. Again and again, until Abercrack's form grew pale. It flicked its forked tongue, revealing a resigned expression on its fearsome face. Is that all? I told Nidoking to go easy on you. Produce a bit more. Really nothing left? Useless snake. If there's not a drop left, what use are you? Upon hearing this, Nidoking prepared to strike. Abercrack, trembling with fear, spat out a venom mixed with white fluid. Not a single drop. It's as if it was diluted with water. Chapter 17, Not Admitted. Ultimately, Lin Xuan graciously spared the insignificant fish snake. The subsequent journey became notably calmer. This territory appeared to be the domain of the fish snake, devoid of other predators. Peering through the dense foliage, he caught a glimpse of the dimming sky. Host. This place. It cannot be said to meet the criteria. Rather, it's akin to a small cow pulling a heavy cart. The small spirit in the heavens watches over me. It is assuredly safe here, Lin Xuan remarked with an unperturbed demeanor. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Shortly after his departure, a piercing wail echoed through the air. Nearby Pokémon immediately concealed themselves, seemingly gripped by a great terror. Is it already past 4? Glancing at the time on his phone, Lin Xuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Today had not been without its rewards, thanks to the fish snake. It wouldn't be long before Nidoking could master the art of toxic mastery independently. Of course, such unbridled growth was inadvisable. He would still need to procure a learning manual on toxins. Once he entered Magic Capital University, he could likely peruse the tomes left behind by senior students for free. Yet, that seemed an eternity away. He had spent 10,000 on the finest available in the market. While purchasing, he headed in the direction of home. With the acquisition of toxicity, one could not neglect the need for defense. However, upon seeing the price, his vision momentarily darkened. Moreover, that did not account for the resources required to learn. It was beyond his means, perhaps next time. Naturally, he could also opt to allow his Pokémon to discover it on their own. In this world, where was the promised utopia? At that moment, a new advertisement popped up on his phone. Welcome to the Blackstone Mines. A variety of rare ores await you. However, Lin Xuan chose to disregard it. Instead, He envisioned a small table. In the long and used kitchen, a figure bustled about, delicious aromas wafting through the air. This sight made Lin Xuan momentarily dazed. A fish tank, measuring 1.5 meters, rested beside his bed, where a kingler was blowing bubbles. Upon hearing the commotion, it opted to play dead. A few water stones lay at the bottom of the tank, continuously enhancing the water attribute energy. Lin Xuan was not one to stand on ceremony. She poked her head out from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan took a small stool and seated himself at the table in eager anticipation. Moments later, Lin Xuan emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 plates. Tomato and scrambled eggs, or scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Satisfied? Lin Xuan's mouth twitched in disappointment. He felt he had waited in vain. Why 2 servings? He asked, perplexed. You once mentioned that you only enjoy savory tomato scrambled eggs, while I prefer them sweet. She explained, offering her rationale. Oh. Lin Xuan picked up his chopsticks, his appetite peaked. He scrutinized the table, which appeared to be second-hand, marked by the imprint of a Gyarados. Then, he crushed a small water stone to create a bathtub for the kingler. One spoke, the other listened, occasionally. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Did you work today? Lin Xuan removed the chopsticks from her mouth and absent-mindedly brushed her hair aside, clearly vexed by it. It's such a bother. I'm tempted to shave it all off. Sort of, but luck was not on my side today. I didn't earn much. Street vending? Get lost. The laughter and teasing finally coaxed a smile from Lin Xuan. Are you planning to stay long? Lin Xuan inquired. Lin Xuan nodded. Feeling down? He asked again. She candidly admitted with a nod. However, when Lin Xuan sought to understand the reason behind her mood, she hesitated to share. After dinner, Lin Xuan went to wash the dishes alone. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Xuan lay on the bed and began scrolling through videos. Soon, Lin Xuan emerged from the kitchen, her hands slightly damp. She immediately noticed Nidoking and the bell ringing, as the large and small creatures busily examined a small booklet, occasionally producing peculiar notes. Are you staying here tonight? Lin Xuan asked. Lin Xuan nodded. I'm out of money. I spent it all on plane tickets. I suppose I'll make do. Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Lin Xuan remarked, his eyes glued to the animated show on the screen. Like taking off my pants, pulling out my underwear, and using it as a slingshot to break the neighbor's window? Oops, you caught me. Nidoking bumped its head against the glass, creating a sound that caught Lin Xuan's attention. She pulled a packet of fish food from her small bag and sprinkled it. The two then fell into a comfortable silence. Lin Xuan sat on her makeshift bed, leaning against the bed frame, while Lin Xuan reclined on the bed. The room was filled only with the sounds of Nidoking and the bell as they engaged in their studies. Before long, Lin Xuan suddenly lifted her head, and Lin Xuan happened to glance over at the same moment. Shall we? They said in unison. One reached for her bag, while the other grabbed a pair of goggles from the bedside. After linking them to their phones and donning the goggles, they immersed themselves in a game. Lin Pigeon invites you for a 33 battle. Will you accept? Upon Lin Xuan's acceptance, the screen transformed. He began selecting his lineup, and, after confirming, entered the game. Upon seeing the same starting Pokémon, Happy Egg, along with the back row of Pot and Stinky Mud, they both removed their goggles. The goggles are out of charge. Mine too. Let us play a bird game. Must be from the Feather Dog School. Otherwise, what could it be? Feather Silent. A pure educator of filth. What shall we do? Let us go? They picked up their phones to log into another game, a mobile social dressing up game. Players embody various Pokémon, collecting currency to exchange for more Pokémon and forms. Why are you still using Cacnea? What about your Lucario? You don't understand the value of reckless abandon. Alright. So this game has to be dirty, huh? After completing their tasks, both logged out of the game and resumed watching their respective videos. The atmosphere was harmonious and natural, with no discomfort arising from their shared presence. As night fell, Lin Xuan merely shifted from sitting to lying down. Meanwhile, the moonstone she had purchased earlier was entirely consumed by Nidoking, who was tirelessly digesting it to enhance itself. Yet, it still felt somewhat weak. I need to recover. This is the price of evolving too early. Are you asleep? Lin Xuan asked into the still darkness. I am, Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. Are you going to the street again tomorrow? Yes, I have to work tomorrow. Their exchange resembled a chat across servers. Did you get accepted? Having received the admission notification via text message, as well as the mailing notice for the acceptance letter, Lin Xuan found himself unable to sleep upon hearing that he had not been accepted into the prestigious Magic City University. There is a gap of over 200 points, he exclaimed, sitting up to glance at Lin Xuan. who lay with her eyes closed on the makeshift bed. 200 points? And you dared to apply to Magic City University? Couldn't you have aimed for a second-tier university with 500 points? She replied calmly, her eyes still shut. Actually, it's a difference of 209. I only scored in the low 400s. During the battle exam, I chose a Gyarados, but it only had special attack skills, which resulted in poor observation and battle scores. Are you out of your mind? You actually put a special attack Gyarados in there? Are they foolish? Lin Xuan instinctively sought an explanation but quickly realized that in this main world, he was inconsequential. It doesn't matter. I'm fortunate enough to pursue medicine, Li Mingxin stated. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You must choose a school with me. All the resources at Magic City University are unparalleled, and they have a rare Pokémon selection once a month. I can't hold you back. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan lay back down. Li Mingxin's foundational knowledge was solid under his guidance, but perhaps it was indeed just bad luck. I'm not foolish. How could I abandon my future? Why choose the medical school? Aren't you going to be a trainer anymore? Lin Xuan pulled the blanket tighter. His expression filled with complexity. Well, studying medicine allows me to learn while interning, and I'll earn a salary. If you're short on funds, I can support you. Li Mingxin replied confidently. And what are we then? Her words left him momentarily speechless. After a lengthy silence, Li Mingxin spoke again. It wasn't until I met you that I felt complete. You might feel complete, but I do not. I've had my appendix removed, Lin Xuan retorted. Li Mingxin then rummaged through her small bag, producing a manual and placing it on the bed. Frozen Beam? You managed to acquire this. Then why did you choose Magikarp? Why not select a special attack ice type? I'm not going to become a trainer merely to be defeated by a special attack Gyarados. I must rise again, she replied, pulling the blanket over her head. What are you giving me this for? This manual must only be penned by a Master Ball trainer, Lin Xuan remarked. If left outside, it could fetch a six-figure sum. In the main world, trainers are classified into 7 levels. Novice trainers, Pokeball trainers, Super Ball trainers, Advanced Ball trainers, Master Ball trainers. And those above them, the Elite Four and Champions. Of course, many remain stuck between Master Ball trainers and the Elite Four without a clear classification. Dowry. Li Mingxin's voice came muffled from beneath the blanket. Lin Xuan seemed not to hear her, focusing instead on his phone, capturing images page by page, while saying, I understand. I'm preparing to become a formidable trainer to help you. Fool. Who are you calling a fool? I'm calling you a fool. Oh, so the fool is calling me a fool. Get lost. In the end, Li Mingxin was the first to fall silent, drifting off to sleep. This was indeed a family heirloom of hers, which need not be scrutinized. Nidoking had acquired a powerful skill, as powerful as the force of the earth itself. It can equally activate the trait of coercion. In the future, it will yield favorable results against ground, grass, dragon, and flying types. Early the next morning, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Lin Xuan discovered a courier standing before him, delivering the highly anticipated venomous tome he had ordered the previous day. Unlike the materials provided by the system, this was a video tutorial on a disc. He inserted the disc into an old television and had Nidoking sit before it to commence his studies. Perhaps due to being on the cusp of completion, Nidoking swiftly began to channel the energy within him, following the steps outlined in the tutorial. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the screen was engulfed in corrosive venom, prompting Lin Xuan to plunge into contemplation. Nidoking, momentarily stunned, rushed to rescue the television. Watching Nidoking shake the device in a bid to revive it, Lin Xuan slapped his forehead, feeling a sense of foreboding about the future. While he had indeed acquired the knowledge, the challenge lay in mastering its application. This tome, crafted by a seasoned trainer, was thorough in its instruction. Yet, they had only covered half of it. He removed the disc from the device, realizing he would have to revisit the tutorial with Nidoking at a later time. The commotion had also stirred Li Mingxin from her slumber. Leave it be. You should head to work. I'll take it with me when I venture out to seek employment later, she remarked. Are you planning to work? Otherwise, shall I sustain you? I'd have to eat your leftovers, he replied, suggesting a summer job instead. Li Mingxin shot him a glance before burying herself back under the covers. Rest assured, I want to compete with you for your favorite foods, he assured her. In response, she seized a water stone from the bathtub and hurled it at him, wiping her hands on Lin Xuan's bed in a petty act of revenge. Lin Xuan caught the water stone and turned to leave. He pulled out his phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Mingxin for her immediate use. Subsequently, he ventured into a store to indulge in some shopping. Unfortunately, the moonstone was out of stock, compelling him to purchase several ice stones instead. Due to their unique properties, the packaging was exceptionally thick and the price relatively steep, available only in a few cities in the far northern regions. Qishir, where Li Mengxin resided, was one of them. He also acquired some water stones, and in a matter of moments, several tens of thousands of yuan vanished from his account. Returning to the hotel, he rented a room at the front desk. Now, remember these items, he instructed, presenting the frozen beam tutorial to Nidoking, showcasing each page until half an hour had passed. Nidoking scratched his head, believing he had grasped the content. The tome had accounted for Pokémon's inability to comprehend text, thus incorporating illustrative images for clarity. "Grandson, we shall traverse dimensions," he declared, and with that, Nidoking vanished alongside him. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a dense, silent forest. He released the bell, instructing it to perch atop his head for vigilance. "Let us continue westward, but Nidoking, you must master the frozen beam along the way," Lin Xuan instructed, producing an ice stone, unwrapping it, and handing it to Nidoking. "You may consume it or wait for it to melt. Either way, channel the energy of the ice type and transform it into a ray." Embracing his love for food, Nidoking promptly stuffed the ice stone into his mouth. Suddenly, his tongue was frozen. He took out the ice stone again and breathed on his numbed tongue. After a moment of recovery, he took another lick, only to be met with the same chilling sensation. Lick chill, lick chill, lick chill. Although it appeared somewhat comical, Nidoking and the ice stone were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The sound of the bell echoed through the quiet forest, ringing with laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was contemplating today's rewards from the traversal. Unsurprisingly, it was trash. They failed to notice the crimson gaze that had been drawn to the resonant sound, fixating on them. Chapter 19. Twisted Evolution. A pale blue beam shot from Nidoking's mouth, striking the raucous dark crow in the sky. "Well done, Nidoking." Although it wasn't an aircraft, it sufficed. Lin Xuan felt a surge of joy. The incessant cawing from above was rather vexing. He glanced down at his feet and noticed a skeleton beneath them. Goodness! Was there truly someone in this desolate place? Dig it out. Upon hearing his command, the bell chimed, and the psychic force enveloped the soil above, revealing it completely. Additionally, there was an old Pokeball. He picked it up and tossed it. The button struck the tree with precision. Throwing a Pokeball was indeed a fundamental skill. They pressed on, and the remains beneath their feet multiplied, creaking ominously. Perhaps a formidable creature awaited them. He rubbed his hands together, feeling a twinge of apprehension. A dense black mist began to materialize, obscuring his vision. Cough, cough. A weak cough resonated as a Pikachu lay on the ground in apparent distress, seemingly calling for help. "Oh, I see," he said, retrieving the minor life gem from his pocket and presenting it to Nidoking. With a forced enhancement of 30, the life gem added another 30, while the minor life gem contributed 15. Nidoking, Earth's power. In a place like this, how could there be an injured Pikachu? So many skeletons littered the ground. Roar. One hand gripped the item tightly while the other clenched into a fist, striking the ground. The earth surged, roaring in response. The figure before him transformed into a cloud of black mist. That was not a Pikachu, but a Pokémon. As the powerful force dissipated, the visage of the woman vanished, replaced by a Pokémon with purple skin. Gengar? Staring at the spectral Pokémon that seemed to tear through the air, he fell into contemplation. A chill crept down his spine. This Gengar bore little resemblance to the charming form he held in his heart. Instead, it looked akin to the Gengar seen in a previous life, a true specter of malevolence. Its form was peculiar, standing still like a flickering image. It vanished, yet its gaze remained fixated on Lin Xuan. He swallowed hard, glancing at the scattered bones around him. This was troublesome. The various enhancements of Earth's power had failed to strike Gengar. The floating ability had gradually diminished in the main world due to environmental changes and other factors, leaving Gengar devoid of its levitation trait. The ice type is doubled, the poison type is quartered, and the psychic type is doubled, yet the sound of the bell is somewhat feeble. He exhaled slowly, gradually retreating from the dark mist. He gazed ahead, noticing that the Gengar had not reappeared. However, as he stepped back, the temperature around him plummeted. Something felt amiss. He turned around, only to find the Gengar had inexplicably positioned itself behind him, its blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Upon realizing he had detected its presence, it extended two enormous claws towards him. The Gengar's arms detached from its body. "What is this?" Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. having never witnessed such a method of attack. The bell rang, and with it, the psychic force surged forth. As he spoke, a crisp sound resonated, and a purplish light enveloped the two claws. This feels more akin to a Jengar than anything else. Nidoking unleashed the ice beam. Nidoking gripped the life orb tightly, releasing an unstable ice beam. The Jengar flickered, vanishing from sight, evading the icy assault. Nidoking continued to utilize the ice beam with the ice stone in hand. And when the bell rings, attack it with psychic power, Lin Xuan instructed, handing Nidoking an unwrapped ice stone. This is not a formal competition. There are no restrictions on using multiple items. The Jengar re-emerged before them, its claws swinging as it unleashed a series of ghostly mists. Whoosh! The ice beam shot forth from Nidoking's mouth, obliterating two of the ghostly mists while simultaneously targeting the Jengar. The ice stone visibly diminished. The Jengar resorted to its previous tactic, its form appearing to tear apart as it vanished. Upon its reappearance, the bell rang sharply. The psychic force instantly struck the Jengar. It crashed against a tree and was about to rise when a chilling blue beam struck it. This is a tit-for-tat response. Observing the incoming attack, Lin Xuan made his assessment. The bell rang, psychic force, Nidoking, ice beam. Nidoking endured the assault, its face contorted in pain, while the ice beam struck the Jengar. Under various enhancements, even a skill dealing double damage approached nearly double the power. The psychic force from the bell followed closely, causing the Jengar to fall to the ground. A layer of mist began to envelop its form. It flickered, seemingly tearing apart. Jengar? It revealed its true form, its eyes transforming into swirling orbs as it lay unconscious. Alongside it lay the bones of another Pokémon. A Pikachu's corpse? Did Jengar evolve in such a manner in this alternate world? Clearly, Jengar had consumed this Pikachu, retaining it within its being. In his previous life, he had heard whispers of such a method of evolution. Due to the resemblance between Jengar and Pikachu, and the comparable weights of Jengar and the combination of Jengar and Pikachu, it had become an urban legend. Unexpectedly, he witnessed it today. He was indeed somewhat startled. It was profoundly unsettling. The bizarre appearance evoked a physical discomfort within him. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Twisted evolution. Reward received. Surfing skill machine. Huh. When was this task assigned? Lin Xuan was taken aback, later realizing he had triggered the task named Twisted Evolution upon encountering the Jengar. A surfing machine? You might as well have given me a guard instead. Lin Xuan licked his lips. Surfing is quite ordinary for Nidoking. However, when it comes to defense, it is an entirely different matter. Poison typing is effective everywhere, particularly against wild Pokémon. He retrieved an ice stone and began applying it to Nidoking's injuries, continuing his journey westward. Shortly after he departed, Jengar awakened, devouring the remains of Pikachu once more, disguising itself as a Jengar. This transformation did not go unnoticed by two remarkable women passing by. Sharpedo, Dragon Dive, said the woman with flowing golden locks, her voice imbued with a chilling tone. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed the marks left by Nidoking's powerful move, Earth Power, which was significantly stronger than what one would encounter in the city. He has grown remarkably powerful. Beside her, Lokia felt that revenge had suddenly become a distant prospect. Chapter 20, Lin Pigeon. He ventured westward, and I shall follow, Julan remarked. Observing Sharpedo dispatch Jengar with ease. Although its strength had been reset, its extensive experience and diverse skills remained effortlessly accessible. At this moment, Lin Xuan remained unaware that, for certain reasons, a formidable opponent had set its sights upon him. The west is Caesar's territory, Lokia stated. Caesar? Julan furrowed her brow. Yes, he is a remarkably powerful individual, ruling through sheer might. Yet he has long coveted the prosperous lands of the east by the sea, which have been firmly held by Captain Ahab. Lokia explained to Julan, as they were both acquainted with the intricacies of the conflict between the two. If he is allied with Caesar, then we are in trouble, Lokia remarked. Indeed, a minor inconvenience, Julan replied dismissively, for she was Julan. Her obedient grandson had ceased his resistance. Let us proceed to the Pokémon Hospital. In the small city of Mountain Town, there was no Pokémon Center. While Nurse Joy and Nurse Kunsa were widespread across the globe, they were also quite dispersed. Some cities simply lacked their services. In their nation alone, there were hundreds of cities, and no matter how prolific Nurse Joy and Nurse Kunsa might be, it would never suffice. Upon arriving at the hospital, they registered and began their wait. Before long, a doctor came to take Nidoking's Pokeball away. The injuries sustained were not severe. Jengar's technique was lacking in mastery. The primary concern lay in a line of text prominently noted at the bottom: premature evolution, malnutrition. Let us supplement his diet. Perhaps we can procure some energy cubes online. High-grade energy cubes can compress energy to its utmost, serving as a potent restorative, though they are indeed quite costly. Nidoking's high-grade ground-type energy cubes, specifically for malnourished Nidoking, were priced at 10,000 per piece. He perused the reviews, determining that at least 5 would be necessary. However, his Nidoking had already received some supplementation previously. Perhaps 2 or 3 would suffice. Yet, to be on the safe side, he ordered 4. His balance was swiftly depleted, leaving him in a state of urgency. What a short-term goal this was. Life resembled a grand male-oriented novel, and perhaps he was destined to be a hero of unparalleled stature. He sighed, realizing that the remaining balance would barely cover the cost of accommodation for the following days. That wretched forest bore no fruit-bearing trees to be found. Today is not about scrambled eggs with tomatoes or tomatoes scrambled with eggs. In the kitchen, Li Mingxin brushed her hair aside, speaking without raising her head. Lin Xuan nodded. The machine, which had been ruined by the toxic substance, had vanished. King Carp remained in his usual foolish demeanor, quite at ease in the fish tank. This morning, the piece of water stone that Li Mingxin had brought to smash him was instead fed to the bell chime, conveniently used for practicing rain summoning. Under the influence of microtransactions, both Pokémon made rapid progress. The meal was soon served, and compared to the last time, Li Mingxin had added a bit more variety. I have to work tomorrow, Li Mingxin remarked. What job? At the hotel front desk, of course. I'm still using your money. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to buy groceries. I'll pay you back later. No need to reimburse me. Just settle it as your meal fee. Lin Xuan understood that Li Mingxin would never accept directly. After a brief silence, Li Mingxin nodded. After finishing their meal, Lin Xuan wanted to share his encounter with Gung Gui with Li Mingxin. But he realized some things were better left unsaid. He could only sigh inwardly. Are you troubled? Hiding something from me? Li Mingxin seemed to sense something and asked. Yes. Lin Xuan admitted candidly. As children grow, they accumulate more worries. Just wait, when you fall asleep tonight. I'll sneak in and change you into the old lady's cotton pants next door. Can you be any more unambitious? What's wrong with that? As night fell, they each engrossed themselves in their own videos. Life felt monotonous, with fingers replacing thoughts, scrolling endlessly. Meanwhile, Nidoking continued to learn human language and writing alongside the bell chime, which proved to be somewhat challenging, and Lin Xuan held little hope for success. He placed his hand beneath the covers and retrieved a CD. Seizing a moment when Li Mingxin was distracted, he reached into the fish tank and tapped King Carp on the head. Quiet down, don't make a fuss. Some things are better kept to oneself. Upon hearing this, King Carp suppressed the urge to unleash Surf. What are you doing? Not even letting King Carp off the hook. What are you thinking? Using you is far superior to a fish. If you keep saying that, I might have to call the police. Huh, guess who's faster? Me or the police? Li Mingxin was taken aback. She felt Lin Xuan had revealed something significant, yet lacked evidence. Surfing was incompatible with this skill. Learning it would be futile. One could not genuinely expect Nidoking to forego brute force in favor of special attacks. It was a futile endeavor. Though offering King Carp was pointless, having taken his ice beam, one should at least return the favor. As the night deepened, even Nidoking had fallen asleep against the wall. Suddenly, Lin Xuan leaned towards the bed, causing a breeze that stirred Li Mingxin awake. Have you finally lost control? Yes, so why is your online name Lin Pigeon? Because I'm the free little bird of the Lin family. She pulled the blanket over her head, speaking softly. Ah, the artist. Such a clueless straight guy. Li Mingxin lifted the blanket, revealing her slightly flushed cheeks. She had indeed gotten too close just now. The next morning, she woke up earlier than Lin Xuan, quietly preparing breakfast before slipping out the door. Before leaving, she also tucked King Carp away to take along. On the first day of his job, Lin Xuan aimed to leave a favorable impression. When he awoke, King Nido was clumsily using a spoon to tackle his breakfast. Goodness, do you even know how to eat? Leave that for me, Lin Xuan remarked as he approached the small table, joining the fray. Ultimately, he only managed to satisfy his hunger partially. Just as he was about to step outside, a knock resonated at the door. His package had arrived. It contained the energy cubes he had purchased the previous day. As soon as he brought the package inside, King Nido fixated on it intently. You even dared to snatch Li Mingxin's beloved breakfast from me. These energy cubes are for my own consumption, he declared, tearing open the package and reaching for an energy cube to devour. The crystalline, translucent cubes emitted a warm, brown glow. With tearful eyes, King Mido gazed longingly at the energy cube in Lin Xuan's hand, nearly overwhelmed by desire. After all, these had been specially tailored for him. Observing the stark contrast in King Mido's demeanor, Lin Xuan chuckled softly and passed the energy cube over. Chapter 21. Ordinary yet heartwarming days. After consuming 4 energy cubes, pure energy coursed throughout King Mido's being. The effects were immediate. The surrounding Earth's power began to gather rapidly. Quickly, my dear grandson, let us traverse, he urged. At this rate, we might lose our home. School hasn't even started yet. The landlord cannot evict us. Fortunately, his obedient grandson understood, and they vanished from their location. In this world, King Mido reveled in his newfound freedom as the earth and poison energies surged forth. Even his physique grew larger, marking a true evolution. In the previous game settings, King Mido stood at a mere 1.4 meters, but now he towered at least 1.8 meters, nearly matching Lin Xuan's height. He roared with abandon, causing a few surviving Pidgeys in the distant woods to take flight. The emptiness within him dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength. Faced with that Jengar, he could easily overpower it alone. The previous Lycanroc had been no match for him either. Host this. King Mido. The power of the earth. King Mido tightened his grip on the minuscule life gem, feeling the true life gem within him also come into play. In an instant, like a genuine earth dragon turning over, the trees around him were flattened and buried by the earth. Is it safe? Speak. You are indeed correct. Upon returning to the main world, he stepped outside his home once more, heading back to the hotel he had visited previously. Your health is remarkable, he noted as he booked a grand suite, under the astonished gaze of the receptionist. Continuing on his journey, he retrieved a map and estimated the distance ahead. Realizing it would still take several days to venture out, King Mido emanated a subtle aura of intimidation, deterring wild Pokémon from approaching. Lin Xuan frowned as he scrutinized the map. Within the depths of this forest lay a small dot. At that moment, he pondered a particular issue, the resale of Pokémon. It appeared that the value system for Pokémon in this world had yet to be established. This implied that one could acquire high-value Pokémon at a minimal cost and subsequently resell them. I'm overthinking again. Let us focus on exiting this forest first. He tucked away his thoughts and focused on moving forward. Nidoking still held the ice stone in his grasp, honing the frozen beam along the way. The frozen beam was an essential skill for him. Additionally, he needed to complement it with Thunderbolt and Mud Bomb. How extensive could his offensive capabilities be? 12 types: grass, fairy, fire, steel, rock, poison, electric, ground, dragon, flying, bug, and ice. More than any gym in a certain nation. How could there be such a magnificent Pokémon as Nidoking? As time sped by, he remained vigilant against the wild Pokémon that might appear. Thus his pace was not particularly swift. This made Lin Xuan wish to capture a flying-type Pokémon. However, the skies were not entirely safe. He had witnessed a Fearow being struck down by a flame. This indicated that training the flying Pokémon would incur costs, and he, at present, lacked such resources. As the afternoon approached evening, he vanished from his spot, still clutching today's system reward. Yet another ordinary Pokeball that seemed to be a mere trick. You're back, greeted the receptionist, a young lady clad in a fitted skirt. Is there no one to cover for you? Lin Xuan inquired, handing over his room card. No. It's hard to find summer help. If you don't work, there are plenty of Pokémon who will. Just have to manage. She replied with a weary smile as she processed his checkout. Exiting the hotel, he spotted a small Meowth that had been lurking in the corner. Approaching him while clutching a ball. After sitting down, it dropped the ball, seemingly inviting Lin Xuan to play. Lin Xuan regarded it, instinctively stepping back. Then he paused, observing the distant skyscrapers and the bustling Doetricity taxis on the road. He bent down to pick up the ball and tossed it away. Seizing the opportunity while the Meowth chased after it, he turned and strolled towards home, hands tucked in his belt. It was time for her to witness the charm of Chef Lin. As nightfall approached, when Li Mingxin entered the house, a table laden with a feast awaited her. I can understand everything else, but what is this roasted pigeon? Li Mingxin asked, somewhat bewildered. Don't mind that. Wash your hands and eat, Lin Xuan replied, seated at the table with an expression that seemed to convey his unappreciated prowess. After washing her hands, Li Mingxin took her seat. Did you make this too? She inquired, pointing to a takeout bag set aside. Actually, I possess psychic abilities, Lin Xuan stated earnestly. Li Mingxin burst into laughter. Lin Xuan cleared his throat and began to eat. Oh, he had already fed Nidoking the meal he had prepared. Poison-type energy, 1, after dinner. They engaged in a gaming task before retreating to their respective spaces to watch videos. Have you dated many girlfriends in the past? Li Mingxin suddenly asked. Let me think. Teacher Tsang, Teacher Sanxia, Shinado. Stop. Don't mix in anything outrageous. Li Mingxin hurriedly interrupted. Why do you ask? Lin Xuan continued to gaze at his phone. The feed from General Yu had updated, featuring a team centered around Happiny, as usual, filled with unsavory elements. Indeed, we seem to be cohabiting now, yet you do not appear at all like a novice, remarked Li Mingxin. You seem more like a novice than I do. Nonsense. I am indeed a novice. Oh, fool. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly and continued, I cannot quite fathom why, but it simply feels as though I am quite familiar with you. What are you talking about? Li Mingxin's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Xuan paused, then realized the implication of her words. The room fell into silence once more, save for the familiar sounds of study from Nidoking and the ringing of a bell. Who understands the struggles of family? After a long day of travel, one must still grapple with the perplexing language and script. In the days that followed, Lin Xuan found himself frequently entering and exiting hotels, traversing a fantastical realm, endeavoring to swiftly navigate through the vast forest. It seemed that the two of them had settled into a quaint little routine. The wounds inflicted upon Lin Xuan by the Rockruff gradually healed, leaving only a scar upon his arm as a testament to its past existence. Make sure to attend the team-building event tonight. Li Mingxin glanced down at a text from her boss, indicating another hotel location, which appeared to be owned by her employer, Yang Ruffeng. After pondering briefly, she forwarded the location to Lin Xuan. Truthfully, she had little interest in such matters. After all, it was merely a summer job. Who was he to her? Yet, she could not shake the thought that she was currently without funds. How else would she manage if not by relying on Lin Xuan's meager living expenses? He too was struggling, so what right did she have to depend on him? Simply because they were good friends? It seemed unreasonable. She resolved to press on, at least securing a source of income. If her parents decided to abandon her suddenly while she was in school, what would she do? Lost in her thoughts, she was roused by the arrival of new guests. Chapter 22, A New Tool for the Journey. Ding. The host has triggered an exploration task, the Exiled Crimson Dragon. Task Summary. Defeat the Crimson Dragon blocking the path, and then exit the forest. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan halted and realized the significance of the marked point on the map. Then I can simply circumvent it, he mused. Task Reward, Mysterious Grand Prize. Lin Xuan quipped. Do not overdo it. Being completely bare might not be enticing, but draping oneself in light fabric is another matter entirely. It stirs the heart. The host is advised to make a decision independently. Lin Xuan sensed a note of excitement in the words, as if he had finally triumphed in some way. With a chuckle, he and Nidoking advanced forward. Navigating through the obstructing trees, they finally beheld a large, man-made pit at the center. Fallen trees had filled the pit. Within lay a dragon-like Pokémon with a crimson head, azure body, adorned with numerous red spikes and a pair of small blue wings, the infamous disgrace of the dragon clan. The Crimson Dragon. Is it sleeping? How delightful. Nidoking, unleash Ice Beam. Let us strike while it slumbers. Nidoking emitted a low growl, clutching the slightly flawed life orb and the ice stone. A shimmering beam of ice caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. This was not their first ambush, and they were well practiced in their approach. However, this time was different. The Crimson Dragon had sensed the chilling ice light. He swiftly departed from his original position, gazing at the gaping crater that had formed in his wake. With a roar directed towards Lin Xuan, his eyes widened, emanating a terrifying aura. The Nidoking, positioned before Lin Xuan, felt a slight weakening in its body. It's the glare. It's lowering your defenses, so be cautious, Lin Xuan cautioned, and Nidoking nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, the red-faced dragon charged towards them, gathering its power, a massive maw of malevolent energy materializing before Nidoking. Bite down. The dragon's fangs snapped shut, inflicting pain that reddened Nidoking's eyes. Frost Beam, Lin Xuan commanded. The frigid beam rapidly coalesced as the red-faced dragon attempted to evade in its swift movements. However, a sharp crack echoed above Lin Xuan's head. A violet glow ensnared his feet, and the sudden turn of events caused him to stagger, nearly losing his balance. The most critical moment arrived as the freezing beam he commanded was now upon his face. With wide eyes, he was struck by the icy blast, sending him hurtling backwards. Nidoking seized the opportunity, unleashing an even swifter and farther-reaching force of the earth. As the ground heaved, he leaped from above, launching his own freezing beam immediately after. A pained wail emerged from the smoke, and as the brown mist dissipated, the incapacitated red-faced dragon was revealed. A splendid performance, he praised. Without the surprise of the bell tolling, Nidoking's frost beam might not have struck the red-faced dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the exploration task. Task reward, red-faced dragon's mask. The system's voice followed swiftly. Are you trying to deceive me with this trinket? Why not present a life gem instead? Despite his retort, he chose to accept the reward. In the next moment, a mask resembling a red-faced visage appeared in his hand, adorned with the depiction of a fearsome dragon. A line of text then appeared before his eyes. Red-faced dragon's mask, intimidation 1, dragon friendship 1, dragon affinity 1. Oh dear grandson, you are truly wonderful. Come here for a kiss from your grandfather. The art of disguise was one Lin Xuan mastered effortlessly. He donned the mask, concealing his face behind it. Nidoking sensed a change in Lin Xuan, yet due to their familiarity, the effect of intimidation 1 seemed to have no impact on him. The sound of the bell was similarly ineffective. She knew Lin Xuan was family, merely feeling that the masked Lin Xuan appeared even more handsome. Lin Xuan regarded the fallen red-faced dragon and retrieved a Pokeball. With a decisive throw, it struck the dragon. As expected, the capture was successful. He held little interest in the red-faced dragon, nor did he wish to nurture such a resource-consuming creature, but he acknowledged that others might find it appealing. It should fetch a handsome price. Please don't turn out to be a financial burden, he murmured, picking up the Pokeball from the ground. These past days had yielded scant income, and he was nearly out of provisions. Only a few thousand yuan remained from Limingxin. Nidoking felt as if it were nearing the end of its reserves, nearly competing with Kingler for a few water stones. He pulled out the map from his possession. He was already on the edge of the forest. He was about to step out. As he envisioned, shortly after noon, he finally emerged from the oppressive dark forest. The sunlight of this world was somewhat disconcerting to him. It turned out that this realm possessed sunlight after all. He continued his journey forward. On the map, a colossal ram's head was emblazoned over the western region, exuding a hint of demonic essence. This ram's head occupied a significant portion of the area. Was it possible that someone had been here before? He cast his gaze towards the ravine ahead, which seemed to have been formed by the swift movement of a Pokémon. At the end of the ravine lay a large hole, as if something had crashed through. Clearly, someone had exited the forest before them. Lin Xuan patted Nidoking. They must have come from our direction. Could it be Captain Ahar's crew attempting to capture us? He muttered to himself. Spending too long in this world inevitably led to such musings. He pressed on, following the path of the ravine. Before the afternoon arrived, he encountered a city. Although the city gate remained dilapidated, it was a marked improvement over the previous solitary settlement. At the entrance stood 2 guards. Halt. To enter the Soul City, a protection fee must be paid. One of them blocked Lin Xuan's path. Lin Xuan glanced behind them, observing 2 bloodied large hounds. You also call yourself Soul City? Lin Xuan felt as though he had made little progress after days of travel. Enough with the chatter, pay the fee or leave. As he spoke, the large hounds approached, baring their teeth. Nidoking stepped forward, planting a foot firmly on the ground. The hound stumbled, a flicker of fear evident in its eyes. Yet, as its companion advanced, it resumed its menacing demeanor. How much? Lin Xuan inquired. 8,000, the guard replied. That has 10 lives. Lin Xuan felt a tightening in his chest. He produced a pure gold coin and tossed it at the guard's feet. Do you know where I can find someone who buys powerful Pokémon? Lin Xuan asked with a cold gaze. In the primary world, they were generally referred to as Pokémon, while in this alternate realm, they were predominantly called spirits. The guard picked up the coin, bit into it to confirm its authenticity, and carefully pocketed it. He then extended his hand. Nidoking, Ice Beam, Lin Xuan commanded calmly, and the hound let out a mournful howl. Both large hounds were sent flying, unable to rise again. You demand respect, yet you must earn it. Chapter 23, Jime. Put on some clothes. Lin Xuan's tone was frigid. Nidoking looked down at them, its gaze imbued with a menacing essence that seemed almost tangible. The 2 guards' expressions shifted to one of terror, and they fell to their knees. They then retreated a step, allowing Nidoking to shield them completely. Lord Yunwu offers such bounties. Where is he? What is his status in the city? Lin Xuan inquired further. Lord Yunwu has been assigned by His Majesty Caesar to oversee this city. You can learn of his whereabouts with a simple inquiry in the northern part of town. Lin Xuan nodded and walked past the two guards. He adjusted the mask of the crimson dragon adorning his face, casting his gaze towards the narrow alleys on either side. Countless onlookers averted their eyes, hastily retreating from the penetrating gaze emanating from beneath the mask. He walked alongside King Rhydon on the muddy thoroughfare, exuding an air of conspicuousness. A bell jingled softly within his embrace, ready to respond to any unforeseen events. This singular city was significantly larger than before. As he traversed its streets, he observed shops opening their doors. Quite remarkable indeed. He paused in front of a store, astonished to find a variety of ores for sale. The quality varied widely, and the prices were exorbitantly higher than those in the main world. Why are Pokeballs so expensive? He peered through the entrance at the displayed red and white Pokeballs, glaringly marked at 1,000. In the main world, one could acquire them for merely 100. Even at that price, people lamented about the cost. He pondered what culinary delights Li Aiqing would present today. Come, look at this fish head. It's perfectly oriented towards you. Surely, one must have a drink. A middle-aged man, somewhat balding, poured a small cup of wine for Li Mingxin. She furrowed her brow, gazing hesitantly at the pale liquid. The rationale seemed rather absurd. Yet, she raised the cup and drank it down in one swift motion, considering it a courtesy to the proprietor. As she set down the cup, cheers erupted around her. As the saying goes, when the fish opens its mouth, good fortune comes in pairs, and thus the balding owner poured her another cup. I can't drink much, Li Mingxin protested. Oh, it's nothing, just a thumb-sized portion. Didn't you come from the far north? There, everyone has a robust tolerance for alcohol. You may fool me, but I'm no fool. Gradually, the atmosphere at the table became lively. They commenced a game of truth or dare. The initial inquiries were relatively benign, but soon they escalated to topics that were quite difficult to articulate. Li Mingxin rested her head in her hands, feeling somewhat dazed. It was only when others reminded her that she realized she had been asked a question. Is it my turn? She replied, somewhat bewildered. The following question left her even more perplexed. In the midst of earnest inquiries, Lin Xuan located Yunwu's whereabouts. It was a gathering of tents, arranged with apparent intent. His arrival drew the attention of a few, and he could feel their scrutinizing gazes from within the tents. Is anyone there? He inquired, sounding almost mechanical. Is anyone there? What does that mean? He wondered, probing for a response. Those inside the tents exchanged glances, selecting one among them to step outside. Following closely was a robust wolfhound, significantly sturdier than the two at the city gate, its fur meticulously groomed. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuan retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and released a battered Charizard. The wounded creature gazed at Rhydon, refraining from any rash movements. What does this mean? The approaching individual inquired, a long scar etched across his face. I wish to negotiate a deal. Let Yunwu come out to meet me. The subject of this transaction is this Charizard. Lin Xuan's words stirred a tempest of reactions. They all recognized this Charizard, which had steadfastly guarded the entrance to the Black Forest, thwarting their advances. Little did they expect it to be captured and brought forth as a bargaining chip. The scarred man leaned down to whisper a few words into the ear of the great wolf dog, which then turned and departed. He retreated a few steps and spoke. Please wait. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. As night approached, darkness enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the bright crimson glow of the red-faced dragon mask on his visage, as if blood coursed upon it. Soon, a slender, pale man emerged from the central tent, brandishing a torch. The scarred man promptly cleared the way, and the gazes from within the tent followed suit, transitioning through the small door to arrive at the central tent around the same time as Lin Xuan. After Lin Xuan and King Nido entered, a group of various Pokémon gathered around them, seemingly awaiting a signal to storm in and reduce Lin Xuan to mere pulp. Upon entering the tent, Lin Xuan felt as though his eyes were about to be blinded. The first sight that greeted him was the same pale man ensnared by a burly Abra. Meanwhile, a robust woman seated at the main position was devoid of clothing. Put on some attire, dear. Who is spreading these rumors about women? Though she could not comprehend the latter part of her own statement, she nonetheless draped a nearby blanket over herself. Quite fair-skinned, how shall I address you? She inquired. Lin Xuan, here to negotiate. The red-faced dragon is merely the beginning. Lin Xuan replied coolly, his voice somewhat muffled by the mask. Oh, I am Yunwu, I have not heard of you. Where do you hail from? Yunwu asked. I come from the west, from Yaha. I grew weary of him, hence I ventured out on my own. Lin Xuan fabricated a lie. Is that so? Yunwu tapped her chair thoughtfully. At that moment, the man entangled by the Abra emitted unintelligible sounds. Throw him out. Lin Xian's expression darkened beneath the mask. Abra, reward yourself. Yunwu's voice was icy. The man's demeanor shifted, pleading for mercy, yet the Abra, filled with glee, devoured him whole. Instantly, the creature's belly swelled. The man began to struggle, but soon fell silent. Are you satisfied? What price do you seek for this red-faced dragon? Yunwu inquired, her smile disarming. Oregon. I require pristine ore, such as moonstones. Present me with a satisfactory quantity. Lin Xuan stated his demands. Yunwu pondered for a moment. That is agreeable, but it must be by tomorrow. Her gaze lingered on the scarred red-faced dragon, a hint of longing in her eyes. The red-faced dragon realized it had become a commodity. Feeling quite constricted, yet powerless under King Nido's menacing glare. Chapter 24, Power. Subsequently, a pristine red and white ball was tossed his way. Do you desire this type of ball? Lin Xuan asked. Upon receiving it, Yunwu examined it and recognized its superior quality. However, in the main world, such balls were commonplace. How many of these balls do you possess? Yunwu inquired hastily. Why are trainers scarce in this world? It is because they lack balls. The technique to manufacture them exists, but few are willing to spend money, thus fewer are produced. The productivity was already low. Lin Xuan refrained from speaking further. Merely extending 2 fingers. Under the glow of the lights, Yunwu tentatively inquired, 20? 200. Lin Xuan slowly revealed a number that caused Yunwu's pupils to constrict. What price? She asked. 1 or for 1, Lin Xuan replied. That price offers no advantage. It should be 2 for 1. A complete exchange, he emphasized. And the two momentarily settled on an agreement. A Pokeball costs 100. Thus, 200 would amount to 20,000. Even the simplest grass stone commands 1,000. While the recovery price might be slightly lower, it averages out to a similar figure, 5 times the profit. He knew that if he were to press harder, he could earn a bit more, but it was unnecessary. He was merely passing through this city, content with earning a modest sum. Tomorrow, the red-faced dragon. The day after, the Pokeballs. Your sincerity may lead to further cooperation, Lin Xuan stated before turning to leave. His footsteps caused those outside the tent to swiftly retreat. In a small inn, he produced a gold coin and secured a room for an extended stay. Upon entering, he exited this world. Meanwhile, Yunwu sat in contemplation, ultimately sending someone to plunder the shops in the city. Faced with this sudden calamity, the merchants sought to report Yunwu, having paid for protection. Yet the outcome? My lord, why don't we simply rob him? A scar-faced man suggested. To subdue that red-faced dragon requires considerable strength. Even defeating that Nidoking would suffice for us. Not to mention the possibility of other Pokémon. Yunwu rested her chin on her hand, tapping the chair. Had it not been for Lin Xian's displayed prowess, she would have already commanded dozens to rush in and slay him. Upon returning to the primary world, Lin Xuan unplugged his perpetually charging phone and glanced at Li Mingxin's messages. Aside from the usual life updates, there was that address. Team building? The rundown hotel is quite troublesome. Lin Xuan muttered. It appeared he would have to settle for unhealthy takeout tonight. The Kingler in the fish tank was absent, leaving an air of solitude. It seemed he had grown accustomed to the presence of that individual and the salty fish. He sat at home, awaiting takeout, but not Li Mingxin. Hey, I really can't eat. Oh no, the previous meal contained some mind-altering soup. Lin Xuan set down his chopsticks and followed the address outside. The streetlights cast a faint glow as a fiery Rapidash galloped past. You again. No license and speeding. The traffic officer's voice rang out as expected. Lin Xuan, hands in pockets, appeared like an ordinary youth. However, it wasn't long before his expression changed. He quickened his pace and lifted the girl leaning against the roadside. She reeked of alcohol, and the Kingler beside her made feeble splashes. Lin, upon seeing a familiar face, she seemed to relax, leaning against him with soft sobs. Team building, they drank, and then her words trailed off, followed by a hiccup. Lin Xuan had no choice but to reach into her damp clothing. Extracting the Pokeball containing the Kingler, he tucked the fish away and then hailed a cab, waiting in place. Before long, a bushy-haired water buffalo approached from afar. They mounted the explosive-headed buffalo and soon arrived at the entrance of the community. Shaolin, you mustn't indulge in the act of inebriation, The elderly gatekeeper quickly rose, his limp seemingly forgotten. Only you would. He sat at the edge of the bed, cradling Li Mingxin in his arms, feeding her bit by bit. However, it appeared that the excessive alcohol had rendered a cup of warm water ineffective. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Outside stood a drone-like Rhydon, accompanied by a takeout bag containing a beverage reminiscent of milk tea. Please leave a good review, hehehe. After managing to feed Li Mingxin, the pervasive scent of alcohol finally began to dissipate. Her knitted brows gradually relaxed, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at Li Mingxin before her. Lin Xuan gazed in astonishment at Li Mingxin, who had suddenly embraced him. Still not awake? Should I pour you some more? He stammered. Once awake. Li Mingxin released him and rubbed her still dizzy head. Now, tell me what happened, Lin Xuan said earnestly, instinctively tightening his grip on Nidoking's Pokeball. Slowly, Li Mingxin recounted the events of the team-building exercise, from the initial drinking to the so-called games. At first, it seemed normal. But then they asked if she had ever been with a boyfriend and what it felt like. But I've never had a boyfriend. My first love was a girl. It was evident that this was a test of compliance. Eventually, in her drunken stupor, during the second dare, he suggested they go to a small booth. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan pressed the button on the Pokeball. Nidoking materialized in the room, its massive form momentarily bewildered. It's fine. You may continue, Lin Xuan exhaled. But how could I? I'm just doing a summer job, not selling myself. I wanted to leave, but they stopped me and released their Pokémon. So I sent out my Magikarp. The vast disparity between the Pokémon drew laughter from everyone. Yet Li Mingxin felt helpless. Her only hope rested on that floundering fish. Perhaps the water stones had not been entirely in vain, as when Magikarp unleashed Surf, it provided her with a chance to escape. Lin Xuan's mind echoed with the system's voice. Mission triggered. Justice's retribution. Mission brief. The filthy vermin must be cleansed. Mission objective. Punish them. Mission reward. Unknown. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and reached for his phone to call the police. His rationality reminded him that the rules of the secondary world did not apply here. If he were truly killed, it would all be for naught. The primary world and the secondary world diverged. Here, power held sway over mere force. He gazed at the ceiling, waiting for the call to connect, murmuring to himself, how I yearn for progress. Chapter 25, The First Emotion. What if I were the champion? The outcome of the return call revealed itself. The police had been of no use, and they waited in vain until the deep of night. There was no evidence. A single surf from Magikarp had even resulted in 2 fractures. Lin Xuan declined to resolve the matter in person, even retracting his police report. He understood that this situation could only remain as it was for now. I'm fine. Let's just let it go. It's just a pity I didn't receive my wages. Li Mingxin grasped Lin Xuan's hand, gazing at her somewhat frail hands. Lin Xuan's yearning for power reached a zenith. Were he a Master Ball trainer, he could leverage his reputation to compel the police to conduct a thorough investigation of his chain of stores. Were he a champion, he could use his stature to see that man imprisoned. If he were a victor, one might wonder how far he could ascend. Within the depths of his inner world, Lin Xuan's self wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, directed toward the darkness of the primary world. Have you eaten? I shall prepare a meal for you, Li Mingxin said as she shook her head and rose to head toward the kitchen, leaving Lin Xuan in contemplative silence by the bedside. Let us keep it simple. I'm too lazy to move, she remarked, tying her hair up and bringing a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes to the table. After calling for Lin Xuan, he went to take a shower, the scent of alcohol still lingering on him, making him feel slightly nauseous. Lin Xuan took a bite of the takeout he had received, salty in flavor. Steam wafted up, obscuring the now-cool delivery. The gnawing hunger in his belly prompted him to indulge in the meal. After dining, he washed the dishes, casually feeding the leftovers to his Nidoking. As he dried his hands and exited the kitchen, Li Mingxin emerged from the bathroom. Unlike her usual attire of shirt and trousers, she was now clad only in a bath towel. Your towel seems quite soft, she commented, plugging in the hairdryer by the bedside and settling onto her bed to dry her hair. You should stay home tomorrow, after work. I'll buy you a couple of outfits, Lin Xuan suggested, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. It appears this could serve as your motivation to grow stronger, even if it means enduring some hardships. Li Mingxin lowered her head as she dried her hair. What nonsense, she replied. Soon, the only sound that filled the room was that of the hairdryer. Once her hair was thoroughly dry, she set it aside, sitting cross-legged on her bedding and gazing up at Lin Xuan. Do you like me? She asked suddenly, catching him off guard. I'm not sure, Lin Xuan replied, somewhat bewildered. Yet, Li Mingxin had already grasped his hand. Her delicate fingers made his hand appear quite large in comparison. Stay with me. Let me lean on you, she said, her voice flat and devoid of discernible emotion, yet tinged with hope and reliance. Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for how to decline. Or perhaps, he simply found refusal impossible. This led to their fingers intertwining, with her resting her head on his lap, the fabric of his pants exuding an earthy scent. The towel seemed to loosen slightly, as if she had finally exhaled a sigh of relief. I've been meaning to tell you, my parents are getting a divorce. There's no particular reason, just boredom, I suppose. By the time I start school, they will have already divided their assets and begun their separate lives, she disclosed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair, as if comforting a wounded bird. What about you? Have you been hiding anything from me these past few days? She inquired, looking up at him. Lin Xuan hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately shook his head. He understood that the path he had chosen was destined for solitude, one that outsiders could not comprehend. They had already begun to drift apart. He remained silent, simply caressing her hair. Don't wear yourself out, Li Mingxin said softly. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. That night, Li Mingxin lay upon his bamboo mat, while he himself rested on the hard floor. It was indeed a most uncomfortable sleeping arrangement, akin to grinding a stone with one's teeth. The stillness of the night soon lulled him into a sense of drowsiness, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of 2 steady breaths. Nito Wang sat on the floor, gazing out at the moonlight, gradually lowering his head. The matter of drinking seemed to have been put to rest, yet it left an indelible scar in Lin Xuan's heart. He had merely set aside the system's task, but he knew that this postponement would not last long. He vowed to himself. At the break of dawn, Lin Xuan quietly rose, feeling the numbness in his back from the unforgiving surface beneath him. He left a note for Li Mingxin, encouraging him to rest at home, before taking up the mask of the red-faced dragon and departing. Rather than hastening to the alternate world, he sought to inquire about the name of the proprietor, Yang Rufeng. Having committed this name to memory, he returned to the familiar hotel to secure a room. Only then did he summon Nito Wang to traverse into the alternate realm. Upon their arrival, he found himself face to face with a frail man, each staring at the other in surprise. Did Yunwu send you? The man queried. Never mind, it's inconsequential, replied Nito Wang. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a large hole appeared in the wall, blood staining it crimson. He could afford to reveal some vulnerabilities to Li Mingxin, but it was imperative that others remained oblivious, especially the inhabitants of this world. As he exited the room, many curious gazes retreated, and several doors along the corridor quietly closed. Nito Wang's imposing figure felt somewhat constricted in the narrow hallway. Only upon stepping out of the inn did he feel a sense of relief. Upon arriving once more at Yunwu's residence, the scarred man awaited him. You've arrived rather late, he remarked. Is this the reason someone entered my room? Do not assume that I am ever truly absent. Lin Xuan brushed past him, leading Nito Wang toward the central tent. As they passed, Nito Wang playfully swatted the man's shoulder, nearly dislocating it in the process. When he encountered Yunwu again, she appeared more formal, at least donning a proper garment. Where's the merchandise? Lin Xuan inquired directly. With a clap of her hands, several individuals entered, carrying large sacks. 22 pieces of earth stone, 18 pieces of fire stone, 33 pieces of moon stone, 12 pieces of water stone, and awakening stone, Yunwu began to list. The total amounted to approximately 100 pieces. Gazing at the minerals, Lin Xuan tossed the Pokeball containing the red-faced dragon towards her. Upon receiving it, Yunwu released the creature, which, having been starved for 2 days, was utterly drained of strength. Yunwu's uncle, a peculiar creature, approached and circled around the dragon. The once noble beast found itself ensnared by a lesser serpent, though the red-faced dragon was not as regal as it once appeared. Care to stay and chat? Yunwu asked with a playful smile, holding the Pokeball. I fear that at your command, 100 axe-wielding henchmen would descend upon me, Lin Xuan replied, though he still took a seat upon the chair offered by the scarred man. You are not one of Aha's people, are you? Yunwu inquired, dismissing the others and narrowing her eyes. Chapter 26. The Gamble. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged beneath his mask. Why is that? He inquired calmly. Because you lack that wretched fishy odor. It was precisely that detestable fisherman who drove us here. Yunwu's words revealed her disdain and loathing for Yaha. Lin Xuan touched his mask, his well-defined fingers gliding along the trickling crimson blood. What you imply is, I am not flamboyant enough. Lin Xuan's audacious remark shattered the momentary tension. The sound of a Pokeball accidentally dropping outside the tent followed. Is this your way of hosting guests? If so, I shall reconsider whether to proceed with tomorrow's transaction. He deftly sidestepped the topic of his identity. He knew little about the Southeast, and even a few casual inquiries could expose him. He needed an identity, even a dubious one, to integrate into this world. He chuckled, suggesting, "How about this? You marry me, and I shall provide you with as much or as you desire." Yuanwu laughed lightly. "Have some self-respect. You think you are worthy of me?" Lin Xuan stood up, gazing at her sun-kissed skin and somewhat rugged features. "With such offerings at home, I cannot possibly settle for this." He turned to leave, leaving behind a remark. "If a trade is to be made, do not allow anyone into my room tomorrow. Let that scarred one wait at my door." Nidoking followed closely behind him, carrying a large bag. Yuanwu watched his retreating figure, perplexed by his confidence. Even if he could defeat the red-faced dragon, could he truly eliminate them all at once? Ultimately, she chose not to engage in violence, but rather to proceed with the trade. She was in dire need of Pokeballs. After everything was plundered, it turned out that this city had only 128 Pokeballs, several of which were defective. She rubbed her chin, gazing at the exchanged red-faced dragon, as if glimpsing hope in a brighter tomorrow. It mattered little where Lin Xuan had come from. What was significant was that he possessed what she needed. A bell chimed in his pocket, revealing an eye that curiously surveyed its surroundings. After witnessing the landscapes of the main world, she began to find these buildings somewhat unsightly. Under Lin Xuan's care, she developed her own preferences. She admired tall buildings and glass, detesting the pervasive foul odors, as if someone were recklessly defecating in the streets. The two cities were quite similar, sharing architectural styles, albeit on a grander scale. They even had identical arenas, merely venues for the brutal clashes between Pokémon. Resembling a coliseum, he quickly lost interest in this city. Upon returning to the inn, he instructed Nidoking to carry the bag and have his obedient grandson guide them back to the main world. "Host, this place is not safe," the system cautioned. "Not safe?" Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. The room contained only a low bed and bloodstains on the walls. He exchanged a glance with Nidoking, prompting the bell to emit a crisp sound. Telekinesis enveloped the bed and the unseen spaces beneath it. A beam of icy blue light shot forth from Nidoking's mouth, instantly shredding the bed. The Pokémon lurking beneath it revealed itself, a Galarian. The bone club in his hand flew out the window, piercing the ground below. Nidoking did not afford him the luxury of a response. Leaping from his position, he crashed onto him with a roar, delivering a fist to the skull of the Galarian Pokémon, which was encased in bone. How intriguing! Were they comrades, waiting to avenge him? Such a remarkable bond, indeed. Perhaps the most profound friendship he had witnessed in this world. Through the shattered cranium, Galarian's gaze locked onto Lin Xuan's mask, seemingly intent on memorizing his visage. In the next freezing beam, he lost the ability to fight. Trouble was brewing, according to the energy theories of the esteemed Dr. Light from the main world. Truly eliminating a Pokémon proved to be quite a challenge. Contemplating this, he withdrew a Pokeball and captured Galarian within it. "Nidoking, dig a deep pit," he commanded. Nidoking nodded and began to burrow through the fractured floor, digging down until it was a man's depth. Carefully, he buried the Pokeball, ensuring it was completely concealed. This could be considered a method of sorts. Within a Pokemon's essence, apart from the energy sustaining their combat capabilities, there lies something known as life energy. Perhaps it is not exceedingly powerful, but it certainly presents complications. This method of preservation seemed the simplest. The commotion attracted the attention of the shopkeeper. Lin Xuan tossed a coin to dismiss him, simultaneously requesting a change of room. He still had a few coins from the original city of Only. He was indifferent to the choice. Which establishment should he select? Sitting within the hotel of the main world, he found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he decided to approach Blackstone Mining to sell the ores he had acquired. The founder of Blackstone Mining was also a legend, having risen from humble beginnings to dominate half the mining industry at a young age. Before long, a knock echoed on the door. Accompanied by a customer service representative clad in work attire was a smiling desert dragonfly. A luxurious choice, indeed, Lin Xuan mused. Stepping aside to reveal the scattered ores he had collected, he retained the Awakening Stone, Moonstone, and Waterstone. 52,000. The customer service representative in the desert dragonfly confirmed the amount with enthusiasm. Acquired through dubious means, brother? The representative inquired with a grin. From the mountains of Shancheng. Lin Xuan replied, maintaining his composure. There was no choice. To make a sale, one must take risks. It was common knowledge that mining was prohibited in the Yishan Mountains. The representative remained cheerful. But rest assured, as long as no one uncovers your criminal record, Blackstone Mining will accept everything. However, he continued with an ever-present smile, seemingly offering a caution. He produced a backpack and released another Pokémon, a Mizgo. Under the influence of psychic energy, the ores swiftly disappeared into the seemingly small backpack, showcasing spatial technology. After the transaction was completed, the representative bowed slightly and departed, leaving Lin Xuan in his room, unable to regain his tranquility for some time. Yet he knew he had made the right gamble. At least for now, it appeared that the black market mining company was indifferent to the origins of his goods. He had temporarily secured a channel for sales. As he contemplated, Nidoking emerged from the bathroom, carrying the remaining ores. Chapter 27, Lin Libin. Li Mingxin sat on the bed, cocooned in her blanket, her head drooping as a gentle drowsiness began to envelop her. So it has come to this. A sense of dazed disbelief washed over her, and a smile crept onto her lips. That lad has struck gold. With a playful hum, she picked up her phone and began to message Lin Xuan. Even as a gigolo, one ought not to be so busy. She pouted slightly and started scrolling through videos, occasionally sharing them with Lin Xuan, though none were read. It wasn't until 1 or 2 in the morning that the door to her home finally swung open. Li Mingxin lifted her head, and the king of carp peered out from the fish tank toward the door. Lin Xuan stepped in first, and Li Mingxin opened her arms wide, as if inviting an embrace. Yet, she momentarily forgot that she was clad only in her undergarments. Lin Xuan paused in his step, and it was only then that she realized the situation. Hurry, hurry. She decided to cast aside her modesty. With a swift motion, Lin Xuan slammed the door shut behind him, leaving the king of carp momentarily stunned. They were left to wait in awkward anticipation. The two clumsily embraced in the room, resembling two blundering novices in the realm of romance. Don't let go just yet. Li Mingxin felt a flush of warmth creep onto her cheeks. At last, Lin Xuan chuckled and released her, straightening his posture. In that moment of release, Li Mingxin pulled up her small blanket, wrapping herself up once more. The blue was rather lovely. Get lost, Lin Xuan exclaimed as he opened the door, allowing the king of carp to enter. The flush on Li Mingxin's face gradually subsided as she curiously examined the pile of items. Did a wealthy woman sponsor you today? You bought so much. She was well aware that Lin Xuan had not been earning much lately. Oh, I'm just street standing, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Li Mingxin regarded him with a calm demeanor. Fine, I suppose it's my turn to stand on the street then. Lin Xuan knelt down, beginning to sort through the items. Li Mingxin chuckled at the sight. The small man wielded his hands deftly. Pieces of water stones filled the fish tank, and the king of carp found a small amount of water amidst them. A reward for his efforts. The surf had ultimately not been in vain. TSK, rich guy, Li Mingxin thought, her gaze complex as she observed the bounty. Previously, it would have taken her 2 months of work to earn even half of what lay before her. Lin Xuan then set aside a basket filled with purple mangoes and awakening stones, the bells inside chiming as they lay nestled. Sated, they were now in a deep slumber. He placed the moonstones and the tree fruits needed by the king of carp by the window, leaving only a few shopping bags behind. Your clothes, Lin Xuan announced, pulling out several garments. Most were in Li Mingxin's usual style, shirts and trousers. So you tell me, what is this white silk? Li Mingxin regarded Lin Xuan with a look akin to that of a judgmental stranger. Oh, the shop assistant noticed I was buying so much and offered me the original scent, just freshly taken off. Smell it. It's still warm, Lin Xuan replied with utmost seriousness. With such a statement, I might just take you seriously. Who among my family understands the whispers surrounding men? Li Mingxin remarked as she began to unwrap the packaging. Roar. And there are undergarments. If they're your ex's size, I swear I'll end you. She shot Lin Xuan a fierce look while holding the clothes, and then dove back under her small blanket to change. I, Lin Xuan, am experiencing love for the first time, he said casually. As for the previous life, I was not named Lin Xuan. In the face of condolences, he exhibited remarkable patience. Eventually, he shared the news of his acceptance into Magic City University. Soon after, a lengthy voice message arrived. He opened the message to hear the excited voices of his parents, who were eagerly expressing their joy. This sound, however, startled Li Mingxin, who was changing clothes under the covers. Lin Xuan noticed this and converted the remaining voice message to text. Lin Xuan, you don't need to send me any money. I've won a few small trainer competitions and earned some cash. Lin Xuan, transfer, 2,000. He did not request more, fearing it would cause his parents unnecessary worry. After a few more exchanges, his parents decided not to disturb him further. They had no objections regarding his potential relationship. Marrying early would allow them to assist with childcare. Lin Xuan's commendable achievements, however, led to unintended consequences for his younger brother, who was currently in his senior year of high school. Human nature, after all, is often competitive. At that moment, Li Mingxin had just finished changing and peeked out from under the blankets. How do you know my size? She inquired. I checked your account earlier. Honestly, this natural look suits you well. I wasn't mistaken, Lin Xuan replied, pinching her chin playfully. Li Mingxin, in response, kicked him with her foot from under the covers. Oh, for goodness sake, he exclaimed, stepping back in surprise. What? Are you trying to flirt? She teased, lifting her foot. Ugh, that's disgusting. Go cook, I'm hungry. She insisted. Lin Xuan, as if it were the most natural thing, sat on the floor. Li Mingxin huffed and emerged from her cocoon, dressed in a manner that was unremarkable, resembling an ordinary student. Ah, this is the beauty of simplicity, Lin Xuan thought, watching her tie her hair. He sighed, pondering who could rival the unadorned beauty of youthful innocence. Predictably, lunch consisted once again of tomato scrambled eggs. I understand. You're trying to raise my cholesterol, so I'll pass away, allowing you to inherit my fortune, he joked. Eat if you want, if not, go sit with the security guard and his dog, Li Mingxin retorted with a huff. I won't allow you to speak ill of the security guard's dog. She protested. Amidst their cheerful banter, they finished their meal, and Lin Xuan felt particularly content. Isn't it about time? He mused, glancing at Li Mingxin, who was washing the dishes. He then proceeded to open the door. Just as he had anticipated, the bed delivery company was waiting outside. In addition to the workers in uniforms, there were also 2 classic strongmen. Hello, is this the custom-made Lin Li blue loft bed you ordered? One of the uniformed workers inquired. Yes, that's me. Please come in, Lin Xuan replied. The Lin Li blue color, understated yet elegant, seemed to blend hints of gold and dark red within. Please take away the old bed, Lin Xuan instructed. Certainly. The worker responded enthusiastically, entering and surveying the room. Although the one-bedroom apartment was a bit small, the dazzling array of minerals was truly blinding. You're quite accomplished, boss, he complimented. I agree, Lin Xuan admitted nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, how did you find out I was accepted into Magic City University? Lin Xuan asked, seizing the chance to boast. A top scholar from Mountain City? The worker responded with surprise. No, during the Pokémon battle examination, the examiner's Pokémon kept teasing me with the Scorpion King for 2 hours. How infuriating. The staff member blurted out, only to amend their statement under Lin Xuan's threat of a 1-star review. Chapter 28, A New Round of Transactions. After the bunk bed was installed, the old single bed remained at the insistence of Li Mingxin. What? Do you find me embarrassing? Li Mingxin glanced at Lin Xuan, noticing his somewhat awkward expression. No, I simply feel that the world is genuine when you are present. Too much has happened recently. Spending excessively has rendered the entire world akin to a game, rather surreal. However, the frugal Li Mingxin pulled him out of that state. It turned out the world was not a fabrication. He had merely taken a fast lane. You're quite nauseating. Do you prefer the upper or lower bunk? She shot Lin Xuan a sidelong glance before directing her gaze toward the bunk bed. The lower bunk, please. I nearly fell to my demise from the upper one before. Lin Xuan stated, carrying his blanket to the lower bunk. Li Mingxin cast a glance at him, placing the lower bunk's blanket onto the upper bunk. Under Lin Xuan's puzzled gaze, she climbed to the upper bunk, lying down to scroll through videos. You're really peculiar. Can't sleep without my scent, can you? Lin Xuan bent down to gather the bedding from where Li Mingxin had previously slept. Well, you're right, she replied sarcastically before inquiring, what else did you buy? Nothing much. I customized a metal arm guard embedded with a slightly imperfect life gem for nidoking, which can envelop the entire arm. Lin Xuan sat on the bed, stretching lazily. You're not involved in legitimate business, are you? Li Mingxin queried. Why? Lin Xuan retorted. The arm guards that can be taken into Pokémon balls are quite expensive, and they're prohibited in formal competitions. You wouldn't engage in such unprofitable trades. Li Mingxin murmured. Then don't worry about it. As long as I can support you in the future, it's sufficient, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Just enough to eat. Li Mingxin set her phone aside and descended from the bed. Come on, take off your clothes. She stood before Lin Xuan. What for? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Do you want to see how dirty you are? Her words dispelled his strange thoughts. Turn around, he said while removing his shirt. What? Afraid I might faint at the sight? I'm worried you might have a fear of large objects. After handing his discarded clothing to Li Mingxin, he burrowed into the blankets, happily watching videos. Suddenly, he realized something, but it was too late. Let us continue watching videos then. He resumed watching. This time related to Magic City University, presented by the university's academic office. Is the founder of Blackstone Mining attending the opening ceremony? I'm curious about what kind of person they are. He had searched previously, but found nothing online. Oh. The application of Professor Guang's energy theory in battle specialization is indeed cutting-edge and innovative. History classes are also of utmost importance. Have they unearthed anything astonishing from the tomb of the Ming Emperor? Lin Xuan was intrigued. What did they unearth? A millennium-old Zongzi? Magic City University kept it under wraps, offering only a single cryptic statement. Our ancestors did not bestow upon the divine the authority to surpass humanity. Thus, the video concluded, leaving behind a formidable shadow. While others may not recognize it, Lin Xuan discerned that it resembled the complete form of Zygarde, the legendary Pokémon commanded by Ming Xuanzong. When Li Mingxin emerged from the restroom, she held 3 items in her hands: the hotel's supreme card, the mask of the red-faced dragon, and the flawed life orb. The card was issued to him earlier that day at the hotel front desk. You truly have resorted to becoming a host, Li Mingxin remarked with evident disdain. At least as a host, you won't face life imprisonment. Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance. Not merely life imprisonment. Even the death penalty would be repeatedly executed. One could extract dozens of bullets from a corpse. More boasting, Li Mingxin retorted, tossing the flawed life orb to Nidoking. The Pokémon scratched its head in confusion. Whom are we burying this time? Observing Nidoking's perplexed demeanor, Lin Xuan realized that the recitation of the 3-character scripture had been in vain. Li Mingxin placed the hotel card beside Lin Xuan's pillow and awkwardly donned the red-faced dragon mask. Do I look handsome? She asked, squatting to meet Lin Xuan's gaze. Go on, go play, child. He removed the mask from her face and shooed her off to rest on the upper bunk. The mask still bore a strong scent of laundry detergent. Subsequently, silence enveloped the room once more, and they did not dine that evening, merely lying down to sleep in their respective spots. What fell from your bunk? The flavor you desired. Goodness, what a profit. Just don't shake the bed tonight. You ought to pray I don't launch a night raid. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Lin Xuan awoke and gathered the satiated Nidoking before departing the room. As it was still not time to retrieve his arm guard, he first ventured to a nearby shop to purchase 200 Pokeballs, choosing to ignore any distractions. He returned to the hotel, laden with Pokeballs, where the front desk attendant had already prepared a room for him. Good luck. I hope you soon comprehend your psychic abilities, she exclaimed, waving her small fist as she handed over the room key. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xuan turned and left. Using the pursuit of psychic training as his excuse, an entirely reasonable endeavor, as even Magic Capital University had a psychic abilities club, with rumors suggesting the latest president possessed such powers. He entered the room, traversed once more, and vanished within. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the inn of this world. Yunwu seemed to have learned from past lessons. This time, the room had not been occupied, and the hair tied to the door remained intact. He stepped outside, the gaze he wore yesterday having evaporated. Yunwu appeared to recognize his volatile temperament. Aware that he was capable of violence, had he displayed a more amiable demeanor, perhaps someone would have come to observe him today. He approached Yunwu's tent and released the Pokeballs onto the ground. Finally, Yunwu descended from her seat and hurried towards the collection of miniature Pokeballs. In response, Lin Xuan positioned himself behind Nidoking, peering at Yunwu with a single eye. Don't be so tense. How could I possibly harm you? Yunwu's smile was uncontainable. Bring the ore over here. 100 pieces of ore were swiftly laid upon the ground. The transaction was executed seamlessly, with payment exchanged for goods. Subsequently, the Pokeballs were also taken away. Is there more? Yunwu inquired eagerly. With the Pokeballs, capturing Pokémon would become remarkably easier. With a stroke of luck, she might even manage to catch one directly. Yes, but the price has increased. Super Balls are also available for trade, he replied, glancing at the scattered 100 pieces of ore, noting the significant depletion of moonstones. Are there really Super Balls? Yunwu asked, her surprise evident. It was well known that capturing Pokémon could enhance their affinity, as the primary material for Pokeballs was indeed berries. The effectiveness of Super Balls was even greater. Yes, I can offer 4 for 1, Lin Xuan stated boldly. The price of Super Balls was only slightly higher than that of regular red and white balls, capping at 250. The profits in this world indeed reached 4,000. Taking advantage of the black market mining route was essential to quickly amass some wealth. How much has the price of Pokeballs increased? Double, Lin Xuan slowly quoted. That's too steep. How about this? We'll do 2 for 1. But I won't negotiate on the price of Super Balls, Yunwu proposed, seeking a compromise. Agreed. How many do you need? How many do you have? My stock is beyond your capacity, Lin Xuan replied confidently. He had thoroughly investigated the situation within the city. The strongest contender was likely Yunwu's Abagura. There might be hidden Pokémon, but he was not one to shy away from a challenge. You are certainly not one of Aha's people. How can you tell? Lin Xuan asked, intrigued. Aha is an individualist who does not believe in the power of Pokémon. It is utterly foolish of him. Thus, he would not hoard or manufacture such a plethora of Pokeballs, Yunwu stated, providing her rationale. People can change, Lin Xuan remarked casually. So how many do you want? I'll take 200 Pokeballs and 50 Super Balls. That amounts to 300,000, coupled with the current 100,000, after repaying that slightly flawed life pearl. I should have 40,000 left. Just enough to settle the remaining balance for the Nidoking's metallic bracers. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. As long as it's paid off, that's what matters. Owing money is quite bothersome. All subsequent transactions will yield positive returns. Before I arrived, did you see a girl with red and blue heterochromia or any other members of Aha in this city? Lin Xuan queried. Scarface, have you seen anyone? Yunwu called out loudly. Scarface emerged from the tent. I believe I have, along with a blonde woman. We previously sent someone to track them, but lost the trail. He reported truthfully. A blonde, you say? Lin Xuan noted this detail. If you come across any information, please notify me. If you can bring me the head of that heterochromatic individual, I will reward you with 100 Super Balls. He then instructed Nidoking to gather the ore from the ground before turning to leave, leaving Yunwu alone with the exceedingly tempting bounty. She soon found herself in a quandary again, contemplating the need to plunder the dwindling merchants. Additionally, she considered seeking individuals to venture into the mountains for mining. Although she was unaware of Lin Xuan's source, she knew he possessed an abundance of goods, immensely so. Returning home, she and Li Mingxin settled down to watch videos together. Today, there was no overtime, and the tasks were fewer. Li Mingxin cast a glance at him. After he reclined on the bed, the two continued to watch videos, exchanging little conversation. Occasionally, while sharing clips, they would type out a few words to chat. Every couple possesses their own unique way of interaction, and theirs was always imbued with a sense of comfort. Lin Xuan, shall we engage in a battle? Li Mingxin, you're not allowed to use that pathetic Scorpion King. Otherwise, it'll be over in 3 seconds. Lin Xuan, same goes for you, Timmy. In a moment of distraction, Lin Xuan seemed to hear the sound of Tencent. Damn it. Tencent was still after him. He donned his glasses, showing no intention of altering his lineup. Once the invitation to battle was accepted, he gazed at his opponent's Scorpion King, gradually falling into contemplation. Really? Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. You dare to criticize me? Li Mingxin remarked, promptly commanding her Scorpion King to unleash its poisonous spikes. Lin Xuan retaliated with a rounded attack. Let it be shorter, he mused, realizing it was of little consequence. The battle dragged on for an eternity. It was only when Li Mingxin's Pokémon automatically attacked that Lin Xuan discovered she had fallen asleep. A subtle smile crept across his face as he chose to concede. I win, Li Mingxin exclaimed, her eyes snapping open. That combo was incredibly smooth. All right, let's continue. Lin Xuan chuckled, switching to 3 Metagross for matchmaking. Without hesitation, they unleashed an explosive assault. After a series of detonations, they found themselves defeated. Remarkably, they still secured a victory, as their opponent had mistaken them for a losing streak and retreated. What a monotonous game, Lin Xuan pondered after removing his glasses. He had never truly experienced it. Back in high school, he was in the finance department, intending to sit back and watch his son thrive, never anticipating that he would have to rise first. My foolish son, let us see how many years you can be a golden leaf. The following days passed with tranquility. Due to the inconsistent pace of Yunwu's mineral collection, it took several days to complete the second mineral trade. During this interval, An acceptance letter from the prestigious Magic City University arrived. It was a high-tech card that turned transparent upon pressing the center button. When unfolded, a virtual screen emerged. This was the acceptance letter from Magic City University. A sense of indescribable yearning flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. I heard it's akin to the credentials of the kings. Lin Xuan appeared rather indifferent. How delightful. Lin Xuan genuinely felt happiness for Lin Xuan. It could be considered a faint ticket to the realm of the kings, a prestigious honor indeed. Oh, not just any honor. In Huaxia, it should be among the top 6. It is well known that the 4 kings consist of 5 individuals, as the people of Huaxia hold the 5-element system in high regard. The number 4 is deemed unpleasing to their ears. Thus, there are 5 kings, and with the champion, that makes 6. Lin Xuan casually erased the name on the acceptance letter using his privileges, replacing it with Lin Gezi. I'll eventually gift you a king's credential, he remarked, handing her the letter after closing it. ISNT school starting soon? Lin Xuan stared blankly at the card in her hand bearing the name of Magic City University. There was no need for elaborate ceremonies. It sufficed for one to simply arrive, for the institution valued strength above all. Lin Xuan gently patted her hand, encouraging her to accept it. I shall await the future you promised me, she declared, clutching the card tightly. That night, Lin Xuan secretly opened the card, a faint glow emanating from it. She fixated on the name until she discovered a recording function. Hey, are you asleep? This can record songs, Lin Xuan exclaimed, leaning over the bed to pass the card to Lin Xuan. He instantly understood, yet lamented, but I have a terrible singing voice. So you're saying you're just a fool, right? No matter, she replied cheerfully. Reluctantly, Lin Xuan took the card and stealthily left the room to record. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose a song from his childhood, a cherished tune from an animated series. At the end, he smiled and said, Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan together for a lifetime. Chapter 30, Zhu Lan's resignation. Finally, he's gone. I could have died waiting. The man in the adjacent pit finally emerged. Who understands? Being kicked out by my wife to use the restroom in the middle of the night while listening to his wailing. Listen to it when you miss me. You just don't want to hear your own voice, do you? Lin Xuan giggled as she took the card, unconsciously rolling over on the bed, which made Lin Xuan smile. The room fell silent once more, save for the occasional sound of Lin Xuan's cheerful laughter. The next day, Lin Xuan purchased 200 ordinary Pokeballs from a local shop. Hey, boss, look at how many I'm buying, Lin Xuan began. But the boss swatted away his words dismissively. Want a discount? Not a chance. The boss, attired in a loose white shirt, was resolute. No. I meant, can I work here with pay? Paid work? The boss suddenly found himself struggling to comprehend the language. Are you speaking Chinese? Lin Xuan then offered a proposal, 1,500 for half a month, suggesting that Lin Xuan could work there. However, he did not disclose that she would ultimately earn 1,500. I don't engage in such deceitful dealings, the boss replied sternly. Thank you, kind-hearted god of wealth. The store owner, clutching 3,200, chuckled as he watched Lin Xuan depart with his backpack. I need to raise the price. At noon, he called the number Lin Xuan had left, and on the other end, Lin Xuan had just awakened. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan collected the metal arm guards he had previously reserved. The metallic sheen enveloped Nidoking's entire left arm, and as the life gem was embedded, the arm guard began to hum with energy. It served as a defensive item. After settling the final payment, his balance was nearly depleted once more. He returned to the hotel, checked into a room, and notified his beloved grandson. Oh, today's rewards aren't too shabby, he mused, eyeing one of the 3 rewards, a telekinesis skill learning device. It would enhance the practice of the bell's ringing. He placed the disc against the bell's forehead, and the disc transformed into starlight, merging into the bell's being. She felt her command over telekinesis suddenly becoming more intuitive. The power has risen accordingly. Observing the way the bell effortlessly moved the entire bed, Lin Xuan contemplated. It seems prudent to consider acquiring a more advanced psychic mastery tome for her. As a superior skill of psychokinesis, its price would be at least 10-fold higher. The training expenses must reach a 6-figure sum. Lin Xuan would certainly opt for this option. If one is to pursue something, they should aim for the best. Stepping out of the inn, he prepared for today's transactions. The previous dealings had enabled him to repay the loan for the slightly flawed life pearl. Today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the sale of 200 Pokeballs would yield another 100,000 in profit. He navigated his way to the central gathering tent, but he keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere today. Upon entering the central tent, he found Yunwu impeccably attired, appearing somewhat devoid of her usual lively spirit. What happened? Lin Xuan inquired as he emptied the pokeballs from his backpack. The individual you mentioned before, Scarface, has tracked their whereabouts, but has since been eliminated. There was a flicker of sorrow in Yunwu's eyes. After all, Scarface was adept at his work. Where is she? Lin Xuan pressed on. Yet. Yunwu remained shrouded in melancholy, seemingly reluctant to divulge further details. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Xuan tossed her a yellow-gray capped Ultra Ball. This was a daily reward from the system, although he had forgotten which day it was from. At the inn closest to the city gate. She appears to have her own confidence and has surmised that we have someone backing us, waiting for you. Yunwu's expression shifted dramatically. There are many capable men. Losing one merely means gaining another. Lin Xuan nodded and departed, adjusting the red dragon mask on his face. Regardless of her confidence. Even if the King of Heaven himself arrived today, she would still have to stay. A fierce determination welled up within him. If he could reach the city today, he could return home tomorrow. He casually seized a black cloak from one of Yunwu's subordinates, enveloping himself in it, and strode toward the city gate with Nidoking by his side. The metallic arm guards glinted coldly in the sunlight, while the life pearl emitted a dazzling radiance. With each step, those around him retreated, until he spotted the golden-haired beauty standing at the entrance of the inn. Leaving so soon? It seems we cannot play anymore. There are complications. He turned to leave, and Nidoking hesitated before hastily following. Wait, are you searching for someone? I believe we could have a conversation, murmured Zhu Lan from the doorway, halting Lin Xuan's departure. What is it? Lin Xuan feigned calmness, though his arm beneath the cloak trembled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Departure. Task description. A figure both strange and familiar, a companion or an adversary. First, escape from her grasp. Task reward. Perfect skill learning device. Flame burst. Unlock hidden task. Eliminate Zhu Lan. Task reward. Essence of the Earth, from the Earth Master and a certain parallel world's Earth Trainer. After delivering this message, the system fell silent. Eliminate Zhu Lan. Lin Xuan contemplated how to expunge her from his mind. Do you know Loxia? Zhu Lan asked directly. I do not know her. I am not from this area. Beautiful miss. Until next time, Lin Xuan replied, preparing to leave. It is he, the Nidoking. From the inn, the girl with the striking red and blue eyes recognized the nightmare that haunted her dreams. Without hesitation, she produced a Pokeball and summoned her Milotic. Milotic. Use water gun. She commanded loudly. When enemies meet, their animosity is palpable. As the water gun struck Milotic's surface, Zhu Lan narrowed her eyes. You're not a novice trainer, are you? She inquired, then glanced at Nidoking's metallic arm guards and the slightly flawed life orb. Milotic, use Surf. The attack from Lohia interrupted their exchange. Seeing this, Nidoking stepped in front of Lin Xuan, smashing his fist into the ground. The quaking earth concealed the surging waves, which cascaded down upon Milotic. With a pained groan, Milotic was sent flying from her position. Milotic. Lohia, blinded by hatred, retrieved another Pokeball from her pocket. However, Zhu Lan intercepted as it enlarged. Garchomp, she resignedly declared, summoning her ace. This revelation allowed Lin Xuan to breathe a sigh of relief. He feared that Zhu Lan might unleash her champion-level Garchomp and defeat him in an instant. That is formidable. Only Garchomp, then. Are we to battle? Lin Xuan uttered a phrase that sparked Zhu Lan's interest. Chapter 31. When I say I'll kill your whole family. I will. Battle, such a familiar term. In Zhu Lan's original world, a battle would ensue whenever two trainers locked eyes. Yet in this realm, trainers were a rare sight. Lin Xuan's words surprised Zhu Lan. Very well, she replied with a smile. However, Lin Xuan's mind was solely occupied with Li Mingxin, perceiving danger in the situation. This cannot happen. Lohia looked up at Zhu Lan, who merely glanced back at her. Zhu Lan harbored many doubts about this young lady, sensing that she had not been fully informed about the truth. Their eyes met, and Zhu Lan spoke first, 11 or 66. In that moment, he felt like a mouse before a cat, uncertain of the opponent's thoughts. With that, Nidoking stepped forward once more. Nidoking, Earth Power, Dragon Rush. Both sides shouted in unison as Nidoking activated two life orbs simultaneously and struck the ground with a powerful punch. The tremors spread like an earthquake. The surrounding crowd hastily retreated. They had no desire to join the fray. Garchomp, enveloped in a purple draconic energy, cut through the swirling sands, shattering the trembling earth. Such a formidable earth power should not be within your capacity, Zhulan mused, gazing at Nidoking through the dust storm. Ice Beam, Lin Xuan shouted, staring at the imminent Garchomp. Garchomp cast a taunting glance at Nidoking, its surrounding energy vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it burrowed beneath the surface. Anticipating Nidoking's Ice Beam, Garchomp swiftly emerged, claws slashing through the earth. Nidoking's colossal form slid backward, enduring the pain as it unleashed the Ice Beam. The Sharpedo seemed taken aback by Nidoking's remarkable resilience, narrowly avoiding the icy beam that grazed its leg. Observing this, Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. It was already a significant stroke of luck to land a hit. Nidoking had barely had time to aim. The icy beam, which was 4 times effective against it, would leave Nidoking severely weakened if it struck. Particularly, this Nidoking exhibited an unusual level of power in its attacks, perhaps even terrifying. Zhulan discerned that its ability was sheer force, yet the damage inflicted was still unreasonable. A fleeting memory stirred within her, as if she had encountered that life orb before. In close combat, the 2 Pokémon clashed fiercely, with Sharpedo's claws colliding against Nidoking's powerful arms. Gradually, several indentations appeared on the metallic forearm guard. Throughout the battle, Nidoking and the guard began to synchronize, utilizing this unique item to its advantage. Sharpedo, use Dragon Dive. Upon Zhulan's command, Sharpedo willingly took a punch, enveloped in a violet aura as it barreled toward the proximity of Nidoking. Now's the moment, Lin Xuan shouted as Nidoking was sent flying backward in an instant. A crisp sound reverberated through the air. In the distance, Milotic was ensnared by a beam of purple light, rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Nidoking unleashed a blue beam directed straight at the nearby Latias. If I cannot leave today, then I shall ensure you descend with me. The threat was clear and unwavering. Boom. Zhulan's Pokeball automatically opened, and Riolu leapt out, delivering a powerful kick to the stunned Latias, sending it crashing into Milotic. You deceived me. Zhulan's voice turned cold. Sharpedo kicked Nidoking away and roared towards Lin Xuan. You attempted to ambush someone she seeks to protect under the gaze of a champion. There was a note of anger in Zhulan's words. I am uncertain whether to address you as Zhulan or Cynthia, but, Garchomp, do you still possess the flair from your Master 8 days? Lin Xuan remarked, removing the hood that cloaked his face to reveal the mask of the dragon of red face. Sharpedo's attention was captured by his words, and it noticed a sudden softening in the mask's expression as if it recognized its kin. Bang! The violet figure collided with it, and Nidoking knocked it to the ground. The metallic forearm guard struck down heavily, releasing a blue beam. Had Sharpedo not chosen to burrow underground, it would have suffered a severe blow. Defiantly, it emerged from the earth, but Nidoking's bulky form soared upward, leaving it to rely solely on the metallic guard for defense. Riolu, positioned alongside Zhulan, sprang into action, its legs aglow as it kicked at the descending Nidoking. Nidoking used the guard as a shield, deflecting the blow, which carved a long trench into the ground. Riolu held its breath and focused, delivering a series of kicks. Nidoking was forced into a defensive stance, while the slightly flawed life orb began to show signs of cracking under the relentless assault. Damn it, explode already. Lin Xuan winced at the sound of the cracking, his heart aching for the orb. Nidoking let out a fierce roar, once more utilizing the flawed life orb to block Sharpedo's Dragon Dive. Crack, crack, crack. The sound reminiscent of shattered potato chips echoed through the air. In the next moment, brilliance erupted forth. Zhulan narrowed her pupils, releasing yet another Pokémon. Sensing the looming threat, the Sharpedo and Riolu in front exhibited a remarkable synergy as they utilized Protect. The purple radiance blossomed like a luminous cannon, prompting Zhulan to pull Lokia behind her, seeking refuge behind the Protect of the Pokémon ahead. As the violet glow dissipated, the unfortunate Milotic was left crashed against the distant city gates. Meanwhile, the figures of Lin Xuan and Nidoking had vanished from their sight. Gazing down at the fallen Riolu, Zhulan resolved to make a determined choice. That individual must surely recognize her, perhaps even hailing from her own world. Otherwise, they could not possibly know the names of the 8 masters and her own. What a predicament! Lin Xuan lay on the hotel bed, removing the mask from his face. The disparity between him and Zhulan was vast. Although their Pokémon were of similar strength, the difference in skill pools and battle experience was striking. Nidoking looked at the battered bracers and the missing life orb, feeling a pang of sorrow. That was his treasure. Yet, without that explosive moment, Their escape would have been exceedingly difficult. The bell tinkled as it emerged from Lin Xuan's embrace, emitting a clear sound that seemed to offer them solace. It's all right. When we have the means, I'll buy a few more for you to play with as firecrackers. The power of that attack exceeded his expectations. For 100,000 in one strike, what could withstand that? Nidoking rallied his spirits, clenching his fists. He vowed to grow stronger, ensuring he would not find himself in such a dire predicament again. Good grandson, let us settle the rewards. Following the explosion, he swiftly recalled Nidoking, allowing the bell to use telekinesis to transport him away from the scene. Otherwise, that 400,000 would be as good as wasted. Host, are you truly not considering the essence of the earth? The system tempted. Go to hell. If you have the capability, you go. That S champion Zhulan. Lin Xuan decisively opted for immediate settlement. He brandished the perfect TM for flamethrower and struck it atop Nidoking's head. Chapter 32, 7 Figures. How could Zhulan appear in that world? Do you have colleagues? Lin Xuan inquired. Not at all. Perhaps it's mere coincidence, or perhaps it's her own volition. But I am unique. It seemed she was eager to prove herself. As Lin Xuan observed Nidoking, who was absorbing the essence of flamethrower, he gradually ceased to care about the 400,000. The perfect TM provided by the system yielded excellent results. It was at least on the level of a Master Ball, surpassing the required resources for mastery. At the very least, it was a foundation of 1,000,000. Perhaps it was even stronger than a Master Ball. However, he had never witnessed a higher tier. Thus, it was undeniably a worthy investment. In the future, Ice-type and Bug-type moves would also fall within Nidoking's strike range. Other skills that were effective against those countered by Flamethrower could also be learned. Nidoking's jaws collided, sparks flying within his mouth. With a speed unfathomable to ordinary individuals, he mastered Flamethrower, as though he had wielded it for decades. His proficiency mirrored that of the previous Earth power. In the dead of night, Lin Xuan sat up in bed. Wait, is this world unwell? How is Zhulan there? It is akin to individuals in certain comment sections rising in the middle of the night to slap themselves. What is the matter? Have they lost business to others? Li Mengxin poked her head out from the second floor. Nothing, just sleeping. The following days were spent at home, enjoying a cozy life with Li Mengxin. Meanwhile, in the alternate world, Zhulan was still searching for him, nearly turning the only city upside down. Naturally, this champion was unwilling to accept such a setback, especially after being deceived. Thankfully, she was not a bloodthirsty person, or else Yunwu would have faced dire consequences. Otherwise, Lin Xuan would truly be unable to sleep. Why haven't you been to work these days? Were you dismissed? Li Mengxin inquired, holding an ice cream. You should be the one dismissed, not me, Lin Xuan grimaced. Hey, Li Mengxin flashed a victorious smile. I wonder if old Wang will fire me after taking so many days off right after starting. As she tilted her head, she licked her ice cream. No way, Lin Xuan assured her. Why? Li Mengxin asked. Oh, is he your? Li Mengxin paused, absorbing the implication as she sucked on her ice cream. The sound of a bell rang, seemingly in laughter. A clearer, chime-like sound followed, attracting their attention. A wind chime? They turned to see a shop adorned with decorations, where a wind chime floated at the entrance. It waved its small hands, as if greeting the bell. The bell, curious, drifted over and met its gaze. This is your evolved form, Lin Xuan remarked. The wind chime wiped the bloodstains off the bell, only to be surprised when they didn't come off. Lin Xuan and Li Mengxin entered the shop, picking up a small bracelet to examine. Do you want it? Lin Xuan asked. No, Li Mengxin replied, setting it down and moving towards another section. Hey, wind chime, is there a shop assistant here? Lin Xuan inquired. The wind chime pointed to a socket on the wall. Not that kind of socket. I mean a shop assistant, Lin Xuan said with utmost seriousness. The wind chime seemed not to comprehend and pointed again at the socket. Forget it. Li Mengxin stifled a laugh and picked up a bracelet priced at 888. Its silver surface was engraved with a Lin Li blue design, exuding both elegance and gentleness. She tenderly wiped its surface, appearing quite fond of it. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately placed it back, intercepting Lin Xuan's hand as she attempted to take it. Hey, let us go to another store. Li Mengxin tossed her finished ice cream into the trash and took Lin Xuan's hand. You're too thin, Lin Xuan remarked. After bidding farewell to the bell and wind chime, they followed behind. During the school health check, I stuffed 6 or 7 phones to pass the weight requirement. Li Mengxin chuckled. We need to feed you more. Lin Xuan replied. It wouldn't look good if I gained weight. But you are my partner, Lin Xuan said indifferently. Compared to before, work had become easier, as apart from the residents in the community, no one ventured into that small shop. Additionally, due to Lin Xuan's financial support, the owner treated her with exceptional care. Even that mischievous spirit was well-trained now. A natural air conditioner, it provided a comfortable and pleasant working environment. I also brought along the agreed-upon number of transactions with Yunwu, hoping she had not fallen victim to Zhulan. "Oh, you're here again. I thought you had given up on training," the receptionist exclaimed upon seeing Lin Xuan, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise, which was more punctual than her own clocking in for work. "I took a couple of days off," Lin Xuan replied casually. "Keep it up," she encouraged. Clenching her small fists, Lin Xuan picked up his room card and proceeded towards his room. "Good grandson, traverse," he said, vanishing once more into the confines of the room. Upon returning to the long-forgotten shabby inn, Lin Xuan felt a surge of tension. A strand of hair on the door had been severed, indicating someone had sought him out. He summoned Rhydon to inspect beneath the bed. Only after confirming that no one was present did he adjust his mask and allow Rhydon to push open the door. They stepped out of the inn, traversing the dark alley towards Yunwu's direction. Fortunately, Yunwu was still alive. "You're not dead," Yunwu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise as Lin Xuan entered the tent. "The feeling was mutual. You realize you've caused me quite a bit of trouble," she remarked, a headache brewing. Suddenly, she found herself disillusioned with the idea of the red-scaled dragon. "Can you procure a Sharpedo?" she whimsically inquired. "Theoretically, yes. But you cannot afford the price," Lin Xuan replied coldly, then emptied the Pokeballs from his backpack. "And that 100 from last time? I expected as well." Yunwu gazed at the Pokeballs, feeling somewhat consoled. She chose not to dwell on the encounter with Zhulan. After all, she had sought trouble for the bounty Lin Xuan had mentioned. A mutual agreement had been reached. Calling for someone, Yunwu ordered the delivery of the minerals she had collected over the past days. In the following days, Lin Xuan observed the city's dynamics while continuing transactions. It appeared that Zhulan, having failed to locate him after his few days of hiding, assumed he had departed the city, perhaps heading to another. Lin Xuan recalled the young lady with the red and blue heterochromatic eyes, a source of potential trouble. He glanced at his balance, which had finally reached 7 figures. Once again, he placed an order for a slightly flawed life orb, but this time, it was fully paid. Moreover, the metal bracers had been repaired and even reinforced. The previous payment had already been settled, leaving him with a balance of over 600,000. Unbeknownst to him, the chimes of the school bells were gradually approaching. Chapter 33. The atmosphere the day had arrived. Li Mingxin felt somewhat downcast. Lin Xuan responded with a non-committal hum. "Let us go. I probably want to attend classes anyway. Considering Modi University has these special credit options." She sat on the upper bunk, reluctant to part with her surroundings. The second-hand table adorned with a Gyarados print. The Magikarp aquarium, Lin Xuan's blanket, and the upper bunk itself. She felt a pang of nostalgia for them all. "I've booked 2 tickets to Modu," Lin Xuan said. His gaze lowered as he continued scrolling through videos. Li Mingxin's eyes lit up. "Elbows in, we're off to Modu." She leaped into Lin Xuan's embrace. Had she not been so light, he might have been knocked off balance. "Ouch, my stomach hurts," he exclaimed. Li Mingxin rose from Lin Xuan's side and hurried to the restroom. "In your next life, you should be a woman. I refuse to endure this menstrual period," she declared, her voice echoing with fervor. "You might as well become a blazing roar tiger." Lin Xuan rubbed his ears, exasperated. "I swear, I will end you," came her voice once more, nearly causing him to spill blood from the sheer intensity of her outburst. In the afternoon, as Li Mingxin began to pack her belongings, she found only a few garments sourced from Lin Xuan. The fish tank, the small table, and the bed were all items she could not take with her. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and decided to bring along Lin Xuan's small quilt, stuffing it into her already overflowing suitcase. "Goodbye now?" Li Mingxin called out cheerfully as she stood before the door, which bore a wooden plaque inscribed with the characters for Lin and Li. With her small bag slung over her shoulder, Lin Xuan assisted her in wheeling the suitcase away from the little building. Perhaps, when they next returned, the place would have been demolished. "Little Lin, little Li, come back again next time," called the shopkeeper from a distance. "What a fortunate young man you are." Li Mingxin chuckled in reply. "Though it often feels as though you're insulting me, I shall gladly return." The shopkeeper waved a fan jovially as he bid them farewell. "Are you leaving, my boy?" the gatekeeper inquired, sitting at the entrance of the security office and watching them depart. "Shanghai University, who would have thought?" Lin Xuan winked at him. "You've made something of yourself." The gatekeeper, rarely serious, offered a more solemn nod. Hey, see you next time. I'm off to meet the campus belle. Hey, 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 that hurts. Li Mingxin exclaimed, pinching him at the waist. The gatekeeper chuckled, a match made in heaven. How wonderful to see youth and love. At the corner of the alley, 2 steel-armored crows awaited them. They placed their suitcase in the storage compartment of one crow and mounted the other, officially beginning their journey. They stopped at the airport, passing through security and waiting for their flight. The sound of a bell chimed as it landed on the windowsill, curious eyes gazing outside. Compared to a Nido king, her petite frame found it easier to enjoy the view. Dear passengers, welcome aboard, announced the flight attendant as more young people boarded. Their destination was Shanghai. Yet only Lin Xuan was bound for Shanghai University. While many universities existed in the city, there was but one Shanghai University. And he was truly a rare gem among scholars. Even so, prior to acquiring the system, all he could do was dream of success. The flight departed on schedule, and as the scenery outside shrank away, they soared through the clouds, witnessing vistas more expansive and elevated. Are you nervous? Li Mingxin asked. Nervous about what? It's just school, a minor skirmish, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Li Mingxin pouted and rummaged through her small bag, eventually producing a gift box, which she discreetly handed to Lin Xuan. What is this? He asked, accepting it and opening it to reveal a silver bracelet adorned with intricate blue floral patterns. A piece they had previously admired in the shop. Lin Xuan found himself momentarily speechless. Li Mingxin possessed a mere 1,500 yuan, primarily earned from her work. Any additional funds offered to her were declined. This bracelet, however, would consume more than half of her salary. Try it on, she suggested, taking his hand and adorning his right wrist with the piece. It fit perfectly, the size measured discreetly while Lin Xuan slept. Her slightly pale arms exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of a pampered young master. It's truly beautiful. I knew my taste was impeccable. Lin Xiaoya should now express his gratitude, Li Mingxin proclaimed with pride, lifting her chin. In terms of Lin Xuan's previous expenditures, this bracelet represented more than 4 weeks' worth of living expenses. How did you know I had something prepared as well? Lin Xuan revealed a small box from his pocket. I knew something had to have been given to me when you assisted me with the steel armor crow, Li Mingxin remarked, realization dawning upon her. What did you think it was? Lin Xuan inquired. I thought you had finally made something of yourself, she retorted, pouting slightly. After cohabitating for a full 2 months, he seemed as unresponsive as ever. Lin Xuan's lips twitched as he opened the gift box, revealing a longevity lock, which he personally fastened onto Li Mingxin. Although her skin may not have been as fair, her collarbones were exquisitely defined, making the golden longevity lock appear quite fitting. It's so heavy, Li Mingxin remarked, adjusting it. 200 grams, Lin Xuan noted, somewhat taken aback. Even the silver ones have a designated weight, she mused, not considering the implications of the gold. These past days, Lin Xuan's balance had been steadily increasing. Apart from the necessary ores and fruits, there had been no significant expenditures, save for this golden longevity lock. With her family having disbanded, no one wanted her, and he was her only semblance of kinship. The bond they once shared had transformed. The old camaraderie now overshadowed by Lin Xuan's pure gold affection. He chuckled softly, withholding the truth, for the weight was indeed considerable, and at her age, it was perhaps unsuitable to wear. Thus, she decided to store it away, exchanging their singular tangible gifts. Oh, but that was not all. Li Mingxin had also received Lin Xuan's admission card, her second gift. The flight was swift, landing in the afternoon, and their luggage was promptly delivered by Rhydon upon disembarkation, sparing them the prolonged wait at the carousel, as Lin Xuan had experienced in his previous life. The towering buildings in the distance resembled trees densely clustered within a forest, giving the impression of being encircled by giants. At the airport entrance, various universities awaited their arrivals, ready to welcome students at all hours. This clever initiative was conceived by Magic City University, leaving other institutions to follow suit in a competitive frenzy. Wait, a genius from Magic City University? I arrived on the same flight as him? No way. A fellow countryman? This is more unbearable than death, they lamented, their envy and jealousy directed at Lin Xuan and his companion, Li Mingxin. After presenting their information, they smoothly boarded an extended luxury vehicle from Magic City University. Hello, Junior. Is this your girlfriend? A boy in uniform inquired after collecting their details. Chapter 34. Life is a wilderness. Indeed, Lin Xuan acknowledged generously. How enviable. Unlike me, who has been here for 3 years without a partner. He gently stroked his somewhat balding head. Are you from the computer science department? Lin Xuan inquired. Yes, Junior. Which department did you enroll in? He asked as the vehicle started to move. Battle department, Lin Xuan replied. That department has the least class hours. If one excels in the final competition, they can earn full credits. Li Mingxin, sitting beside him, appeared somewhat reserved. The car's interior made her feel a sense of inferiority. Which school is your partner applying to? If the scores aren't too far apart, they can apply for admission, the balding senior said, turning his gaze towards Li Mingxin. Is a difference of 290 points acceptable? This question left the balding senior momentarily stunned. The car swayed slightly, as if even the driver was taken aback. Haha, that's probably not feasible, he said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. The vehicle soon entered the bustling heart of the city, a cacophony that the closed windows could not contain. Look, it's a Sylvian. And an ice-type EV. Lin Xuan and Li Mingxin gazed out the window, witnessing their first sighting of a living Sylvian. The jingling of a bell prompted them to look outside as well. Such sights were relatively common in the magical city. It was said that in a certain corner of the city, there was a fairy tea party filled with beautiful fairy-type Pokémon like Shenado. The senior smiled proudly, his demeanor exuding a sense of accomplishment. Magic City University is situated in the upper middle area of the magical city. Amidst the clamor at the school gate, the vehicle came to a halt. All right, Junior, I hope you enjoy your studies in the psychic department. The senior opened the car door, gesturing for them to exit. However, I should be in the ground department, Lin Xuan said with a smile, helping Li Mingxin out of the car. Is that so? Then it seems you'll encounter a very powerful Tyranitar. He mused that Lin Xuan's ace Pokémon couldn't possibly be a mere bell. After all, it wouldn't be so simple for a student from the mountainous city to gain admission to the magical city. Tyranitar was a favored choice among many senior ground-type trainers, despite its dual rock and dark typing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan chuckled awkwardly. What should I call you, senior? Oh, no need for formalities. Magic City University covers an impressive area of 108 square meters. Besides that, there's an expansive artificial sea and a back mountain. I doubt we will meet again. He waved his hand and closed the car door. That's enormous, Li Mingxin exclaimed, gazing at the grand entrance, capturing a photo. Once they completed the necessary procedures, both were drenched in sweat from their busyness. It would be exhausting without a Pokémon to assist with transportation. He was already reluctant to head to the dormitory. The two settled in a small pavilion on campus, leaning against each other, enjoying the cool breeze heralding the impending summer. I'll be leaving tomorrow. School is starting soon, Li Mingxin said, opening her eyes as her vision sharpened. During the holidays, I'll come visit you, Lin Xuan replied. Sounds good. But you'll probably see how exhausted I am from my internship. Li Mingxin smiled slightly, as her school required simultaneous study and internship. School is synonymous with being a corporate slave. I'll buy your school out by then, he said with playful bravado. Li Mingxin laughed heartily. Just as Lin Xuan was about to speak, a light footstep echoed nearby. Turning to look, they saw a girl in a formal dress with golden eyes. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, the golden light faded, replaced by a crimson hue. Oh no, red eyes. This prompted Lin Xuan to subconsciously reach for the Pokeball of his Ni duo Wong in his pocket. The young lady with heterochromia also possessed one red eye. A congenital eye condition. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shenine, and you carry something quite unique about you. She blinked her crimson gaze at Lin Xuan, which made him feel a surge of anxiety. Wait, did you discern my grandfather's presence? Behind you, there is a patch of red, Shenine remarked. In terms of Chinese tradition, is it your birth year? Lin Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Your eyes appear somewhat ink-stained. He swiftly pulled Li Mingxin along and departed. Those with red eyes are truly intimidating, Shenine inquired, her expression perplexed. Li Mingxin let out a laugh. Are you being polite? Shenine stood there in disarray, but Lin Xuan had already distanced himself. She is so beautiful, and you didn't even exchange a few words? Li Mingxin glanced at Lin Xuan. I fear you might be weeping secretly under the covers, he replied nonchalantly. I could easily switch you out, 8 times a day. Quite the glutton, you little rascal. How annoying. Li Mingxin playfully punched Lin Xuan in the chest, which was more of a tease than a pain. Such is the nature of university skirmishes. They arrived at a small playground, with a battleground marked at its center. A crowd had gathered around, some acting as referees. Go, Chansey, defeat him. I'm joining too, Shelter. Lin Xuan went slightly. The cursed pink demon was still pursuing him. Hey, "Classmate, are you also a freshman?" At that moment, a short-haired boy approached and inquired. "Yes, what is up?" Lin Xuan turned to face him. "Are you aware of the Scorpio dog among the freshmen?" he asked. A question mark suddenly appeared above Lin Xuan's head. Observing his puzzled expression, the boy elaborated. "This year, a coach from the battle department went to become an examiner for the college entrance examination, and a boy from a mountain city made him feel nauseated with his Scorpio King. Then, during a drinking session with colleagues, he referred to him as Scorpio Dog." Lin Xuan felt as if he were about to reveal his identity card number. He hurriedly waved his hand. "I don't know him. I don't know him." The boy sighed, shook his head, and walked away. "What a pity. I heard that finding him could earn you half a credit." Listening to his mutterings, Lin Xuan felt somewhat embarrassed. The classes hadn't even officially begun, and yet he was already being remembered. "Wow, Scorpio Dog," Li Mengxin teased in a faux ominous tone. Lin Xuan's lips twitched. He never expected to acquire such a nickname in this lifetime. "It's not that scandalous. It was merely a 2-hour assessment. Let us go? We should find a place to dine. We must rise early tomorrow for our flight." Li Mengxin linked her arm with his and headed toward the school gate. It took quite a while to finally exit the campus, with battle arenas appearing every few steps. The combat atmosphere was incredibly intense, rivaling the distractions of the previous world where everyone bowed their heads to their phones. Magic City University, the sanctum of the battle department. Next, they would need to rent a place outside, as residing in the dormitory was inconvenient. Lin Xuan and she entered a nearby restaurant, ordering dishes while conversing. "Does it affect your street standing?" Lin Xuan nodded. "It does impact my work, and I'm also rather disinclined to engage with others. Starting from scratch is quite impressive," Li Mengxin remarked, a hint of melancholy in her tone. For having been together for so long, Lin Xuan still harbored secrets from her. With a resigned smile, he thought, "Just a little more strength, and I shall reveal the truth. Indeed, just a fraction more." In another world, there was a Julian searching for him, while in this realm, the endless pursuit of power loomed large. Life truly felt like an expansive wilderness. He could not confide in others, destined to solitude. He feared attracting trouble in this primary world. Though he would not endanger Li Mengxin's life, the threat of brainwashing and hypnosis remained ever present. Chapter 35, The Departing Dove. Humph. Li Mengxin let out a soft huff, choosing not to press further. "This place is quite pricey. Shall we opt for street food instead?" She glanced at the menu and leaned closer to Lin Xuan's ear to speak. "It's all right. I received 8 clients on the street last night." As he spoke, Lin Xuan revealed his phone. The 6-figure balance left Li Mengxin momentarily breathless. This was merely what he had set aside for payments. "As long as you know," she said earnestly, gazing into his eyes, "I do not wish to remain a widow." She was no fool. How could she possibly believe Lin Xuan was perpetually on the street? "Rest assured, dining out will not leave you a widow," Lin Xuan feigned ignorance, maintaining a cheerful facade while secretly arranging his will's beneficiary. "Order more. I'll make you cry, and I'll have my period tonight, which will cost you dearly." As Li Mengxin spoke, she began selecting dishes. Yet, she ultimately chose a few of the least expensive options. Lin Xuan, however, crossed those out and replaced them with nourishing choices. "When we leave tomorrow, I'll transfer some money to you. I can't possibly spend it all myself," he said, echoing his previous response. "No, you buy my plane ticket," she insisted, her funds dwindling to a mere few hundred. The tickets from Magic City's airport were exorbitantly priced. "All right." Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Having money yet being unable to spend it is more tormenting than being broke. You must become a powerful trainer, and you will surely find many opportunities to spend, Li Mengxin mused, poking at the unopened utensils with her chopsticks. She longed to assist Lin Xuan, yet felt powerless. A trace of sorrow crept into her gaze. Her most valuable asset was her dowry, which she had already gifted to Lin Xuan. They could not finish the abundance of dishes laid before them, and the inability to take leftovers home caused Li Mengxin some heartache. They lay together on the plush bed in their hotel room, the mattress so soft it seemed to envelop them. A gap still lingered between them. Phones pointed at each other as they engaged in their games. Despite their impending separation, their dynamic remained unchanged. As night fell, Lin Xuan gradually inched closer. Li Mengxin mirrored his movement, both resembling turtles in their cautious approach. Nidoking and the bell rang, seated by the expansive window, mimicking human language and script while gazing at the illuminated skyscrapers outside. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges. At some point, their phones were abandoned on the bedside table, and they drew nearer. their breaths synchronized, warmth radiating from each other's presence. They could clearly see the fine hairs on each other's faces and the blood vessels in their eyes. Li Mingxin took Lin Xuan's hand from under the covers. Intertwining their fingers, Lin Xuan blinked, somewhat perplexed. Soon after, he noticed Li Mingxin lifting his hand, pressing her index finger against her lips, and then placing it into her mouth. The tingling sensation rendered Lin Xuan momentarily speechless. No. Li Mingxin moved closer, their bodies nestled together under the covers. Her complexion gradually flushed, the warmth of her breath caressing the back of Lin Xuan's hand. She gazed at him with deep affection, and after a moment, she clung to him, reluctant to let go. Didn't he expect this? She murmured softly into Lin Xuan's ear, her words slightly muffled and warm. Lin Xuan found his mind blank. Everyone has their own way of loving. I love you. I may not be particularly attractive, wealthy, or academically inclined. Just someone who plays a few trivial games, with no clear future ahead. If we marry, just making me simple dishes like cabbage and tofu would suffice. If we can't marry, we want to go far, and I'd rather we part amicably than stray from each other. Her fragmented words etched themselves into Lin Xuan's heart. I love you. I have no one else. Li Mingxin's voice grew softer until she gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Xuan embraced her with his stiffened arms, contemplating revealing his secrets to her for a fleeting moment. The next morning, Lin Xuan was awakened by the gentle movements of Li Mingxin in his arms. Time to go, she said, nuzzling against his neck with her hair. All right. After rising, Lin Xuan gathered the two sleeping Pokémon from the bay window. The Pokémon racing through the streets of Magic City were no longer the commonplace Rapidash. They began to pursue aesthetics along with functionality, such as the Galarian Rapidash. In this world, such regional forms were referred to as subspecies. Even the airport dwarfed the one in Shancheng by several times. They nearly lost their way inside. However, it was unlikely to surpass the grandeur of the Tianfu Airport in Sichuan Chongqing, where he had nearly perished during his layover. Li Mingxin smiled. They found themselves caught at the last security check, and Lin Xuan waved to her from beyond the caution line. She embraced him across the barrier, planting a heavy kiss on his lips. Just a little advantage, and I'm off. The security personnel were left bewildered. Who understands what family means? This can also be considered feeding dog food. Lin Xuan remained rooted in place until her figure vanished completely. Grandpa, your grandson sent you a message. Grandpa. He retrieved his phone. It was a message from Li Mingxin, and he did not leave the airport until she activated airplane mode. It was then he noticed a new class group chat had appeared in his account, where little conversation occurred, merely a correction of his name. The instructor sent a class schedule. His classes began in the afternoon. Let us find a nearby hotel to rest. He recalled the wistful gaze of the front desk girl on his last day of booking a room. He chose a hotel near the airport, purchased a small alarm clock to attach to himself, setting the time to enter the next world together. He released Nidoking, and the bell chimed as he fully armed himself before departing the inn. The city was even noisier than usual, with constant commotion at the city gates. He furrowed his brow and made his way towards the Yunwu tent. Upon the metallic gauntlet of King Nido, the life gem shimmered with an ethereal glow. Upon realizing the presence of him and King Nido, Yunwu's subordinates ceased their interference. Whispers had circulated privately about the enigmatic secrets shared between these two figures. The atmosphere in the Soul City today felt decidedly off. Even in the vicinity of the tents, the number of your subordinates had diminished. Lin Xuan cast a glance at the unclad Yunwu, who had grown accustomed to such exposure. King Nido growled, feeling significantly unshackled in this realm. Even the expression of the ringing bell transformed into something peculiar, a smile stretching wide. Only Li Mingxin regarded them as innocent souls. After me, there lies another city. I shall send my people to seize it, Yunwu declared with a smirk. Mining slowly was far too tedious for her, thus she opted for a grander scheme. To her, this constituted a virtuous cycle. Farming, mining. She deemed it far more advantageous to pilfer from the other subordinates of Emperor Caesar. Chapter 36. What does it matter to me if you abduct her? Is your Caesar unconcerned? Lin Xuan inquired. He doesn't care. As long as his own territory remains intact, Yunwu replied, fully aware of Emperor Caesar's character despite their prolonged separation. Before Yunwu could finish her statement, a frail man accompanied by a large hound was unceremoniously flung into the tent, crashing to the ground. Damn it, you filthy scoundrel, how dare you steal from me? A burly man boomed as he entered, followed closely by a Rhydon. Scarred version? Lin Xuan silently retreated behind King Nido, observing the newcomer. Are you the one behind this scoundrel, Yunwu? As he spoke, a multitude of others entered, accompanied by a variety of commonly seen rock and ground-type Pokémon. The enormous onyx burst through the tent's roof. Are you nervous in front of so many? Lin Xuan glanced at them before turning to Yunwu, who appeared somewhat flushed. A bit thrilling? She patted her face, seemingly unfazed by her own safety. The previous battle between Lin Xuan and Zhulan had rendered the area into ruins. Engaging in trade with her would undoubtedly prove more stable than with others. Help me take him down, and I shall reward you double, she exclaimed with palpable excitement. Had she arrived a day earlier, she would have fled in disgrace. You insolent wretch, do you dare insult me? King Nido, Earth Power. While they indulged in their banter, Lin Xuan had no intention of wasting time. In his eyes, these individuals had transformed into glistening ores, pure currency. Roar. The gauntlet and the life gem within him illuminated in unison as he clenched his fist and struck the ground with all his might. Acknowledging his growth, he knew he must earn his own pocket money. The earth quaked, and Rhydon was the first to react, positioning itself before its master. The massive onyx was the first to be toppled, and the aggressive subordinates were swiftly consumed by the soil. In a single encounter, they were obliterated. However, under the protection of Rhydon, the scarred man managed to cling to life. Rhydon, panting heavily, gazed at King Nido with an unmistakable wariness in its eyes. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Rhydon rock slide. It chose to retaliate. Using rock-type skills against Nidoking, despite the disparity in strength, is a notion that seems peculiar in this world devoid of foundational education. Without uttering a word, Nidoking once again slammed the ground. A resounding crash echoed as Longlongian was sent flying, crashing into a distant tent, which collapsed instantaneously. Don't move. Make Nidoking abandon resistance, or I shall take her life. A voice cut through the tension, prompting Lin Xuan to glance back. There, the individual who had been thrown in earlier was pressing a knife against Yunwu's neck. A look of bewilderment crossed Yunwu's face as her attention was wholly captivated by Nidoking, utterly oblivious to the man lying on the ground. The large hound rose once more. Yunwu's hand clutched 3 Pokeballs, poised to expand. Abandon resistance? Huh. What concern is it of mine that you have kidnapped her? Nidoking turned to gaze at Yunwu in response to Lin Xuan's shift. Nidoking Ice Beam. A sharp crack resounded, freezing the astonished expression on the man's face in place. A blue beam grazed Yunwu's cheek, blood splattering forth. The man's head shattered like a watermelon, painting much of Yunwu's face in crimson and yellow, yet she erupted into laughter. A bell-like chime erupted from Lin Xuan's embrace, revealing a sinister grin aimed at the scarred man, reminiscent of a ghastly specter. For the first time, he felt a pang of fear, hastily covering his head, terrified of being struck by a similar ice beam. However, the anticipated pain did not arrive. It was merely a jest from the bell-like chime. A little jest. Do you require assistance in breaking his limbs? Lin Xuan inquired, glancing at Yunwu. No need. I prefer a bit more thrill, she replied, finally rising from her seat, her legs trembling slightly, not from fear, but from having sat too long. Thus, she sought a more mobile perch. Lin Xuan, disinterested in her predicament, turned and led Nidoking out of the tent. Soon, the sound of water echoed from within. But it was evident that the scarred man was severely frightened, and before long, he succumbed. A guttural roar erupted from him, and all noise ceased. Come in. Yunwu beckoned shortly thereafter. She wiped the blood from her face, draped herself in a blanket, and sat down, visibly dissatisfied. It seems I've squandered my money. Spend some time with me, and I shall gift you a city. She licked her still bloody lips, her gaze toward Lin Xuan filled with aggression. Clearly, she had been swayed by his decisiveness. A wife understands a bit of domestic law. Lin Xuan's expression remained concealed beneath his red-faced dragon mask, preventing Yunwu from perceiving any disdain. Yunwu seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke, laughing so heartily that her blanket slipped. A person like you could never have a wife. It's impossible. You are destined for solitude. She laughed heartily, utterly unconvinced. Why? The expression beneath the mask furrowed. From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, it was evident that you were an anomaly, distinct from everyone else, even from His Majesty Caesar. Thus, your path is destined to be solitary. She paused her laughter and wrapped herself in a blanket. If I so desired, both you and his fortress could belong to me. Prepare your minerals for the next encounter. This time, 100 super balls. Lin Xuan declared as she turned to leave. The alarm clock was nearing its hour. I am truly curious about what other Pokémon you possess that I have yet to see, necessitating such a multitude of minerals. The voice of Yunwu interrupted, causing Lin Xuan to halt in her steps. How many? The path of indulgent spending is incomprehensible to your world. You need not concern yourself. Merely know that it is double. Though he currently possesses a modest fortune, it is likely that he will soon find himself in debt. The circulation of items within Magic City University is rather extensive. He departed, and Yunwu unfurled the blanket, yearning for a measure of freedom, gazing at the surrounding chaos. She realized it was time to change her circle of acquaintances and rebuild her foundation. Fortunately, the Pokeballs acquired from Lin Xuan had considerably reduced the cost of establishing her base. Chapter 37. The Origin of the Deities. As Lin Xuan entered the somewhat noisy classroom, her eyes were immediately drawn to a female teacher, approximately 162 centimeters tall, and a phrase inscribed on the whiteboard, humans and deities. She selected an unoccupied desk and surveyed the other students in the class. Some appeared familiar enough for casual conversation, yet she recognized none. As the bell signaling the start of class rang, the classroom filled to capacity. One individual stood out particularly, a young Gibble perched on her desk. Ahem, class is now in session. I am Ji Yingying, your history teacher, she announced, though her words seemed to lack substance. As she spoke, she inscribed the characters for Mr. in red on the whiteboard. At that moment, a girl weighing around 150 pounds and standing 150 centimeters tall rose and exclaimed, Teacher, Mr. is used to describe men. Are you implying that your efforts are solely aimed at becoming a man? Her statement plunged the classroom into silence, with all eyes fixated upon her. Noticing the others were speechless, the woman continued, We must rise and awaken, lest we be assimilated by masculinity. Ji Yingying found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Choosing to ignore the comment, she proceeded, The theme of our lesson today is humans and deities, along with various aspects concerning deities. With a graceful flick of her finger, she summoned a collection of peculiar green Pokémon that resembled insect cells, green dogs, serpents, and giants. This is the legendary Pokémon, Zygarde, commanded by Lin Xuan. Does anyone know its type? Ji Yingying inquired, taking up the attendance sheet. Her words prompted Lin Xuan to rise from her seat, drawing the collective gaze of the class towards her. Lin Xuan, quite handsome, they noted, committing the name to memory. Zygarde is of the ground and dragon types, she responded, which sparked a ripple of discussion among the students, even eliciting a soft gasp from Ji Yingying. Dragon type? Where does Zygarde exhibit any draconic traits? One cannot hastily categorize Zygarde as a dragon type simply because records indicate its use of dragon type moves. Official documents classify it unequivocally as a pure ground type. This was articulated 4 years ago in an update, and surely it has not changed since then. A wave of skepticism arose, prompting Ji Yingying to tap her fingers against the desk. The classroom fell silent once more. It seems that each year, a few remarkable students emerge at Magic Capital University, just as Lin Xuan aptly stated. Zygarde embodies both dragon and ground types. Her voice, though soft, rendered the classroom momentarily hushed. She invited Lin Xuan to take his seat, while the square-faced girl who had spoken earlier remained standing. Historical texts described Zygarde as possessing multiple forms. Initially, we assumed it to be a Pokémon capable of various evolutions. However, this notion was dispelled with the excavation of the Lin Xuan's tomb, which formally confirmed Zygarde's dual attributes of dragon and ground. As the ancients once said, he could only decipher the first 3 ancient characters on the whiteboard. But with Ji Yingying's elucidation, his interest began to burgeon. Humanity has never ceased its quest for the divine. They have even discovered a shell belonging to a Lugia, indirectly affirming that deities are not singular, nor are all-powerful beings inherently formidable. This corroborates the historical accounts of the first emperor forging a friendship with a young Rayquaza, growing together and leaving behind legendary tales. Lin Xuan sat in silence, feeling as though a grand portal to this world was slowly opening before him. Accompanying weaker deities and growing alongside them, one side would leave behind an everlasting legend, while the other would achieve the name of the ancestor dragon. The bell chimed, signaling the end of class. Goodbye, teacher. Someone led the way, and the students rose, bowing slightly. Ji Yingying nodded with satisfaction, the first to exit the classroom, leaving behind a group of students whose worldviews were gradually transforming. Lin Xuan glanced toward the screen, still displaying several deities that had evidently emerged directly from Arceus, clearly inconsistent with the archaeological findings of this world. He sat deep in contemplation. He envisioned a future where a deity would accompany him, be it Dialga or another. No divine being would aid him in resurrecting the fallen without reason. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Xuan stood and made his way toward the exit. The distance to the future remained vast. A young boy with a Yungas hurried to catch up. Lin Xuan, wait. He called out to him. Yungas? Lin Xuan turned, glancing at the Pokémon by the boy's feet. Hey, I'm Lin Mo, your roommate. Did you just arrive at school today? The boy extended his hand with a hint of enthusiasm. You know me? Lin Xuan responded, shaking his hand with a touch of bewilderment. We're roommates. In our class, there are only 2 of us specializing in ground types, Lin Mo explained, having seen Lin Xuan's name in the dormitory roster. His demeanor was not overly warm. It was merely a shared camaraderie born of similarity, bestowed upon him many unsolicited glances. Oh, I do not reside at the school, Lin Xuan nodded. I see. It appears I shall have to relish the solitude of a single room, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. As Lin Xuan turned to depart, his phone vibrated in his pocket, indicating that Li Mingxin had just landed. Will you participate in the upcoming school competition? We could team up, Lin Mo suggested. It was then that Lin Xuan remembered the grand competition on Wednesday, where the founder of Haishi Mining would also be present as a judge. I lack the sandstorm technique. If it were a Banquilus, I would be more than willing to partner with you, Lin Xuan shrugged, believing his chances of winning solo were higher. There are prizes to be won in the competition, Lin Mo remarked helplessly. All right, see you next time. He stood still, waiting for Lin Xuan to leave before he turned to head in the opposite direction. He looked up at its trainer, a fire of determination igniting within. It was resolute in its desire to secure victory for its trainer. Its crimson eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Chapter 38, Shopping Spree. As Lin Xuan exited the teaching building, he felt a sudden pang of solitude confronted by the vastness of the school. Li Mingxin had not left his side in the main world for 2 consecutive months. Did you miss me? She inquired. Of course, Lin Xuan replied. I knew my charm was irresistible, she teased. Primarily, it's because no one is cooking, and dining out is rather expensive, Lin Xuan remarked. So, I'm merely your tool, am I? She responded playfully. Indeed, he confirmed. Just like a Magikarp flopping against a fish tank, nothing happens. A smile graced Lin Xuan's lips as he brushed past others, making his way to the trading area. This place resembled a colossal marketplace, stretching endlessly before him. Upon entering, he felt a chill in the air. He glanced at the signposts and proceeded toward the skill area. His Nidoking still required 2 essential skills, Thunderbolt and Sludge Bomb, 1 electric and 1 poison. The electric move was a type of energy that Nidoking had yet to master, necessitating a fresh start. Thunderbolt, huh? Navigating past the free area left by the senior, he arrived at the paid section, where fees began at a minimum of 100,000. Some techniques were even left by the Elite Four. Only 1 copy for sale? How intriguing. He retrieved his student ID, a high-tech card akin to those held by the Elite, and inserted it into the slot at the counter. It ejected shortly thereafter. He tilted his head in confusion. What does this mean? Dear fellow student, you will need to recharge your student ID on the academic website, a voice called from behind him. Lin Xuan turned to see the red-eyed senior. This time, she donned a white chest-binding hanfu that accentuated her figure. Thank you. Lin Xuan then lowered his gaze to recharge his card. Observing him, Shen Yin's eyes shifted to a golden hue. She perceived the blood-red aura surrounding Lin Xuan. Dear fellow student, the crimson hue behind you has intensified. Are you unwell? She inquired. Red-eyed senior, I am mostly fine. Lin Xuan feigned indifference on the surface, though his mind was awash with thoughts. More intense. Have I taken a life? His finger hesitated momentarily, yet he maintained his composure as he inserted the student ID once more. A chime rang out. The cabinet door swung open, revealing a high-tech disc that soared into his hands. This compartment was completely sealed, awaiting the insertion of other secret techniques. A keen eye for a formidable technique from the electrical sovereign of another nation, perhaps? The golden glimmer in Shen Yin's eyes faded as he approached another cabinet. Let us disregard the price for now. He even spotted a technique that hailed from the champion of a certain country. The bell jingled, and he mused about his future success. Lin Xuan gently caressed the bell nestled within his clothing, its sound escaping through a seam, revealing a half-smile on his face. He then ventured into the poison-type section, where amidst a dazzling array of techniques, he discovered the mud bomb. Subsequently, he departed from the technique area and made his way to the mineral section. The ores here were incomparable to those found in the lesser realms. The prices were somewhat similar, and now he understood why the students of Magic Capital University generally possessed superior strength. Nutritional supplements were a crucial aspect of Pokémon enhancement, and Magic Capital University was well-equipped for such needs. He required Thunderstones, Moonstones, Firestones, Ice Stones, and Awakening Stones, a straightforward yet effective pathway to power. Except for the Moonstone and Awakening Stone, all were intended to amplify Nidoking's skill potency and proficiency. His Nidoking had made little progress in its primary poison attribute, but its ground-type prowess was soaring. He paused before the Water Stone, contemplating as he selected a few, then procured several psychic gems for the bell. Next door, he acquired 5 Black Mud, also for Nidoking. The poison type needed to catch up, otherwise, it risked being surpassed by the fire type. The Jet Flame skill machine provided by the system was indeed formidable. After settling the bill, he exited with his acquisitions. The self-service mall had only a few Rhydons stationed at the checkout counters, yet he sensed that many trained Pokémon were watching over the place. Perhaps some psychic types acting as unseen security. Before leaving, he did not forget to purchase Ultra Balls. The trade with Yun Wu must not cease. Many individuals like him, laden with numerous items, pushed their large shopping carts out. Hey, freshman in your zodiac year, would you like to join a club? A senior with red-eye disease had fortuitously chosen this moment, holding a lone disc. No, thank you. I fear the red-eye disease might be contagious. Farewell, senior. Lin Xuan waved and proceeded toward the campus exit, his pocket now emptied. 600,000, more than half spent on secret techniques. The strong truly remain strong. With each incoming message, a smile gradually emerged on his face. After checking into a hotel room, he notified the courier to pick up the items, stuffing the Water Stone and a Moonstone into the mailbox at his door. The Water Stone was for Magikarp, while the Moonstone was intended for Li Mingxin in exchange for money. Since Li Mingxin refused his cash, he could only resort to this subtle method. Having a girlfriend who is not materialistic indeed posed its challenges. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, presenting the 2 discs for Nidoking to view. Each disc could only be watched 3 times and was not to be shared, a measure to safeguard the provider's rights. After Nidoking had absorbed the knowledge, he traversed once more, carrying the necessary minerals. Not long after, the deliver man arrived, taking away the items from the parcel cabinet. The bell jingled in the air, and he had a piece of a super energy gem in his mouth, reminiscent of savoring a sweet confection. Nidoking first checked under the bed of the small inn before stepping out ahead of Lin Xuan. As per their usual routine, they made their way to the root base of Yunwu. Only the central tent remained. What is this? Are we changing locations? Lin Xuan inquired, glancing at Yunwu, who was still seated. Regardless of the task, she was always hands-on, occasionally even taking on the work of her subordinates. Well, Yincheng is closer to the nearby mountains and can satisfy your needs, Yunwu generously acknowledged. Lin Xuan, unfazed by her audacious declarations, tipped over the super ball. The flickering torchlight illuminated the super ball, reflecting a dazzling sheen. The quality is better than before. Your manufacturing skills have improved, he remarked. Yunwu's eyes lit up. How about you sell me the technique? I could offer you 2 cities in return. You could just seize them outright, Lin Xuan scoffed. 100 super balls and 400 pieces of, or double that to 800. After speaking, he raised his gaze to Yunwu, the dragon mask enhancing his presence. For a moment, Yunwu found it difficult to meet his eyes. It's already prepared. This small city has been thoroughly exhausted. Yunwu clapped her hands, signaling her subordinates to bring the ore forward. Why don't you plant berry trees? Lin Xuan curiously asked, only to receive an unexpected reply. Planting? How slow? Yunwu responded as if it were the most natural thing. Chapter 39, Ahead of the Curve. In the main world, Pokeballs became commonplace. And aside from a stable order, agriculture thrived remarkably. Berry cultivation was an indispensable element, especially in Huaxia, where agriculture flourished astonishingly, even beside the ditch at Lin Xuan's home. Berry trees were planted. Next, you'll be moving to Yincheng, right? Hand me a map. Lin Xuan extended his hand. You really aren't coming with me, Yunwu remarked, tossing a map over. Lin Xuan shook the map, noticing it was slightly sticky. He genuinely suspected where that map had been hidden before. Leaving Yunwu alone to gaze at the somewhat empty large tent, he warned, "Make sure you don't seek out others. One day, I will eliminate all the markers along the way. Only I shall stand before His Majesty Caesar." This was also her reason for her insistence on trading with Lin Xuan. Handing Lin Xuan over to Caesar might earn her some recognition. Yet, she harbored ambition to eliminate everyone else. The next world was truly a treasure trove, with land being its greatest asset. Once her strength increased, she could develop and cultivate the land. Whether for planting berry trees or mining, both ventures promised high returns. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, he needed to ensure that Nido King consumed and learned. Then, he would crush the upcoming school competition on Wednesday. Afterward, he would quickly find a place to rent, establishing a bridge between the main world and the next. How exhilarating. With a cheerful demeanor, he took out his phone, noting that Li Mingxin had already sent him a good night message. The following morning, he headed to the classroom. Awaiting the start of lessons, Lin Mo arrived late and saw him walk over to sit beside her. "Good morning," Lin Xuan greeted her warmly. "You too." Lin Mo teased the young Gyarados on the table. A beldam emerged from Lin Xian's embrace, hovering next to the young Gyarados. "It's my first time seeing such a Pokémon. Is this your space enforcer? Are you planning to join a dimensional team?" Lin Mo inquired with curiosity. "I'm not sure, but it seems like a team that frequently switches between various weather conditions," Lin Xuan replied, contemplating the future. He couldn't afford to raise other Pokémon yet. "Is that so?" Lin Mo spoke little. Soon, class time arrived, and an elderly professor ascended the podium, accompanied by a glasses-wearing Snubbull. His age was visibly apparent. "Professor, it really is him," Lin Mo thought. Compared to Ji Yingying from the previous history class, this teacher was notably more renowned. "Once again, I greet the youthful faces. Good morning, everyone. I am Huang Qingde, and I will be your theoretical instructor this semester." He stood at the podium, his voice soft, yet the classroom fell into an extraordinary silence. As he finished speaking, murmurs of "Sir" and "Professor" followed. "Haha, youth is truly wonderful. Just call me Teacher Huang," he said, stroking his graying beard with a faint smile. Huang Qingde? Lin Xuan had not heard of him before and typed a message to Li Mingxin on his phone. Starting this year, Magic City University has reformed its theoretical approach. We will be fully implementing Professor Xiao Guang's energy theory. Compared to Huang, Professor Xiao Guang is the real heavyweight in academia. Professor Xiao Guang's energy theory is groundbreaking. A step forward, albeit perhaps not fully mature and lacking widespread recognition. Blindly applying this theory may present drawbacks. However, Pokémon are inherently like this. They must forge ahead against the current, as stagnation leads to regression. Decades ago, even the champions of that era could not match today's Master Ball trainers. After a brief cough, he continued, "Now, let us delve into the realm of energy. Energy is omnipresent in the atmosphere, within our bodies, and even in outer space. Pokémon possess the innate ability to absorb and utilize energy. Taking the Beldum as an example, Beldum is of the psychic type, thus it naturally absorbs psychic energy. Initially, it only contains psychic energy within its body." The students shifted their gazes towards Beldum. Ding! A crisp sound resonated. Beldum blinked and nestled into Lin Xian's hair. "Therefore, we can regard Beldum as a vessel carrying psychic energy." "Classmate, does your Beldum know moves of other types?" Huang Qingde inquired. "That would suggest that, in addition to psychic energy, it also possesses water-type energy." Subsequently, Huang Qingde began to elucidate the so-called energy theory. Most Pokémon, due to their inherent characteristics, cannot absorb energy from all types. The primary attribute they carry is typically about 15 times more abundant than other energies, which constitutes a healthy threshold. Each mastery of an additional elemental energy signifies the acceptance of a new force, which, while empowering, also brings forth burdens. To maintain the optimal attributes inherent to oneself, alongside the proportionality of other elemental techniques at a ratio of 15:1, specifically, a total of 151, demands a greater allocation of resources and time. Consider Lin Xian's Nidoking, who currently commands a repertoire that includes poison, ground, fire, ice, electric, bug, and normal techniques. Naturally, this Nidoking, compared to one that has only mastered 2 elemental techniques, is significantly stronger yet progresses at a slower rate, excluding the influence of financial investments. In Professor Huang Qingde's theory, the strength of a Pokémon is intricately linked to the energy within it, with the augmentation of energy achieved through training and nourishment. It is likely that you are more aware of this than I am, he chuckled warmly. However, this is but one facet of Professor Huang's insights. His most intriguing assertion pertains to combat energy and life energy. Combat energy refers to the energy within a Pokémon that enables it to engage in battle. The act of unleashing techniques or being struck by them consumes this energy. Once depleted, the Pokémon loses its capacity to fight. Although the energy expended in releasing techniques is less than that consumed when being attacked. Moreover, nature harbors numerous energies that can be harnessed, the mightier the Pokémon. The more power it can draw upon, resulting in lower consumption and greater impact. Clearing his throat and taking a sip of water, Huang Qingde continued. In addition to combat energy, there exists life energy. A Pokémon may readily lose its fighting capability. However, it does not easily succumb to death. Even when incapacitated, a reservoir of greater power resides within them, existing in every corner of their being, to sustain their survival and integrity. Thus, while Pokémon may bear scars in battle, it is exceedingly rare for them to suffer the loss of limbs. In the hushed classroom, the only sound was that of Huang Qingde sipping his water. These proud scholars were once more reminded of the vastness of the world. Chapter 40. Energy Detection. The Growing Nidoking. Lin Xuan exchanged a brief greeting with his desk mate before departing the classroom to catch up with Professor Huang. Tutu the dog adjusted his spectacles and glanced up at the ringing bell, nodding slightly in what seemed to be a greeting to the younger generation. Professor Huang, is there any apparatus that can detect the energy within a Pokémon? He inquired straightforwardly. It may not be fully developed, but follow me, Huang Qingde replied, gesturing for him to keep pace. Thank you, Professor Huang, Lin Xuan said, his eyes brightening. Shortly, they halted before a classroom devoid of a sign. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded by metallic walls adorned with various instruments of varying sizes. This area is not yet open to the public due to the instruments being incomplete, but they are usable to some extent, Huang Qingde stated as he paused before a box the size of a human head. After entering a password and verifying his fingerprint on the emerging transparent panel, the box's door opened outward. Incorrect password? Maximum attempts reached? Change password. What do you mean I cannot set the same password? Lin Xuan exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. Nevertheless, the instrument eventually powered on, and soon data emerged, not on paper, but on a blue and white luminous panel. Lin Xuan approached, observing the various metrics displayed by the bell. This little creature exhibited a remarkably balanced energy distribution, with its psychic, water, and standard attributes approximately at a ratio of 15:1, indicative of its physical development. He furrowed his brow, noting that this little fellow had only recently achieved its energy standards. Prior to that, it had been in a precarious state. As the box opened, the bell jingled and landed softly in Lin Xuan's arms. Could I conduct another test? I have another Pokémon, Lin Xuan requested, gesturing towards the imposing 2-meter-tall apparatus. Very well, Huang Qingde replied, thinking to assist fully, and led him to stand before the instrument. Lin Xuan released Nidoking, which surprised Huang Qingde slightly. It has grown 2 centimeters, he noted, his gaze sharpening as he quickly input the necessary password. Step inside, and remain still. Following Lin Xuan's instructions, Nidoking stepped into the chair, along with its protective arm and the life gem. The doors sealed from all sides, and the machine began its operation. Soon, a blue and white panel illuminated before them. Your Nidoking is carrying additional items besides the protective arm and life gem, correct? He turned to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded in affirmation. That item is releasing certain factors that enhance its most primal strength, its size. Your Nidoking may still grow taller, Huang Qingde remarked, causing a silence to envelop the room as he contemplated the nature of this item. Lin Xuan was aware that it was the life gem, but he was unsure how to articulate that to Huang Qingde. The energy development is commendable, however, its poison attribute is rather lacking. It has only recently learned Thunderbolt and Sludge Bomb, hasn't it? The poison attribute needs to keep pace, as it is on the verge of being surpassed by the fire attribute. I suggest you abandon the development of the normal type. It serves little purpose and will hinder your Nidoking's growth. Huang Qingde shifted the conversation, offering Lin Xuan some advice. For Nidoking, a special attack powerhouse, the normal type was indeed of little significance. I wish to learn Protect, Lin Xuan expressed. That is feasible, but do not squander too much time on the normal type. Protect is not particularly suited for Nidoking, and moreover, focus energy is not exceptionally useful either. It requires significant investment to train effectively. As he spoke, he opened the instrument's door. Nidoking emerged, standing beside Lin Xuan. This is a traditional approach to cultivating a powerhouse, a commendable path, Huang Qingde remarked. Make it a point to visit after my classes each week. Without allowing Lin Xuan a chance to decline, he turned and left with his tutu dog. Lin Xuan pondered whether this was a good or bad turn of events. Glancing down at his phone, he found a series of messages from Li Mingxin. Li Mingxin, wow, it's Professor Huang Qingde. He is a towering figure in Pokémon ecology and growth research. Li Mingxin, Magic City University is fantastic, unlike ours. Li Mingxin, they hit you with 300 yuan for textbooks at the start of the semester, then another 500 for betting. How ridiculous. Li Mingxin, I'm simply not buying them. Humph. They think they can swindle my money. Who doesn't he know that college students rarely read textbooks? Ecology and growth research, indeed, it was no surprise. Magic City University didn't require the purchase of many textbooks, likely because the teachers were so proficient that those materials were unnecessary, perhaps written by them. Ugh, no Waterstone for Magikarp, but there's a Moonstone. Li Mingxin set aside her phone and opened the package. In the solitude of her dormitory, a tinge of anxiety crept in, yet soon she beamed with joy, reserving 2 pieces for her Kingler while selling the rest, saving the proceeds to later astound Xiao Xuanzi in secret. This, perhaps, epitomizes a mutual pursuit, inscribing her name as an heir while discreetly amassing wealth. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, returning to the hotel, effortlessly contacted Haishi Mining. Or had yet to be sold. Moments later, a knock echoed through the door. Unlike before, the visitor donned a sleek black trench coat and towered at over 2 meters tall. Upon opening the door, Lin instinctively took a step back. Lin Xuan? The man inquired, his voice deep and commanding. Who are you? Lin Xuan glanced towards the bathroom, where the figure of Nidoking was barely visible. There's no need for alarm. My name is Zhao Fei, and you should be familiar with me, he replied, standing at the threshold. The founder of Haishi Mining? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Indeed. I happen to be in the vicinity to visit my esteemed client, Zhao Fei remarked, his gaze drifting to the scattered or on the floor. The funds will be transferred to your account. With that, he turned and departed, seemingly having merely conducted business. The scent of blood lingered in the air, truly a kindred spirit. Lin Xuan remained in a daze, retrieving his phone to discover that over 800,000 had already been deposited. He transferred 200,000 to another card as a part of his inheritance, an unexpected urgency stirring within him. He sensed that Zhao Fei of Haishi Mining posed a significant threat. Nevertheless, he did not perceive it as overly perilous. A founder, after all, was no simple character. He exhaled slowly. Nidoking emerged from the bathroom, seated himself on the edge of the bed, and resumed devouring the ore. Eating strengthens one. Such a boon is rare to find. Grandfather, your grandson, Lin Xuan murmured, collecting his thoughts and glancing at his phone. Li Mingxin messaged, Do you think a family tree counts as a grand competition? Lin Xuan replied. Chapter 41, Official Announcement. In the dead of night, Lin Xuan sat up in bed. What competition? He looked at his phone. The call was still connected, faint sounds emanating from it. With a resigned smile, he lay back down to resume his slumber. The following day, Li Mingxin sat in class, headphones on, her head bowed as she stealthily observed the screen of her phone. The voice call had transformed into a video call. Her roommate leaned over, glancing at the screen, unable to tear her gaze away. A Charizard soared overhead, leaving a trail of vibrant flames in its wake. The voice call had indeed transitioned into a video call. Lin Xuan ambled through campus, phone in hand, as the grand competition unfolded like a campus festival. The advisor, whom he had never met before last night, had already announced the details of the contest. As he made his way to the venue, he encountered a plethora of Pokémon enhancing the atmosphere. What extravagance, using Charizard as fireworks, he whispered. Shortly after, he heard Li Mingxin's soft acknowledgement through his headphones. Since she was in class, her voice was barely audible. Lin Xuan submitted his Nidoking's Pokeball to the staff for inspection. Naturally, the protective arm and slightly flawed life orb were removed, placed in storage to be retrieved after the competition's conclusion. Old Huang. Yesterday, the tall man Lin Xuan encountered was seated at the judge's table, greeting Huang Qingde beside him with a chuckle. Huang Qingde smiled faintly and instinctively shifted further away. As the principal, who usually was not present at the school, took his seat. The others followed suit. The influx of fresh talent was something they held in high regard. "Ah, Brother Chao Fei, how have you been?" Principal Li Hai from Magic City glanced at his side. "I truly cannot distinguish between your 4 siblings." Chao Fei looked toward Li Hai. "Li Hai, Li Qing, Li Hong, Li Shou. Indeed, the 4 brothers, or rather, quadruplets." Li Hai laughed heartily. "If it were your brother Li Shou, you would likely be in handcuffs by now. Are the kids from the Watchers doing well lately?" Chao Fei inquired politely, grateful for Li Hong's care. They subsequently resumed their discussion regarding or supply matters. Compared to an educator, the principal resembled more of a businessman, ultimately trimming down a point in their negotiations. Upon overhearing their conversation, Huang Qingde discreetly changed his seat to distance himself from them. The competition below commenced, and they put aside other thoughts, focusing intently on the event. "Absol, Spirit Blade," commanded the trainer in a low voice, as peculiar bandages wrapped around the left eye. The sharp blade struck down the opponent, heralding a splendid start to the match. "So, Beiji Yuan, indeed a remarkable youth," Li Hai mused, recalling this student, or rather, he remembered each and every scholar admitted, especially those directly promoted through their outstanding grades. "Professor Huang, do you have any promising youngsters in mind?" asked a similarly silver-haired teacher seated next to Huang Qingde. "There is indeed one, a Nidoking who shows great potential." Perhaps due to being mentioned, Lin Xuan soon made his appearance. He still held his phone aloft, live-streaming to Li Mingxin. "I'm rooting for your partner as he decimates his opponents." Lin Xuan grinned, then flipped the camera, feigning indifference. The sound of Li Mingxin's playful scolding echoed in his ear. Lin Xuan remained oblivious to the fact that the venue was equipped with audio devices, his voice resonating throughout the audience. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony, leaving Huang Qingde at the judges' table both amused and exasperated. The referee stepped onto a special device atop the shield sword monster, declaring the match to commence. Lin Xuan reversed the camera, finally getting a clear view of his opponent. Yet, his gaze remained largely fixed on the small window on the screen. "He's not as handsome as you," Li Mingxin whispered. "I'm certain I'm far more dashing." Lin Xuan chuckled as he threw Nidoking's Pokeball. Just as the audience was about to voice their discontent, they caught sight of the large screen focusing on the camera. Indeed, quite handsome. With a roar, Nidoking emerged onto the field, exuding a fierce presence. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, it cast a long shadow that enveloped Lin Xuan's opponent. Perhaps due to having inspired too many, the inexplicable aura momentarily stunned the adversary, causing the high-grade ball in their grasp to clatter to the ground. The Axu appeared, embodying the essence of a dragon. It could only gaze up at Nidoking's shadow in awe. "Mother?" Lin Xuan observed the Axu's waning spirit. He speculated that it was the result of its competitive nature. Ice Beam. With a swift twist of his right wrist and a flick of his sleeve, the camera of his mobile device captured the bracelet gifted by Li Mingxin. In an instant, the Axu was launched into the air, unable to react. Simultaneously, 2 beams of light erupted from his form. Weakness insurance? It mattered not. The freezing beams sealed the fate of the Axu, leaving it to suffer in agony as its battle came to an abrupt end. The near-instantaneous defeat rendered the audience significantly quieter. All are freshmen. How can one achieve such a swift victory? Even his opponent was taken aback, only recalling to retract his Axu upon the referee's reminder. This must be the Nidoking that old Huang spoke of. To wield such power without the aid of a minor life gem is remarkable. Is it that unknown item? Xiao Xuanzai, you are exceedingly arrogant. After exiting the arena, Li Mingxin quietly inquired. She understood that Lin Xuan was not one to boast. "I am simply eager to improve. I must achieve fame. If I do not elevate myself, I fear I shall lack motivation." He remembered his feelings of helplessness. Thus he sought recognition, to perform spectacularly, to advance, to gain power. Modi University serves as an excellent springboard and stage. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. I am fine, Li Mingxin reassured him. At that moment, the campus walls were briefly illuminated by Lin Xuan's presence. The strong always attract attention. With a swift defeat of his opponent's Axu in the grand competition, he had already established himself among the freshmen as a formidable force. Seated in the competitor's room, he became aware of the recording devices present. It was of little consequence. He would openly engage in romance. In the time that followed, Lin Xuan seemingly became Li Mingxin's eyes, witnessing a life beyond her own. The grand competition consisted of merely 3 rounds, allowing these freshmen to showcase their talents irrespective of rankings. When not facing Lin Xuan, that Axu also dominated its opponent. Lin Xuan's second match was equally a massacre. The enemy's Centiscorch fell effortlessly beneath a barrage of flames. This school harbors many ailments. The red-eyed senior and the cat-eyed one? He glanced at his opponent. The youth was not particularly tall, with one eye bandaged and the other revealing an amber cat-like gaze. The individual remained silent as he hurled forth his Pokeball. It was not the previously seen Absol, but rather a Kudakan, metallic claws. He murmured as the Kudakan's arms shimmered with white light, charging towards Nidoking. The power of the earth. With a grand sweep of his hand, Lin Xuan's bracelet gleamed brightly, the leanly blue particularly resplendent. Chapter 42, The Charming Young Boy. The Red-Eyed Senior. Xin-Yin in the audience felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, her eyes soon illuminating with a golden glow. This time, the blood-red aura behind Lin Xuan remained unchanged. She turned to the judging panel, where Huang Qingde was surrounded by a sea of white. While Li Hai's confusion rendered him unable to see clearly. Yet, the sight of Haishi Chaofei left her frozen in place. It, too, was a blood-red hue. But more alarming were the skeletal figures seemingly crawling forth. Is this truly the year of one's destiny? Even with her exceptional composure, she let slip an expletive. She couldn't shake the feeling that her training and superpowers had gone awry. The matches below were exceptionally thrilling. The diminutive Shujian Xiaobing stood in stark contrast to the imposing Nidoking. Yet, with a surge of determination, he burst forth from the trembling earth. His arms enveloped in a radiant white glow, striking Nidoking. The pain ignited the latent instincts within Nidoking, momentarily causing Shujian Xiaobing to envision his own dismemberment. With a resounding thud, a simple punch landed on the bewildered Shujian Xiaobing. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of flames erupted from Nidoking's maw. With a deafening roar, Nidoking struck the ground, sending the fire-wreathed Shujian Xiaobing soaring into the sky, the might of the earth burying him, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Nidoking, Lin Xuan exclaimed. Brow furrowed. Nidoking paused, realizing his surroundings, and obediently approached Lin Xuan, resembling a child awaiting reprimand for his misdeeds. Beiji Yuan collected Shujian Xiaobing and cast a penetrating glance at Nidoking before departing the venue. Quite remarkable, Li Hai remarked, squinting his eyes. This is indeed intriguing. Chaofei chuckled softly. With 3 matches concluded, their record of 3 victories spread among both freshmen and seniors alike. The rewards of the grand competition were precisely what Lin Xuan sought, some guaranteed academic credits, allowing him to attend classes at his leisure. Those who gained admission to Magic City University were anything but ordinary, their scores nearly indistinguishable from one another. Even Beiji Yuan, who had been granted direct admission, found herself eliminated in the final round due to an unfortunate stroke of luck. As Lin Xuan departed the arena, he began instructing Nidoking on the teachings of the 3-character classic. The responsibilities are heavy and the journey long. One must not act recklessly here, understand? He patted Nidoking's head to rouse his senses. Nidoking nodded with a low growl. Lin Xuan had previously advised him that in this world, one must be a good child, refraining from displaying any murderous tendencies. Hey, you've become quite the celebrity now. Xin-Yin approached from behind. Lin Xuan turned his phone to face her, causing Li Mingxin on the other end to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, red-eye disease senior. Do you know where I can find a rental? Lin Xuan inquired. The properties near Magic City University all belong to Xuejia. You might want to ask her. Xin-Yin responded without hesitation. Is she really that impressive? Lin Xuan was taken aback. What kind of place is near Magic City University? Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Well, her ancestors produced a champion, and coincidentally, that champion had a penchant for accumulating land. The villa at 001 in the Guojiang community adjacent to Magic City University is hers, Xin-Yin said with a hint of envy. Thank you, I must be off now. Wait, what was I supposed to ask her about? Xin-Yin stood there, bewildered. After an end that was somewhat awkward, Lin Xuan finally concluded the lengthy phone call that had lasted for over 10 hours. He tucked his phone away and opened his navigation app, but soon deemed it unnecessary. The Guojiang community was exceptionally conspicuous, with the entire villa area standing out remarkably. Hello, may I ask if Xuejia is in? Lin Xuan approached the station security guard. Who are you? The guard inquired. I would like to rent a property, Lin Xuan replied. Please wait a moment. The guard, moving with a hint of military precision, jogged to the security office. After a brief conversation on the phone, he gestured towards a direction for Lin Xuan to follow, instructing him to enter on his own. Following the blooming shrubs on either side, Lin Xuan made his way toward Villa 001. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing various flowers to rise from the grass, producing melodious sounds. Lin Xuan squinted his eyes as he gazed at these free-spirited Pokémon. Suddenly, a small bell jingled as it emerged from his embrace, piquing his curiosity. Before long, Villa number 001 appeared before him, its grand entrance seemingly welcoming him. As he stepped through the door and approached the main hall, the laughter of several children reached his ears. Shuejie? Shui? He pondered, knocking gently on the door. Enter, a neutral voice called from within. Pushing the door open, Lin Xuan beheld a demure young lady, embodying the essence of a devoted wife, playing with a group of children. He brushed back his hair, inadvertently revealing the keystone earring that dangled from his ear. A number surfaced in Lin Xuan's mind. 20 million. I am Shui Hui, male, he introduced himself. Lin Xuan appraised him carefully. He wore a beige sweater and black stockings, complemented by a strikingly beautiful face that belied his gender. I am Lin Xuan, he replied, shaking off his thoughts. Hello, there is only one house left. It is somewhat pricey, but it is equipped with a simulation room. Shui Hui affectionately ruffled the hair of a little boy clinging to his leg and handed over a contract. Lin Xuan's eyes widened upon seeing the price, 100,000 per month. Goodness, I might not even afford to stay in a street-side room for a month, he thought, realizing he did not need such lavish accommodations. However, as he perused the house's design plans, a wave of silence enveloped him. Besides its luxurious layout, the simulation room stood out, capable of mimicking various weather conditions, enabling Pokémon to master skills swiftly and adapt to different elemental energies. How shall I pay? He inquired, taking up a pen to sign on the designated line. Anything will suffice. Even your student ID from Magic City University will do, Shui Hui responded with a slight smile, showcasing his payment methods. After Lin Xuan completed the transaction, Shui Hui instructed the children to wait nearby as he led Lin Xuan to retrieve the keys. Although referred to as keys, they resembled identification cards from Magic City University. After sifting through a pile, he finally unearthed the card. Here, it has the address, Shui Hui said, wiping the sweat from his brow before handing it over. Thank you, Lin Xuan replied, preparing to leave, only to be pulled into a tenant group chat before he could escape. Hey, handsome, let's grab a meal sometime. Lin Xuan recalled the alluring legs clad in black stockings and quickly shook his head. What a frivolous thought. How could I indulge in such decadence? He chastised himself as he made his way toward his villa. Surely, renting a house could still be considered owning one's space. He briefly bypassed rooms of little interest, dismissing the 3-person bedroom, and proceeded to the simulation room. Familiarizing himself with the controls, he initiated a clear sunny day. Instantly, the surrounding fire elemental energy intensified. Switching to rainy weather produced a similar effect, even incorporating hail and fairy terrains. Lin Xuan gasped in astonishment. If he were to invest further, the rapid enhancement of skills would be astounding. Chapter 43, the Wood-type Monarch lacking a mother of the 5 elements. With 1,000 swings of the sword, even the leek duck can attain the status of a sword saint. Yet in this simulated chamber, merely 8,000, or perhaps even fewer, suffices. Such is the efficacy of the environment. Yunwu, you may remain in that wretched world. I shall commence my enjoyment. Lin Xuan chuckled as he released Nidoking. Subsequently, he contacted a moving company to retrieve the resources he had stored at the hotel. The progress made overnight was nothing short of remarkable. The proficiency of skills plays a crucial role. Throughout the night, Lin Xuan nestled under a small blanket, observing Nidoking practice amidst the snowy landscape. The ringing of the bell echoed as it too exerted itself, and practicing rain summoning on a snowy day proved to be a commendable choice, albeit the risk of inadvertently transforming it into hail. Incomplete rainwater crystallized into hard snowflakes, descending with force. The pace was still somewhat sluggish. If only he could unleash a continuous barrage. Nidoking appeared somewhat fatigued. It might be worthwhile to seize an opportunity to learn the crafting of energy cubes. As he recalled they had invigorating properties. Lin Xuan regarded the weary Nidoking, sent a quick greeting to Li Mingxin via his phone, and then reclined on the spacious bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. He was awakened in the afternoon by the persistent chime of an alarm clock. It was time for class. Good afternoon, fellow students. Waking up from a nap only to realize you have class feels like the sky has fallen. The youthful male instructor stood at the podium, delivering words that elicited laughter. I am Yi Fan, Yi as in leaf, Fan as in mortal. This course will span an entire semester, alas. I hope I want to be scheduled for the early 8 o'clock. He lifted the roster, revealing a smile. Is Love Brother in our class? Lin Xuan? At his mention, Lin Xuan's lingering drowsiness dissipated. What is this Love Brother business? Are you truly unaware? You've garnered quite the attention, apart from you. Only Moo Moo, that white-haired one, has won 3 matches. Lin Mo interjected from the side. Huh, quite the caring soul, isn't and the bell is ringing? A commendable Pokémon indeed. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding support tactics. Yi Fan smiled slightly, setting the roster down without calling names. He was a master ball trainer, renowned for his expertise in support strategies. Lin Mo's reminder invigorated Lin Xuan. What are the odds of obtaining the space secret technique for free? Such prospects were scant, often exorbitantly priced. As for cultural classes, I can hardly be bothered. You likely wouldn't care to listen. Allow me to share some juicy gossip instead, Yi Fan said with a slight grin. This piqued the interest of the audience. Now, this was indeed a commendable teacher. Are you aware of the Grass-type King? In Huaxiao, he is referred to as the Wood-type King. This is due not only to systemic reasons, but also because many assert he is deficient in the element of Mother. This fellow constantly masquerades as a novice in baby Pokémon battles, seeking teams in single combat. This is the reason behind his 8-time championship in international singles. He revels in practicing with Water-type Pokémon, challenging Fire-type trainers at their doorsteps. The last time the Wood-type King ordered a chicken and spent 3 days playing with someone. Just as they believed it was true love, he collected evidence and took them all down. He remains incarcerated to this day. He has indeed abused his power. Furthermore, he is a disciple of Professor Huang Qingde, and due to these incidents, Professor Huang discarded the Chinese toothpaste he sent him during the New Year. Yi Fan seems to harbor a grudge against the Wood-type King, having exposed several scandalous revelations. The information remains elusive online. Teacher, do you have a grudge against the Wood-type King? Someone inquired, raising their hand. No grudge, but I have yet to see Shaoli, Yi Fan replied. His gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. A large question mark appeared above their heads. Is there an old acquaintance among that gang? Who wouldn't want to marry Shinado? Even Lin Xuan has entertained such fantasies. Yet, the underlying issue concerns whether Pokémon can truly equate to the value of human life. Alongside the complexities of registration, which I find tedious to discuss. Of course, if any of you could become a national champion, you could cast a pivotal vote. Yi Fan uttered these far-fetched words. Alright, you should pursue romance if you wish, and game if you prefer. I need to find a way to secure Shaoli's release. With that, he grandly seated himself at the podium and began watching videos. Just sitting there, he was making money. Lin Xuan ruffled his hair and subsequently laid his head down on the desk, drifting into slumber. Lin Mo glanced at him before continuing to tease his Larvitar. The young Larvitar pointed to its mouth, indicating hunger. Lin Mo retrieved a rock gem from his backpack and handed it to Larvitar. It took the gem, affectionately nuzzled Lin Mo's hand, and began to nibble at it. The hard gem was easily crushed by its teeth, and a fleeting look of sympathy crossed Lin Mo's face. Hey, that student over there, your Larvitar seems a bit malnourished. You might take it to the back mountain for a meal, as long as you don't alter the terrain. Thank you, teacher. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Lin Xuan also lifted his head from the side. The back mountain? I heard there are packs of Bagon inside. The rest of you might want to try your luck as well, but don't mention that I told you, Yi Fan said with a slight smile. Oh, excitement sparked among several students. Lin Mo's Larvitar had garnered much envy. The impulse in Lin Xuan's eyes flickered and faded. Don't tease. I can't afford to raise one myself. Eating a whole mountain is no small feat. Wait a moment. Can we just eat whatever in the subworld? After practicing in the simulation room for a time, he made his long-awaited journey to the subworld. It was still the same inn, but the strands of hair tied to the door had already snapped. Someone had come by, but found nothing. Nidoking overturned the rickety bed, inspecting it meticulously. Host, please remember to select your daily rewards. The voice of his obedient grandson reminded Lin Xuan. Oh, still alive, are we? Lin Xuan remarked as he began to assess the situation. The first reward was an ordinary Pokeball. He bypassed the second worthless item and focused on the third reward. A Everstone, huh? Without hesitation, he made his choice. Around, White stone materialized in his hand. After rubbing it a couple of times to gauge its texture, he handed the Everstone to the bell. The bell tilted its head, seemingly confused. Be good and make sure to consume it properly. He had no intention of allowing the bell to evolve too early. It had suffered too much neglect in the past and was now in the process of recuperating. The bell obediently swallowed the Everstone, now possessing two in its mouth, which altered the sound it produced, somewhat muffled. Once you regain your health, then you may speak. Although the sound of the bell is incomprehensible, there is still a nod of acknowledgement. They exited the inn and once again stood upon the foul grounds of the only city. Perhaps due to the departure of Yunwu, the atmosphere had grown significantly desolate. With the strong departed, the city no longer felt secure, and many shops had shuttered their doors. Chapter 44. Subduing Yunwu and Ascending the Stairway. Lin Xuan retrieved a map and located the direction of Rock City. Let us continue our journey, King Nito, and you too. Bell. With a roar and a clang, they passed through the city gates, only to find that the guards who had accompanied them on their initial arrival were conspicuously absent. They may have perished during the previous ambush, but it mattered little now. Rock City was not far. They had traversed 2/3 of the distance before dawn. He took a sip from the ice stone cradled in King Nito's arms, feeling rejuvenated, and pressed onward. Thursday marked the practical training day, which was inevitably missed. The monthly examination had astonished everyone. The gates of Rock City were constructed from hewn stone. Upon arrival, Lin Xuan encountered familiar sentinels. As anticipated, they demanded a so-called protection fee. However, unlike the previous city, the fee here was in the form of the guard, who was drowsily leaning against the gate while clutching a pokeball, glanced at Lin Xuan and froze in surprise. He slapped his companion across the face, and in the midst of his bewilderment, began to fawn over Lin Xuan. My Lord Lin, please, enter. The mask of the red-faced dragon was particularly striking. You exhibit some sense, Lin Xuan remarked, tossing a gold coin towards him. That was all that remained from his previous stock, and it was uncomfortable to keep it on his person. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Lin. The guard hastily bowed, allowing Lin Xuan to pass. Once Lin Xuan's figure had disappeared from sight, he sighed in relief. Who is that? Inquired the other guard, who had been slapped, cautiously. He is a powerful figure, even more formidable than Lord Yunwu. That King Nito could crush you as easily as squashing a cater pie. You truly frightened me. He looks as if he could kill in a fit of rage. Their conversation went unheard by Lin Xuan, who instead made his way to the central area. The ground was laid with stone pathways, flanked by houses constructed from rocks, some yellow, others black. In the very center, the original structures had been flattened, leaving only the tint arrangement of Yunwu. The mask of the red-faced dragon seemed to have become a symbol. As Lin Xuan approached, none dared to intervene. Yunwu appeared to have awaited his arrival for quite some time. Only when she awaited him did she drape a blanket over herself, revealing a peculiar propensity. Yet, it seemed she had tempered her demeanor, likely due to her need for assistance. She gestured towards a pile of, or nearby. 200 pieces await you. The rest are still being mined. I didn't bring the pokeballs. We shall do it together next time. Selling all of it would yield about 200,000. This is also why I have not simply taken Yunwu from you. There is hardly any stock left in the city. I cannot mine for it myself. Yunwu nodded and beckoned Lin Xuan closer. Come here. No, I fear your intentions. Lin Xuan retreated a step. Come, sit with me, and I shall kneel before you. Yunwu extended her tongue to moisten her lips. Nito King, Lin Xuan spoke in a hushed tone. The Nito King approached Yunwu with heavy footsteps, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Yunwu remained seated on her stone-crafted chair, unperturbed, as the Nito King clenched his fist. She did not flinch. The wind was swifter than the Nito King's fist, and it was only at the last moment that Lin Xuan's voice broke through the tension. Stop. The Nito King's fist halted mere strands from Yunwu's hair, a hair's breadth away from a fate akin to a watermelon bursting, its rancid juice spilling everywhere. You nearly perished, Lin Xuan remarked as he ascended, drawing closer to Yunwu. I am aware, yet I lack even the worthiness to be slain by His Majesty Caesar, Yunwu replied fervently. Seemingly unmasked by the looming specter of death, she reached out, only to be pulled down by Lin Xuan. He took her place on the seat, and though the chill lingered, his perspective shifted as he gazed downward. Yunwu knelt at his feet, looking up at him. A bell jingled from his embrace. Peering curiously at Yunwu. In times past, it was she and the little one who knelt before others. Ding! The sound rang out, as if to remind Yunwu of her position. Yunwu stiffened, bowed her head, and raised her arms, palms pressed together. The jingling bell then revealed a peculiar smile before settling between her hands. In that moment, Yunwu appeared to transform into a vessel of offering. The blanket slipped to the ground, barely covering her knees. The bell gazed at Lin Xuan, its smile widening. Ding! It seemed to inquire whether Lin Xuan thought it was splendid. The Nido King bent down, observing them with curiosity. What is it that you desire? Lin Xuan asked. I wish for Caesar, she replied, this time omitting the title of Your Majesty. Yunwu lowered her hands and lifted her gaze. Lin Xuan extended his hand, and she instinctively moved forward. His hand caressed her face. Are you prepared to take a gamble? He inquired. Yunwu nodded. Lin Xuan pinched her cheek, finding it softer than he had anticipated. And he fell into contemplation. The good news was that he would acquire a stable and free source of ore. The bad news was that he would also need to invest his own efforts. Yunwu remained patient, kneeling on the ground, cognizant that fleeting transactions would not fulfill her grand ambitions. Only rebellion could pave the way. She was determined to test Caesar's vulnerabilities, even at the cost of her life. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xuan released his grip and reclined against the chair's backrest. Help me remove my shoes, he commanded, crossing his legs and placing his shoes before her mouth. Despite his lingering doubts about Yunwu, he had learned a new term from the incident involving Li Mingxin, compliance testing. Yunwu obediently untied the laces, gradually removing the shoes. Smack! One foot landed upon her face. The target is Caesar, Lin Xuan stated in a low tone, through his mask. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Ascension task, claiming kingship. Task details. Usurp a dominant ruler. Task overview. The frivolous antics must come to an end. It is time for you to ascend to the throne as a sovereign. A tyrannical ruler shall only usher in darkness. Yet you are destined to bring hope to this realm. Task rewards. Ascension. Task details. Cultivate virtue and benevolence. Rewards will be granted based on the area of each city conquered. System notifications echoed instantaneously. Lin Xuan seemed to perceive a glimmer of joy amidst the cold voice of the system. You have bestowed upon me a delightful surprise. Lin Xuan forcefully pressed down on her face once more, retrieving a sweet orb from her pocket and enlarging it. She then hurled it, striking Yunwu on the forehead. The sweet orb opened but yielded no response. Upon closing, it fell into Yunwu's hands. Remember your place, Lin Xuan remarked coldly. The intimidation of the red-faced dragon also exerted its influence. A shiver coursed through Yunwu, and the feeling of submission instilled in her a sense of belonging. She grasped the sweet orb and forcefully struck it against Lin Xuan. Chapter 45, Energy Cubes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering a city. Reward. Secret technique for crafting energy cubes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering a city. Reward. 10 sa fruit seeds. Yunwu, now subdued, naturally became part of Lin Xuan's task metrics. Rock City and the only city. The initial rewards flooded Lin Xuan's mind, imparting knowledge of crafting energy cubes from the most rudimentary to the most refined techniques, overwhelming him momentarily. He rubbed his temples and tossed a small pouch of seeds. Plant these and ensure they are harvested regularly, once every hour. The system also provided a brief on the seeds. They mature once an hour, yielding 240 fruits daily. Sadly, the yield cannot be replanted as seeds. Yunwu accepted the pouch and prepared to rise. Kneel. Lin Xuan's voice halted her in place. When her subordinates witnessed their once mighty leader crawling out of the tent like a dog, knees scraping against the hard stone until blood nearly formed, they understood. The city had changed hands. Yunwu had also changed allegiances. Yet their loyalty to Caesar was negligible. It mattered not who held power. Only a select few harbored different thoughts. Yunwu stood outside the tent and declared, "No one may enter without my command." With that, she trembled as she walked away, summoning a few trusted confidants. Tree fruits. This was once an unthinkable notion. As they planted the tree fruits, they were astonished to witness the surrounding ground's elemental energy rapidly coalesce. The seeds took root and sprouted into small trees, reaching half a person's height, adorned with budding flowers at their apex. In a mere hour, they blossomed and bore fruit. Shortly after being plucked, another bud appeared. Remarkable. Yunwu's expression was complex. Lin Xuan seemed even more extraordinary than she had anticipated. Others were left speechless in astonishment. Keep watch here, harvest every hour, and prevent others from approaching. Yunwu's voice turned icy. Meanwhile, within the tent, Lin Xuan calculated the potential yield. Uninterrupted harvesting for a year could yield over 85,000 sasa fruits. If all were given to King Nido, a savings of over 4 million could be realized. He raised his head as a figure pushed aside the tent flap and stepped out. King Nido rose, casting a gaze upon the intruder. Did Yunwu not inform you that no one else was allowed to enter? Lin Xuan inquired. My lord Lin, I believe I can perform better than Yunwu, he implored, kneeling in an attempt to elevate his position. Did she not tell you? Lin Xuan's arm rested on the armrest, supporting his chin. He gently tapped the chair. And King Nido immediately understood. A blue glimmer appeared before his lips. She did mention it, but his words were abruptly cut short as the blue beam pierced through him. Outside the tent, Yunwu gazed at the splattered blood, seemingly aware of the unfolding events. Silently, she knelt and crawled into the tent, following the trail of blood and remnants. It has already been sown, and it can even be harvested, Yunwu stated. Indeed. We can rotate the guards. Remind them not to lose a single one, Lin Xuan replied. Understood. How many people are there in the city? Approximately over 2,000. Do not approximate. I expect a precise count when I return next time, Lin Xuan said sternly. Yunwu continued to comply. To be a dog, one must possess the awareness of a dog. This was one of the qualities Lin Xuan appreciated in her. Remember, you cannot enter without my permission, Lin Xuan's voice fell. And Yunwu lowered her head even further. When she finally lifted her gaze, she discovered that Lin Xuan and King Nido had already departed, their whereabouts unknown. The remnants and blood on the ground served as the most effective deterrent, and no one dared to approach. Host, I must remind you that the old, weak, ill, and disabled can be discarded, the system's voice echoed upon returning to the main world. Yet Lin Xuan had grown weary of it. An abundance of knowledge made him drowsy. He propped himself up to take a shower, and then lay on the soft bed, unplugging his charging phone. Messages from Li Mingxin had been incessant since morning. Even after he succumbed to slumber, her notifications continued to chime. TSK, remarkable. The king of carps observed her from the basin nearby. The dormitory outside the balcony was filled with laughter and play. She was entirely focused on Lin Xuan, scarcely engaging with her roommates. It was still Lin Xuan's quilt. Did that scorpion dog truly skip class? In the arena of the combat class at Magic City University, the teacher was still waiting. Yet, 5 or 6 minutes into the class, Lin Xuan's figure was still absent. Upon seeing the kickoff grand competition, he knew Lin Xuan was the one he had been waiting for. That face of 13, he would never forget. All right, you little rascal, if you have the gall. You better not show up next class. He scoffed, marking him absent on the attendance sheet. When Lin Xuan finally awoke, it was already 4 or 5 in the morning. Gazing at the several missed voice messages, he sighed. He opened the Rhydon Express and purchased a machine for creating energy cubes, along with the necessary materials. The materials were roughly 30 to 40% cheaper than the finished products. Low-tier energy cubes were inferior to raw ore, and the ore could also assist in skill practice. The high-end options were excessively expensive, diminishing their advantages. This was why Lin Xuan consistently opted for ore. He also needed to buy a piece as a sample. The system provided him with only the craftsmanship and experience, but not the formula. Firstly, he required energy cubes that could enhance special attacks for Nidoking, along with the most fundamental energy enhancement for the body. The same was true for the bell, but it needed an additional type for bodily replenishment. Acquiring an entire set of instruments and materials would deplete his funds entirely. With the remaining money, he purchased some seeds for food. Labor in this alternate world was exceedingly cheap, and he needed to learn how to utilize it. The Rhydon delivery arrived promptly. After signing for it, Lin Xuan instructed Nidoking to move the equipment into the simulation room. The apparatus was larger than he had anticipated and included a component for grinding ores. Some energy cubes needed to be infused with purified energy from these ores. He activated the sandstorm weather in the simulation room to gather the energy of the earth. Subsequently, he took an energy cube and placed it in his mouth, savoring its peculiar flavor. Vague concepts of the energy cube's recipe began to materialize in his mind. He commenced the production process while Nidoking began to train its skills, simultaneously digesting the accumulated energy within. The initial creation yielded a satisfactory result, though its quality and taste were rather average. In Chapter 46, titled The Fat Lamb, he tossed the earthy-hued energy cube to Nidoking. Nidoking swallowed it whole, finding it inferior to the ore. Another advantage of the energy cube was its rapid digestion. As Lin Xuan pondered, he continued practicing and soon crafted high-quality energy cubes. If rated, they should achieve a commendable score, he mused while tossing one to Nidoking. The energy cubes possess their own rating system, ranging from low to high. Typically, this process could take several years or even longer. He needed to consult someone, perhaps Lin Mo. Lin Xuan picked up his phone to search for Lin Mo's contact in the class group. The senior with red-eye disease would have been a better choice, but he hadn't added her. It wasn't until morning that Lin Mo accepted his friend request. Nidoking and the Bell both enjoyed a hearty meal, finding it fragrant and sweet, leaving them wanting more. Now, Nidoking had little desire to gnaw on ores. They were tough and unpalatable. Nidoking patted its belly with its armored arm, relishing the comfortable boost to its strength. The days spent in the training base at school had been arduous. The Bell continued to regard Lin Xuan with reverence. As materials were dwindling, some sand fruits could substitute for Nidoking, but the Bell's ingredients remained exorbitantly priced. Yet, they were far cheaper than gnawing on awakening stones or psychic gems. Energy valued at 10,000 could be procured for around 8,000, and it tasted better, digested quicker, and retained more energy. According to Professor Xiaoguang's theory, a portion of energy dissipated during a Pokémon's digestion. Lin Mo, do you know anyone from the breeding department? I wish to discuss the energy cubes. Lin Xuan, the 3-time champion, Moo, is from the breeding department. You can find contact information on the campus wall. Lin Xuan, thank you. Lin Xuan was unperturbed and began searching the campus wall. He found the contact for Love Brother, who offered a bounty of 5,000. Lin Xuan chuckled, pleased by the prospect of such generosity. He added the contact immediately. He had not been climbing over the campus wall for long when he discovered Moo's contact information. The profile picture featured a figure with white hair, accompanied by the name Moo inscribed in the lower right corner. The first request he accepted was the one offering a reward of 5,000. Chinemo, hello? This is Chinemo. Are you here to claim the reward? Chinemo, how should I annotate this? Lin Xuan gently tapped on the keyboard. Annotation, Lin Xuan. He felt a surge of interest. Had the school bully led him to this encounter? Chinemo, transfer, 5,000. Chinemo, let us have a match. Consider it practice, 5,000 per round. His proposition brought a smile to Lin Xuan's face. Such a delightful opportunity. If it was a freshman, 5,000 in just a few minutes. Lin Xuan, 20,000 per match, 5,000 online. Chinemo, all right, meet me at Arena 5. Immediately, a transfer notification appeared. Just enough to cover his purchase of seeds suitable for mountainous terrain. He stored away Nidoking, the bell jingling as he followed the navigation to Arena 5. The morning at Magic City University felt rather desolate, with hardly any people in sight. The class schedule was remarkably humane, with no early 8 o'clock classes. The remaining time was free. Arena 5 resembled a sports venue, gradually filling with more spectators. As Lin Xuan searched for Chinemo, a hand patted him on the back. Looking down, he saw a somewhat shorter figure. I am Chinemo. My father is on the board of trustees. So I arrived early to immerse myself in the atmosphere of Magic City University, having dropped out of middle school. He seemed to have answered this question countless times, handling it with practiced ease. Oh, a big fat sheep, Lin Xuan nodded earnestly. There was no need for such bluntness. Chinemo's forehead twitched slightly. He then walked towards an unoccupied battle arena. Without further ado, he tossed out his Pokeball, and a gleaming Squirtle materialized on the ground. Squirtle, Lin Xuan, eager to expedite the process and earn quick money, produced his Nidoking's Pokeball. Roar. Nidoking squinted at the diminutive opponent before him. Squirtle. The look of panic spread across Squirtle's face. Was it really going to battle this little creature? Lin Xuan nodded. Nidoking turned its head, giving a gentle stomp that shook the ground beneath. Squirtle plopped down onto the ground, clearly not a match in terms of scale. Is there no limit on the number of items? Chunmo's question sent an uneasy feeling through Lin Xuan. He then witnessed Chunmo attaching a series of mysterious water droplets to Squirtle. The burdened Squirtle struggled to stand up, as surrounding water attributes coalesced into a misty haze. Squirtle, water gun. Lin Xuan chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. As the water gun, resembling a water cannon, took shape, he quickly commanded, Nidoking, Thunderbolt. The flashing electric light shattered the unreasonable water gun, penetrating the surrounding mist and striking Squirtle directly. As expected, Squirtle succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Lin Xuan approached, retrieving the series of mysterious water droplets from Squirtle. I've received my reward. See you next time, big fat sheep. It seemed that carrying multiple items might indeed be a viable strategy, Lin Xuan mused. He contemplated the bracers of the Nido King, pondering the possibility of adding a few more holes to increase the number of life gems. With sufficient resources, he could even customize an entire set of metallic armor. After all, in this alternate world, rules were but mere suggestions. If a water gun could transform into a water cannon, then surely the power of the earth could be manifested as a sword of cliffs. At that moment, Mumu accepted the friend request. After Lin Xuan clarified his intentions, he sent Lin Xuan an address, the second-floor modulation room of the cultivation department's teaching building. He rented a shared bicycle and rode over, lamenting the vastness of the campus. Upon arriving at the modulation room, he encountered a foreigner with white hair, only slightly shorter than Chinemo. "Are you related to the red-eyed senior?" Lin Xuan inquired instinctively. "The red-eyed senior? You mean Shanine?" Mumu replied, a question mark hovering over his head. Lin Xuan nodded. "She's the president of the Superpower Society and a goddess to many at Magic City University. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Enough small talk. Let's see you create something. Since you just learned, practice is essential," Mumu said, gesturing towards the machines nearby. Lin Xuan nodded and approached. Only then did he spot a large-mouthed doll perched on the edge of the table, alongside Madame Huajia, who was grooming the doll's plush fur. At that moment, Ling Dongxiang flew out from Lin Xuan's embrace, greeting them enthusiastically. Chapter 47. Formal development. Is this your first attempt? Are you trying to slap me in the face? Get out, Mumu exclaimed, observing the energy cube emerging from the machine, adorned with several hash marks. Had he studied for 3 years only to be outdone by a novice? I'm truly just starting. So what level is this? Lin Xuan asked innocently. Mumu couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. Although it lacked professional assessment, it was at least a level. After all this time, he was considered exceptionally gifted, only capable of producing stable quality energy cubes. Get out. If you come back to the cultivation department, I swear I'll make you regret it. With that, he attempted to push Lin Xuan outside, his heart shattered. Lin Xuan, however, cheerfully deposited the energy cube, crafted from freely acquired materials, into Ling Dongxiang's mouth before departing. Upon returning to the villa, the rice seeds had arrived, still embodying the earthy hue of the earth attribute. Lin Xuan grasped a handful, noting that they felt harder than typical rice. He pondered for a moment before setting the seeds down. With his backpack filled with pokeballs, he requested Nido King to take a few more bags of rice seeds. The system allowed for the transport of any item that could be lifted. Good grandson, let us traverse. With his words, Lin Xuan and Nido King vanished from their location, reappearing atop a rocky chair once more. The tent was deserted, the stench of decaying limbs and blood permeating the air. Ling Dongxiang, clean this up. At his command, Ling Dongxiang used telekinesis to manipulate the surface of the ground, wrapping the foul remnants and casting them outside the tent. Lin Xuan retrieved a potted plant from his backpack, placing it at the foot of the chair. A fragrance reminiscent of floral therapy began to emanate, filling the air. "Host, please check your daily rewards." This phrase reached Lin Xuan's ears, akin to the insipid notification of daily garbage being deposited. As Lin Xuan pondered while seated, he contemplated accumulating funds to enhance the skill pool for bell ringing and subsequently acquire spatial equipment. The latter, too, was not inexpensive. He instructed bell ringing to exit the tent and summon Yunwu, who had been waiting outside due to the earlier commotion. Upon seeing bell ringing, she instinctively crawled inside, her senses enveloped by the fragrant blossoms that filled the air, uplifting her spirits amidst the harsh surroundings devoid of Pokémon like floral healing. "Have you completed the count?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Yes, a total of 2,328 individuals," Yunwu reported, lifting her gaze. "And what of the guards for the Shasha fruit?" Lin Xuan asked further. "Only 2 individuals failed to keep the Shasha fruit secure," Yunwu replied indifferently. "Fools, indeed," Lin Xuan remarked, a chilling smile hidden beneath his mask. "It is indeed regrettable," Yunwu mused, surprised by the circumstances. "What do you propose we do?" Lin Xuan questioned. Without hesitation, Yunwu articulated the conclusion she had arrived at. Lin Xuan erupted in laughter. "I did not regard them as humans, nor did you. Those who took little shall be executed, while those who took much shall be hanged at the city gate." He concurred with her suggestion, summoning the majority of the townsfolk to the open space outside the tent matrix. Initially, Yunwu's subordinates appeared perplexed, uncertain of Lin Xuan's intentions, until she called them out by name. Ultimately, only 2 remained, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to fathom why they were the last standing. Yesterday, I planted a type of fruit in the city, delegating the task of guarding it in batches, with explicit instructions against any form of personal greed. Yet, they chose to disobey, Lin Xuan stated, their faces revealing shock as comprehension dawned upon them. As they contemplated rebellion, Yunwu unleashed her 3 Pokémon, Abagua, Qihonglong, and the previously unseen Hailujia. Under the gaze of the other townsfolk, the disobedient met their fates. Some perished, others were gravely injured. Their attempts at resistance were rendered futile as bell ringing immobilized them. The fortunate few who survived were left hanging at the city gate as a dire warning. The remaining 2 stood frozen, chills coursing through their bodies, barely escaping death. Do you see those rice seeds? Have those 2 little rogues plant them, crushing the prior shasha fruits and mixing them with water for irrigation. The subsequent shasha fruits shall be treated likewise, Lin Xuan commanded, his instructions firmly etched in Yunwu's memory. These rice seeds, once nurtured, would flourish rapidly. A portion would serve as seeds, while another would function as reserve grain. Lin Xuan continued issuing directives. These seeds could cover approximately 20 acres, yielding 1,000 pounds per acre with ease. However, yield alone is not the sole concern. The growth cycle is paramount. This can be considered a type of tool, capable of rapid growth provided there is sufficient energy. Although the current shasha fruits are insufficient, hastening a portion for immediate use will suffice. Yunwu committed these details to memory, and once Lin Xuan departed, she instructed the 2 to take the rice seeds down. Clearly, 2 individuals alone would not suffice. Assistance from Pokémon and the other townsfolk would be essential. Nearby, a large plot of land was unveiled, and cultivation commenced. Yunwu stood at a distance, observing the people and Pokémon with a complex gaze. Abagon meandered among them, seemingly supervising while also scouting for suitable crops. The following day, when Lin Xuan arrived, they had yet to plant the rice seeds. Faced with such sluggish progress, he had no choice but to enlist Nido King's assistance. With a series of earth powers, the soil was expertly tilled. Once the rice seeds were sown, the machinery of life began to turn. On Friday and Saturday, with no classes to attend, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to explore the mountains near Rock City. These peaks were significantly larger than the Ishan of Mountain City, and if fully exploited, they held immense potential. A spark ignited in his eyes. The prospects were indeed overwhelming. Not to mention 2 Pokémon, he could easily sustain 20. He hoped they would prove useful. The fearful expressions of the inhabitants of Rock City echoed in his mind. As he had previously stated, after the demise of the small creature, he ceased to regard the denizens of this world as human. They had become synonymous with ugliness and filth. The next day, Lin Xuan brought back a batch of fertilizer from the main world, swiftly accelerating the growth of some rice seeds. A semblance of employment emerged within Rock City. Upon hearing that meeting target requirements would ensure ample food, even the opportunity to acquire Pokeballs for capturing Pokémon, the citizens of Rock City lowered their guard. They surged fervently towards Yunwu, who was recruiting. However, only a select few were offered positions, tasked merely with mining in the mountains. Each day, they were required to meet specific quotas, which, for them, was not an arduous endeavor. Chapter 48. For Friendship. Why not recruit more people? The surplus of food is ample. Yunwu inquired, resting at Lin Xuan's feet. We cannot satisfy them all at once. Only when their desire is at its peak, when they perceive work as a blessing. Can we proceed? He replied. Previously, she had exhibited kindness and tolerance, yet ultimately, only 2 remained willing to heed her commands under the weight of self-interest. Lin Xuan would not allow such a situation to arise again. All right, you may leave now, he gestured, granting her permission. Yunwu nodded and crawled away. Gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Xuan removed his mask and reclined on his bed, exhaling deeply. He picked up his phone, and a message from Li Mingxin arrived as expected. A sense of reality washed over him. Li Mingxin had become his anchor in this world. In the secondary world, he felt out of place, never truly belonging. In the primary world, the disparities between the 2 worlds alienated him from those around him. On this inevitably solitary path, Li Mingxin had forcefully entered his life, offering him a fleeting moment of tranquility and authenticity. Chinemo, are you free? Upon seeing the notification, Lin Xuan effortlessly slid into the chat. It was yet another battle request from last time. Let us go, earn some extra cash. They finalized the amount, and Lin Xuan rose from his bed. A bell chimed as it flew from his pocket, landing atop his head. In Arena number 3 of Magic City University, Chun Mo was already waiting at a battle venue, his shiny Squirtle remarkably eye-catching, adorned with mysterious droplets that were impossible to ignore. Lin Xuan's lips twitched, uncertain of what to say. After a brief exchange of greetings, the battle commenced swiftly. Bellsprout, where is Nidoking? Chun Mo inquired, observing the appearance of Bellsprout. It's unnecessary, Lin Xuan replied, shaking his head. This response left Chun Mo somewhat indignant. After all, he was still a youth with his own pride. Squirtle, water gun. The blue turtle with a green shell unleashed a torrent of water. The massive droplets were particularly intimidating. Lin Xuan's voice echoed as Bellsprout emitted a peculiar sound. Bang! The water collided with Squirtle, sending it hurtling backward, its mysterious droplets scattering across the ground. Squirtle attempted to rise, only to be tripped by the enigmatic droplets beneath it. Lin Xuan stepped forward, picking up a cluster of the mysterious droplets. Sometimes, possessing numerous items does not equate to strength. True power lies within oneself. And external enhancements are merely superficial. Only when one has cultivated their own strength can items truly manifest their potential. Squirtle was still too feeble, rendering these items more of a burden. As his words faded, Lin Xuan departed with the mysterious droplets, leaving Chun Mo in contemplation. Grandfather, your grandson is calling. Lin Xuan heard a notification and glanced down at his phone. Chun Mo, which dormitory do you reside in? Lin Xuan, ground level, building 6, room 516. Chun Mo, all right. I will move in today. Lin Xuan chuckled as he switched chat windows, continuing his conversation with Li Mingxin, casually sharing this amusing tidbit. Li Mingxin, oh. He clearly wants to consult you at any moment. Now, let him and Lin Mo stare at each other in bewilderment. Lin Xuan, if he wishes to share a bed with me, that would incur a different fee. Li Mingxin, a typical average guy, truly disappointing. That evening, Li Mingxin received a package, her savings once again increasing. Busy once more, she pouted and put her phone away to tackle her homework. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had already arrived in the alternate world, engaging with Yunwu about matters concerning Caesar. He had already taken a stance against Caesar. I only know that Caesar has a golem, but I've not encountered any others, Lin Xuan admitted. What about his confidants? He inquired further. He does not care for his subordinates. They are mostly left to their own devices, akin to how I used to be. Generally, it is the women beside him who manage various affairs, Yunwu explained. What about the favors he grants his underlings? Lin Xuan asked. Essentially none. Only a few individuals circling his city ever get to see him. Yunwu's gaze dimmed slightly. Most can be considered individuals who act recklessly under his name, correct? Lin Xuan surmised. Yunwu nodded in agreement. Indeed, even I harbor an inexplicable obsession with Caesar. After glimpsing him from afar, I have been unable to let go. Lin Xuan felt a sense of relief within. He feared that Caesar might be the type to protect his own, and after he had conquered a few cities, would come to retaliate. Distribute a few Pokeballs to those miners and inform them of handsome rewards for those who can capture Pokémon. Moreover, they should be encouraged to foster harmonious relationships with the Pokémon, based on friendship or other bonds, rather than purely exploitative connections, Lin Xuan added. Yunwu nodded gently, committing the information to memory. After Lin Xuan dismissed her, she shared the details. Friendship? Affection? What nonsense. They instinctively perceived it as futile. Yet, since Lin Xuan had given the directive, those fortunate enough to secure employment were willing to give it a try. Capturing a Caterpie with a Pokeball was hardly a daunting task, and there were no stipulations regarding the type of Pokémon required. Aside from mining, they now had an additional task. In the face of potential gain, there are always those willing to take a chance. One evening, a freckled, slender young man approached Yunwu. Accompanied by a Caterpie resting peacefully on his shoulder, the two seemingly in harmony. When did you two become acquainted? Yunwu inquired, her gaze drifting towards the timid Abomasnow in the distance. Elaborate, she commanded coldly. Before Lin Xuan, she behaved like a loyal dog. This afternoon, I found him being bullied by a few Pidgeys in the grove, and I rescued him, he recounted earnestly. For what purpose? Yunwu pressed further. The youth almost blurted out for a reward, but hesitated, recalling Yunwu's solemn mention of friendship and affection. For friendship? He stammered awkwardly. The calm demeanor of the Caterpie shifted instantly. Yunwu smiled. What is your name? She asked. The young man, now animated, replied eagerly. Bamboo. I am called Xiaozhu, like the bamboo plant. Yunwu noted the name down. Chapter 49, Lin Zhu's Longing. Xiaozhu had once believed that the previous ruler of Rock City was a formidable figure, an entity forever beyond his reach. Then that individual perished, allegedly at the hands of Lady Yunwu. Subsequently, when Lady Yunwu arrived in Rock City, Xiaozhu felt she surpassed the former ruler with valuable ores in hand. He could entrust them to her for protection. During the execution of a traitor, he caught sight of the man beside Lady Yunwu, a figure he had not recognized until today when Lady Yunwu finally brought him to meet the man. Yunwu knelt at Lin Xuan's feet while he stood below. It dawned on him that even Lady Yunwu had to submit. Why? His heart was heavy with fear and confusion. You are called Xiaozhu? The man spoke. Yes, Yunwu responded. For friendship? The man lifted Yunwu's chin with his foot, tossing a sparkling cube into her mouth, then produced the Pokeball that had been awarded to Yunwu. Inside was the cater pie. Xiaozhu looked up at the seemingly blood-stained red dragon mask. Xiaozhu, from now on, you shall be renamed, the man declared. Xiaozhu trembled. From now on, you shall be Lin Zhu. Yes, Xiaozhu promptly agreed. Now, you may leave. You will come to understand the power of friendship. In Xiaozhu's gaze, the man rested one arm on the chair, his face propped lazily on one hand, exuding an air of authority, akin to gazing up from the base of a mountain. Master, I have a question, Xiaozhu, or rather Lin Zhu, ventured. Yunwu turned in astonishment to gaze at him. Where did this audacious fellow find his courage? Why would Lord Yunwu act like a dog? Though he recognized the disrespect inherent in his words, he had no alternative expressions to convey his thoughts. A glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. Strength, friendship, is it because I could eventually vanquish Caesar? What answer do you seek? Lin Zhu exhaled, seemingly devoid of a response, yet articulating everything. How should I address you, my lord? Lin Zhu inquired once more. Under his gaze, the individual straightened his posture, interlacing his fingers. Lin Xuan. It was then that Lin Zhu comprehended the profound significance of his own name. After bowing, he arose and departed, only to realize the fragrant aroma of the earth wafting through the air, a stark contrast to the allure of the tent. Once Lin Zhu exited, Yunwu turned her attention to Lin Xuan. Will you? Lin Xuan lowered his gaze towards her. I shall not overthrow your dominion, at least not before I have dealt with Caesar. She retained the latter part of her thought within her heart. Through the mask, she seemed to perceive a blazing gaze. He, like you, often becomes a sharp blade. Those who aspire for advancement are more susceptible to becoming such, yet the blade is also the most easily fractured. Does his potential threat hold significance? What matters is his position of power. He requires a blade akin to that of Yunwu, a blade of his own. Is it already Thursday? Lin Xuan pondered the days. He had skipped history class on Monday, theory class on Tuesday, and Wednesday's session. On Thursday, the instructor chuckled and marked him as absent. Yunwu was perplexed, for in their realm, the concept of a week was foreign. Only the passage of years and months mattered. How many ores do we have? Lin Xuan queried. Approximately 2,000, came the reply. Well then, have them brought here. Yunwu then crawled out to summon someone to deliver the ores. While Lin Zhu could walk out, she could not. The humiliation was undeniable. Yet for the sake of a grander aspiration, she was willing to endure it. Once the ores were delivered and the individuals departed, Lin Xuan finally rose. King Nito awakened. He called to the sleeping King Nito, seated beside him. They busily transported the ores into his villa's chambers. After the task was completed, Lin Xuan contacted the individuals from the Blackstone mine, instructing them to come and collect the ores. This time, it was not the dangerous Blackstone Xiaofei who arrived, which relieved Lin Xuan considerably. Over 1 million had been transferred to both sides, and the space within his bracelet began to feel more spacious. Only then did he open his social media application, where a flurry of messages erupted. There were messages from Lin Mo, Chun Mo, and even more from Li Mingxin. The latest missive arrived just 2 minutes prior. Where are you? Lin Xuan typed. Where are you? Li Mingxin replied, her tone filled with urgency and grievance. Can we speak on the phone? Lin Xuan asked. Just a moment, she responded. Rising from her seat in the classroom, Li Mingxin made her way to the restroom, where she finally called Lin Xuan from a stall. Without preamble, she bombarded him with questions. Lin Xuan could only explain that he was at work. You're joking. There are still 30 seconds left at the traffic light, she retorted. He opted to selectively ignore her. I'm utterly exhausted. I haven't slept in 2 days. But thankfully, you're here. Listening to her voice, Lin Xuan gradually felt a sense of relief. He then propped himself up, rising to his feet and making his way to the bathroom. For a moment, he couldn't help but think that this villa was rather inconvenient, as taking a shower required him to walk such a distance. As he washed, he engaged in casual conversation with Lin Xuan, gradually pulling her out of her somewhat aggrieved mood. Have you completed your tasks? Lin Xuan inquired. Yes, I finished yours too. When the time comes, we can sell the accounts as multiple items, Lin Xuan replied with a playful hum. I knew it. You just wanted to brag, Lin Xuan chuckled. Oh please. You think I'm doing this to get back at you for helping me with my tasks? Lin Xuan retorted with a laugh. What are you talking about? This is clearly a reward for you. Others would envy the chance to kiss me, Lin Xuan teased. Get real. Who would want to kiss you? You'd be better off scraping vegetables out of your mouth, she shot back. Just wait. When I become a king, there will be a line from the demon city to your school of people wanting to kiss me. Lin Xuan hummed a little tune, turning off the shower and picking up a towel to dry himself. Including your red-eyed senior? Lin Xuan blurted out unexpectedly. No need for that. I fear catching it myself. You have no idea how terrifying our school is, especially with that white-haired one around. Lin Xuan joked as he exited the bathroom. White-haired? The silvery kind? It wouldn't be so bad to catch it, she mused. The two continued their banter, and before they knew it, the class bell rang. Lin Xuan lay in bed, gazing at the call screen, overwhelmed by drowsiness. Lin Xuan soon called again, and he struggled to remain conscious as he answered before drifting back into a deep slumber. Were it not for several invigorating energy cubes, he wouldn't have managed to stay awake for 2 consecutive days. In the haze of his dreams, he could faintly hear Lin Xuan asking what he was up to. Chapter 50. Her eyes could see their future when Lin Xuan awoke. It was already past 4 in the morning. He rubbed his somewhat dazed head and glanced at the still active call. There was silence on the other end. Lin Xuan had likely fallen asleep. Quietly, he pressed the mute button and rose to step outside his room. The funds had arrived, and it was time to commence his shopping spree. He left 200,000 in his inheritance card, transferring the remainder into his student account. The campus was eerily quiet at 4 in the morning, especially in the university. Even at Magic City University, there were few who chose to rise so early. He arrived at the brightly lit trading post, striding directly towards the superpower manual section. He swiftly acquired a psychic enhancement worth 900,000. Sourced from an overseas superpower king. One must eventually fulfill the promises made when ringing the bell. Then he glanced to the side, where the fairy series glimmered enticingly. He inserted his student card and made the purchase. He could not ignore Zhu Lan's threat. The sharp-toothed land shark must be dealt with decisively. That cost another 600,000. With 150,000 plus 20,000 spent, he found himself left with merely 30,000. He intended to procure materials for energy cubes and high-quality ores. Good evening, dear freshman of my zodiac year. You're looking quite red again, the red-eyed senior greeted. Good morning, red-eyed senior, he replied, each speaking their own thoughts. Did you buy that with the bell ringing? Shen asked. Lin Xuan nodded, responding affirmatively. Do you need me to help teach her? I have some insights regarding superpowers and the fairy series, Shen offered. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Shen smiled faintly as she retrieved her student ID and inserted it into a nearby cabinet, obtaining a volume on telekinetic mastery. Follow me to the club's classroom. Oh, by the way, how did you know that the instructor specifically allocated a classroom for me? Shen suddenly inquired. Lin Xuan's lips twitched. I don't know, nor do I wish to know. What? Are you saying I'm impressive? There's no need for flattery. It makes me shy, Shen exclaimed in surprise. It seems you are not the only one afflicted by red-eye syndrome, Lin Xuan murmured softly. You are the one with red-eye syndrome. Red pupils are undeniably striking. Shen retorted, recalling how, in elementary school, she was isolated due to the uniqueness of her eye color. It was amusing. She was fortunate not to have isolated those who isolated her. They arrived at the teaching building of the superpower department and entered the classroom that her instructor had specially designated. There exists a disparity among instructors. Lin Xuan's had yet to show their face. The classroom was spacious, furnished only with a circle of chairs against the walls. First, let the bell ring to see the manual. I will continue to study telekinesis, Shen said, kneeling on the floor, facing the podium with her back to Lin Xuan as she examined the tome. Lin Xuan activated the bell, allowing it to resonate as she observed the manual. The elite-level manual was detailed, primarily articulated in a manner comprehensible to Pokémon. The bell blinked its eyes, seemingly absorbing knowledge. Upon the conclusion of the manual, it attempted to employ the advanced mental projection technique, but discovered it could only utilize telekinesis. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, Shen had risen at some point and softly remarked, Though mental projection appears to be an amplified version of telekinesis, the differences remain substantial. The most apparent distinction is that mental projection lacks the capacity to induce confusion, instead possessing a chance to reduce special defense. Shen-Yin continued. The bell cast a gentle gaze upon her, adorned with a warm smile. Although undeniably adorable, the bloodstains on its body rendered the sight somewhat peculiar. Truth be told, I have never encountered an individual with such a surface coloration, Shen-Yin elaborated. One cannot merely stack the use of telekinesis. One must endeavor to alter its essence, condensing the telekinetic energy like a gentle breeze before transforming it into a tempest. Compared to the manual's content, Shen-Yin's explanation was more accessible yet profoundly comprehensible. Before long, the bell succeeded in manifesting a faint mental projection. Gradually, it began to align with the manual's teachings. Thank you, Lin Xuan expressed her gratitude. Not at all. This little one is exceptionally bright. Shen-Yin paused before continuing. I often find myself envious of Pokémon's mastery over energy, unlike myself. She gestured to her eyes, which emitted a faint golden glow. This was the result of her 2 years of effort, surpassing not only her peers, but even the instructors of the superpower department. Humans possess many strengths distinct from Pokémon, yet we also harbor numerous shortcomings. You are already quite remarkable. I can barely change the color of my eyes even if I try to squint them shut. No, it is possible. Prolonged lack of blinking can turn them red. Shen-Yin stated earnestly. No wonder you can turn golden. It is because you were born red, Lin Xuan remarked. What a peculiar theory, yet it seems valid. Shen-Yin was momentarily taken aback, caught between wanting to refute it and being at a loss for words. Subsequently, Lin Xuan continued to ring the bell, immersing himself in the study of magical brilliance. A senior could certainly be leveraged effectively. I'll take a break for now, Shen-Yin remarked, stepping aside to begin her meditation, swiftly restoring her mental vigor. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Lin Xuan's headphones. Lin Fool, are you awake? Lin Xuan moved to a corner and activated his microphone. I'm awake, he whispered. Shen-Yin, in another corner, opened her eyes briefly before returning to her meditation. You really can sleep. You've been out the entire day, came Li Mingxin's voice, notably subdued to avoid disturbing her roommate. Humph, as if I can't survive on boiled cabbage. Li Mingxin murmured, still in a haze of sleep. I can't help it, Lin Xuan replied. In the unfinished tasks displayed on the system interface, there lay quietly the task of eliminating them. Humph, as I grow older, you go find someone fresh out of their teens, Li Mingxin huffed, her tone softening. As long as my eyes can see the future, how much worse can it get? At least Lin Xuan remains my support and refuge. That cannot be. No one else can compare to your allure, she teased. Indeed, you must be secretly sniffing my underwear, she added. At that moment, Shen-Yin, from a distance, let out a chuckle. Li Mingxin seemingly did not hear this laughter, merely mumbling, I'll sleep a bit longer, classes await tomorrow. Just let me know before you head to work. All right, good night. And then, as her words faded, only the sound of steady breathing remained. Lin Xuan turned off his microphone and gazed at Shen-Yin in the distance. Can you hear me? Chapter 51, title, Abandoning the Slide. Yes, Shen-Yin readily acknowledged. In this world, the barriers between people were not so formidable. They were all individuals who cherished Pokémon. Impressive, Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he aspired to learn this skill as well. You can start with telekinesis, progressing from the basics to mastery. Shen-Yin seemed to perceive his thoughts, promptly tossing him a telekinesis manual. Isn't there intellectual property? Lin Xuan inquired. It's merely fundamental telekinesis, Shen-Yin replied nonchalantly. Lin Xuan then lowered his gaze to study the manual, while Shen-Yin moved closer to teach the magical brilliance of the ringing bell. Before long, a flickering pink light blossomed forth. Wow, Shen-Yin exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. The bell seemed remarkably astute. Though its glow was faint and its release slow, it had transitioned from 0 to 1. The remaining task was to gradually accumulate energy and incorporate various experiences and applications from the manual. Lin Xuan set aside the telekinesis manual, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He couldn't comprehend anything. This realization provided Shen-Yin with a modicum of solace. The bell fluttered to his side, emitting a few sparkling lights. Fantastic, Lin Xuan praised generously. The bell continued to ring, seemingly delighted by the compliment. Shall we go for breakfast? Shen-Yin inquired, glancing at the dawn outside the window. Sure, Lin Xuan replied, having never been to the school cafeteria before. They descended the stairs. and Shun-In retrieved a Pokeball from the pocket of her skirt. "Come forth," she commanded, releasing her Pokemon. With a melodious cry, a fox with 9 majestic tails materialized on the ground. 9 tails. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. The 9 tails settled on the ground, its 9 tails elegantly fanned behind it, casting a haughty glance at Lin Xuan. Yet, in an instant, that arrogance dissipated, replaced by a sense of caution. It sensed that Lin Xuan posed a certain danger. Rising in a seemingly leisurely manner, it positioned itself protectively beside Shun-In. "What about you?" Shun-In inquired. "I do not possess such a Pokemon." Lin Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well, then let us proceed," Shun-In said, gently tapping the 9 tails with her Pokeball. "Thank you," she added as she returned it. The two walked side by side along the intricately patterned stone path, gradually entering a quaint little park. Under the watchful gaze of a small rattata emerging from the flower beds, they ventured further away. Behind the park stood a spacious cafeteria, towering 6 stories high. A couplet adorned its grand entrance. The first line read "Blazing Flames, Roaring Tiger," while the second proclaimed "Thunderous, Drumming Golden Gorilla," with a horizontal inscription stating "Abandon the Slide." Lin Xuan smirked at the sight. "I suggest they display the Great Sword Ghost and the Great Dahlia," he remarked instinctively. "The Great Dahlia? That would certainly evoke some laughter." Shun-In chuckled. As they approached, the automatic doors slid open, releasing a fragrant aroma. "Shall we indulge in the seafood buffet on the 3rd floor? It's primarily frequented by those who never see the sunset," Shun-In asked. Lin Xuan had no objections and followed her into the elevator. "I still dread encountering any genetically modified seafood," Lin Xuan stated earnestly, gazing at the expansive dining area on the 3rd floor. "Surely it can't be that bad." Although they do have hybrids like the Gillsfish Dragon and Gillsfish Sea Beast, Shun-In suddenly fell silent. "Regardless, it's better than the neighboring establishment where the waters have nearly mutated. I've heard tales of gigantic onyx jellyfish washing ashore recently," Lin Xuan continued, retrieving his student ID to scan for payment. "Only 200 deducted. Quite a bargain," he noted. "When I studied abroad, things weren't as outrageous. Now, they shamelessly discharge wastewater," Shun-In remarked, trailing behind Lin Xuan. After breakfast, the two parted ways, still without exchanging contact information. Lin Xuan was indifferent. After all, the trading post was likely to refresh the red-eyed senior. Refresh point 1. Shun-In shared this sentiment, believing the trading post would likely refresh Lin Xuan as well. Refresh point 1. Bang. Inevitably, a car collided with the wall of a villa. "Oh dear, won't that lead to financial ruin?" Lin Xuan mused quietly, approaching amidst the cacophony that stirred the flowers into a vibrant dance. "Xiaoxua, if you continue driving like that, I'll hang myself at the community entrance, making it impossible for you to rent out your properties." A man who appeared to be in his 30s shouted from the 2nd floor window, accompanied by a servine. "What's the matter? If the wall is damaged, just stay at my place," Xuehue exclaimed as she exited the vehicle, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Clearly, this was not their first encounter. "Ah, it's the landlord. Then all is well. The energy cube materials I ordered online have finally arrived." At noon, Lin Xuan engaged in conversation with the awakened Li Mengxin while simultaneously crafting energy cubes. In addition to those required for Bell and Nidoking, he also made several invigorating ones. Though lacking in substantial effects, they resembled a fortified version of medicated oil, capable of keeping one alert without significant side effects. "I must head to work now. Do ensure you attend your classes diligently," Lin Xuan remarked into his phone. With reluctance, they finally ended the call. Upon his subsequent traversal, he instinctively checked the daily rewards. When his gaze fell upon the gravity learning machine, he selected it without hesitation. Upon encountering a Jengar that had consumed a Porygon, he was met with an unpleasant surprise. Summoning Bell from his pocket, he placed the skill learning machine atop its head. Instinctively, Bell activated its skill, and the surroundings became oppressively heavy. Lin Xuan found himself firmly anchored to his chair, unable to move, with his bones creaking under the strain. In that moment, Bell could have easily crushed his head with telekinesis or sheer mental force. This adorable little creature seemed to possess the potential to become a formidable executioner. Noticing Lin Xuan's discomfort, Bell quickly retracted the overwhelming gravity, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Bell joyfully landed atop his head, further convinced of Lin Xuan's divinity. The girl with crimson eyes could only teach herself at a slow pace, while the divine figure had enabled her to learn instantaneously. Lin Xuan inserted an energy cube, capable of enhancing psychic attributes, into her mouth, and subsequently summoned Nidoking to fetch Yunwu and Lin Zhu. You may stand, he instructed, gesturing towards Lin Zhu. Thank you for your grace, my lord. Lin Zhu seemed to grasp many insights, bowing deeply before rising to stand in place, gazing at Lin Xian's draconic mask. Meanwhile, Yunwu gradually crawled towards Lin Xian's seat. Once she reached him, he rewarded her with an invigorating energy cube. Is our reserve sufficient now? He inquired. Yes, there is still plenty left. Our personnel and Pokémon cannot consume it all. Yunwu nodded in agreement. Despite careful control over the distribution, the workers were living well, and others began to aspire to this employment. Chapter 52. Remarkable Progress. Are there others like you? Lin Xian asked Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu shook his head. None. Then it's up to you. Go recruit 20 individuals. Lin Xian granted him certain privileges. Amidst Lin Zhu's expressions of gratitude, Lin Xian waved his hand, signaling him to attend to the matter. You have quite the ambition, Yunwu remarked, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. It was worth noting that she only had 50 individuals under her command, though they were generally equipped with Pokémon. Yet, like Lin Zhu, there was only one who embodied salvation and camaraderie. We ought to expand our mining operations. The current pace is unsatisfactory. Lin Xian expressed his discontent. If it is merely this, we might as well trade with more vendors for Pokeballs. Understood. Yunwu finally grasped the extent of Lin Xian's aspirations. Lin Xian observed the coarse linen garments she wore, a requirement he had imposed upon her to avoid further mishaps. What is this? Crawled over Yunwu, puzzled. It is your reward. Lin Xian tossed the clothing towards her. As Yunwu caressed the soft fabric, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was precisely because her usual garments were coarse and uncomfortable against her skin that she refrained from wearing them. In the presence of Lin Xian, she stripped off her clothing, oblivious to the fact that Lin Xian, concealed behind his mask, had quietly closed his eyes during this interval. She donned a blue outfit, complemented by a white fitted shirt on the upper half, white socks on her feet, and transparent sandals. Yunwu's complexion was not fair. Rather, it bore a deep brown hue, creating a striking contrast with her attire. The hem of her skirt was short, barely covering her posterior. Excitement coursed through her. She truly adored this ensemble. Lin Xian opened his eyes for a fleeting glance and felt a measure of satisfaction. She resembled a sultry senior from high school, far more visually pleasing than the tattered hemp garment she had previously worn. Had she chosen to wear knee-high socks, it would have been utterly irresistible. That night, sleep eluded Yunwu. If her previous willingness to submit to Lin Xian stemmed from a visible future, at this moment, she felt that the present was equally pleasing. She believed she had not made a wrong choice in her companion. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, if he were aware, he would merely smile. The persistent inequality had led Yunwu to perceive herself as little more than a pet, with even Lin Zhu appearing more human than she. Time swiftly passed, and Lin Xian found himself with increasing time in the alternate world. It seemed as though a certain classmate had vanished entirely from Lin Mo's world. His own balance fluctuated, increasing and then diminishing. He was continuously enhancing his skills with the bell ring, which required more abilities than the Nidoking. Professor Huang? As Lin Xian stepped outside his home, he spotted Huang Qingde waiting at his doorstep, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Young man, we agreed on weekly checkups, Huang Qingde remarked, still wearing his benevolent smile. It had almost been a month since their last session. Your life is quite leisurely, he mused. Apologies, teacher. I must balance work and study, leaving little time for classes, Lin Xian replied, a hint of regret on his face. Indeed, one must prioritize their studies. Come along, let us conduct another test for the Nidoking, Huang Qingde insisted, leaving no room for refusal. Rest assured, my class will ensure you achieve full marks. He added, glancing back at Lin Xian who followed closely behind. Thank you, teacher. This is a pleasant surprise. His academic credits were perilously low, and should he fail to perform well in the upcoming end-of-term combat competition, he might have to retake the course next year. Recently, Professor Xiao Guang had been revising his theories, and the testing facilities had been upgraded with superior equipment. As Huang Qingde walked ahead, he continued to speak. The energy theory is gradually being disseminated following its application at Magic City University. Oh, by the way, are you aware of the Watchers? Huang Qingde glanced at the silent Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head, indicating he had not heard of them. They are an organization that adheres to an obsessive form of justice, officially endorsed, but largely comprised of individuals. You should exercise caution. There have been recent thefts at Magic City University, and the Guanjing community is not far from here. Stay safe, Huang Qingde advised, alerting him to the situation. Theft? Is it madness? To steal from here? Lin Xuan was taken aback. It cannot exactly be said that an outsider has stolen it. The thief is a student from the academy who is currently still in the magical city, but for specifics, one would have to inquire with the investigating watchers. Huang Qingde sighed, shaking his head. Lin Xuan nodded behind him, concluding that it likely had little to do with him. Upon arriving at the testing room within the teaching building, they found it still unoccupied. This year, it is not open to the public. Only next year will there be visitors, explained Huang Qingde. Lin Xuan had essentially entered through the back door. Upon releasing Nidoking, Huang Qingde's eyes lit up. Nidoking had grown taller, and quite significantly. He noticed an additional imperfect life orb on Nidoking's arm. The stacking of repeated items offers discounts. Not as much as one might imagine. He reminded Lin Xuan once more, adding that official competitions limit the number of items that can be used. I understand, but it looks impressive like this, Lin Xuan chuckled. The two imperfect life orbs resembled glowing purple eyes. I really can't grasp the aesthetic of your generation. Huang Qingde remarked as he opened the testing chamber, this time not forgetting the password. Nidoking and the bell entered simultaneously. Due to size, the report for the bell emerged first. Compared to the last time, its internal energy had become more complex, having learned numerous skills. Huang Qingde handed the package to Lin Xuan. Indeed, this child is quite clever, learning skills rapidly. He has essentially mastered everything he could learn. Among them is Shadow Ball, a perfect skill learning machine rewarded by the system. Thus, the Ghost-type energy is now ranked second on the panel. The previous malnutrition issue is nearly resolved. It may be time to consider evolution, as keeping it suppressed is not ideal, Huang Qingde stated. Thank you. Lin Xuan responded with delight. He had taken excellent care of the bell, and it could now rest peacefully in the realm above. Meanwhile, Nidoking had also completed its test, and Huang Qingde gasped in astonishment. Compared to the previous assessment, its internal energy had more than doubled, and the proportions remained well-balanced. This is quite astonishing, Huang Qingde remarked incredulously. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose, feeling a sense of pride. All those energy cubes of superior quality weren't consumed in vain. It was impressive progress. They had all worked diligently, and Nidoking had grown taller, now standing at 1.87 meters. What might its limit be? Huang Qingde squinted at the mysterious item revealed during the assessment, his expectations for Nidoking's growth soaring. Chapter 53, The Culprit in the Cave. Lin Xuan was no longer concerned about whether he could feed his Pokémon. He eagerly wished for Nidoking to grow 5 or 6 meters tall, consuming a week's worth of energy cubes in a single day. Generally, the larger the size, the more energy could be absorbed simultaneously. Hence, he also desired to capture a sufficiently large Pokémon as his third companion. The path of investment lay therein. The game of Three Kingdoms kill felt rather advanced for him. After storing Nidoking away, Lin Xuan bid farewell to Huang Qingde and departed the testing room. Li Mingxin remained as clingy as ever. Yet Li Mingxin continues to share her daily life, from the goodnight messages before sleep to the incessant quarrels of her troublesome roommate. It feels as though she is both near and far. The scattered remnants of her finances leave her feeling rather insecure. Though she has earned a considerable sum, it has all been spent. Her inheritance has reached 1 million. Perhaps it is time to save some money and acquire a spatial device. Lin Xuan gazed at the large burlap sack with a sigh. Inside were some seeds and pokeballs. He also carried a bag filled with energy cubes. Dear grandson, let us traverse through, he said, as he and the Nidoking holding the sack vanished into thin air. They reappeared within the tent, still devoid of people. Previously, there were intruders, but they had been dealt with harshly in front of everyone by the old man. Since then, no one dared to enter. As usual, Lin Xuan observed the system's daily rewards, and unsurprisingly, today's offering was rather unimpressive. He casually selected a coin, rubbing it in his hand. The chime soon called someone forth, but this time was somewhat different. Yun Wu appeared as usual, yet Lin Zhu's eyes were wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through the fabric. Perched on his shoulder was a lethargic Butterfree. What is the situation? Lin Xuan inquired. It turned out that the ores on the outskirts of the mine had been nearly exhausted, forcing Lin Zhu to venture deeper into the mountains. Yun Wu began to recount their tale. Upon delving further into the mine, they discovered a plethora of luminous crystals, continuing their exploration until they awakened a massive onyx. A continuous evolution? To save someone? Lin Xian's laughter emerged from beneath his mask. Reality often proves more fantastical than any play. The butterfree appeared listless, its wings coated in phosphorescent powder, sticky and unspent. You possess more potential than Yunwu. Lin Xian's words filled Lin Zhu with joy. Friendship, perhaps, is indeed a commendable thing. Yet Yunwu felt a twinge of resentment. However, upon reflection, it seemed accurate. Among his 3 Pokémon, only the Jengar seemed to care for him. The Charizard had been tough to tame. Lin Xian tossed a map toward Lin Zhu. Mark the points. I shall take a look. He was intrigued by the crystals within the mine. Could it be a crystal onyx? His recollection of the crystal onyx was vague. Yet he remembered it emerging from water. Whether that was indeed the case escaped him, leaving only a nebulous impression. Lin Zhu picked up the map from the ground, tracing a route through the mountains and marking the location where they had encountered danger. He then respectfully approached Lin Xian, presenting the map. Lin Xian accepted the map and casually tossed an energy cube toward him, saying, "For you, remember why you have come this far." As he descended from his seat, he mused that this world was somewhat idealistic. Thus Lin Zhu's potential undoubtedly existed. Lin Zhu promptly offered the energy cube to the butterfree, feeding it. "Yunwu, you may stand for the time being," Lin Xian declared before exiting the tent. Yunwu remained kneeling before her seat, unaware that her subservience had become deeply ingrained in her psyche. As Lin Zhu's Bada butterfly rapidly regained its vitality, it no longer appeared on the verge of collapse. Lin Xian stepped out of Rock City and ventured towards the mountains. He chose to avoid encounters with others, as conversations would only squander precious words. Delving deeper into the mine, the daylight began to fade. The mortality rate here remained alarmingly high, especially without the company of Pokémon. Lin Xian glanced upward, sensing a gaze upon him from a small hillock. Ignoring it, he pressed forward, guided by the robust form of Nidoking. He followed the markers on his map until he reached a vast cavern. The silence was profound, with overgrown weeds indicating that no one had visited in quite some time. Inside, darkness loomed, as if it were eager to devour intruders. A bell chimed, summoning the icy winds. Lin Xian maintained a cautious demeanor. The bell flew from his arms, sending forth a gust of icy debris into the depths. Yet, nothing was encountered until the wind dissipated. On a clear day, let the small sun we conjured accompany us. Lin Xian commanded once more. The secrets of the champion-level techniques proved advantageous. Such applications were not easily imparted to the average person. With the sound of the bell, a diminutive sun emerged, illuminating a portion of the cavern's periphery. As Nidoking advanced, Lin Xian followed at a measured pace. The small sun not only provided light, but also radiated a hint of warmth, which made Lin Xian feel somewhat overheated. As he walked, he reviewed the system's tasks. Upon Lin Zhu's arrival, he had triggered a new quest: defeat the source of obstruction. The reward remained a mystery, skillfully igniting his sense of exploration. Most significantly, the rewards from previous tasks had been quite generous. The perfect skill-learning machine for the Shadow Ball came from such endeavors. If one were to rely on monetary investment to reach this level, it would likely cost several million. As he ventured further into the cavern, signs of mining became more apparent, with a few exposed or scattered about. Nidoking casually snapped off a piece and popped it into his mouth as a treat. With each step deeper into the cave, the surroundings grew increasingly spacious, suggesting he had reached a more profound location. A glimmering crystal caught Lin Xian's eye. As the bell chimed, he directed the small sun deeper, revealing a multitude of crystals. Momentarily, he found it hard to look away. They were mesmerizing, their brilliant hues captivating his gaze. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to capture a moment for Li Mingxin, only to remember that he had not brought it into this alternate world. TSK. He instructed Nidoking to break off a crystal, which he examined closely upon receiving it. Nidoking broke off another piece and consumed it, but soon his expression soured. He spat out the mineral, declaring it unpalatable. Furthermore, its energy was unsuitable for him. Chapter 54. Targeted Rules of the Monthly Examination. His footsteps reverberated against the ground, sending faint ripples that awakened a pair of eyes in the nearby pool. The luminescent crystals above the cavern illuminated the water, where blood mingled ominously at its center. This was the price of awakening. Several corpses lay scattered by the water's edge. Lin Xian, accompanied by a radiant orb resembling a miniature sun, gradually approached the vicinity of the pond. A rockslide? He gazed upward at the descending boulders and felt a jolt of alarm. Nidoking swiftly reacted, transforming the icy beam in his mouth into a brilliant blue ray that shattered the looming rocks. A thunderous roar erupted from the pond, as a luminescent onyx surged forth from the water's depths. A pale violet energy erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at the largest Nidoking. Dragon Breath. Ice Beam. Lin Xuan remained unperturbed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he beheld the crystalline form of the onyx. Indeed, this crystalline onyx displayed no fear of water. He glanced toward the pond beneath the onyx. The ice beam pierced through the dragon breath, striking the crystalline onyx. Clang! A look of agony froze upon the onyx's visage. With a surge of mental fortitude and gravitational force, it was momentarily pinned in place. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it broke free from these dual restraints. The earth trembled as Nidoking slammed his fist into the ground. Earth power. Boom. The water churned violently, and the crystalline onyx crashed against a distant wall. Shards of crystal cascading down. The blood on the water's surface was simultaneously stirred. In excruciating pain, it roared and charged toward Lin Xuan, exhibiting its primal ferocity. Earth power. Lin Xuan murmured. Bellchime then unleashed a chilling gust. At the moment their two attacks converged, a white protective shield enveloped the crystalline onyx. Protect. Simultaneously, its tail emerged from the pond, striking Nidoking and forcing him to stagger back a few paces. Lin Xuan's astonishment deepened. He had yet to teach his Pokémon the Protect move, yet this one had already mastered it. You have already begun the path to being captured. Bellchime employed its most adept skill, launching a shadow ball at the crystalline onyx. The onyx, caught off guard and in pain, was subsequently struck by a cerulean beam to its head. Bang! Its massive form collapsed onto the shore, spirals of dizziness clouding its eyes. It had completely lost its fighting capability. Remarkably sturdy, Lin Xuan mused as he produced a Ultra Ball. Nidoking was equipped with a life orb and two slightly flawed life orbs. Even though the latter did not fully stack, it still held efficacy, and all were effective against the onyx. He tossed the Ultra Ball, and the colossal form of the onyx vanished, leaving only the gently swaying Ultra Ball on the pond's surface. Just as Lin Xuan believed victory was assured, the Ultra Ball burst open with a pop. The crystalline onyx re-emerged, this time sinking into the pond, disappearing from sight. Lin Xuan stood bewildered before the broken Ultra Ball. Then, he began to chuckle. Indeed, not everyone is as easily captured as that black-skinned creature. One ball to capture it is mere nonsense. I hope next time you can escape. This pond is likely quite deep, and his Nidoking was notably wary of water. This was also the reason he refrained from confronting Captain Aha directly to the east. This was the home of the crystalline onyx, and he was convinced it would not venture far from here. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the task reward, Eye of Energy. As the system's voice echoed, a tingling sensation emerged in his eyes, which reddened momentarily. Within his gaze, numbers materialized on each crystal, each starting at 500. He withdrew a Sandshrew fruit, which bore a value of merely 0.2. Next, he produced an energy cube typically utilized by Nidoking, valued at 100. The value on the moonstone was 20. However, when he turned his attention to Nidoking and the ringing bell, he found no numbers to behold. You should have arrived earlier, Lin Xuan murmured, rubbing his eyes as the crimson hue diminished. Unbeknownst to him, he too had succumbed to the affliction of red eye. Such a practical skill, he thought, gazing longingly at the ores. 500 as a starting point. The manufacturing cost for his energy cube, with a mere 100 energy points, approached around 10,000. Although it was still a considerable profit compared to the Sandshrew fruit, the efficiency was simply too slow. Yet, Nidoking had previously attempted this. He was ill-suited for the energy residing within the crystals. It was unpalatable and challenging to absorb. This place belonged to the crystal onyx, a veritable paradise for it. With a tinge of regret, he resolved to depart, vowing to return when his strength had increased, determined to conquer the crystal onyx. Who could resist an onyx without water-type weaknesses? Had Brock possessed such a creature back in the day, Pikachu would have been stalled for at least 2 months. At the cave's entrance, he instructed Nidoking to shatter the falling rocks above, completely obscuring the cave's entrance. As he surveyed his surroundings, he gradually identified several locations with energy values. After extracting a map, he marked them, hoping they might yield some delightful surprises. Upon returning to the city, twilight had begun to settle. Li Mingxin, what does your monthly exam entail? Here, our senior is performing minimally invasive surgery on Pokémon. Li Mingxin, Goodness, aren't they afraid of fatal errors? Lin Xuan, our monthly exam consists of Pokémon battles. I believe it's on the 11th. Just as Lin Xuan sent half his message, he noticed a notification in the class group. A new teacher had appeared in the group, unbeknownst to him. A 33-match schedule? Must we have 3 Pokémon? Lin Xuan stared in disbelief at the modified exam rules. He was not alone. Others were equally taken aback. Linimo, are we heading to the back mountain? I lack 2 Pokémon. Lin Xuan lightly tapped the keyboard, declining the suggestion. Linimo, oh. The brief exchange concluded. Linimo was the only person he recognized at school. The back mountain, Lin Xuan pondered. The crystal onyx certainly seemed the optimal choice, albeit difficult to capture. The water pool was likely quite deep. He recalled teacher Yi Fan's mention of rumors surrounding Bagon in the back mountain. It was disingenuous to claim he was not envious of Lin Mo's Bagon. He opened the school's map navigation to pinpoint the back mountain's location, intending to share his thoughts on the matter. It felt as though the situation was conspiring against him. He must secure the credits for being first in the monthly exam. Otherwise, he risked having to retake the course. The credentials from Magic City University were vital for him. This would be his shortcut on the path to becoming a champion. With 3 days remaining until the exam, he needed to locate a Pokémon that would satisfy him in the back mountain. He had also contemplated the option of purchasing directly. However, the funds in his pocket had been nearly depleted just days prior, and he was unwilling to touch his inheritance. Chapter 55, Hypothetical Past Self. The rear mountain and the artificial river of Jianghai are 2 of the prominent features of Magic City University, characterized by synthetic mountains and fabricated waterways. At the back of the university lies a mountain range, meticulously constructed to simulate natural scenery, while the artificial river also flows not far from the city, spanning half of its expanse. Both are man-made creations, in the pursuit of mimicking natural landscapes. Magic City University has reached an extreme. The annual maintenance costs and investments in Pokémon are astronomical. Each year, many individuals encounter rare Pokémon within these 2 artificial environments, with success dependent solely on the student's abilities, provided that the terrain remains unchanged. Navigating through the crowd, he entered the rear mountain. Lin Xuan once again initiated a video call with Li Mingxin, commencing a live broadcast of his journey into the mountains, even bringing along a power bank. After a month apart, Li Mingxin finally reconnected with his world. Hey, have you caught the red-eye disease from that senior? She inquired quietly during class. Lin Xuan glanced at his small window in the camera and realized his eyes were indeed red. He retracted his energy eye, and the crimson hue vanished. No, it's different. This is my Sharingan, Lin Xuan stated with utmost seriousness. Are you going to create a world with only zeros? Li Mingxin instinctively asked. Which 0 are you referring to? Lin Xuan adeptly aligned with her logic. Do make sure to visit a hospital. Don't let it be an actual infection. Li Mingxin coughed discreetly, her tone earnest. Sure thing. My belovedly, you still care for me. Lin Xuan replied playfully as he ventured deeper into the rear mountain. After flipping the camera, he activated his energy eye once more, heading towards areas abundant in energy. As he fully entered the realm of the rear mountain, the ambience of modernity dissipated entirely. The dappled sunlight filtered through the swaying tree canopies and graced Lin Xuan's face. A bada butterfly perched on a branch, nibbling on a fruit. Not long after, he encountered a cluster of cocoons suspended from a tree. Several beedrills were patrolling, safeguarding their kin. Instinctively, Lin Xuan summoned Nidoking for protection. The beedrills cast a brief glance at them before resuming their tasks. Given their proximity to the university, they were unperturbed by trainers or Pokémon. Through the camera, Li Mingxin noticed the additional glimmering life orb on Nidoking, causing her heart to tighten. Please be cautious, she advised softly. Don't worry. Lin Xuan projected confidence in front of her. As they ventured further, the trees began to thin, revealing towering mountains in his line of sight. Ah, Rockruff, Lin Xuan remarked, observing several lively Pokémon at the mountain's base. They appeared spherical with hexagonal ears, rumored to possess a hardness rivaling steel. It's my first encounter with such Pokémon, Li Mingxin's voice resonated. Same here, Lin Xuan concurred. Older Pokémon are indeed remarkable. Moreover, the core within the Pengyun monster is indeed a potent source of energy. However, in this world, it is strictly forbidden to take the life of a Pokémon for such reasons. Only a rare few Pengyun monsters that have succumbed to natural causes leave behind their cores. Oh, Li Mingxin expressed her astonishment. Under the gaze of the camera, A white wolf leapt across the mountains, swiftly disappearing from sight. Could it be the daytime evolved majestic wolf? It must be. Lin Xuan recalled the majestic wolf, feeling a faint throb from the scar on his right arm, a reminder of his closest brush with death. Yet, that encounter had been during the night evolution. As time passed, he pressed onward, immersed in a world that felt harmonious and natural. Compared to the mountains of the alternate world, this place radiated warmth. By a gently flowing creek, a budding deer quenched its thirst alongside its fawn. A tree spirit quietly approached, seamlessly joining their ranks. Sometimes, Lin Xuan pondered how beautiful this world would be without humanity. He murmured softly to himself. The sound of bells chimed as they fluttered from his embrace, drawing near to them. Rather than being shunned, they received kindness from the budding deer. That won't do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you, Li Mingxin instinctively remarked. Hey, Lin Xuan grinned widely. The hour was growing late, and he unstrapped the tent from his back, setting it down in place. He intended to spend the night here. Throughout the day, he had not glimpsed a single Tyranitar. The other Pokémon did not particularly appeal to him. Psychic abilities proved immensely convenient, allowing him to erect the tent with ease. The evening sky was truly splendid. As night enveloped the land, Lin Xuan held up his phone, sharing the beauty of the night with Li Mingxin. Lying in her quiet dormitory, Lin Xuan became her eyes. After a long while, she yawned, reluctantly gazing at Lin Xuan's face as she drifted off to sleep. Her roommate cast a glance. Aware that this love-struck girl was video chatting with her partner, a conversation that had lasted the entire day. The round moon hung in the sky, punctuated by a few bright stars that adorned the deep heavens, casting a gentle glow upon the distant, gentle peaks. The creek continued to flow serenely. As the morning sun illuminated the earth, the blue sky was adorned with white clouds, and countless flying Pokémon surged into the sky, bringing vitality to the moment. A Pokémon with a white head approached from afar, its shell also white, featuring a prominent horn. Its eyes were predominantly blue, with black pupils. It halted before Lin Xuan's tent, drawn by a delightful aroma. As it treaded along the edge and lowered its head to drink, it remained captivated by the enticing scent. The sound of bells echoed through the tent's seams as Lin Xuan gazed at the small Pokémon. In that fleeting moment, the sound of the bells startled it awake. The Pokémon, caught off guard while drinking, suddenly found itself tumbling into the creek. Oh no! The gentle current was enough to send it into a panic. It floundered in the water, its strength rapidly waning. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Could there really be a Pokémon so naive? She floated out of the tent, using her telekinesis to draw the Pokémon from the stream, until it touched the ground. A look of panic lingered on the creature's face. Upon landing, it gazed at the descending bell sound with eyes full of gratitude. It shook off the water from its body and rushed over, eager to nuzzle against the bell sound, only to be deftly evaded. Once weak and small herself, she saw in this unfamiliar Pokémon a reflection of her former self. Yet, this did not imply any fondness for the creature. Chapter 56, A Touch of Meaning. Not everyone will forge a friendship with their past selves. Conflicts, even fierce altercations, are a reality, much like in 10. The bell sound belonged to this category. Its lack of strength led to its tragic circumstances. Ignoring the Pokémon, she drifted toward the tent, having offered her assistance as the greatest act of kindness. The minor commotion awakened Lin Xuan from within the tent. Rubbing his eyes, he unzipped the flap. Cocodora? My gaming character is still clad in the Cocodora set. He glanced at the bell sound. The bell sound wiggled its tentacles, pointing toward the riverbank, then pretended to be drowning on land, a rather comical sight. Don't drown in the air, Lin Xuan chuckled. The bell sound paused, its expression turning sulky, clearly displeased. Hey, eat. Lin Xuan skillfully produced an energy cube and placed it in the bell sound's mouth. While munching in a huff, the bell sound seemed to understand the virtue of aiding the weak. The teachings were not in vain. Its mouth was nearly worn raw. Finally grasping the essence of harmonious coexistence, it squatted down, patted Cocodora's forehead, and retrieved an energy cube intended for nidoking, offering it to the creature. All right, little one, go play. Until we meet again, Lin Xuan said, beginning to dismantle the tent. Cocodora, tilting its head, observed their figures and then the energy cube on the ground. I lick. Instantly, its eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll lick again. With the bell sound's assistance, Lin Xuan swiftly packed up the tent and ventured deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, Li Mingxin's voice echoed through his headphones. indicating she too was waking up for class. In a few days, she would be juggling both internship and studies. Back at the spot, Cocodora stuffed the energy cube into its mouth, fixating on the bell sound soaring through the air before lifting its legs to follow. Lin Xuan paid no mind to the little shadow trailing behind, assuming it was merely attracted by the energy cube, completely oblivious to Cocodora's gaze fixated on the bell sound. By noon, he still had not encountered a Pokémon that met his expectations. A red-crowned crane perched upon a cliff, coiling its neck around its long form. This is to prevent its energy from overflowing, Lin Xuan explained to Li Mingxin. It seemed the provisions were quite satisfactory. Li Mingxin's focus was distinctly unique. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan paused in the mountains, releasing Nidoking to prepare a meal. What Pokémon are you searching for? Li Mingxin inquired curiously. Dratini, or perhaps Tyranitar, Lin Xuan replied, his intentions for venturing into the back mountains quite resolute. Yet, disappointment loomed, for he would leave the mountains by tomorrow. Isn't that Cacnea rather appealing? You seem to have a fondness for that little creature, she remarked. That is indeed true, but I am uncertain whether this little one would resort to reckless endeavors. In reality is not akin to a game, but that is a strategy from the game. In reality, a significant gap in strength can shatter defenses effortlessly. Why not give it a try? Besides, this little fellow is quite adorable, much like you, with a certain clumsiness. This is the back mountains of Magic City University. Who knows, it might possess inherited skills. Li Mingxin's affection for Cacnea was notably higher than Lin Xuan's. Perhaps it was partly due to Lin Xuan's gaming persona often being associated with Cacnea. Moreover, even if it doesn't inherit skills, it can still learn them later. Li Mingxin encouraged. That's a valid point. I shall consider it further, Lin Xuan conceded, though Li Mingxin sensed he had been swayed. Such a cute little creature. And you dismiss it. The students of Magic City are indeed different, she teased. However, statistics show that this little one's food costs are rather steep, Lin Xuan countered. Then why not choose another? I've grown weary of poverty. Besides, what if I am fortunate tonight, and a young Tyranitar leaps into my arms? I would rather not become a widow at such an early age. As night fell, Cacnea tilted its head, observing Lin Xuan, who appeared to be conversing with himself. Blissfully unaware that the wheels of fate had begun to turn, it gazed up at the towering Nidoking with a sense of longing. Before being taken by humans, its mother had also been that large. As Nidoking advanced, it lowered its gaze towards the approaching Cacnea. With barely a hint of caution, Nidoking regarded the diminutive creature and resumed its meal. Hey there, little one, would you like to eat? Lin Xuan offered, presenting a plate filled with rice, adorned with an energy cube on top. Cacnea scampered over on its tiny legs, nuzzling Lin Xuan's hand before commencing its feast. The first morsel consumed was the rice. Just as Lin Xuan assumed Cacnea would disdain the energy cube, it reluctantly began to lick it, savoring it with utmost appreciation. Oh, it knows to appreciate the bitter before the sweet, Li Mingxin's laughter echoed through the headphones. Quite astute, Lin Xuan mused, stroking his chin. The inherent potential of Pokémon is often deemed a hypothesis. According to Professor Xiao Guang's energy theory, power is merely a matter of accumulation. Given sufficient time, all can flourish. The most significant disparity lies in the proficiency of skills and the breadth of their skill pool. Naturally, clever Pokémon can learn more abilities and wield them with greater finesse. The stars in the sky twinkled, while Lin Xuan sat outside his tent, a phone resting on his lap as he read from a storybook. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who eventually became a bar of soap. Lin Xuan read aloud instinctively. A little girl? Lying on her bed, Li Mingxin opened her eyes. Damn, why is it a hellish fairy tale? Just pretend you didn't hear that. Lin Xuan threw the book into the tent and subsequently began searching for genuine fairy tales on her phone. Once upon a time, there was a Snow White who lay in a deep slumber amidst the forest until a prince arrived. Unfortunately, the prince was not a romantic figure. Did Snow White perish? Lin Xuan paused in surprise as Li Mingxin's laughter echoed through her headphones, gazing at the bewildered expression of Bell Ring and Nidoking. Lin Xuan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Perhaps it was better to listen to the 3-character classics instead. Chapter 57, The Rules for One. Cacnea curled its body and snuggled into the tent. Nidoking hunched over, nestled in the corner, while Bell Ring lay beside Lin Xuan on the blanket. The phone screen was dim, and faint breaths emanated from the headphones. The following morning, Li Mingxin ultimately did not have the chance to remain a widow. There was no young Giratina descending from the heavens into Lin Xuan's embrace. After breakfast, they packed up the tent and prepared to leave the back mountain. Tomorrow would mark their monthly examination for the battle department. This could certainly be deemed a fateful encounter. Lin Xuan retrieved a Pokeball from her pocket. Shall we strive together? Even if the path ahead was rather bloody, she crouched down to maintain eye level with the small Cacnea. Cacnea did not comprehend what was meant by a bloody path. However, upon glancing at Bell Ring, it boldly collided with the Pokeball's button. The Pokeball did not even tremble before successfully capturing it. A critical hit. It was a critical hit brought forth by the Pokémon itself. Come forth, Cacnea. Lin Xuan, embracing her inner youthfulness, released Cacnea. It scampered to her side, nuzzling against Lin Xuan's pant leg before glancing at Bell Ring. Approaching Bell Ring, it seemed eager to nuzzle her as well. Bell Ring, however, remained indifferent. Pathetic little creature, she thought. Cacnea appeared puzzled. Let us coexist harmoniously, Lin Xuan advised from the side. Only then did Bell Ring reluctantly cast a glance at Cacnea, drifting down with some unwillingness. Since the deity had spoken, she might as well oblige with a nuzzle. With that thought, she descended in front of Cacnea. Filled with joy, Cacnea gently rubbed against Bell Ring. Startled, she shot up as if struck by lightning. Cacnea, unfazed, believed that Bell Ring must like him. Observing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. As long as we coexist peacefully. Nidoking glanced at them, harboring no objections toward Cacnea. He was not particularly optimistic about it either. Deep down, he wished for a powerful companion, rather than this adorable little creature. Oblivious to this, Cacnea waddled behind them, taking unsteady steps. On the path leading away from the back mountain, Cacnea occasionally paused to dig at the ground, consistently unearthing iron-rich stones, crunching them in its mouth while spitting out the non-iron parts. Throughout the journey, Lin Xuan followed along, matching Cacnea's pace of stops and starts. The guidebook states that this little creature can indeed be quite troublesome, even sneaking off to gnaw on railway tracks. Li Mingxin's voice resonated through the headphones. The notion of munching on railway tracks in the bustling metropolis was audacious. Their pace was rather unhurried, yet they managed to depart from the rear mountains before dusk fell. As Lin Xuan surveyed the surrounding crowd, the sense of familiarity gradually faded away. It was then that he became acutely aware that he was amidst an international metropolis. Come on, Cocodora, he called to the inquisitive Cocodora. Upon returning to the villa, he shed his clothes and made his way to the bathroom. After indulging in a refreshing shower, he reclined on the bed and began to play games. Cocodora wandered around the room, curiously observing everything. Before long, darkness enveloped the room. Where's the power? Lin Xuan sat up from under the covers, only to discover Cocodora in the corner, gnawing at the wall and consuming the metal within it. Much like a lamb grazing on grass, Lin Xuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. I definitely won't allow this to happen again. Standing beside Xuehui, it was no surprise that this incident was quickly uncovered. A cable had been severed, causing several surrounding buildings to lose power. It's fine. This kind of thing happened when Li Zong and the Monarch Serpent were playing around last time, Xuehui said, her gentle smile unwavering as she casually dialed the repair team. Come on, let's speak with evidence, shall we? Li Zong emerged from the adjacent villa, the very man Lin Xuan had encountered earlier, who appeared to be in his 30s. Ah, so you are the Spoon Serpent, Xuehui chuckled, her legs, clad in black stockings, trembling slightly. You are the landlord, so you have the upper hand. How shall I address you? Li Zong inquired, turning his gaze to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, he replied, extending his hand. After a gentle handshake, the two were acquainted. Shortly thereafter, the construction crew arrived, but it seemed they would have to find alternative accommodations for the night. Lin Xuan reluctantly opted to stay at the school dormitory, conveniently preparing for the monthly exam the following morning. Though referred to as a dormitory, it resembled a luxurious apartment. Lin Xuan stood before his dormitory door, ensuring he had not erred before pushing it open. The subtle sound drew the attention of two pairs of eyes within the room. Lin Xuan? Both individuals were familiar to him. One was Lin Mo, and the other, Chen Mo, who had been deceived into coming. You still dare to show your face? Chen Mo rose to his feet, while the gleaming Squirtle, engaged in playful antics with a young Gyarados, also cast its gaze their way. I'm just here to stay for one night, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, glancing at the untouched beds. The bedding was neatly arranged, welcoming him. Lin Mo glanced up briefly before returning to his textbook, feeling slightly out of place with an additional person in the room. shifting uncomfortably in his chair. I will also participate in your monthly exam. I am no longer the same as before, Chinemo stated, approaching Lin Xuan's bed. The lights in the dormitory extinguished rather early, a decision initiated by Lin Mo. After the lights dimmed, he remained curled up in his chair, finding a semblance of security in the darkness. The young Gyarados sat beside him, mimicking Lin Mo by attempting to study from a textbook. Though it was clear that he could not comprehend it at all, there was minimal interaction among the three. Chun Imo lay in bed, engrossed in the instructional videos he had obtained from his father. Thus, he remained in serene silence until morning. Among them, there was a lack of amusement. The first monthly examination arrived as scheduled. Lin Xuan, after attending to his morning routine, followed Lin Mo to the examination venue. It was the very arena where the opening school competition had taken place. Yet this time the audience consisted solely of students from the combat department. Those with insufficient Pokémon were unable to participate. The sudden alteration of the rules caught many off guard, including Lin Mo. It was rumored that this rule was specifically designed to target him. Chun Imo remarked beside Lin Xuan. His nickname had transformed from Love Brother to Truant Brother. In a high school setting, he would have been expelled long ago, but in this university, as long as one remained alive, one's graduation was solely their own concern. How petty, Lin Xuan thought, recalling the 2 hours spent teasing him with the Scorpion King. He had likely deduced the identity of the instigator. Yet the new rule did not seem to affect him directly. 3 Pokémon were manageable. Chapter 58, The Failure of Cocodola. The rules of the monthly examination were rather ruthless. Each participant had only one chance to battle. Winning would earn credits, while losing meant being relegated to attending classes without any rewards. Both luck and skill were indispensable. Facing someone like Lin Xuan was akin to having no place to weep. His current opponent appeared somewhat formidable. Even among the students from the Fire Academy, Lin Xuan's reputation was well known. You mean to tell me this is a freshman? Lin Xuan pondered. Lin Xuan hailed from the mountain city, while Wei Jin hailed from Chuanyu. They greeted each other. Lin Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the boy before him, whose hair cascaded to his waist and whose speech bore a slight lisp. Was it true that the Magic City produced such charming boys? He contrasted Wei Jin with Xue Hui. One exuded the aura of a devoted housewife, while the other resembled a high school student. Was he the son of the fire gym leader from the Chuanyu region? Chun Imo recognized him from the audience seats. Do you know him? Lin Imo inquired beside him. I suppose I do, as he and one other newcomer are the only ones possessing a charcoal Pokémon. With Chun Imo's words, Wei Jin unleashed his trump card, a charcoal Pokémon. It was a humanoid creature clad in armor, engulfed in flames, with vibrant colors radiating from the fire atop its head. A rich second-generation heir, was he? To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Lin Xuan released his newly captured Cocodola, eager to assess its capabilities. Having captured it recently, he had only scratched the surface of its skills. To his pleasant surprise, this Cocodola possessed the sturdy ability and had inherited the reckless skill. He considered himself fortunate. Charcoal Pokémon, charge up for Flame Charge. Wei Jin initiated the offensive, enveloping his Pokémon in flames. Its speed surged as it charged directly toward Cocodola. Withstand it. Lin Xuan opted for a decision that others had not anticipated. Cocodola complied obediently, absorbing the impact of the flame charge. Wei Jin frowned but persisted with his assault. Once more, Flame Charge. Charge head-on, then use Reckless. Following Lin Xuan's command, Cocodola dashed towards the massive conflagration. At the moment of contact, Cocodola radiated a warm brown light and collided headfirst with his opponent. A tremendous explosion echoed, reminiscent of a powerful punch shattering the very air. Both Pokémon were sent hurtling backward, with Charcoal Knight's vitality swiftly depleting in tandem with Cocodola's. In a scenario where their strengths were relatively equal, sheer brute force proved entirely effective. Just one shell bell away, Lin Xuan gazed at the trembling Cocodola, struggling to regain its footing. The Pokémon equipped with the shell bell could recover a small amount of vitality when inflicting damage, making it a perfect match for Cocodola's reckless approach. Incredible, he actually managed to pull it off, Lin Xuan mused. Is Wei Jin done for? Chun Imo remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his surprise. Lin Xuan really acts like he's above everyone else. Eat a fruit and finish him off. Wei Jin's voice rang out, as Charcoal Knight retrieved the carried Wenyu fruit from its forehead armor. After swallowing it, it restored vitality according to the proportion. The match allowed the use of one item. As flames enveloped Kokidala, it succumbed to defeat. His first match was lost due to an item. He produced a ringing Pokeball and gently tossed it. The sound echoed, followed by a powerful psychic strike. Charcoal Knight was sent flying, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Lin Xuan's strongest Charcoal Knight had taken a hit from reckless force, yet his strongest Nidoking remained unseen. To Lin Xuan's surprise, Wei Jin's second Pokémon was a salty stone. He had searched for it in the back mountains, but to no avail. He genuinely admired the salted golem's salt-preserving abilities. The bell chimed, and with it, a Shadow Ball was unleashed. Almost simultaneously, a Shadow Ball, comparable in size to the bell, impacted Salty Stone. So fast, Wei Jin gasped inwardly, astonished by the frightening level of skill. The audience shared his surprise. This was all too rapid. Yet Lin Xuan wasted no time. And the second Shadow Ball followed suit. This kid truly possesses something remarkable, mused a burly man seated in a corner of the audience. His arms crossed, and a look of astonishment in his eyes. He was Lin Xuan's practical class instructor and had endured 2 grueling hours as an examiner during the college entrance assessments. Wei Jin's third Pokémon was a Frostlass. The 2 large, round strawberries made the bell chime enticingly, yet a Shadow Ball was swiftly launched. Initially intending to replicate the success with 2 Shadow Balls to defeat his opponent, the ghostly energy within him was nearly exhausted. Lin Xuan had no choice but to command her to use Psychic Force, evading Frostlass's attack while sending her flying. Wei Jin's luck is truly abysmal. Had he faced a different opponent, he surely wouldn't have lost. Such a pity, the instructor murmured. Even as a ground-type specialist, he recognized the emerging talent from the neighboring Fire-type academy. Moreover, Lin Xuan was rather handsome. Rumors suggested that his roommates were nearly enamored. Who could resist a charming, long-haired boy roommate? And he was quite well off too. Ugh, back to the grind of classes, Wei Jin sighed. His misfortune was undeniable. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, having swiftly earned his credits, departed the scene. School? He was utterly unfamiliar with it. He was about to seek out Yunwu, and upon reflection, the time seemed just right. The endeavors in the alternate world should have borne fruit by now. Moreover, Chun Imo had indeed undergone a transformation. His Squirtle had grown stronger and no longer adorned itself with an abundance of accessories, although Lin Xuan remained unaware of this change. Upon returning to the Villa District, the construction crew had completed the installation of the cables and were preparing to depart. Meanwhile, the iron blocks Lin Xuan had ordered online had also arrived. A sizable box resting at his doorstep. Had it not been for Nidoking, he would have struggled to lift it inside. Upon opening it, he discovered layers of cubic metal neatly arranged within. This was a provision for his Kakatora. Releasing Kakatora, he gestured toward the large box and instructed, in the future, if you're hungry, you may feast upon what lies within, but do not damage our home, understand? His serious demeanor prompted Kakatora to nod vigorously. Clearly aware of the previous misstep, after consuming several pieces of metal, Kakatora's condition visibly improved. Lin Xuan summoned Bell, presenting her with a few energy cubes imbued with ghostly attributes. Kakatora's energy was quite chaotic, albeit not abundant, indicating a state of imbalance, with psychic energy being the most prevalent. The road ahead was long and arduous, Lin Xuan pondered. Once they had satisfied their appetites, he beckoned Kakatora, come. I shall take you to another world. Kakatora emerged from the box, tilting her head in confusion. Good child, let us traverse through realms. In the next instant, they vanished from their location. Casual in his actions, Lin Xuan selected his daily reward and shrank the Pokeball, tucking it into his pocket. Kakatora stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden change in scenery. Chapter 59. A new city. Observing her astonished expression, Lin Xuan began to explain. Not every Pokemon is like Nidoking or Bell. It took a while for Kakatora to accept this reality. So, her trainer was truly remarkable. This matter must remain a secret from the other Pokemon, Lin Xuan cautioned. Kakatora nodded earnestly, albeit without fully grasping the implications. She understood the need for discretion regarding Lin Xuan's prowess. Bell cast a glance at her, retreating into Lin Xuan's hair, somewhat disdainful of Kakatora's apparent simplicity. Surely, the Divine Master was omnipotent. What was this small matter? Lost in thought, she inadvertently let out a chime. Quickly, she covered her mouth with her tendrils. Only relaxing once, she noted that Kakatora was unperturbed. Go summon Yunwu, Lin Xuan instructed. He then checked the system's daily rewards. Feeling that they were less valuable than experience points, Bell floated out of the tent, making sounds to call for Yunwu, akin to summoning a dog. With little distinction between the two. What news from the city of Pan? Lin Xuan inquired, observing Yunwu kneeling below alongside Lin Zhu, who had accompanied her. Pan City, situated to the west of Rock City, lay at the far end of a small mountain range and was reasonably close. It was time to reap the fruits of their labor. What of Bada Butterfly? Lin Xuan directed his gaze toward Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu released Bada Butterfly from its Pokeball. Compared to their last encounter, Bada Butterfly appeared much more spirited. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. There was no need for excessive words. He merely had to demonstrate his concern, and Lin Zhu would draw her own conclusions. Gather the personnel, we depart today. Lin Xuan twirled his wrist adorned with a bracelet and gestured with a sweeping motion. The pitch-black rock faces were scorched to an even deeper hue by the flames. As fiery blossoms erupted from the city, the mansion, nestled in the northern corner of the city, was gradually engulfed by the spreading inferno. You dare to betray me. In the main hall, a scarred man glared at the group across from him. No, 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 this is a dead end, Ma Shun. Following you leads to nowhere, said a rather morose man, tossing a brand new Ultra Ball in his hand, something he had never possessed before. You truly have some nerve. Ma Shun's expression oscillated between dark and light. He had long been aware of the various sounds emanating from within the city, yet he remained indifferent. Food. Pokeballs. He believed he could suppress it all. You have lost, the gloomy man declared, releasing the Ultra Ball from his grasp. The Pokemon accompanying him revealed their menacing glares simultaneously. Beside Ma Shun stood only a Steel Wing Pokemon, its metallic feathers in disarray. Steel Wing. A fearsome visage. Ma Shun refused to remain idle and initiated the attack first. A dark aura emanated from the Steel Wing's face, causing several Pokemon to freeze in terror. Air Slash. In their moment of stupor, sharp blades of wind cut through their throats. Ignoring the Pokemon, he directly assaulted the humans beside them. Blood splattered, staining the rock Pokemon in crimson. Lunatone. Explosion. The somber man commanded, collapsing to the ground. Alongside the Lunatone he had released, several others surged forward to execute the attack simultaneously. The thunderous explosions echoed incessantly as the Steel Wing was hurled away, and the entire main hall began to shatter. Ma Shun exceeded his expectations, thus opting for a desperate gambit. At the explosion's epicenter, Ma Shun vanished, quite literally. Humans are far too fragile before Pokemon. One cannot simply resign to death. He picked up the Ultra Ball that lay on the ground and recalled his Lunatone. He gazed greedily at the incapacitated Steel Wing, having long coveted it. Outside the city of Panshur, a large group of individuals surged into the city. Observing the raging flames, the man at the forefront, donning a red-faced dragon mask, displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. The others rushed to extinguish the flames. Lin Xuan, come with me. With his words, the people behind him quickly dispersed. Compared to the unknown dangers, they favored such precarious tasks. A thunderous explosion halted the trio outside the mansion. By the time they entered, the rebellion had already concluded. Drop it. Lin Xuan commanded the man standing before the Steel Wing to relinquish the Pokeball. The previous Pokeball containing the Steel Wing had been destroyed and needed to be recaptured. The gloomy man turned his head, and upon seeing the red-faced dragon mask, a look of elation spread across his face. He hurriedly approached, pushing aside the subordinates blocking his path. My lord, you have arrived. I have eliminated Ma Shun as per your instructions. Just say the word, and this city will be yours, he said, his face a mask of obsequiousness, hands clasped together, brushing against the cuffs of his sleeves. He gazed at Yunwu's attire, unable to tear his eyes away. The sultry dark-skinned beauty was undeniably ahead of his time. He swallowed hard. Noticing the desire flickering in his eyes, Yunwu playfully licked her luscious lips. Captivating enough to conquer a city, she could hardly find fault with him. Lin Xuan disregarded the exchanged glances between the two and turned his attention to the comparatively shorter Lin Zhu beside him. You go and subdue the Steel Wing Crow, Lin Xuan commanded, his words akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples through the air. The brooding man's expression faltered, his brow furrowing as the desire in his gaze dissipated. Joy erupted in Lin Zhu's eyes. Although Ba Davi had achieved a remarkable feat of continuous evolution, he remained too weak. Lin Zhu was on the verge of losing control over his subordinates. Thank you for your gracious gift, my lord. Lin Zhu promptly knelt, rising only after receiving a nod from Lin Xuan as he made his way toward the Steel Wing Crow. However, He had barely taken a few steps before being obstructed. How can this be allowed? This city was captured by Lord Fei Ping. On what grounds should he subdue the steel-winged crow? Indeed, Lord Fei Ping has made such sacrifices, they protested, blocking Lin Xuan's path. Fei Ping hastily interjected, "Enough. Lord Lin has spoken. You are not permitted to refute." Only then did the dissenters begrudgingly fall silent, their gazes toward Lin Xuan tinged with discontent. This caused Lin Xuan's eyes behind the mask to narrow. Fei Ping stepped closer to Lin Xuan, bending slightly as he drew nearer, his hands moving closer together. "My lord, do not heed their foolishness. This city belongs to you. And thus the steel-winged crow belongs to you as well. You may bestow it upon whomever you wish." There was no discernible emotion in Fei Ping's voice. At last, Lin Zhu was granted passage. He produced a pristine Pokeball and hurled it at the still unconscious steel-winged crow. "My lord, there is a Pokeball factory within the city. Although the equipment is outdated and the raw materials are insufficient," Fei Ping suddenly spoke. "Oh, pray, elaborate," Lin Xuan replied, intrigued. However, in the next moment, Fei Ping lunged closer, a flash of white light erupting from his sleeve, aimed directly at Lin Xuan's heart. Chapter 60, Sturdy Trait 2. A gleam of triumph illuminated Fei Ping's eyes, reveling in the success of his scheme. Yunwu stood beside Lin Xuan, her gaze unwavering as she regarded Fei Ping as if he were a fool. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Fei Ping noticed Yunwu's unblinking stare, confusion flickering across his features. Yet, the dagger in his hand had already plunged forward. Clang! The sharp sound froze Fei Ping's expression. The blade in his grasp was enveloped in a violet glow, slipping from his control. Instinctively, he sought to flee, but found himself utterly immobilized as the light spread across him. A bell chimed and flew from Lin Xuan's embrace. "Clang! Spare me!" Fei Ping cried, feeling his head swell painfully. In a daze, he thought he heard laughter echoing from the bell, as if it hailed from the spirit realm. Boom! A series of explosions erupted. Infuriated, the bell unleashed a continuous display of fireworks for Lin Xuan. Thud, thud, thud. The only ones remaining standing were Lin Xuan, Lin Zhu, and Yunwu. Yunwu stepped lightly in her transparent sandals, treading upon Fei Ping. Foolish wretch. She smiled disdainfully. How could Lin Xuan ever place himself in jeopardy? Surely, in the shadows. The Pokeball of Nidoking had been firmly grasped. The bell in her embrace had never been released. Meanwhile, Lin Zhu pondered deeper. Was it not Lin Daren's intention to witness this very scene? If he bore Nidoking, Fei Ping would undoubtedly refrain from aggression. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a chill ran down his spine. He picked up the Pokeball containing Steel Wing and rushed forward, kneeling in the pool of blood. Raising his gaze, he was met only with a pair of crimson eyes. He cradled the Steel Wing Pokeball in his hands, ready to present it. Yet Lin Xuan merely waved his hand gently. "This is a reward for you." Ignoring Lin Zhu's expressions of gratitude, Lin Xuan's eye of energy activated automatically. After the demise of those individuals, he perceived a stream of energy drifting toward him. What is this? Host. The path of the Emperor is always paved with the corpses of the fallen. Why not continue to test your fate? The system enigmatically suggested. Would the evolution of the Sovereign lead to the enhancement of the Eye of Energy? Could it be akin to the Sharingan? Would I be able to awaken the Susanoo? Lin Xuan felt an odd sense of déjà vu. Perhaps. The system remained ambiguous. You may as well implant peculiar things within my being. Why not bestow upon me a superpower or aura? Lin Xuan smirked beneath his mask. Host, please promptly review the new tasks and rewards. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, yet first turned his attention to Yunwu and Lin Zhu, tasked with assessing the population within the city, drafting a new rudimentary map, collecting all available minerals, organizing manpower, and tilling the land. He began issuing commands. Those beneath him merely needed to follow orders, while he had far more to contemplate. The ringing of the bell released a potent mental force, cleansing the sanguinary scene before him. Lin Xuan approached the distant grand chair, gazing at the shattered ceiling above. This place also required repairs. Reclining in the chair, the bell settled in his arms. As he caressed the bell, he began to peruse several notifications from the system. Congratulations, host, on seizing another city. Reward, Sturdy Trait. Upon seeing this reward, a question mark seemingly materialized above Lin Xuan's head. What does this signify? With his query, detailed information regarding the reward emerged in his mind. Sturdy Trait covers or enhances the original Pokemon's traits. Lin Xuan immediately thought of the exceptional King of Leaves. a commonplace Pokémon with extraordinary stats in the game. It was illogical for it to thrive in reality, yet its trait constrained it. Next, he considered the ghost cicada, followed by Regigigas. Subsequently, he shook his head and retrieved the Pokeball of Cocodora. Upon releasing Cocodora, he chose it to receive the reward. While pondering why Lin Xuan had summoned him, he felt a transformation occurring within himself. The very essence of his being seemed to alter. It felt as though he would require an abundance of metal to achieve such a state. Yet, it also seemed he could never attain such a form. Cocodora was uncertain. Lin Xuan glanced down, observing that Cocodora had grown significantly larger, its metallic body now gleaming and exuding an even colder aura. Even in the face of formidable adversaries, resilience can withstand assaults. Can the small triumph over the mighty? Lin Xuan offered a faint smile. The threat posed by Zhulan had yet to dissipate from his mind. Perhaps Cocodora would surprise him in the future. Cocodora tilted her head, appearing somewhat bewildered. This foolish expression caused the bell to shift its orientation, avoiding her gaze. Subsequently, Lin Xuan resumed examining the newly triggered task. Task summary: transportation is essential. Task details: construct a road connecting 3 cities. Task reward: random evolution item. The manifestation of this reward gave Lin Xuan a clearer understanding. Indeed, road construction was necessary. Not only is it a hassle, but it also undermines one's dignity. Which future sovereign would scurry about for such trivial matters? Hours later, Yun Wu approached with a tally of individuals and a rudimentary map. Before entering the main hall, she instinctively crouched down. 1,632, was it? Due to the previous chaos, many had perished, and some had fled. Lin Xuan's expression relaxed. This number was just right. He then picked up the simple map to gain a general understanding of the city. Not far outside the city, there lay a vast forest that seemed to separate another world. Crossing through this woodland, the subsequent individuals began to congregate. The city would grow larger and stronger. Yun Wu reminded him. Beyond this forest were several cities, but they were all quite distant from one another. Lin Xuan conveyed his intentions. A single day was ample time to accomplish numerous tasks. The mansion was nearly repaired. At least it would no longer leak. Lin Xuan reclined in the armchair, sifting through the belongings left by previous rulers. He had yet to examine the almost abandoned Pokeball factory. The flames had extinguished. In the forest, a golden-haired woman gazed longingly at the distant city. The rebellion should be over, remarked another woman with her demeanor remarkably calm. They were Zhulan and Loxia. She was too naive, too impulsive. Truth be told, I yearned to fly far away, free from that person's resentment. Loxia stared into the distance, her expression betraying no emotions. Chapter 61, Rope and Scissors. Before dawn the following day, Lin Xuan stabilized the overall situation. The city began to operate largely according to his directives. The mansion had become a forbidden zone, where no one could enter without orders. Gazing at the ore strewn across the ground, Lin Xuan realized he had tasks ahead. The spatial equipment must be prioritized. He wondered if this would be sufficient. He remarked upon the nearly overflowing room of ore, stating, it must start at a few million. At that time, I can store more fruits like the Wanyu in the spatial equipment, although excessive short-term consumption may lead to temporary resistance. As Lin Xuan pondered, he picked up his phone from beside the bed. Over the course of 2 days, Li Mingxin's messages had become somewhat overwhelming. The last message was time-stamped at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He flipped through them as he walked downstairs, intending to have a meal before retiring for the night. Quietly, he closed the door. The light, how is it on? He had no recollection of turning it on before his departure. The landlord? Lin Xuan squinted his eyes as he opened the owner group chat and the conversation with Shuehui, finding nothing amiss. If it were the landlord, he would surely have sent a message. After all, Shuehui was a courteous individual who would not make an unexpected visit. And he had already paid his rent for the month. Who could it be? He crouched down, lowering his voice. Although the villa was well insulated, a sense of unease crept over him. Nidoking's Pokeball struck the ground, and its massive form appeared beside him. The sound of a bell emerged from Lin Xuan's embrace. It seemed an intruder had entered, confidently turning on the lights under the assumption that the house was unoccupied. Lin Xuan explained the current situation to Nidoking. Aside from the locked simulation room, he had hardly touched any other area of the house, likely allowing dust to gather. Nidoking paused, and then anger surged within him. However, this was the main world, and we cannot resort to violence, Lin Xuan admonished. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. They could only incapacitate the intruder, delivering a harsh blow to his Pokémon. Reason dictated that he should call the police immediately. Yet, he recalled Huang Qingda's earlier mention of a thief, a student who had stolen items from the principal's office. Curiosity piqued within him. According to Huang Qingda's description, the perpetrator was merely a student. He twisted the doorknob, cautiously revealing a narrow gap. The bell flew out through the crack, silently gliding toward the direction of the sofa. Nidoking squeezed through the doorway, stealthily descending the stairs. If this were the alternate world, the forces of nature would have already swept the land clean. Regardless of who you were, the bell hovered in the air, observing the sofa below. On the coffee table lay 3 Pokeballs, and a young man in a school uniform was curled up in the corner of the sofa, sleeping soundly. After confirming there were no ambushes, the bell began to emit its psychic energy. Ding! The clear sound failed to rouse the slumbering figure. By the time he opened his eyes, Nidoking stood before him, while one of his Pokeballs was gripped by a man donning a Charizard mask. Who are you?" he exclaimed in panic. "Shouldn't it be me asking who you are?" Lin Xuan replied, seated on the sofa, chin resting on his hand as he regarded him. I am a student from Magic City University," the young man stammered, struggling against the psychic grasp. "A student? You certainly look the part. But truly wicked individuals wouldn't be so foolish. Your level of vigilance is astonishingly low." Lin Xuan straightened up, leaning back against the sofa, crossing his legs. "I don't know how to explain," he admitted. "I just haven't slept in several days, and the sofa is too soft. I couldn't resist." "Then what brings you here?" Lin Xuan inquired further. I just came to take a nap," he faltered, unsure how to justify his presence. Forsaking your perfectly good dormitory to risk being apprehended for trespassing? What a curious choice," Lin Xuan remarked, pulling out a finely bound book. "Care to explain what this is?" he asked, having retrieved it from the young man's possession. "I heard Principal Li lost some items," he continued, flipping through the pages of the book in his hands. He was curious to see what this was. A manual for ground-type cultivation, particularly the section on Boscodora? Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Stealing, indeed. He would continue to do so next time. The manual also included extensions for other Pokémon of similar nature, such as Tyranitar and Steelix, albeit in limited detail. It was absurd how everything was crammed into the ground-type category. One wondered when this type would truly rise to prominence. The individual had ceased speaking, fully aware of his impending doom. Merely pilfering a manual had unexpectedly drawn the attention of the watchers. Regret loomed heavily, an overwhelming sense of remorse. As Lin Xuan flipped through the pages, his expression, concealed beneath the mask, suddenly morphed into something peculiar. He glanced up at the man, inquiring if he had ever perused this material. "What use is it to a ground type like me?" he said, filled with indignation. It was madness to be hunted by the deranged watchers over such a trivial matter. Lin Xuan grasped a card nestled within the book, inscribed with 4 ominous characters, Human Slayer, Chao Fei. As the card was extracted, a luminous screen materialized, showcasing a peculiar scene. It depicted a unique battlefield, where a figure clad in black armor, identified as Chao Fei, wielded a long sword, moving fluidly amidst the carnage. Wherever he tread, heads rolled. Their attire unmistakably signaled modernity. Yet the features suggested they were not of Chinese descent. Perhaps they were from Myanmar? He peered at a notice board in the corner of the image, which provided further information, revealing the nation's identity. Without a doubt, it was foreign. Such occurrences were implausible within Huaxia. "No wonder you are being hunted," Lin Xuan mused. Recognizing the man before him, was this not the incriminating evidence in Li Hai's collection? He seemed to have stumbled into an extraordinarily significant affair. After returning the card to its place, he pretended not to have seen it. He then set the manual aside and dialed the authorities. Meanwhile, the young boy remained frozen, somewhat at a loss. He now comprehended why the watchers were pursuing him and vaguely understood how the ghost cultivation manual had transformed into the Boscodora. Gaining admission to Magic City University was no small feat. He was no fool. He realized he had been used as a pawn. The prolonged evasion of capture by the watchers was not due to his cunning, but rather the balance of power maintained by Li Hai against them. He had become the rope in a tug-of-war, while Lin Xuan resembled a pair of scissors. The rope had been severed, concluding this contest. The victor had already emerged between the two. Chapter 62, A Return to the Palace. Regardless of who the victor was, it no longer mattered. He chose to act as though he had seen nothing. His own Boscodora possessed 2 layers of sturdy traits. Brute force was the path forward. Once the ores in the room were sold, he intended to purchase a shell bell. It wasn't long before a knock echoed at the villa's door. Lin Xuan calmly removed the red-faced dragon mask from his visage, tucking it into the crevice of the sofa. He then turned his gaze to the open door, where the landlord, Xuehui, entered alongside a familiar figure, Junsha. Junsha appeared just as he remembered her. Xuehui, with her legs clad in stockings, briskly approached Lin Xuan. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Lin Xuan shook his head and gestured towards the person ensconced in bells, stating he should be fine too. He rose to his feet, directing his attention to the approaching Junsha. The imposing presence was somewhat subdued. He could be considered a transdimensional criminal, bound by constraints. Beside Junsha stood a fiercely imposing Frostless, a creature that was once regarded as legendary in ancient Huaxia. "Please release him, and accompany me to the precinct to file a report," Junsha commanded decisively. Once the individual was freed, she swiftly handcuffed his wrists. "His pokeballs are right here." Lin Xuan gestured towards the 3 pokeballs of different colors resting on the coffee table. "Thank you for your cooperation," Junsha stated, producing an unusual container to secure the pokeballs. "Do I need to wear one?" Lin Xuan glanced at the special skin. "You need not. You are the victim." After all, Xuehui interjected hastily. Realizing this, Lin Xuan followed behind Junsha to the police station, with Xuehui trailing along, astonished that such an incident had occurred. Outside the precinct, Lin Xuan discreetly captured a photograph with his phone. During the report, he recounted the truth. His rigorous training of Pokémon had led to his disrupted sleep schedule, causing him to awaken only in the early hours. This explanation was undoubtedly satisfactory. He had dismantled the villa's surveillance system long before, leaving no evidence to refute his claims. "Thank you for your cooperation. You may leave now. There may be further contact regarding this matter," Junsha announced, rising to shake Lin Xuan's hand with her gloved fingers. After he departed, she removed her gloves to collect fingerprints. "I was terrified, being awakened in the middle of the night for such troubles," Xuehui exclaimed, patting her flat chest in relief upon seeing him emerge. "I never anticipated waking up to find a man sprawled on my sofa," Lin Xuan replied with a wry smile. He realized that further contact from the authorities was inevitable, and his plans for the next world would have to wait. Fortunately, the newly acquired territory had stabilized. "Oh, this car looks quite expensive," Lin Xuan remarked, recognizing it from somewhere. "Several million. Just a small sum," Xuehui replied, opening the car door. Lin Xuan settled into the back seat. "Several million, just a small sum?" He raised an eyebrow, then inquired, "What will happen to that individual? Will he spend years in prison?" "Probably not. Lehigh from Magic City University is quite benevolent, but his brotherly show may not be so lenient," Xuehui explained as she activated the vehicle with her fingerprints. As Lin Xuan listened to the engine's melodious hum, he momentarily felt he had forgotten something. The car set off. Suddenly, it struck him. Gazing at the wall that had been dented, his vision darkened. "Next time, let someone else drive a more manageable vehicle," he muttered, while Xuehui puffed her cheeks in annoyance before exiting the car. Junsha had already heard the commotion and stepped out of the precinct. Lin Xuan watched their departing figures from beside the car, contemplating the close call he had just experienced. He recalled the video card, Blackstone Mining. Rubbing his phone, he managed to connect with customer service. "So," he declared, "in Huaxia, what did he have to fear?" The customer service representative arrived faster than ever before, and this time, the Pokémon accompanying them was still the desert dragonfly. Observing the equipment used to transport the mind, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of envy. Just before the representative departed, he suddenly remarked, "Our boss holds you in high regard." As he departed from Lin Xuan's villa, accompanied by the notification of a monetary transaction, Lin Xuan remained in place, engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Appreciation? What does that signify? Resentment? Or perhaps this victory belongs to him, merely an expression of admiration. What about Lehigh? He pondered extensively, yet regardless of the outcome, he could not alter his circumstances. This time, it seemed he had incurred a slight loss. He glanced at his mobile balance, over 6 million. He transferred the excess into his inheritance fund, leaving a balance of 6 million. With the inheritance amounting to 186,000, Lin Xuan muttered to himself. The room was still somewhat disheveled. He had arranged for housekeeping services. The next day, he was roused from his slumber by the doorbell. Descending the stairs, he opened the door. His phone was already buzzing with messages. Most were from Li Mingxin, filled with concern, while a few contained reproach. After releasing the Ni duo Wang and the bell, He began to simulate weather conditions, practicing his techniques. Li Mingxin, did you visit the hospital for your previous eye condition? Lin Xuan, yes, there was nothing wrong. Li Mingxin, what about the hospital report? She was clearly skeptical. Lin Xuan, I threw it away, it was of no use. Li Mingxin, there it is. Little Lin's masterful deceit, face unflinching. Lin Xuan, I'll go tomorrow, I promise. They were so familiar with each other that they could almost guess the color of each other's underwear, let alone this minor fib. Lin Xuan, do you still have the water stone for the King of Carp? As Lin Xuan's message arrived, Li Mingxin recalled the King of Carp frolicking in the clear water of their dormitory. Li Mingxin, yes, I have plenty. That little one doesn't use much. Lin Xuan, oh, Li Aiqing, you are not being honest. Lin Xuan chuckled. To deceive, it was futile. After concluding a day of training, he ventured to the trading post to procure a batch of ores, including a few water stones. However, the quantity was limited, as Li Mingxin could not handle an excess. Unbeknownst to him, even those few pieces were exchanged for money by Li Mingxin. Had it not been for her sympathy towards the King of Carp, she would have retained none. Although she had saved a considerable sum, she still relied on the meager wages from her internship and summer job to make ends meet. At night, Lin Xuan lay on the large bed shared by the three of them, connecting with her over the phone. Chapter 63, Longing Across Time and Space. Cocodora sat by the bedside, gazing at his bowl. Inside lay several metallic chunks and a few energy cubes. He tilted his head, contemplating which to consume first. Habitually, he would eat the less palatable items first, saving the delightful ones for last. Yet now he found himself in a quandary. One was delightful in taste, while the other was soothing to the stomach. A dilemma. The bell flew about in the air, casting a disdainful glance at his foolishness. Unlike her, who relished both together. The bell chimed. Turn off the lights. Lin Xuan's voice emerged from beneath the covers. Ding. Received. The bell collided with the wall-mounted button, extinguishing the lights. Another day had passed. Lin Xuan inquired, his voice resonating through the phone to Li Mingxin's ears. Are you tired these past few days? Perhaps you should rest first? Li Mingxin nestled in a corner of the balcony, her dormitory roommate fast asleep. Thus, she found solace in conversing with Lin Xuan, seated on a solitary cushion beneath her. Not feeling sleepy yet. Are you tired? Lin Xuan inquired. It's that time of the month, Li Mingxin replied matter-of-factly. All in pursuit of a brighter future. Lin Xuan mused, resigned. The alternate world bore no signal. Even with base stations, the network could not transcend dimensions. Just keep dreaming, Li Mingxin remarked nonchalantly. I've been quite lost in thought these past few days. What are you pondering? Lin Xuan asked. You, Li Mingxin confessed openly. I reminisce about the days when we were inseparable through the screen of our phones. Each time I recall your image, it feels as though you are right beside me. Sitting on the cushion, her legs crossed, the faint glow of her phone illuminated her not particularly fair or delicate features. The window swung open. The chilling winds heralding the arrival of autumn in the northern cities, even hinting at winter's approach. The cold air bristled her skin, and she was still clad in the clothes Lin Xuan had gifted her during the summer. You speak as if I'm dead, Lin Xuan remarked, somewhat oblivious to the mood. But before I go, you must indulge me, Li Mingxin playfully retorted, touching her nose instinctively. Why are you sounding so peculiar like Yunwu? Lin Xuan nearly let Yunwu's name slip. Yunwu? Who is Yunwu? What do you mean? Li Mingxin was not deaf. She understood perfectly. Her senses keenly attuned to the subtleties of their exchange. It felt decidedly off. So, you can act all coy in front of me, but behave differently around others? She thought, quickly dismissing the notion. Let there be no misunderstanding. This is a purely innocent master-servant relationship, she asserted. Oh, you mean the animation, right? Li Mingxin elongated her words. Yes, the animations of our youth, like that one with the fiery red aircraft, Lin Xuan replied with a neutral tone. Li Mingxin scoffed. Does your class even have any breaks? Do you wish to see me? Lin Xuan asked. Don't you? Li Mingxin countered. I can't get away these days. I have a bit of trouble, Lin Xuan sighed, burdened by his own issues that he could not share with Li Mingxin. Well, it seems it will have to wait until winter break. Soon I must formally begin my hospital visits, Li Mingxin lamented, knowing she couldn't afford to skip classes like Lin Xuan, or she would risk not graduating. Moreover, she lacked the financial means. She had chosen this school precisely for its lack of tuition, allowing her to study while interning for a modest stipend. If you deceive me, I shall sell your number and put it to good use, Li Mingxin teased. I would never deceive you. When have I ever? Lin Xuan retorted. You mentioned going to the hospital earlier today. The statement made Lin Xuan feel a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Do you love me? Li Mingxin asked earnestly. Her voice tinged with uncertainty, akin to a little girl seeking reassurance, her demeanor slightly forlorn. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Then without a second thought, he declared, if I were a humble little boat sailing upon the vast sea, then you would be my sole anchor. This rickety wooden vessel is utterly worthless until it reaps a harvest, while the anchor is the most precious of treasures. Li Mingxin covered her mouth, stifling her astonishment. Could it be? Is this truly the caliber of a student from Magic City University? Her thoughts became a tangled mess, leaving her at a loss for words. Then, as if teasing or jesting, she remarked, once the harvest is gathered, that shabby anchor would become worthless and a burden, wouldn't it? Huh. Lin Xuan hesitated. Swiftly adopting a serious demeanor, what do you mean? Are you implying that you wish to challenge the local elite? No, last semester you were so arrogant. Thinking yourself superior as an outsider in Shanghai. Li Mingxin burst into laughter, her mirth overshadowing the sound of the wind outside the window. Hey, when you come to Magic City, I'll show you my brother's grand villa. Lin Xuan protested. Well, at least I reside in a villa within a prestigious school district. I wouldn't dare go. The cost of living is exorbitant. Li Mingxin stood up, brushing off her clothes. It's too cold on the balcony. I'll be chatting with you while lying in bed. She wiped the corner of her eye and turned off the microphone. Lin Xuan seemed to hear a faint, wooden sound, though it was barely audible. Is it cold? Indeed. Your area cools down remarkably fast. It won't be long before it snows, right? I'll show you then. It had been several years since snow had graced the mountain city. Previously, a neighbor's pet, a cat, had run away due to the unbearable weather. Lin Xuan recalled that amusing incident. Coming to Qishir, it won't freeze him to death. You got lucky. If it weren't for me, you'd likely have nowhere to go. She would probably end up working in a factory otherwise. As Lin Xuan spoke, he began shopping online, selecting autumn attire for Li Mingxin. In a moment of contemplation, he added 2 pairs of thick socks to the cart. Sometimes, a simple pair of socks conveys more heartfelt intention than elaborate gifts. Chapter 64, Top of the Monthly Exam. Reflection? The following day, at the People's Hospital of Magic City, Lin Xuan held his phone aloft, waiting in the lengthy queue. Under Li Mingxin's persistent insistence, he had agreed to undergo a checkup. If you don't come for an examination soon, I'll starve myself for 3 days. Li Mingxin threatened him. That's simply one do. Fine. Let us get it over with. A checkup is for the best. Oh, by the way, do you know what your current nickname is? What? Let us hope it doesn't change to Peach. Peach. You'd better be referring to an actual peach. Lin Xuan chuckled, glancing at the long line ahead, still somewhat troubled. On the shoulder of the person in front of him rested a long-tailed, peculiar creature, somewhat obstructing his view. A bell jingled as it lounged atop the individual's head, serving as a subtle adornment. He could smell the antiseptic scent prevalent in the hospital. Those around him appeared to be in a rush, yet remarkably relaxed. The divine being had not moved for a full minute. Such curious humans. The tentacles trailing behind her drooped listlessly. This world was far too leisurely. There was no need even for the divine being to remain vigilant. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xuan's legs were nearly numb by the time he reached the front of the line. Is the esteemed Director UMO from the Internal Medicine Department still around? That name seems oddly familiar, perhaps due to the numerous classmates I have with similar pronunciations. Lin Xuan clutched the report as he navigated toward the office. At the behest of Li Mingxin, he was to undergo a comprehensive examination. Today I present to you the Sandstorm team from Pokémon Battles. What? Someone inquired why the streamer wasn't playing in a reduced format. It was because the streamer feared someone might attempt to approach offline under the guise of seeking medical attention. Goodness, I can't continue like this. They have truly arrived. Yumo, whether due to being caught slacking at work or for some other reason, felt a pang of guilt and hastily ended the live stream, adopting a serious demeanor as he settled into his chair. Have you brought the report? You're here for my signature, correct? Come over, he beckoned. He coughed a couple of times, seemingly to mask something, while he picked up a nearby book to conceal his phone. Lin Xuan approached with a peculiar expression, and on the other end of the line, Li Mingxin fell silent. You dog? Lin Xuan's words caused Yu Mo's hands to freeze. I am not. I have never engaged in any unsavory tactics, he retorted. Surely, you wouldn't want your fans to discover your profession, would you? Lin Xuan suddenly remarked. Goodness, you don't spare even the men. Jengar, save me. From a nearby drawer, a grinning Jengar leaped forth. It extended its claws to pat Lin Xuan's shoulder while pointing at UMO, laughing heartily. It appeared that someone had finally brought UMO to his knees, which amused him greatly. However, upon seeing Jengar, Lin Xuan froze. After encountering that Jengar in the alternate world, he could no longer look directly at the Jengar family. The bell chimed, and Jengar soared into the air, ready to unleash a mental assault. I must take my leave. There are unsavory elements here, he declared as he rose to depart. After his exit, UMO let out a sigh of relief. You frighten me. My grand aspirations cannot be thwarted by a fan's offline ambush. His lofty goals remained unfulfilled. UMO, could not falter just yet. So, you are that dog on you, huh? Li Mingxin's voice crackled through the headphones. It seems so, Lin Xuan nodded. Go, Xiao Xuanzi. Take him down. At your command. Despite the banter, Lin Xuan proceeded toward the examination area for his final check of the day. However, the process was rather tedious. Although the examinations progressed slowly, the reports were promptly available online. All values appeared normal, save for a slight indication of hypertension. What? I have hypertension? Lin Xuan was taken aback. Is that so? Why isn't your kidney compromised? Li Mingxin echoed her surprise. What do you mean by that? I thought you were nurturing your stomach. She mumbled. Who ye charges? Lin Xuan exclaimed. Oh, please spare me, a mere outsider. They both chuckled, relieved that no one was around. After reviewing the report, it appeared that he was, at worst, in a suboptimal state of health. His several thousand yuan seemed to have gone to waste. But then again, it was worth it for the peace of mind it brought Li Mingxin. All right then. As long as everything is fine, I'll tidy up and head to my practical class, Li Mingxin concluded, chatting for a few more moments before hanging up. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, which soon came to a stop at the school gate. He entered the classroom, and the class was about to commence. Glancing inside, he wondered, where's Lin Mo? Surely, he wouldn't follow my lead and skip class. A quick glance at the classroom number revealed the truth. He had mistakenly entered the wrong room. Moving next door, he encountered the familiar figure of a middle-aged teacher standing at the podium. Who are you, student? The instructor inquired, clearly unfamiliar with Lin Xuan, as this was his first time attending this particular class. I am Lin Xuan, he replied. You seem to have missed quite a few classes, the teacher remarked, eyeing the attendance sheet. Lin Xuan had not attended a single session in the past 2 weeks. I've been rather busy lately, Lin Xuan explained. Busy? What could a student possibly be busy with? Don't you have ample time each day? The teacher retorted, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, even bordering on anger. Lin Xuan felt a sense of disrespect emanating from him, lacking any semblance of courtesy. Well, I have to work. My family is not well off, Lin Xuan reiterated, his tone growing increasingly harsh. Oh, the teacher replied, and Lin Xuan made his way to a seat beside Lin Mo, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He glanced at Lin Mo, who simply stated, I won't write it. You're not getting any credits for it. And you still have to submit a reflection. Who do you think you are? The teacher shot back, his anger morphing into a mocking laugh. The classroom fell silent, all eyes curiously fixed on them. You cannot fail me. I triumphed in the monthly exam. My special credits are sufficient for me to pass the year without issue. Lin Xuan declared nonchalantly, completely unfazed by the teacher's threats. You? Victorious in the monthly exam? The teacher's face flushed with indignation. The essence of Pokémon battles is the heart of a trainer's journey. Everything else is secondary. Moreover, Lin Xuan's claim of victory was an understatement. His prowess far surpassed that of other freshmen in the combat specialization, and it would be no exaggeration to label him as the best. A chuckle erupted from somewhere in the classroom, gradually escalating into laughter. Silence, the teacher bellowed, slamming his hand on the desk. The room quieted somewhat. Do you realize that when you mentioned being first in the monthly exam, the only thought that resonated in my mind was he paused, his breath heavy with disbelief. A classmate whom Lin Xuan did not know well approached him. Lin Xuan returned the smile and glanced at the new notification from his system. Chapter 65, Scrounging Here and There. Task Reward, Armor of Celebration. Momentarily taken aback by the message in his mind, Lin Xuan mused, even my obedient grandson can cross boundaries? It seems Lin Zhu has been quite sensible in my absence. He pondered this, recognizing that Lin Zhu was responsible for these matters, while Yunwu had comparatively fewer responsibilities and thus wielded more power. Just obediently serve me, he thought. The armor of celebration could evolve a charcoal servant into a crimson lotus knight, but alas, he did not possess one. Lin Xuan felt a pang of desire for it. This item was in high demand. Even ordinary evolution items paled in comparison to its value. From evolution stones to the beautiful scales required for Milotic's evolution, none could rival it. Yet, in his current situation, he could only sell it to others. He recalled Wei Jin from earlier. Lin Mo, do you know Wei Jin? Lin Xuan leaned closer to Lin Mo, nodding as he picked up his phone to search for Chin Mo. The young gentleman appears to possess some connections. Is he the son of the fire-type gym leader from the Sichuan Chongqing region? Can he truly handle it? Surely, his family must have prepared him well. Lin Xuan gazed at the contact information sent by Chun Mo and decided to add him. In response to Chun Mo's battle request, he promised to engage next time. Wei Jin, meanwhile, wiped the sweat from his fair neck while training and glanced curiously at his phone. Tan Xiaoshi approached him, offering a bottle of water. Thankfully, there were no advertisements to distract him. Wei Jin twisted open the cap, took a sip, and his eyes darted to the message from Lin Xuan. Suddenly, he sputtered. Expelling the water, coughing twice as his long, high ponytail quivered, the gradient orange tips brushing against Tan Xiaoshi's head. Just as Tan Xiaoshi began to worry that he had mistakenly given Wei Jin the wrong water, Wei Jin spoke up. The celebration armor? Can he truly acquire that? The mention of the celebration armor left Tan Xiaoshi momentarily speechless. He knew that the armor could enable his evolution, and had he evolved, he would have undoubtedly triumphed in the previous monthly examination against Ling Xiang. Is it authentic? Don't try to deceive me with fragments, Wei Jin inquired. It's genuine. A complete celebration armor. Make your offer, Lin Xuan replied. 5 million. Wei Jin suggested. That is merely enough for 2 fragments, Lin Xuan countered. Clearly unfazed by the price of the celebration armor. Tan Xiaoshi quickly added 2 million to the bid. Typically, it was quite challenging for masters to part with such sums. And the new generation of apprentices lacked the qualifications. Soon, Lin Xuan sent another message. 10 million? A single fragment equates to 1 million. Truly extravagant. Wei Jin furrowed his brow. He picked up his phone to inform Lin Xuan that he lacked sufficient funds, attempting to negotiate the price. However, bargaining seemed futile. This was a coveted item. As expected, it wasn't long before Wei Jin grew impatient and inquired about the time for the transaction. Lin Xuan chose tonight, allowing him a moment to procure funds from home. The gym leader in the Sichuan Chongqing region was a retired champion. Although it occurred decades ago, securing 10 million would be effortless. Surely, he wouldn't hesitate to part with that amount for his son. Before long, Wei Jin agreed to meet at his classroom tonight at 10 o'clock for the exchange, cash for goods. Thus, after class, everyone departed, leaving only Lin Xuan in the classroom. Darkness gradually infiltrated from outside, and he refrained from turning on the lights, instead retrieving the Pokeballs for Nidoking and Cacturn. He pushed nearby desks aside to create space for Nidoking. Standing in the classroom, Nidoking's shadow elongated in the dim light. The 2 life orbs embedded in his metallic arm gleaming brightly. There remained one more within him, a genuine item, the life orb. Cacturn was placed on the desk before Lin Xuan, blinking as it tilted its head to gaze at the bell above Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan set the bell down on the table, hoping for a peaceful coexistence between them. To his surprise, a look of trepidation seemed to emerge from the small eyes of the bell. Oh, divine being! I hope my healing items can coexist harmoniously with this lowly creature. If it could speak, surely that would be its sentiment. Yet, both it and Nidoking had yet to master the language and writing of humans. Gazing at the bell's chime before him, Cocodora felt a surge of joy. He took a few tentative steps closer, eager to nuzzle against it, only to have the bell evade him. We must learn to coexist, dear bell. Lin Xuan gently caught the bell and placed it beside Cocodora. It was evident to him that the bell displayed a hint of disdain towards Cocodora. Yet, they would soon become family, and harmony was essential. Nidoking observed Cocodora's eager expression with a grin, albeit one that lacked charm. Come, join me over here, Lin Xuan beckoned, indicating Nidoking. Cocodora turned to face the grinning Nidoking, only to be startled and sit down abruptly. You come, Lin Xuan urged, looking towards Nidoking, who now found it hard to maintain his smile. In a moment of reluctance, he extended a hand to gently pat the little creature's metallic head. Throughout this interaction, Cocodora remained still, as the connection between these 2 Pokémon was not as close as that between Cocodora and the bell. However, feeling Nidoking's gentle touch, Cocodora's fear began to dissipate. He shook his head and nuzzled against Nidoking's hand. Witnessing this, Lin Xuan smiled broadly. He then extracted the celebration armor from the system. A heavy suit of armor landed on the ground, capturing Kokidor's attention. As Lin Xuan reached out to touch the armor, he seemed to hear the triumphant sounds of valiant warriors returning from battle. The sound was grand and filled with elation. "Is this the celebration armor?" he murmured, his pulse quickening as he caressed its surface. The warm armor felt akin to a beating heart. He instinctively spoke, his eyes glowing red as he activated the energy eye. Yet, the surface of the celebration armor bore no numbers. Footsteps approached from outside the classroom. As Wei Jin entered, he immediately spotted Lin Xuan, his red eyes flashing. In the flickering light, Nidoking's shadow loomed over him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Charcoal Servant, he might have fled in fright. "You arrived early," Lin Xuan remarked, the red glow in his eyes fading. "You seem impatient." Gathering his courage, Wei Jin, accompanied by Charcoal Servant, approached Lin Xuan. Upon seeing the celebration armor on the ground, his gaze was riveted. Charcoal Servant felt the same, but did not forget his duty to protect his trainer. Standing firmly beside Wei Jin, the presence of Nidoking instilled a heavy sense of pressure in him, making resistance feel impossible. It was not merely the strength. There was a brutal aura about it. Chapter 66, The Mad Tree. "Your Nidoking is quite different. My Charcoal Servant is quite intimidated by him," Wei Jin spoke. He couldn't very well admit that his Nidoking had emerged from a heap of corpses. "Let us confirm the goods and transfer the funds. This undertaking is no simple matter," Lin Xuan stated. "No need for confirmation. The masterful craftsmanship is evident. Even a student could acquire this. Magic City University truly harbors hidden talents," Wei Jin replied, pulling out his student ID. As both student IDs were laid together, the funds were promptly transferred. 10 million, neither a cent more nor a cent less. "Master?" Lin Xuan expressed his confusion. Wei Jin elucidated. "A master is a designation for the singular individual reigning supreme in a particular realm, the strongest and most formidable among them. In any specific domain at a given time, there can only be one master. In a sense, a master stands alongside a champion, but strictly within a singular field. For instance, our school's principal, Li Hai, has recently earned the title of master in the earth element. This celebratory armor appears to be the work of a forging master." As Wei Jin spoke, he removed the black and yellow silk scarf from the back of his head, letting his hair cascade down. A yellow pattern on the scarf illuminated, causing the celebratory armor to vanish from the ground. If he hadn't cleared the space beforehand, it would have been impossible to contain it. Wei Jin sighed with relief. "We must not allow Ten Xiaoshu to touch it. The time for evolution has not yet arrived. Can the scarf also serve as a spatial tool?" Lin Xuan was taken aback. "It is not the scarf itself. The scarf merely serves as a vessel for this particular mark." Wei Jin brought the scarf closer, revealing a striking yellow line. "This mark is the essence of the spatial tool. You may regard it as a unique variant of a Pokeball, albeit with different contents and dimensions. Should the vessel be damaged, it must be implanted anew into a different vessel. The space will self-protect and become inaccessible," Wei Jin carefully explained. Lin Xuan nodded appreciatively and then inquired, "Will this mark sustain damage?" "Such mechanized, mass-producible items command a price that surpasses even that of the celebratory armor, which is certainly justifiable. Oh, by the way, it's best not to carry this while flying. Security checks can take half an hour," he added, though he wondered about the logic behind that. Wei Jin waved his hand and, having completed the transaction, turned to leave. "This year's monthly exam top spot is yours. Is the evolution of Tan Xiaoshu only to be decided next year? It seems the celebratory armor is indeed difficult to acquire. Otherwise, there would be no need for such early preparations," Lin Xuan murmured. He stored away Nidoking and Cacturn, placing a bell atop his head as he exited the empty classroom. As he stepped onto the solid wooden floor and moved toward the elevator in the teaching building, a somewhat deranged voice reached his ears. "Tree haha. Truly a tree, indeed a tree haha." He paused, glancing towards the illuminated supply room nearby. "Tree haha." The erratic voice continued to echo from within the supply room. Lin Xuan frowned, but ultimately pulled open the door, simultaneously retrieving Nidoking's Pokeball. Inside the supply room, sheets of paper were scattered about, each adorned with haphazard drawings. In the center stood a boy with a high ponytail, clutching a piece of paper that depicted something astonishing to him. "Host, my advice is to leave this place," the system's voice resonated. "Why are you warning me?" Lin Xuan retorted. Only a single line appeared before his eyes. At that moment, the high ponytailed boy noticed Lin Xuan and, still in a frenzy, exclaimed, "Are you here to see the tree too? Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means I originally had a home. Lin Xuan could not grasp a single word of his statement. The boy continued, I truly had a home. Oh, how I miss you, his voice thick with emotion. In an instant, the voice transformed into one of fury. However, I cannot recall who you are. He hurled the paper from his grasp, striking the floor with his fists. Disregarding the pain, the paper landed at Lin Xuan's feet, and he gazed downward. At the very top of the page, a somewhat irregular semicircular halo was drawn, which Lin Xuan felt he had seen somewhere before. Beneath the halo stood a tall, flourishing tree. Aside from being overly lush, it bore no distinction from an ordinary tree. Lin Xuan took a half-step back, quietly closing the door, imprinting the image of the tree with its enormous halo upon his memory. He did not linger, instead opting to take the elevator away from the teaching building. After his departure, the light in that room quickly faded. The bell seemed to sense the fluctuation of supernatural powers. If this were the alternate world, he would have chosen to bury that person with the might of the earth. It was all too bizarre. Action was necessary. But this was the primary world, where towering figures reigned, leaving the troubles to others. His own safety was paramount. He never anticipated that Magic City University would possess its own forging and processing factory, Lin Xuan mused. Had he not activated the navigation, he would have remained oblivious. Magic City University was not only vast, but also equipped with comprehensive facilities. The forge was still brightly lit, and a row of machines stood at the entrance, where several students were engaged in some task. Hello, may I ask how to enter? Lin Xuan inquired of a nearby female student. This area is off limits. You must use the machine beside you to make an appointment and pay, she replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she pointed to the adjacent machine. Thank you. Lin Xuan replied courteously, making his way to the unoccupied machine. Upon approaching, the machine automatically scanned his pupils, confirming his identity as a student of Magic City University. Subsequently, a blue touchscreen appeared before him, where he could input his requirements. It even featured a section for card swiping, seemingly for payment. Lin Xuan began to fill in his request. As for the size, 10 cubic meters should suffice. After completing the entry, he clicked confirm. A circle spun, and a quote popped up. 14 million? Although his balance was sufficient, this price exceeded his mental expectations. With a slight headache, he inserted his card. Upon successful payment, the interface shifted once more. Could he choose the medium? Lin Xuan pondered, observing the newly reopened slots on the machine, and placed the bracelet gifted by Li Mingxin inside. Not long after the slot closed, the panel changed again. The materials were deemed acceptable. Would he like to alter the appearance of the final product? No. Estimated completion time, 3 months. 3 months? Why not wait until I'm dead to give it to me? By then, the winter break will likely have arrived. Yet the machine offered him no chance for regret. The blue screen vanished, leaving him in quiet anticipation. Refund. The money was of little concern. It was primarily. He shook his wrist, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned and headed toward the dormitory. Perhaps he would stay there for a couple of days. In 2 days, if there were no unusual developments, it would be time to venture into the alternate world again, seeds, Pokeballs, and various resources. He intended to assemble a demolition team in the alternate world. The explosive team, led by the rebel Fei Ping, provided him with a fleeting inspiration. The Pokémon, Onyx, is quite prevalent in that nameless mountain range. While the cost of nurturing them may be insufficient, the only aspect to be wary of could be the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon. However, in this alternate world, emotions seemed trivial. Lin Xuan pushed open the door to the dormitory. Perhaps it would be more worthwhile to discuss his relationship with his 2 roommates. Welcome. The first was Chun Mo, whose name suggested silence, yet he was still just a child. The latter shrank into his chair, attempting to minimize his presence. Despite being the dorm leader, a villa? Chun Mo pondered, his eyes darting. What villa districts are nearby? He thought, pulling out his phone to begin searching. Gentlemen, would you mind if I made a phone call? Lin Xuan inquired as he reclined on his bed. The state of the bunk he had occupied last time remained unchanged. After his assessment, there was no sign of anyone from Nantung coming to record on his bed. No objections, just make sure to have a battle next time. Chen Imo replied. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan had his back turned, and their gazes did not meet. Feel free, Lin Imo said. Lin Xuan began an engaging conversation with his little companion. The sound of his voice made Chun Imo quite uncomfortable. However, the 2 Pokémon, Gibble and Squirtle, remained unperturbed. Engrossed in a card game, a bell flew from Lin Xuan's bed and landed beside them. This particular card was unfamiliar to her. The two Pokémon, brimming with enthusiasm, soon pulled the bell into a lively game of landlord, playing with fervor. Before long, the bell emitted a crisp chime. Squirtle, cradling its shell, pointed and mocked. "Hey, look! It's blushing." Such was the sentiment conveyed. Tomorrow would bring Yi Fan's class. One could only speculate what explosive remarks he might utter, but it would be revealed in the afternoon. Lin Xuan lay on his bed, conversing with Li Mingxin. That teacher certainly has an air about him. We have an elective class with a similar teacher who discreetly plays on his phone behind a book during lectures. Li Mingxin recounted her observations. Previously, Lin Xuan had mentioned Yi Fan and the Wood-type champion to her. In the principal's office, Li Hai, dressed impeccably in a suit, pushed open the grand door and entered. Huang Qingde was already awaiting him. Involving students in such matters is inappropriate, Huang Qingde remarked. There must be some twists and turns in the paths of youth. Nothing is without risk, Li Hai replied nonchalantly as he approached the desk, where the breeding manual for Cacturn lay waiting. However, it is equally unacceptable to deliberately provoke malevolent thoughts in students, even going so far as to scheme against freshmen, Huang Qingde retorted angrily. Students of esteemed institutions are not foolish enough to steal from the principal's office. Had I not discovered traces of psychic abilities in recent days, I would have truly believed a student had fallen from grace. Huang Qingde's voice grew more furious. Calm down, Professor Huang. I understand your dedication to the younger generation, and I share your sentiments. But you know Li Shou's brother has been investigating Zhao Fei for quite some time. This is an open matter, Li Hai stated. He hoped that this minor issue would expose some flaws in Zhao Fei while in the country. Unexpectedly, although the Watcher took action, Zhao Fei remained remarkably composed. Li Hai flipped through the cultivation manual he had deliberately left behind and extracted a card from within. When masters engage in a duel, do not involve the children. Huang Qingde stated, "Do not call me professor. I cannot bear that title." He slammed his hand on the table, challenging Li Hai. Zhao Fei had a certain admiration for Lin Xuan. He had noticed him during the opening competition, which is why he had become a scissor, one that merely needed to sever the cord at the appropriate moment, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would arise. As Li Hai spoke, he inserted a new card into the cultivation manual. Lin Xuan had reserved a piece of spatial equipment, but the production period was too lengthy. He was a genius, and time was of the essence. With that, he pushed the book towards Huang Qingde. What about the other child? Huang Qingde continued to inquire. It is merely a book. He has gone to a classmate's house to rest, Li Hai replied, lifting his gaze to meet Huang Qingde's somewhat aged eyes. Huang Qingde remained silent. Li Hai continued. It is only a ghost-type cultivation manual. At this, Huang Qingde's expression softened, and he spoke. Lin Xuan's family is impoverished. Do not waste his time collecting cultivation materials. Huang Qingde tapped the pushed book with a curled finger. Very well, Li Hai conceded, but it will not be much. This matter must not attract too much attention. I can refrain from discussing it. You must handle the traces of superpowers yourself. Huang Qingde relented. Lin Xuan's income is quite substantial. You may take what you need from me. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and Li Hai smiled. Regardless, he was a good child, not one to engage in unlawful behavior. His heart was undoubtedly kind, so let him be, for if he is a genius, he should be allowed to flourish freely. Huang Qingde fancied himself a good judge of character. I understand, rest assured, old Huang. Allowing the younger generation to grow freely is indeed a remarkable thing, and I can comprehend that. Li Hai finally presented himself like a junior. Old Huang, you truly want me to lose face, don't you? Li Hai chuckled helplessly. And what am I? Half buried in the ground. Huang Qingde retorted, subsequently retrieving the ghost-type cultivation manual and handing it to Huang Qingde. Huang Qingde leafed through it. Although it was quite general, the few detailed Pokémon mentioned indicated that the author was undoubtedly a powerful trainer. Old Huang, you truly do not trust me. Li Hai lamented. Since the moment Sima the old thief made a fool of himself before Luo Shui, some individuals had become unworthy of trust. Huang Qingde carefully accepted the book. His demeanor serious. You know, I have no respect for the deeds of that king. They are unworthy of the stage. Furthermore, I was invited by you. Old Huang turned to leave. He had been investigating since the initial theft. Chapter 68. The Arrival of Li Hai, father of Shinado. After lunch with his two roommates, they made their way to the classroom together. Although Chun Mo was merely there to soak in the atmosphere, any class he attended went unmonitored. Yi Fan would have preferred to lie down in the classroom and sleep, paying no mind whatsoever. Hey, Teacher Yi, Are you not afraid your salary might be discovered by the principal? Someone inquired. Yi Fan stood with an air of disdain, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. He murmured, "What does it matter if it's merely Lehigh? I am a congenital holy body, after all." Just as he finished boasting, he noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the classroom. "What are you all pretending for? I acted like a teacher in high school, and I did it better than any of you. You think you can intimidate me?" His scorn deepened. Turning his gaze towards the doorway, Yi Fan was momentarily struck dumb. As if time had frozen, the students, who had been stifling their laughter, could no longer contain themselves. "Recently, some teachers have been," Lehigh coughed twice, holding a book titled Cultivation Manual for Cocodora. "Principal, let me explain." Yi Fan nearly lunged forward, pleading, "Expel me from my supplements." Shaoli said she likes public servants. "Please, Principal." Lehigh replied with a hint of nostalgia. "I still miss the way you used to be." "Hey." Realizing his position was secure, Yi Fan felt a rush of youthful bravado, now tempered by a desire for simplicity. "That was rather arrogant," Lehigh remarked. The regrets of youthful folly. Best left unspoken." Yi Fan smiled shyly. "By the way, what brings you here?" "Shy as a teapot," a student quipped, causing a ripple of amusement among their peers. Lin Xuan, sitting nervously in his seat, surmised that Lehigh might be seeking him out. His suspicions were confirmed when the rarely seen principal walked directly towards him, wearing a gentle smile. Could it be? Is he here for the truant? "What truant?" "Call me brother." Lehigh, an exceptionally busy man, managing millions in mere moments, had come to find a student? No way. Is he the principal's illegitimate son? The absurd speculation startled Lin Xuan, causing Lehigh to pause in his stride. Lin Mo discreetly distanced himself, feeling the vast divide between himself and such esteemed figures. If it weren't for a stroke of fortune landing him at Modi University, he would never have crossed paths with someone like Lehigh. "Lin Xuan, right?" Lehigh spoke softly, his warm smile unwavering. Lin Xuan rose, replying, "That's me," with one hand tucked into his pocket. "Indeed, you carry yourself with commendable poise. Professor Huang holds you in high regard," Lehigh remarked, handing Lin Xuan the cultivation manual. After Lin Xuan accepted it, Lehigh turned to the other students, gently encouraging, "May you remain forever young and forever youthful." With that, he departed the classroom, leaving no trace behind. As some were aware, he was indeed quite busy. Lin Xuan gazed at the book, the cultivation manual for Cocodora. Once seated, the classroom erupted into chatter. Lin Xuan frowned, pondering the implications. Was this an olive branch? A form of compensation? Did Huang Qingde hold him in high esteem? Should he seek out Huang Qingde for clarification? His mind swirled with thoughts until Yi Fan rapped his knuckles on the podium, restoring order to the classroom. Lehigh, it could be said, was a legendary figure. Both his parents were teachers in a small county, and he had 3 twin brothers named Li Qing, Li Hong, and Li Shou. Their family had risen from humble beginnings. Subsequently, Lehigh devoted himself to teaching and nurturing. While Li Qing joined the military, Li Hong entered politics, and Li Shou took up a career in law enforcement. He began to recount some well-worn tales. "Now, in light of current circumstances, to grant Lehigh a modicum of respect, I shall indulge you with some trivial gossip." Yi Fan adopted a serious demeanor, though his words were met with skepticism from the students. "You grant Lehigh a favor? What a jest! Why would you?" Lin Xuan, seated in the front row, turned to his peers, his expression a blend of disbelief, envy, and admiration. "I don't know. I merely took a nap in the dormitory," Lin Xuan confessed candidly. "TCH. You're just boasting. I sleep until noon every day, yet Lehigh never seeks me out," retorted a classmate from the front row, his teeth gritted, envy etched upon his visage. If this were a formal document, it would surely fail to pass muster. Lin Mo regarded him with a complex gaze, reflecting on the dean's assertion that the school was indeed his sole avenue to engage with such social strata. He lowered his eyes, recalling the orphanage director's admonition. Lin Xuan, while listening to Yi Fan's idle chatter, flipped through the pages of his book. It was the same as before. The content remained unchanged. He noticed a card tucked within the pages. This item was not confiscated. What could it mean? Am I overthinking? Was the video of the killing spree by Chao Fei truly inconsequential? A cascade of questions compelled him to retrieve the card, though it bore a similar appearance. The differences were stark. The card bore a simple inscription, "Urgent, Lehigh." Just 4 uncomplicated words. Urgent? Is this some form of compensation? Can anything be expedited? Even spatial equipment? Lin Xuan resolved to test this after class. I am certain you will find the next topic of interest. Have you ever heard of the father of Shinado? Yi Fan proclaimed as he unveiled the subject. Upon hearing this term, Lin Xuan lifted his head in surprise. The father of Shinado? What nonsense is this? Upon seeing the image of a high ponytailed youth clad in a golden tailcoat, Lin Xuan stood frozen, nearly dropping the card from his grasp. The bell chimed with a crisp sound. This individual was familiar to them. He was the eccentric figure from the supply room. At the dawn of the last century, humanity entered a new epoch. Despite the outbreak of wars, living conditions improved significantly, particularly for the nefariously privileged elite. Some pleasure seekers cast their eyes upon humanoid Pokémon, with the Shinado family becoming a focal point. Yi Fan scrolled through and presented authentic footage from that time. Though in black and white, the brutality depicted caused Lin Xuan's pupils to constrict sharply. Even he found it difficult to accept. The population of the Shinado family dwindled drastically, teetering on the brink of extinction. I wonder if you have ever read a Western fantasy novel. The Shinado holds a similar position to that of the magical beings within, albeit with greater innocence. It was during this perilous moment that he emerged, shouldering immense pressure to create a sanctuary for the Shinado. Lin Xuan then realized that this was not merely a photograph, but rather a portrait. Unlike the saviors of the last century, who rescued countless souls and left behind no imagery, he had become a beacon of hope. Chapter 69, Aspiration. Abroad, many have endeavored to erase all traces of his existence, as he was an individual who left behind not even a name. Yi Fan continued, his expression turning grave. In the face of such circumstances, we must resolutely resist. It was akin to a mirage. Yet, Lin Xuan understood that it was no mere illusion. Before him, it felt as if an enraged lion was roaring. The crimson light in his eyes flickered momentarily, and the eye of energy was startled awake. Lin Xuan reached toward his eyes, questioning whether they truly possessed the ability to sense danger. Were these eyes genuinely called the Eye of Energy? His internal inquiries remained unanswered. Upon lifting his gaze once more, Yi Fan maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Lin Xuan raised his hand and inquired, "May I ask, is he still alive?" This question left the individuals in the classroom momentarily stunned, Yi Fan included. Regrettably, his lifespan did not extend to our era. Yi Fan shook his head. This revelation rendered Lin Xuan silent. He was certain he had seen that person, the father of Shinado. Only in this manner could one claim to be profitable. Every additional minute spent was a loss. After class, Lin Xuan, still enveloped in confusion, returned to the storeroom. However, upon opening the door, everything had vanished. Only the classroom remained, cluttered with desks and chairs, and those blank sheets of paper. That figure seemed to resemble a ghost he encountered during his late-night stays at school. Could it be? Were there truly specters? Was it a prank by ghost-type Pokémon? Did his Pokémon, in life, wish to prevent their master from being forgotten? Lin Xuan speculated as he exited, closing the door behind him. After his departure, the lights within the storeroom began to flicker, and a shadow appeared to sway in the empty space. The windows were obstructed by stacked desks and chairs, allowing no sunlight to penetrate. Sheets of paper, adorned with graffiti, seemed poised to fall. Then, with a crackle, the flickering lights extinguished, and everything vanished once more. Oblivious to this, Lin Xuan proceeded from the teaching building to the forge. His fingers toyed with the urgent card. These matters were never to be mentioned by the school's instructors. Upon arriving at the desolate machines of the forge, the blue panel unfolded after scanning his pupils. Lin Xuan entered the text from the urgent card, and the panel swiftly processed the information. A card slot opened on the machine. As he inserted the card, the blue panel twitched slightly. What did this signify? Was it full? Lin Xuan pondered. The blue panel quickly stabilized, displaying a number, 3 days. Lin Xuan exhaled, realizing that Li Hai's reputation still held considerable weight. Contemplating this, he proceeded to the trading post to procure supplies. Soon, he would embark for the next world. His grandson had only uttered a few words in recent days, breathing in the earthy aroma of the air while listening to the daily system notifications. Lin Xuan adeptly donned the mask of the crimson-faced dragon. He reclined in the grand chair behind him and addressed the bell. Go outside the mansion and summon Yunwu. The bell chimed and took flight in obedience. The room was left with only him, Nido King, and the large backpack he had brought, containing several Pokeballs and basic resources for cultivating demolition experts. The daily garbage seemed to have diminished today. Glancing at the daily rewards, he discovered an energy cube. Large energy cube, capable of enhancing Earth attribute energy. In comparison to the other two rewards, this one stands out remarkably. After making his selection, he cast it towards King Nito. Upon consumption, King Nito distinctly felt an increase in the energy within him. Lin Xuan attempted to analyze the material of this energy cube, but discerned nothing. The experience and skills previously rewarded by the system did not encompass anything of this nature. How frustrating. Can't you provide something with such immediate effects? Lin Xuan remarked. The effect was indeed impressive, as small grains of sand coalesced beneath King Nito's feet. As he pondered, Yunwu crawled in from the half-open study, accompanied by the sound of jingling bells. Lin Xuan looked down at Yunwu from across the desk and instructed, "The road has been repaired. Now we must forge a path into the forest." Yunwu lifted his head and replied. Lin Zhu had considered this matter before, but the team sent for reconnaissance did not return. "Oh, is it the wild spirits dwelling within the forest?" Lin Xuan mused, stroking his mask. "Indeed, it is said that a dominant spirit is obstructing the way," Yunwu explained. Lin Zhu has been attempting to circumvent that spirit in order to establish a route leading further into the forest. This natural barrier has hindered many dangers, but also obstructed Lin Xuan's development. There is no rush. Eliminating it would indeed signify an advancement. "Summon Lin Zhu," Lin Xuan commanded. "Yes." Yunwu crawled out once more. Before long, a steel-winged crow descended outside the residence. Prior to entering, he drew his blade and, with his back turned to Yunwu, made a few barely noticeable scratches on himself. Ascending the stairs, he found Yunwu kneeling beside Lin Zhu, who was reporting the recent happenings to Lin Xuan. As Lin Xuan listened, his gaze drifted to the fresh wounds. "Those cuts are quite new, surely. I did not inflict them upon myself," Lin Xuan speculated. "Such zeal is commendable." After hearing Lin Zhu's report, Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction, retrieving several energy cubes suitable for Bada Hu. These were all crafted by him, of the same grade, and were also what King Nito and the jingling bells typically consumed. Nevertheless, this still thrilled Lin Zhu immensely. "While pursuing your endeavors, do remember to ensure your own safety," Lin Xuan remarked casually. "Since you wish to progress, I shall provide you with the opportunity. For Lord Lin, I would give my all," Lin Zhu declared fervently. "Very well. Select 6 trustworthy individuals, and within a day, each must tame a rumble stone capable of unleashing a massive explosion," Lin Xuan added. "Shattering jade is also acceptable." "Understood." Lin Zhu swiftly departed, executing his orders with remarkable efficiency. "This lad is far more diligent than you," Lin Xuan observed, resting his chin on his hand as he regarded the kneeling Yunwu. Yunwu scoffed at the trivial thoughts that flitted through his mind. Lin Xuan, however, shook his head in disapproval. "Without ambition, how can one assist me in defeating Caesar? If the employees do not strive, how can the employer fuel the vehicle?" Chapter 70, Shattering Jade. Lin Zhu's actions were swifter than Lin Xuan had anticipated, as he busily organized the resources he had brought. These consisted of fruits that enhanced general attributes, energy cubes, and resources that amplified physical attacks. Other matters were of little consequence. A simple explosion would suffice. "Sir, the humans and elves are ready," Lin Zhu announced. "Swiftly, have them carry these away, 1 portion each," Lin Xuan instructed, gesturing towards the 6 divisions of resources he had prepared. Lin Zhu felt a pang of envy but dared not defy Lin Xuan's command. Soon, 6 ragged youths arrived, each clutching a pokeball. Upon seeing Yunwu kneeling on the ground, they were momentarily rendered speechless in shock. "Feed these to the rumble stone, and return to me after it has digested." Lin Xuan's words were brief. "Understood," they replied in unison, promptly departing with their burdens. "You shall take some individuals to fell the useless trees surrounding the city, fortify the city gates, and tomorrow I will guide you into the forest to seek that overlord," Lin Xuan directed, pointing at Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu shuddered slightly, but quickly acquiesced before exiting the study. "Isn't this a bit too perilous?" Yunwu inquired. "Only sailors who brave the storm earn trust," Lin Xuan replied. "You are beginning to resemble Captain Ya in some respects." Yunwu's gaze was complex. "Hey, Ya?" Lin Xuan chuckled. "Come, let us step outside and practice." "I would much rather practice with you in the room," Yunwu replied, her eyes filled with longing. She was not unattractive, though somewhat promiscuous and surrounded by men. She was indeed a good girl at heart. "If the elves defeat me, it will be entirely at your discretion." Lin Xuan's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Yunwu, though it soon faded. Upon reaching the open space of the estate, they released their Pokémon, Nidoking and Golem. Yunwu refrained from giving commands, and Lin Xuan had no intention of doing so either. A primal clash ensued, with both Pokémon relying solely on physical prowess rather than skills. In terms of close combat, Golem outperformed Nidoking, though not particularly strong overall. Golem had honed its abilities through countless battles, driven solely by the desire for the opponent's life energy. Lin Xuan observed Golem's movements. It was not focused on depleting the opponent's battle energy, but rather targeting vital areas such as the neck and eyes. The objective was not victory, but rather the thrill of the hunt. Approaching Golem, Lin Xuan produced an energy cube to replenish its stamina and placed it in its mouth. Golem immediately regained its vigor. Professor Xiaowang's theories seemed to diminish the significance of a Pokémon's physical stamina, or perhaps it was simply overlooked. Pokémon likely possessed not only battle energy and life energy, but also their own stamina, the endurance that enabled their movements. Just as humans collapse when fatigued, Pokémon share this trait. There might be a connection among these three types of energy, yet Lin Xuan, not being a researcher, could not ascertain it. Perhaps his instructor had covered it, but he had simply skipped class. Lin Xuan found this conjecture highly plausible. As the two Pokémon clashed once more, Nidoking became acutely aware of its shortcomings, adopting an apprentice's mindset to observe Golem's attacks. Each move began to exude a primal ferocity, an experience unattainable in modern society. Meanwhile, as time progressed, the trees surrounding the city fell one by one, with Lin Zhu diligently and swiftly executing his tasks. In the afternoon, the resources of the demolition team had nearly been consumed. Lin Xuan instructed the two battling Pokémon to cease their conflict and administered energy cubes to restore their injuries and stamina. The slowly recovering Nidoking followed Lin Xuan towards the front courtyard of the estate, accompanied by 6 Geodudes who stood beside their master, wearing faint smiles of contentment. In a fiercely competitive lineage, their status was rather low. Powerful Pokémon still roamed the mountains, although they could survive on rocks. Who would wish to consume stones lacking in nutritional value? Among the resources Lin Xuan provided were energy cubes, notably exquisite in flavor. "Follow me," Lin Xuan uttered coldly as he approached an open area near the estate, with 6 individuals and their Geodudes trailing behind him. "Let them explode for me to observe," Lin Xuan commanded. "Shatter them all." The synchronized cries rang out as the Geodudes began to shimmer with light. Nidoking promptly positioned itself in front of Lin Xuan. As a bell flew from Lin Xuan's embrace, erecting a reflective barrier. Through the translucent, purplish-white shield, they gazed directly at the ensuing explosions. Regrettably for Lin Xuan, there was not a single significant detonation. The ground trembled under the sound of the explosions, causing one Geodude's trainer to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Dust and debris obscured Lin Xuan's vision, while Nidoking shielded him with its forearm, preventing any harm from befalling him. As the swirling dust dissipated amidst coughing, a large crater emerged before them. The 6 Geodudes lay at the bottom of the pit, their eyes transformed into spirals. Lin Xuan approached the edge of the crater, producing several vials of healing ointment. He tossed them into the air, and with a chime of the bell before they descended, he crushed them with telekinesis. The droplets of healing solution fell, gradually revitalizing the Geodudes, who blinked awake and began to rise. Their first sensation was one of pain throughout their bodies. Lin Xuan tossed each one an energy cube, and after consuming them, they cheerfully crawled out of the deep pit. "The power is quite satisfactory. It has not betrayed my resources," Lin Xuan remarked, glancing back at the 6 individuals. He then turned his attention to Yunwu, who stood at a distance. "You shall replace Lin Zhu in felling trees to reinforce the city gates, allowing Lin Zhu to accompany me into the forest. I am eager to see if that dominant Pokémon can withstand such detonations." Yunwu swiftly swapped places with Lin Zhu, and soon the 8 of them surged forth from the city, heading straight for the forest near Pan City. At the forest's edge, Lin Xuan decided to send the others ahead to scout. The 6 Geodudes spread out, maintaining a close distance as they advanced in a carpet-like formation. Along the way, obstructive trees were uprooted and piled beside the path. Nidoking, Ice Beam, Lin Xuan directed towards a distant thicket. The moment his words fell, a beam of blue ice surged forth, striking something directly. "Go and investigate," Lin Xuan casually pointed to a boy accompanying a Geodude. Lin Zhu, amidst the crowd, cast a fearful yet yearning glance at Nidoking, subconsciously comparing the two parties. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in his mind, he felt certain of defeat, and a disastrous one at that. "Sir, it is a Grimer." As the individual parted the thicket, a diminutive Grimer emerged. Is it common to encounter Grimer in such a forest? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow behind his mask. Chapter 71, The Grimer Attack. The trainer lurking behind? In Lin Xuan's recollection, Grimer typically resided in sewers or refuse-ridden areas. Some cities even employed Grimer for waste management. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the extermination quest. Cleanse. Quest objective. Eliminate obstacles hindering expansion. Quest description. By the side of Wuda, how can others slumber peacefully? Quest reward. Perfect retention of the skill learning machine. The system's voice resonated, further confirming the identity of that dominant Pokémon. Could I capture Manghua 7 times? Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled at the prospect of the reward. Let's go for 7. He approached the incapacitated Grimer, instructing the individual to capture it. My lord, I do not possess a Pokeball, the person replied, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Xuan paused for a moment, then produced a new one and tossed it to him. Thank you for your generosity, my lord, he exclaimed, eagerly accepting it. Nearly bowing to the ground in gratitude. The others behind him nearly turned green with envy. Enough chatter. After capturing it, continue advancing with Golem, Lin Xuan commanded, looking down at him. After securing the Grimer, their party continued onward, halting only as dusk approached. Lin Xuan contemplated, commanding them to rest in place, allowing Golem to clear a patch of ground for the night. He listened to the sounds of activity around him, gazing into the distance at the seemingly endless forest. As night gradually descended and a gentle breeze stirred through the warm woods. Until this moment, Lin Xuan had never spent a night in the forest. Golem felled trees, barely managing to create a small campfire, while Nidoking employed flamethrower before the fire. The flames ignited, casting warmth and light that banished the encroaching darkness. You will take turns keeping watch tonight. After consuming a few foraged berries, Lin Xuan leaned against a tree to rest. He was not entirely at ease with these individuals. Nidoking, seemingly resting beside him, had already consumed an energy cube, rendering him completely alert for the night. Not to mention the bell in his arms chimed softly. Compared to Lin Zhu and the others, his family was far more dependable. He stroked the bell through his clothing and soon fell asleep. The 8-hour night was guarded in shifts by 7 individuals. What is that? Lin Zhu suddenly awakened from her slumber, glancing at her waist, where a puddle of purple liquid was crawling up her clothing in the darkness. She reached for her Pokeball, her heart racing, and quickly pressed the button. Butterfree. Sleep powder. The shout roused the others from their slumber. To their astonishment, they discovered Grimer attempting to pilfer their Pokeballs, particularly the one captured by the youthful boy earlier that day. His trousers were entirely enveloped by Grimer, which seemed intent on consuming him whole. With the bell chiming, a strong psychic command resonated. Lin Xuan's indifferent voice echoed through the air. Following this, a series of crisp sounds ensued as each Grimer became ensnared by psychic energy. Detaching from their unsuspecting victims, Lin Zhu managed to alleviate Lin Xuan's concerns, as she had already dealt with the Grimer using Butterfree. King Nido rose from beside Lin Xuan and strode towards the gathering of foul sludge. He exhaled a puff of white mist, the aura emanating from him instilling dread in the muck creatures. This was precisely why Lin Xuan was not attacked by the sludge. The intimidation radiating from King Nido rendered them too fearful to approach, especially with the crimson dragon mask adorning Lin Xuan's face. Sparks ignited in King Nido's mouth as he unleashed flames twice, incapacitating the sludge, which began to amalgamate into a truly putrid mass. Everyone, come forth and subdue a sludge creature, except for Lin Zhu and Xiao Xiang, Lin Xuan instructed, tossing several Pokeballs forward. Xiao Xiang was the boy who had previously captured a sludge creature, and they had exchanged a few words along their journey. These sludges held significant potential. They could be trained to perform transformations akin to a lesser version of the Happiny. Why, then, are these sludges attempting to steal Pokeballs? How do they know that the Pokeballs contain Pokémon? Lin Xuan mused aloud. Could someone be teaching them? Is there a trainer lurking behind? Lin Zhu awkwardly uttered the word trainer, a phrase Lin Xuan had taught him. Are they not wild dominant Pokémon? Lin Xuan squinted from beneath his mask. Should we continue onward? Lin Zhu inquired, prompting him to quickly bow his head in contrition. His timid demeanor felt unworthy of the system's name. Lin Xuan glanced at the daily rewards refreshing in the system, realizing it was already past midnight. He was curious to see how many sludges that mysterious trainer could dispatch. The forest fell into a serene silence during the latter part of the night. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Xiaoxiang implored Lin Zhu to ignite a small campfire. They gathered around the flickering flames, while the Rolycoli encircled the sludges, ready to subdue any that might awaken. As dawn broke, dispelling the darkness, Lin Xuan felt the warmth of the sun and opened his tightly shut eyes, casting a glance at the recently extinguished fire without uttering a word. Press on, he commanded, as the Rolycoli flattened the trees. This was also to facilitate the establishment of transport after conquering the upcoming stronghold. It seemed that Caesar truly cared little for his subordinates. Lacking even basic transportation, rebellion was likely to ensue, Lin Xuan speculated as he continued forward. The stillness persisted, with not even a single Pidgey or Rattata in sight. It was as if all life in the forest had vanished. Strange indeed. Logically, with all the commotion we were causing, some wild Pokémon should have appeared. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his surroundings. Suddenly, a shout shattered the tranquility of the forest. King Nito instantly turned his head to witness Xiaoxiang, who had stomped the ground, creating a large crater, causing the earth to rapidly sink beneath him. The others swiftly moved aside, fearing they might attract trouble. Only Xiaoxiang's Rolycoli attempted to pull him out, recalling the moments when Xiaoxiang had fed it delicious treats. Pokémon are inherently simple and kind-hearted. The Rolycoli did not remember the pain of the explosion, only the kindness bestowed upon it by Xiaoxiang. However, the cost was that the two of them sank deeper into the ground, and their descent quickened, soon leaving only their upper bodies visible. Longshi clutched Xiaoxiang's arm, unable to move. Save him. In this life-and-death moment, Xiaoxiang cried out, not for himself, but for another. This stirred Lin Xuan's emotions, causing his resolve to shift. Chapter 72, The Truth in the Forest. The bell chimed, pulling them back. It was only when Lin Xuan spoke that the bell finally began to resonate. First, a crisp sound rang out, and a violet glow enveloped Xiaoxiang from above, attempting to wrap him entirely and draw him from the mire. Yet, the supernatural power faltered upon contact with the swamp. What is this? Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had assumed it was merely a marsh-like substance, only to discover that it could obstruct supernatural abilities. The bell chimed again, foregoing the need to envelop Xiaoxiang, instead beginning to excavate the surrounding mud. After being refined by several heavenly texts, the bell could comprehend Lin Xuan's commands. It swiftly redirected its telekinetic energy to excavate the mud encasing Xiaoxiang. The mud was violet, reminiscent of the color of the foul sludge. With each scoop, the void was filled with supernatural energy until Xiaoxiang and Longshi's descent ceased. The bell was beginning to tire, its sounds growing somewhat indistinct. Nidoking, pass me a tree. Upon receiving the command, Nidoking snapped a tree in half and handed it over for Xiaoxiang and Longshi to grasp, finally pulling them free. Gazing at the surrounding violet mud, Lin Xuan recognized its origin. This was a trap made from the remains of the deceased foul sludge, a tactic once employed in ancient China during warfare. Having survived the ordeal, Xiaoxiang approached Longshi and then knelt heavily before Lin Xuan, using his last ounce of strength to bow deeply. Longshi mimicked his action, albeit in a rather comical manner. They pressed onward, with Longshi using falling rocks to scout ahead. Lin Xuan chose not to shy away from this challenge. Although progress was somewhat slow, it was ultimately safer. Throughout the journey, Xiaoxiang kept a watchful eye on Lin Xuan. He had believed himself to be of no use and expected to be abandoned. Thus he had chosen to plead for Longshi's help. To his surprise, he had survived. Perhaps this esteemed individual was not as brutal as rumored, he pondered, only to inadvertently bump into Lin Xuan's back. In an instant, the already quiet forest fell into an even deeper silence, and all eyes turned to Xiaoxiang. Lin Zhu rushed forward and slapped Xiaoxiang across the face. You've got some nerve. Lin Zhu scolded vehemently. Just as he was about to strike again, Lin Xuan intervened. A moment of carelessness. It is of no consequence. Let us continue. With that, the several Longshi ahead resumed their pathfinding abilities. Whenever their energy dwindled, they paused to rest. By afternoon, the foul sludge reappeared around them. Nidoking, unleash your flames. As he spoke, the foul sludge that had protruded was struck, causing Nidoking to cease his flames momentarily before releasing another burst. The foul sludge smashed through the trees behind it, losing its combat capability. As they pressed forward, the foul sludge grew increasingly abundant, and even the foul sludge began to emerge. Lin Xuan gradually transitioned from ignoring the situation to acknowledging it. They eventually halted at a vast expanse of purple marshland. where the seemingly tranquil surroundings concealed a profound threat. Nidoking, the embodiment of Earth's might, invoked Lin Xuan's reckless spirit. With a mighty roar, Nidoking's metallic armlets and the life orbs within him illuminated simultaneously. The ground began to convulse, mud erupting skyward in great torrents. A pained howl emanated from the mire, as if the Earth's power had encountered an unseen barrier. The entire bog began to stir, prompting Lin Xuan and his companions to retreat. So much foul sludge? Xiaoxiang trembled, rooted in place. The marsh was entirely composed of repugnant muck, the stench assaulting their senses to the point of nausea. One by one, the muck morphed back into its original form, and at the center, a particularly colossal mound of sludge roared menacingly at Lin Xuan. "Rumble stone, explode for me." Lin Xuan bellowed from behind his mask, rousing his companions from their stupor. Guided by Xiaoxiang's rumble stone, they charged forward. "Stone and jade shall shatter." A cacophony of explosions ensued as the sludges were flung aside. The sound of bells rang, signaling assistance. Nidoking unleashed the power of the earth. As Lin Xuan issued the command, he activated another Pokeball, from which a white figure darted forth. Cocodora charged recklessly. Before the earth's power could descend, Cocodora collided with the dominant muck. Its vitality rapidly waned as the earth's might also bore down upon it. As the dust settled, only a few ordinary muck remained, still capable of battle. "Your performance is utterly disappointing. How dare you stand idly by, risking eternal entrapment here?" Lin Xuan cast a disapproving glance at his companions, particularly at Lin Zhu. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Zhu upon noticing the disappointment behind the mask. Lin Xuan's gaze turned to the dominant muck, which lay struggling on the ground, continuously expelling refuse. Among the debris were various Pokémon remains, torn garments, and some Pokeballs. It was no wonder they knew to dismantle the trainer's Pokeballs first. Perhaps they had faced this before. Lin Xuan had remained vigilant against potential trainers, but it seemed they had overestimated the threat. This muck was no ordinary creature. Behind his mask, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. He faced two choices, either to capture it and bury it underground to await a slow demise, or he glanced back at Xiaoxiang. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, he observed the dominant muck as it continued to regurgitate refuse until it finally expelled a mountain of bones. No wonder they hadn't encountered any other Pokémon along the way. It appeared they had all become prey. In that moment, Lin Xuan's disdain for the dominant muck peaked. He threw a Pokeball, but the muck broke free. He cast another, only to see it escape once more. After a struggle lasting several rounds, the dominant muck was finally subdued. Lin Zhu promptly agreed, his heart aching at the sight of disappointment in the creature's eyes. As the Pokeball was in his grasp, he commanded Nidoking to dig a pit, burying it several meters deep. With the leader's disappearance, the remaining muck, still capable of battle, swiftly dispersed, allowing them to advance further. Lin Xuan listened to the system's notification of task completion resonating in his mind while issuing commands. With the muck dealt with, he pondered whether they would encounter more Pokémon of this kind on their journey ahead. After departing, Lin Zhu cast a glance back at the ground where the muck was interred, his mind swirling with thoughts, which he promptly set aside, choosing not to dwell on them. Chapter 73. A month? Absurd. It was not until evening that they paused to recuperate. Little Xiang and the others were already ravenous, so 3 of them ventured into the forest to gather berries while the rest began to rest. Lin Xuan gazed towards the edge of the forest, where the outlines of the outside world began to emerge. They were on the cusp of traversing this woodland expanse. While the others foraged, Lin Xuan summoned Lin Zhu, reminding him of the numerous traps that lurked along their path, emphasizing the need to be vigilant while clearing a route. The forest was abundant with trees, and laying down wooden planks to create a smoother pathway would suffice. Lin Zhu nodded earnestly, committing the instructions to memory. Lin Xuan tossed him an energy cube to invigorate their spirits. Upon consuming it, their energy surged, deepening their admiration for Lin Xuan. Thanks to the thorough inspection of traps prior to their arrival, they moved swifter than before. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Xuan let out a soft exclamation. He had yet to catch a glimpse of Yunwu. "Lin Zhu, you lead the others down first, organize the workforce to prepare the road, and transport the ores from the other 2 cities," Lin Xuan commanded. After Lin Zhu and Little Xiang departed, Lin Xuan made his way to the study. When he opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback, his anger flaring instantly. There stood Yunwu in the corner of the study, while a man lounged in his armchair. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Xuan demanded an explanation from Yun Wu, instinctively reaching for the Pokeball in his pocket. Before Yun Wu could respond, the man spoke up. I mentioned before that although you have eliminated Ma Shun and become the new ruler of this city, you are still obligated to repay the debts incurred by Ma Shun. You mean the former city lord borrowed money from you? Lin Xuan inquired. No, no, no. It was not me he approached, but rather our city's lord, the man replied, shaking his head with a smirk. Our city? From where are you? Lin Xuan pressed further. Do you not know? The fortunate one rising from the fringes. If you traverse the forest of Pan City, you shall encounter a city several times larger than this one, Qiqing. Our city lord is the one who controls the city's mineral veins, the man declared with evident pride. The fringes? Is that referring to our circle? Qiqing. Lin Xuan remained perplexed. Where do you get all this nonsense? The lord of this city has granted you a month's time. Otherwise, despite the remoteness and lack of profit here, he is indifferent to replacing you as the city lord. The man stood up, slamming the table, interrupting Lin Xuan's confusion. A month? Huh. Behind the mask, Lin Xuan smiled wryly. If you were to relinquish that red-faced dragon mask of yours, perhaps I could persuade our lord to extend your deadline a little longer. The bell rang, seemingly sensing Lin Xuan's ire. The man shifted, attempting to placate him. Jam splattered onto Lin Xuan's mask, and he reached up to touch it. It was scalding. Expressionless behind the mask, Lin Xuan stepped forward, treading upon the headless corpse. To demand payment from this dynasty for debts incurred by the previous one? Do you truly believe my seed is one you can lounge upon? Lin Xuan pressed down hard on the man's chest, causing blood to spurt forth. What a fool, oblivious to his fate. He then turned to Yun Wu, who slowly crouched beneath his gaze, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. This is infuriating. This man is both impotent and verbose, she remarked with evident dissatisfaction. You, Lin Xuan said, having vented his anger, smiled wryly. Send someone to dispose of this trash. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from his shoes and settled back in his chair. A month? In a month, I could obliterate your entire mine, and you still dare to ask for money? Observing the frantic, trembling figure, Lin Xuan scoffed internally. The arrogance with which he arrived has been swiftly buried. My dress is torn. Can I have a new one? Yun Wu said as she walked over. We'll discuss it later. Lin Xuan did not respond directly. All right. Silence implies consent. Yun Wu understood this all too well. Now, aside from Lin Zhu bringing in the ore, no one else is allowed entry, understood? Got it. Yun Wu turned and crawled away. Before long, crates of ore began to fill the room, nearly overflowing. Lin Xuan pondered how much there might be while he busily transported it to the main world. He continued until his own villa was almost filled before pausing, skillfully contacting the black market mining service. He unplugged his phone charger and glanced at the hundreds of messages from Li Mingxin. Hey, you must miss me terribly, he called her, having informed her beforehand that he would likely be away for a few more days. I thought you might have perished, Li Mingxin replied, her voice barely audible, as if she were in class. Despite her harsh words, her longing resonated through the screen and reached Lin Xuan's heart. I miss you too. Lin Xuan replied with a chuckle. I received the clothes you sent. Buying so many is unnecessary. 2 would suffice. Wash one and wear the other. They 1 tea wear out. Surprise lingered in Li Mingxin's tone. Oh well, I have plenty of money, Lin Xuan remarked, eyeing the ore in the room, estimating it to be worth at least 10 million. With the resources from the 3 cities, it is more than enough for me. Even with money, one should not squander it so recklessly. Oh, by the way, remember to check the photos I sent. I may have sent a few too many messages, so take your time going through them, Li Mingxin said. At your service. Lin Xuan's smile began to rise, occasionally joining in on Li Mingxin's complaints with a few remarks of her own. A series of photographs showcased various outfits. Though Li Mingxin was not particularly fond of being photographed, she still managed to capture one of Lin Xuan in a particular ensemble. Is this a photo from your training course? Lin Xuan inquired, gazing at the image of a white work uniform, adorned with a hexagonal pair of glasses and a blue disposable mask, flashing a peace sign with one hand. Despite the minimal exposure of her face, she appeared exceptionally adorable. Yes, I suppose this is what the internship will look like, replied Li Mingxin. Did you cut your hair? Lin Xuan magnified the image for a closer look. Yes. Long hair became rather cumbersome. Wow, it was shoulder length before, right? Why not keep it? It was too bothersome, hence the decision to cut it. That won't do. You must let it grow long. Chapter 74. Are you taking care of your stomach? Li Mingxin's response was a blend of exasperation and affection. Not long after, the customer service representative arrived, once again the familiar desert dragonfly. Lin Xuan and Li Mingxin exchanged brief words before temporarily muting their microphones to hand over their minerals to the representative. Upon seeing the substantial 8-digit balance, Lin Xuan exhaled deeply. What a thrill! A sense of security washed over him. Following protocol, he transferred 1 million to his inheritance, ensuring it rounded off to a neat total of 3 million. This was an achievement that a lifetime of hard work for an ordinary university student could scarcely attain. As they chatted idly, Lin Xuan exited the villa, only to find a familiar figure waiting at the door. Professor Huang, Lin Xuan approached respectfully. I came to see you yesterday, but found you were not at home, Huang Qingde remarked. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I would not mind providing you with some private assistance. Lin Xuan's expression turned earnest as he replied with conviction. Hearing this through the microphone, Li Mingxin felt that such words were not typically spoken by Lin Xuan. You're a good child, but do not let this interfere with your graduation. A diploma from Magic City University will offer you numerous advantages post-graduation. They walked toward the school while conversing. Huang Qingde held a favorable view of Lin Xuan, and the latter's previous statements vividly depicted a diligent youth, winning the heart of an elderly professor without children. At least, Huang Qingde appreciated this demeanor. Rest assured, although I have missed quite a few classes, I am still confident in the monthly assessments and final exams, Lin Xuan admitted, feeling a tad embarrassed as he mentioned his absences, seemingly remorseful. That's good. Just ensure that work does not affect your studies, and also, regarding Li Hai. Huang Qingde paused thoughtfully. Here it comes. Lin Xuan felt a tightening in his chest, bracing himself for Huang Qingde's next words. Do not concern yourself with that matter. Li Hai will not engage in such actions again. Huang Qingde's words left Lin Xuan somewhat disheartened. Lin Xuan inquired, so, who ultimately emerged victorious? You are even more astute than I imagined. They did not reach a conclusion, as there were many unseen hands at play. Those matters are too dark. Simply focus on your studies. Understood, teacher. Lin Xuan ceased further questioning, readily acquiescing. In the current realm, my abilities remain rather limited. It seems that Professor Huang is destined to serve as my shield. Thus I shall refrain from recklessly removing any dangers. In my earpiece, Li Mingxin is already inquiring about matters concerning me. Oh, it's merely a trivial issue. Rest assured, Lin Xuan reassured, leaning closer to the microphone. Huang Qingde squinted, revealing a benevolent smile. Fiancé? In my understanding, a girlfriend and a fiancé are essentially the same. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback and quickly affirmed, indeed. Oh, then she must be a fine young lady, Huang Qingde remarked, his impression of Lin Xuan notably positive, not solely due to the Nido King. Lin Xuan promptly muted his earpiece. Darling, say hello to Professor Huang. Hello, Professor Huang, Li Mingxin stammered, a hint of shyness evident in her tone. Greetings. Which family do you belong to, and what is your name? Their conversation continued as they arrived at the testing room. Remarkable growth, an entire centimeter taller. The speed is astonishing. The Nido King's lineage has evolved from an initial height of 1.4 meters to a current 1.8 meters over centuries of breeding. This data, if presented, would leave a plethora of breeding professors sleepless for days on end, Huang Qingde mused, handing Lin Xuan a glance at the data. The poison and ground attributes remained at the pinnacle, with fire energy trailing closely behind. Very well, I will temporarily retain this data for you, making it easier for me to organize. Should you wish for it, feel free to ask anytime. It may aid you in applying for a breeding title in the future. Lin Xuan, naturally, did not decline, and Huang Qingde soon departed to attend his class. Alas, I seem to have forgotten to inquire about the Pokémon stamina. Perhaps I shall ask next time, Lin Xuan mused as he glanced at Li Mingxin's interface on his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. Worth it. He exited the academic building and made his way to the forge. The spatial equipment should be ready for crafting. The familiar blue panel greeted him. Upon inputting his intent, the machine began scanning his pupils to verify his identity. Shortly, a compartment opened, revealing his bracelet, unchanged except for the exceptionally radiant leanly blue pattern. He adorned his wrist with the bracelet, and a surge of leanly blue light flooded into his forehead. In an instant, he seemed to glimpse another world, though it was minuscule, merely 10 cubic units. This world was not devoid of content. It housed various types of steel. Lin Xuan reined in his thoughts as that realm faded from his sight. The will to manipulate the spatial equipment was the method of control. No wonder it is expensive. There is reason behind its cost. Yet, did Li Hai provide those steals? He could only think of Li Hai, for several items were familiar from the breeding manual of Coca-Cola. In Lin Xuan's mental ledger, Li Hai's name had faded significantly. Tomorrow, I must return to work. He sent a voice message to Li Mingxin. Li Mingxin, 6. Li Mingxin, wait for me. I shall go to Magic City and break your legs, confining you at home. Lin Xuan, 6. Li Mingxin, were it not for the credits, I would surely put an end to you. Li Mingxin, always working, I knew it, but I've yet to see you take any initiative. The stomach-nurturing man is speechless. Lin Xuan chuckled helplessly, aware that Li Mingxin was feeling a bit emotional. However, there was little to be done. The 1-month deadline for the city's inception in this alternate world was approaching. Lin Xuan, let us wait for a month, perhaps then I will have some leisure time. That city will be larger than the combined 3 cities we have now, and by then, Lin Zhu, Yun Wu, and the others will be quite busy. Li Mingxin, a month? Why not just wait until the winter break? Lin Xuan, behave. After next month, I'll have time to accompany you. The recent work peak is quite demanding. Li Mingxin, humph. If you don't get me a Heavenly King badge in the future, I swear I'll bite you. Lin Xuan, understood. Lin Xuan gazed at the not-so-early morning sky and commenced a shopping spree at the Magical University trading post. He gathered shell bells, Wenyuan fruits, illusionary space, and meditation manuals, along with the most basic supplies. The manuals were originally the most expensive, but the system had sorted that out. Shell bells were priced at 200,000 each, and Lin Xuan decided to purchase 2 kilograms of Wenyuan fruits. Chapter 75. The Journey Begins, City Inception. After purchasing the meditation and illusionary space manuals, Lin Xuan acquired a manual for the skill of shrinking. He had already purchased the manual for the deadly poison previously. It was only after filling 10 cubic meters with materials and transforming them into energy blocks that he paused. He shook his sore wrists, realizing it was already morning. Upon returning to his familiar study, the atmosphere was lacking compared to his own room. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that this time there were no reckless intrusions into his chamber. He called for Yun Wu, Lin Zhu, and Xiao Xiang to join him. Lin Xuan spoke, and shell bells obediently flew from his embrace, using telekinesis to open the door before vanishing. Master. Lin Zhu bowed respectfully. Xiao Xiang immediately knelt on the ground. How is the road construction coming along? Lin Xuan inquired. We have completed about 1/10 of it. Such is the astonishing infrastructure speed in the Pokémon world. Even in this underdeveloped realm, in the main world of Huaxiao, a steel road could be constructed in just a day. Quite good, he remarked. Then, under Lin Zhu's attentive gaze, 2 cards suddenly appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. His pupils contracted. He had not even seen how Lin Xuan retrieved them. Stand up, Xiao Xiang. Lin Xuan commanded, prompting Xiao Xiang to rise hastily. Lin Xuan subtly gestured, tossing the 2 cards at his feet. From now on, you shall be known as Lin Xiang. These 2 cards are manuals for shrinking and deadly poison. Teach them to the sludge Pokémon. They will be immensely useful. And the other 5 will be under your management from now on. The unexpected happiness left Xiao Xiang, or rather Lin Xiang, momentarily stunned. It also tugged at Lin Zhu's heartstrings, as he realized he was no longer the only special one. As if seizing an opportunity, he hastily retrieved a slightly misshapen red and white sphere from his pocket. Master, this is a product from the abandoned Pokeball factory within Pan City, which has recently been restored. Lin Xuan accepted the red and white sphere, inspecting it closely before softly stating, not bad, keep up the good work. He glanced at Lin Xiang, who was blushing deeply while picking up the cards, rendered speechless. The matter concerning Qiqing should have been communicated to you by Yun Wu. Given the urgency of the situation, I have resolved to personally venture to Qiqing to ascertain whether it can be captured. You 3 shall remain to guard the 3 cities. Lin Xuan's actions have indeed stirred quite a commotion. Yun Wu raised her head, gazing incredulously at Lin Xuan. Who would have anticipated that Lin Xuan would act with such swiftness? Is this not perilously reckless? Lin Xiang inquired. Lin Zhu scoffed dismissively. Do you suppose that Lord Lin is one of us mere mortals? What danger could there possibly be in a mere Qiqing? Yun Wu cast a deep glance at Lin Zhu from behind. Ah, power. Indeed, Yun Wu consented. Lin Xuan turned to Lin Zhu, whose expression was filled with hope. You possess the steel-armored crow, the fastest among us. You shall guard Yinqing and undertake the same tasks as Yun Wu. This left Lin Zhu momentarily speechless. He preferred to remain in Panqing. My lord, Pancheng is far larger than Yinqing. Entrusting it to Lin Xiang seems rather precarious, Lin Zhu tentatively suggested. Thus, you shall oversee the cities situated between them. Should any power struggles arise, it will be your concern, Lin Xian declared resolutely. He then addressed Lin Xiang. Ensure your team is adept at camouflage and poison. And under the guise of work, hire others from within the city to venture into the mountains for mining and road construction, while also managing the Pokeball factory. Do you possess the confidence to execute this? Indeed, Lin Xiang responded eagerly, honored by the responsibility bestowed upon him. Very well. You and Lin Zhu may depart now and hasten the task handover. Yes. Lin Xiang bowed in the manner Lin Zhu had previously demonstrated before taking his leave. Lin Zhu remained, voicing, My lord, the roads are not yet completed. Should we not wait a while longer? Time is of the essence. You may proceed to Yinqing. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Reluctantly, Lin Zhu departed, catching up to Lin Xiang and saying, I hope you can safeguard Pancheng and fulfill our lord's directives. Indeed. Lin Xiang was oblivious to the malice underlying Lin Zhu's words. Lin Xian tossed an unopened set of items to Yunwu. Are you not concerned about Lin Xiang's capabilities? Yunwu's eyes lit up as she began to unwrap the packaging. Rest assured, Lin Zhu will undoubtedly keep a close watch on him, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. It would not be long before Lin Zhu would teach Lin Xiang the nuances of unseen conflicts. Yunwu, disinterested in rivalry, resolved to find someone to balance Lin Zhu's influence. To speak candidly, I am not adept at managing the myriad affairs within the city, nor do I possess the time to learn. However, I understand the principle of not allowing any one individual to dominate. As Yunwu listened, she changed into the new attire, which Lin Xian had provided, an ensemble of patterned socks. The yellow checkered fabric accentuated her skin's radiance. Quite vibrant. Yet Lin Xian merely glanced at her briefly. Splendid. I assure you I will have the ores you desire prepared for your next visit. Yunwu exclaimed enthusiastically. The new garments brought her great joy. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian summoned a few resources to his side. Do remember to inform Lin Xiang. This is what I have set aside for him. With that, Lin Xian rose to depart, leaving Yunwu clad in her new attire within the room. Departing from the familiar estate, she followed the narrow path leading to the city gate. In a secluded area, she released Cacnea and Nidoking from their confines. The bell chimed as it fell above his head, and he walked along the newly constructed wooden path towards the horizon. After an hour or two, the path vanished. As the hired workers had paused for the night, the forest at night remained perilous, despite the majority of the foul muck having been cleared away. Throughout the night, Lin Xian pressed onward, his pace exceptionally brisk. If it weren't for the venomous spikes at your back, I would truly desire to ride upon you, he remarked, casting a glance at the menacing spines protruding from Nidoking's rear. Nidoking was ill-suited for riding. He recalled the massive crystal onyx, its head ample enough for a person to stand upon. Once the city was captured, he would extract that crystal onyx. Lin Xian, concealed behind his mask, licked his lips in anticipation. Chapter 76, The Straw Hat Man, Fishing Grounds. Only a few remnants of the foul muck lingered, wandering aimlessly in this place. Had I known, I would not have buried it so deeply, Lin Xian mused, gazing at the site where the dominant muck had been interred. He had intended to gradually consume the city, but unforeseen events had transpired. Even the long-dead Ma Shun could still backstab him. Lin Xian wiped the dirt-encrusted Pokeball against himself. Perhaps it could prove useful. The balance of power was unclear, yet he suspected he stood at a disadvantage. Charging in recklessly would be decidedly imprudent. He stowed away the Pokeball containing the dominant muck and continued onward. The familiar path swiftly unfolded before him. Arriving late, Lord Lin had unexpectedly claimed it. By dawn the following day, a formidable city wall finally came into view. Approaching the gate, he caressed the sturdy wall and pondered. Compared to the earlier cities, this one appears far more developed. Lin Xian raised his gaze to the towering wall, which loomed 3 to 4 stories high. I shall enter and take a look. I still possess a few gold coins, which should suffice. A flash of blue light from his bracelet revealed the gold coins obtained from the system. He circled to the rear of the wall and discovered a broad thoroughfare. Although still a dirt road, it had clearly been maintained. Along this path, he observed a merchant leading a cart drawn by 2 toros toward the city gate. Curiosity piqued. Lin Xian removed his mask and approached. Excuse me, what are you doing here? He inquired, directing his gaze at the man seated atop the cart, wearing a straw hat. Stop, the man commanded, halting the toros and tossing a bundle of fodder for them to graze upon. He then turned to Lin Xuan, revealing his fair complexion and elegantly crafted silk attire. Nidoking loomed behind him, exuding an air of authority, causing the two toros to shift uncomfortably. The man lowered his demeanor and replied, "I transport goods that are scarce here in exchange for money. Is that so? How much can you earn in one trip?" Lin Xuan asked. "Indeed, it is quite possible," the man responded. "Where are you from, young master?" He continued, dismounting from the cart and removing his straw hat. Kecleon, at Lin Xuan's feet, tilted its head, scrutinizing the man. "Young master? So my trainer is a young master? I've struck gold." Lin Xuan was not surprised by this form of address. He had been misunderstood since the days of the only city. "I come from the East Sea," Lin Xuan declared. "Oh, shall we enter the city together? I too wish to explore the eastern lands, though it may prove perilous for me." Lin Xuan did not decline his proposal and, after stowing away the Nidoqueen, climbed onto the carriage. Although Kecleon was diminutive, he was remarkably agile, and his arrival caused the carriage to jolt. A tiny bell peeked out from Lin Xuan's arms, revealing one curious eye. Lin Xuan glanced at the two toros. They appeared quite robust. With their presence, the forest should pose little danger. But I have a family to protect. These two old companions can only safeguard me, he chuckled. Thus, the two strangers, whose names had yet to be exchanged, engaged in casual conversation as they approached the city. At the city gates stood two guards, a dark crow perched upon their shoulders. The straw-hatted man skillfully produced some banknotes, and only then were they granted passage. Not far off, Lin Xuan learned of the so-called four symbols. The existence of the Eastern symbol provided individuals like him, who coexisted with Pokémon, a glimmer of hope for survival. As for Caesar, the aloof overseer, the straw-hatted man was unfamiliar with him. Furthermore, the city was located within the Eastern symbol's territory. What did this signify? Had Caesar been entirely sidelined? Or did he simply not care? As Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings, he noticed predatory gazes lurking in the alleys. It felt as if he had traversed not merely a forest, but an entirely different world. Individuals like the straw-hatted man were likely in the minority. Shortly, the carriage halted at a marketplace-like area. "Young master, I must deliver supplies to the boss," the straw-hatted man announced. Lin Xuan disembarked, tossing a gold coin his way. In the man's astonishment, Lin Xuan placed a finger to his lips, shushing him. "May you witness a splendid ocean view." The man had provided him with valuable intelligence, including the power dynamics within the city. Aside from the mines he was aware of, there were also training grounds, fishing areas, and the Lord's estate among the major factions. Together, they controlled the entire city, splitting the entrance fees among themselves. Watching Lin Xuan's retreating figure, the straw-hatted man realized he had struck a stroke of fortune. He inhaled deeply, concealed the gold coin, and resumed his delivery routine. Lin Xuan cast his gaze about. There were not many merchants. His attention was drawn to a Pokeball shop, and he approached with newfound interest. The shopkeeper regarded Lin Xuan's entrance in silence. "Are the prices here significantly cheaper than in other cities?" Lin Xuan inquired, examining the price tags. The ordinary red and white balls were priced over 700, exorbitantly more than in the main world, and there were no Ultra Balls or Great Balls available. "Buy if you wish, leave if you do not. If you intend to rob, you won't leave this city alive," the shopkeeper said impatiently. Unfazed, Lin Xuan turned to leave, suspecting that the city likely possessed its own Pokeball factory, one that was quite advanced. The Pokeballs produced in Pan City were crooked and poorly made, while those here seemed to be of superior quality. As he wandered through the city, he sought the location of the mines. However, before he could find them, he stumbled upon the fishing area. A vast expanse of land had been enclosed, with water being pumped into it. Were they common fish? Lin Xuan squinted, gazing at the fish darting through the water, feeling a sense of incredulity. It has only been in the last century that Huaxia has truly embraced the freedom of animals. These creatures are quite delicate. An excess of energy leads to their demise, and encountering Pokémon can spell their end. It is no wonder they have become one of the major powers. As Lin Xuan pondered, a gaunt figure clad in tattered rags approached him. "What are you looking at? Is this a place for you? Get lost." Faced with this dismissal, Lin Xuan silently stepped back. As a newcomer, it was unwise to stir up trouble. How dare they linger here, risking being tossed into the water to feed the fish? He spat on the ground nearby in frustration. Clang! Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the man's head spun, nearly causing him to tumble into the fish pond. He stared at the toothy fish just within reach, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. You, Lin Xuan, now at a distance, felt the bell in his pocket jingle. It chimed again, expressing its discontent. What foul fish or shrimp allows themselves to speak to a deity like that? Chapter 77. The Overlord's Assault, Grimer. Lin Xuan wandered through the city for quite some time, failing to locate the mine. This city was far too extensive. While he did not find the mine, he stumbled upon another establishment, the Lord's Manor. The manor was remarkably conspicuous, situated at the very heart of the city, with architecture that was rather ostentatious. Within 10 meters of the manor, guards were stationed every few steps, creating an impenetrable barrier for outsiders. This area was also the most bustling, with several shops opening their doors, offering a plethora of goods. He mused, even if Nidoking is formidable, he is not a deity. I must seek alternative methods. The thought of Grimer in his spatial pocket crossed his mind, but he shook his head. I cannot resort to that. Even if I seized the Lord's Manor, it would not ensure control over others. He turned away, heading toward the city gates. The dark alley reappeared in his line of sight, an all too familiar sight. Stealthily, he slipped into an alley where a foul-smelling man paused in surprise. Upon seeing him, Lin Xuan recognized they were not of the same ilk. Ordinarily, he would steer clear of such company. A grin spread across his face as malicious thoughts welled up within him. Such delicate flesh, and here he was, delivered right to him. How could he resist? With a sinister smile, he produced a silver knife. Amusing, isn't it? He taunted, looking at the man. Now immobilized by psychic force, Lin Xuan delivered a sharp slap to his face, easily seizing the knife from his grasp. Bang! A brutal kick landed in the man's abdomen, forcing him against the wall behind him. Instinctively, he wished to scream, only to find his mouth sealed. Lin Xuan, holding the knife's hilt, crouched to peer down at him, declaring, I ask you answer. Should you make even the slightest noise, you shall meet your end. The chilling tone made the man tremble, and he nodded vigorously. The bell chimed again, and the psychic force binding his mouth was released. The man inhaled deeply, too fearful to utter a word. Where's the mine? Lin Xuan queried. What Pokémon inhabit the mine? How many people are there, and what wealth do they possess? Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for answers. Where's the training ground? He inquired again. The training ground is located in the southeast corner, came the reply. Is that so? Have you eaten? This question momentarily stunned the man. Oh, I don't believe you. Lin Xuan's cold voice caused the man's pupils to constrict. In a swift motion, he clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, the sound of a bell sealing his mouth with telekinetic force. Lin Xuan discarded the knife in his hand, and the bell chimed once more, erasing his fingerprints. Subsequently, Lin Xuan made his way towards the other end of the alley, while the bleeding man struggled to crawl away, regrettably succumbing to darkness. No one took notice. In the northwestern part of the city, Lin Xuan discovered the so-called mine. The mine was not located here. Apart from a dozen tents, there were only small hills formed by piles of mining debris. A city gate loomed not far off, seemingly leading towards the mine. Busy figures moved to and fro, gaunt bodies pushing carts laden with debris. His arrival stirred no ripples. Even as he drew near, no one paid him any mind, continuing with their tasks. Choosing not to press forward, he opted to temporarily withdraw. He needed to scout the training ground for a potential breakthrough. Recklessly charging in would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Xuan squinted as he departed, heading in another direction within the city. The training ground, true to its name, buzzed with lively sounds before he even approached. Pokémon battles. Although it resembled a chaotic skirmish, it was indeed a Pokémon duel. He had always believed that no one in this world would regard such matters with importance. It seemed that the individuals behind the training ground had recognized the potential for rapid enhancement of strength. Lin Xuan's assessment of the difficulty in seizing this city rose further. He quietly slipped away, unnoticed. Now he possessed a fundamental understanding of the information within the city. Perhaps the weakest point was the fishing grounds. Yet capturing them would yield little benefit. Next was the mine. The Lord's Manor remained inscrutable, heavily guarded. The training ground was likely formidable as well. It's you, he resolved internally. Under the cover of night, Lin Xuan returned to the vicinity of the mine, where a series of Pokeballs gradually appeared around him, including the Master Mook's Pokeball. He arranged these Pokeballs together and, with the chime of the bell, summoned a large stone and several thicker branches. Positioning the stone at an angle, he propped the branches beneath it, placing the Pokeballs directly beneath the stone. Then, he scattered some energy cubes nearby to restore stamina. After completing these preparations, he surveyed the silent mine and quietly retreated, maintaining a safe distance to observe from another angle. One by one, the branches snapped. With a resounding crash, the stone fell, shattering the Pokeballs beneath it, rendering them utterly useless. One by one, Mook burst forth from the Pokeballs, including the colossal Master Mook. It howled and roared, immediately rushing towards the energy cubes. After consuming the energy cubes, it felt itself rapidly rejuvenating. He gazed towards the stronghold of humanity. With a roar, the other muck creatures, led by Lin Xuan, stirred into motion. What a lively scene it was. From a distance, Lin Xuan observed the lights flickering to life and listened to the cacophony of sounds. The guards and miners began to resist, but their efforts were futile against the onslaught of the dominant muck creature and its kin. Lin Xuan remained still. He was waiting. Dust Mountain, unleash your filthy assault. From the heart of the central tent, a man clad in a robe and wearing flip-flops emerged, accompanied by the towering Dust Mountain. The sludge expelled upon the massive dominant muck creature was akin to a mere scraping. How could he be here? The man roared, recognizing the dominant muck creature. He then unleashed another Pokeball, commanding, King Yame, Airblade. King Yame soared through the air, launching sharp wind blades downward, only to be swallowed whole by the dominant muck creature. Lin Xuan had meticulously placed energy cubes within the blocks that temporarily enhanced dual defenses. At this moment, the dominant muck creature's defenses reached an exaggerated level. Although consuming such a quantity would have side effects, it mattered little to Lin Xuan. The dominant muck creature roared, unleashing a torrent of venom directly upon King Yame. Chapter 78. Trust in this city. The poisoned King Yame shimmered with a white light, its attacks growing even sharper. Is that a tenacity trait? Lin Xuan mused, noticing that attacks would intensify upon entering an abnormal state. King Yame's strikes became more acute and swift, causing the dominant muck creature to begin retreating. As the man beside Dust Mountain felt a surge of joy, several clusters of purple sludge surged towards the sky, knocking King Yame down. His expression shifted dramatically. Looking around, he realized that all of his Pokémon had been defeated, leaving only his King Yame and Dust Mountain. Dust Mountain was his ace, but it was at a disadvantage, with its skill set entirely composed of poison-type moves, especially against the enhanced dominant muck creature. Calculating the time, it seemed the moment had arrived. Lin Xuan murmured, as the Pokeball containing Nidoking materialized in his hand. Just as he anticipated, the dominant muck creature halted its advance. Pain radiating from within. Nidoking, unleash Flamethrower. A brilliant blaze illuminated the sky. The man beside Dust Mountain turned to see a massive shadow approaching. Amidst the flames and anguish, the dominant muck creature began to retreat. As the fire subsided, Nidoking's form became visible. He turned to face Nidoking and the man beside him. Shadows of the past flooding his mind, prompting him to back away. Abomination, how dare you take a life? Lin Xuan declared with righteous indignation. With a roar, a blue light flickered before Nidoking's mouth. Ice beam. In an instant, the dominant muck creature was pierced through, yet it continued to retreat, dragging its kin along with it until it vanished from sight in the standoff. It had chosen a wise course of action by leaving. This brought a sigh of relief to the man beside Dust Mountain. Are you from the Lord's estate, young friend? Previously unseen in this town. The owner of the mining site approached with a dusty demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. Ah, please, come this way. However, the tent is rather small. Perhaps you should first store away your Nidoking. A gentle smile adorned his face, betraying his uncertainty in capturing the formidable creature. Very well. Lin Xuan responded with an innocent expression, promptly retrieving the Pokeball to return Nidoking. This action elicited a surge of delight within the owner. This way, please. He gestured invitingly as the others nearby dispersed, having organized themselves. There had been instances of wild Pokémon attacks here before, but none as severe as this. Even the majestic Fiero, which usually filled him with pride, had proven ineffective. Where could one seek justice in such matters? Lin Xuan, appearing as a naive youth, followed him into the tent. A light hung from the center, casting illumination over a large table that bisected the space. Please, have a seat. He indicated a chair nearby. Once seated, Lin Xuan gazed at the table, remaining silent. May I inquire about your origins and name? The owner began. I am Lin Xuan, hailing from the vast prairies to the west. Lin Xuan replied, his countenance unyielding as he fabricated this tale. The western prairies were indeed the homeland of the Straw Hat Man. Lacking the briny scent of the sea from Yaha, he had to rely on improvisation. Is that so? It seems your family is quite well off. The owner scrutinized him. Lin Xuan felt his cheeks flush, refraining from speaking or denying the implication. Observing this, the owner sensed a deeper story and chuckled, shifting the topic. I truly appreciate your assistance, or I would have had no choice but to flee. Those who are truly noble act for their country and its people, Lin Xuan responded earnestly. The owner laughed heartily, finding the sentiment amusingly naive. Their conversation continued, with the owner subtly probing for information, yet Lin Xuan had prepared his responses, convincingly portraying the role of an idealistic youth aspiring to the path of chivalry. His innocent, unblemished visage greatly aided this charade. Had he been a rugged man marked by scars, such words would have lacked credibility. Every heart harbors its biases, and the owner was no exception. At first glance, he perceived Lin Xuan as the son of a prominent family. Shortly thereafter, one of his subordinates entered with a report. Sir, we have yet to ascertain the cause of the Grimer attacks. It appears they originated from within the town, and the guards at the city gate detected no abnormalities. The owner pondered, stroking the edge of the table. Continue the investigation. Where did the Grimer retreat to? Most have made their way into the sewers beneath the city. Very well. Inform the city lord. Also, prepare meat and wine. I wish to indulge in a drink with my young friend Lin. Understood. As the subordinate exited, Lin Xuan quickly interjected, I do not drink. You simply must. No need to worry. Just a little will suffice. The owner chuckled heartily, leaving no room for refusal. He seemed to have completely grasped the young man's disposition. Reluctantly, Lin Xuan nodded, his gaze lowered and shifting uneasily. Before long, an array of food and drink was presented before them. Lin Xuan's eyes fell upon the dishes, provoking a wave of nausea. Unsurprisingly, the ingredients were sourced from Pokémon. He gazed at the filled wine glass, finally succumbing to its allure after persistent persuasion from Ben Cheng. Yet, when it came to consuming meat, he remained resolute, leaving Ben Cheng with no choice but to divert the conversation towards libations. In this exchange, he was testing Lin Xuan, while Lin Xuan, in turn, sought to gauge the strength within the city through him. Indeed, it was not a situation in which he could recklessly charge forth. However, should the target be a trainer, he felt confident in seizing the opportunity. Before long, Lin Xuan ceased his drinking, resting his forehead on the table, causing wine to spill across the surface. It was evident he was on the brink of intoxication. Lin Xuan declined further offers of drink, and Ben Cheng, unconcerned, recognized that his objective had been achieved. At that moment, he inquired about Lin Xuan's background once more. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan spoke. My family has arranged a marriage for me, but I refuse to wed a woman I have never met. Such alliances are utterly ludicrous. Thus, I fled to prove to them that I am no useless young master. He appeared to be inebriated, pounding the table with fervor. My dear brother has clearly indulged too much. Someone, escort my brother to rest in the finest quarters. Lin Xuan, feeling weak and unsteady, was led away to a tent adorned with bedding. As he observed the departing figure, he covered himself with the somewhat coarse blanket, the effects of the alcohol dissipating from his eyes. He had nearly convinced Ben Cheng of his identity. Eliminating him would yield little benefit, for he still lacked familiarity with the city. Even controlling the mines would be of no use. He pondered, realizing he had found his entry point. The next step would be to gradually undermine the stronghold. Chapter 79. A delicate position. The following morning, Lin Xuan emerged from the tent, cradling his head. The miners resumed their toil, and predictably, their lives revolved solely around this labor. He meandered towards the central tent, lifting the curtain to enter. Ben Cheng was engaged in discussion with others regarding the events of the previous night, and upon seeing Lin Xuan, he paused in surprise. Who is this young brat? Is this a place for you? A burly man, flanked by a formidable figure, expressed discontent at Lin Xuan's presence. Silence. Ben Cheng slammed the table, showing no regard for the man's displeasure. Brother Xuan, please take a seat. He gestured to an empty chair beside him. Lin Xuan nodded and approached, feigning innocence. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Xuan, the head of the martial arts hall. He indicated towards the man standing behind the burly figure. Is he truly so insignificant? Lin Xuan pondered, taken aback by Ben Cheng's demeanor, which led him to believe Lin Xuan was a mere minor player. This is a close aide of the lord of the city, and this one here is the deputy of the fishing grounds. He introduced each individual, and Lin Xuan clumsily greeted them, attempting to make an impression. However, Lin Xuan's expression darkened, surrounded by deputy officials and the most powerful factions in the city. while he himself had come in person only to be slighted. It appeared that the dynamics among them were rather intricate. Lin Xuan regarded Li Kuang's eyes, which brimmed with malice. The discussions resumed, centering once again on the sudden attack of the foul mud from the previous night. The fragments of those pockballs were devoured by the muck, erasing all traces of Lin Xuan. He turned to leave, having mentally placed Lin Xuan under the influence of the local power. This was precisely what the local authority desired, compelling Lin Xuan to align himself. They coveted Lin Xuan's formidable strength. The others swiftly followed suit, with the deputy of the fishing grounds being the second to depart. It appeared that they had a special order among them. The local authority's status was more elevated than Lin Xuan had anticipated. Was it due to wealth? He wondered. Li Kuang, for reasons unknown, was the last to leave. He rose, casting a glance at Lin Xuan. Little one, come to the martial hall to practice when you have time. Sure, uncle, Lin Xuan replied, choosing to ignore the malice embedded in his words. This left Li Kuang feeling as if he had consumed something distasteful, akin to striking a punch into a mound of cotton. With a huff, he exited the vicinity. Did you rest well last night, dear brother? The local authority inquired. It was fine, albeit the bedding was somewhat uncomfortable, Lin Xuan replied innocently. The local authority chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by Lin Xuan's naivety. After all, this was a mining area. How long do you plan to stay in this city, dear brother? I aspire to achieve something significant, Lin Xuan stated. Why not take a look at the mines? I can arrange a position for you to manage a few people. The local authority suggested. Really? Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling little stars. Indeed, managing a few individuals should not be a challenge for you, dear brother. The local authority beamed. How convenient that such innocence allows one to easily manipulate him, he mused, gradually lowering his guard against Lin Xuan. Just as last night, no one with malicious intent would have allowed Rhydon to accompany him in the dusty mountain. Little did he know, the bell hidden within Lin Xuan could easily silence him from a distance. The local authority then summoned someone to fetch the overseer of the mine. During this interlude, he engaged Lin Xuan in casual conversation. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Xuan casually inquired, is there a conflict between you and Li Kuang? There's no real conflict. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just know he has a need for me, the local authority chuckled. What of his strength? It amounts to little if he remains impoverished. Lin Xuan nodded in comprehension, recognizing that the older man was indeed formidable. Before long, the overseer of the mine arrived. After the local authority explained the situation, Lin Xuan followed the overseer out. They passed through the city gate adjacent to the mine and approached the mountain. The overseer brought Lin Xuan to the entrance of a modest cave and gestured inside. I want to accompany you further. There are 10 men inside, and they will be under your command from now on. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Xuan nodded and stepped into the cave, which was somewhat larger inside, with walls riddled with uneven excavations. His arrival attracted the attention of several emaciated men. From this moment on, I am your leader. Share your circumstances with me, Lin Xuan declared directly. The thin men exchanged glances before one stepped forward. Sir, aside from mining, we do little else. Once this area is exhausted, we proceed deeper through the mine shaft, he explained, gesturing toward the tunnel at the end of the cave. Are the others also engaged in mining? Is there a quota? Lin Xuan inquired. Indeed, each day, one must submit at least 20 complete pieces of ore. This statement caused Lin Xuan to inwardly exclaim, what a shocking reality. Such is the plight of the capitalists who deserve to be hanged from the lampposts. Observing their gaunt figures, it seemed unlikely they would consume much throughout the day. 20 pieces of ore, to him, equated to 20,000, which in this world was not an insignificant amount. Very well, you may carry on with your endeavors. As though I were not present, Lin Xuan casually seated himself nearby, contemplating his next course of action. Li Kuang, do you truly wish to be subjugated by the city for a lifetime? Lin Xuan squinted thoughtfully. The others exchanged glances but resumed their toil, suppressing their thoughts. In Lin Xuan's hand appeared an energy cube, which he discreetly tucked into his bosom, feeding it to Lingdang. She was his assurance of safety. Time slipped by as Lin Xuan remained still, doing nothing. The sun in the sky began to tilt. At noon, someone arrived to deliver meals, which consisted merely of thin porridge. However, Lin Xuan's provisions seemed to have been specially arranged by the city, a full bowl of rice accompanied by some vegetables. This was astonishing to the other miners. Noticing their envious gazes, Lin Xuan pushed his meal towards them. Please, partake in my food. My stomach is quite spoiled and cannot appreciate such fare, he said nonchalantly, returning to his meditative state. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, they exclaimed, kneeling on the ground before taking the bowl, which they shared among 10 of them. Lin Xuan kept his eyes shut, unwilling to look or listen. As the afternoon wore on, these individuals became industrious once more, devising various methods to extract ore. It was only when night fell that they ceased their labors. They had managed to procure 22 pieces of ore, which they presented to Lin Xuan. Shall I deliver these to the supervisor? He inquired. The man nodded. Very well. You may take your rest, Lin Xuan replied, lifting the ragged bundle of, or to seek out the supervisor. 22, you say? The supervisor remarked, taken aback. It was rare for anyone to exceed the quota. You could have retained 2 pieces for yourself. Given the city's regulations, the supervisor reminded him. Lin Xuan shook his head, as he had no interest in such a triviality. Not worth my time, he stated, turning to leave. The supervisor shrugged, pocketing the 2 pieces of ore, and recorded 20 on the daily target board for that mine. How does it feel? What is your impression? The city official inquired. It appears their lives are quite arduous. Lin Xuan replied. You will become accustomed to it after a few days. At least here, they can survive, the official said dismissively, viewing the miners as mere commodities. Why not utilize elves? They would be more efficient and convenient, Lin Xuan questioned, perplexed. Humans are far cheaper, and an elf's rebellion can be quite terrifying, the official explained. Lin Xuan feigned understanding with a nod. Before long, he took his leave to rest. In the days that followed, Lin Xuan continued to observe their labor within the cavern, studying their routines. It is nearly time, he declared, rising from his seat. After lunch, the mine was empty. All 10 individuals had descended into the tunnels to work. Lin Xuan quietly departed from the mine, circumventing others to enter the city through a grand gate on the opposite side. This time, however, he donned a black cloak and a red dragon mask. Casually tossing a currency note to the guard at the gate, he proceeded towards the martial arts hall. He stood silently in a corner, observing the chaotic battles unfolding before him. Before long, a participant was carried out, both he and his Pokémon incapacitated. After watching a few more matches, Lin Xuan noted that while most individuals lacked proficiency in their skills, their close combat techniques were remarkably adept. More accurately, their skills in slaughter. Each move was aimed at taking their opponent's life. Lin Xuan had no intention of participating. Instead, he quietly maneuvered away from the central arena and headed towards the residence at the back, Li Mansion. It appeared quite imposing. Yet Li Xuan standing within the city was rather low, often facing various restrictions. He pushed open the door, causing the guards stationed at the entrance to freeze in place, helplessly watching Lin Xuan stroll inside. Only after Lin Xuan had distanced himself could they move again. Upon closing the door, they exchanged a silent glance. With such meager earnings over the month, who would risk their life? Aside from the 2 guards, there were no other servants within Li Mansion. Lin Xuan made his way unobstructed to the main hall, entering through the wide-open door. Discovering it empty, he ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Who are you? In the study on the 2nd floor, Li Xuan quickly rose at the sight of Lin Xuan entering, retrieving a Mishoki's Pokeball to release his Pokémon. Be quiet, Lin Xuan said, producing his own Pokeball to summon Nidoking. With a roar, flames engulfed Machoke, while the bell silently resonated as it unleashed a confusion attack. Machoke, feeling disoriented, was struck by the flames. In an instant, Nidoking appeared before it, pinning it down, while a blue orb of energy formed at its mouth, aimed directly at Li Xuan. The ice beam was poised to shatter Li Xuan's skull. Do not make a sound. I am not interested in killing you, Lin Xuan declared. Li Xuan nodded, withdrawing Machoke into its Pokeball. What is it that you desire? Li Xuan inquired. Li Xuan, are you truly willing to be oppressed by others for your entire life? Lin Xuan asked, his voice low. I am unwilling, yet I lack the funds. Li Xuan admitted candidly. Your life is in their hands. It matters not whether you speak or remain silent. You lack the strength of the City Lord's mansion, the financial power of the mines, and cannot wholly depend on others like the fishing grounds. Does it not distress you? Lin Xuan probed. In recent days, he had come to discern through various unintentional conversations. He possessed strength, yet it was insufficient. He lacked wealth. Li Xuan's pupils constricted. Finally, someone comprehended his plight after all these years. It is distressing, profoundly so. Were it not for coercion, I would wish to forge a bond with you, he confessed. A man of honor, born between heaven and earth, cannot remain subservient for long, Lin Xuan remarked nonchalantly. These words ignited a fervor within Lin Xuan. He was a straightforward individual, yet his honesty had rendered him a pawn for others. However, he soon regained his composure. You have witnessed my strength. Machoke is among my more formidable Pokémon, yet the gap in power compared to the City Lord is vast, not to mention others. Although your Nidoking is indeed formidable, it may not necessarily surpass the Bawanghua of the City Lord, especially considering the presence of other powers. Lin Xuan shook his head in resignation. He was well aware that if things continued on this path, he would meet the same fate as Ling Qi, gradually being divided and consumed by other forces. What is described as seeking warmth in numbers is merely a series of profit divisions, with him occupying a position of weakness. How many individuals can you rally? Lin Xuan inquired. Perhaps 100, Lin Xuan replied. If all the leaders of the other factions were to perish, could you swiftly seize control of this city? Lin Xuan questioned. Are you out of your mind? Lin Xuan instantly dismissed the notion. What a ridiculous joke. I ask, you answer, Lin Xuan replied coldly. If the dragons are without a leader, I could swiftly take command of this city. Lin Xuan resolved within himself. He did not trust this sudden intruder, suspecting he might even be a test from the City Lord. Yet, he decided to take a gamble. As Lin Xuan asserted, a man of stature cannot long endure being beneath others. Do you have their addresses? Lin Xuan inquired. Lin Xuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty before he retrieved a map from his drawer, marked with several red circles. I knew you were not a coward, Lin Xuan affirmed. Realizing he had not chosen poorly, he glanced at the map, picked up a pen from the side, and marked several circles with a check. By tomorrow, you will receive news of these individuals' demise. Swiftly absorb them, then consolidate your power, Lin Xuan declared. If I act too hastily, might it raise suspicions among others? Lin Xuan hesitated. What do you care for the suspicions of the dead? If you are a coward, I shall find another. A useless tool. And yet you hesitate while I take on the burden of murder for you? Lin Xuan slammed the table, his voice stern. It is no wonder you are choked by them, reduced to mere meat on a chopping block. Worthless trash. With those words, Lin Xuan's face flushed with indignation. I am not worthless, he retorted, banging his fist on the table, momentarily forgetting the threat of Nidoking. This city, much of it, was conquered by my own hand. His shout elicited a smirk from Lin Xuan beneath his mask. He collected the map, turned, and departed, with Nidoking trailing behind. I hope you truly are not worthless. At 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, be swift. He exited Li's residence and the city gates, leaving Lin Xuan seething with anger in his study. Damn it, when did I become so cautious? Unbeknownst to him, amidst the oppression from various factions, he had unwittingly lost something of great importance. Chapter 81, The Beginning. My lord, we have once again lost several or pieces. The individual who had been in constant communication with Lin Xuan stepped forward, head bowed. Lin Xuan opened his eyes and rose from the wall he had been leaning against. How many times has it been? Lin Xuan asked. Do you remember what I said last time? He continued, glancing at the pile of ore they had accumulated. True to form, there were 19 pieces, neither more nor less. You said that was the last time. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Xuan delivered a kick, sending the frail figure hurtling backwards. My lord, spare me. We truly cannot continue. He, having been kicked, merely knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Witnessing this, others also dropped to their knees, attempting to awaken the benevolence that Lin Xuan had displayed in recent days. Lin Xuan merely cast a glance their way before retrieving Nidoking's Pokeball from his pocket and pressing the button on it. Nidoking roared at them. Lin Xuan felt a surge of anger within. Did I take it out, or should I? He coldly inquired. Please spare us. Please. They trembled, finally producing 3 pieces of ore from their bosoms. Did they truly believe me to be a fool? I had already given you 2 chances. Lin Xuan bent down to collect the ore, taking them all away. During the previous 2 encounters, he had discovered their hoarding of ore, yet he pretended not to see it, even compensating them. At the supervisor's office, he dutifully submitted 20 pieces of ore. Upon returning to the mine, he, as before, sought out Ben Cheng for a drink. When they first met, Ben Cheng had claimed he could not drink. Yet, emboldened by his robust tolerance, he jovially sat alongside Lin Xuan. Who would have thought this beverage to be so delightful? Lin Xuan felt somewhat inebriated. Having consumed little, he soon slumped down, unable to drink any further. The scion of a wealthy family simply could not resist temptation. Ben Cheng, swaying his rough cup, fantasized about the future with this high-end combat power. Lin Xuan, you've lived a bit too long, Ben Cheng sneered. He then awaited the deepening of the night. Meanwhile, Li Kuang at the training hall was also biding his time. "My lord, are we truly to trust a stranger?" Li Kuang's confidant inquired. In the hushed arena, over 100 individuals awaited. This vast city belonged solely to Li Kuang's faction. "We have no retreat." Li Kuang was acutely aware of his predicament. "However, I heard someone spotted that Nido King on the night of the Stinky Mud's assault on the mine. Are you afraid it is a trap set by Binsheng?" "Indeed." Li Kuang crossed his arms, gazing towards the mine, prepared to contend with these dogs that deserved hanging from lampposts. As time passed, a shadowy figure emerged from the crevices of the mine's refuse piles. The night air was particularly frigid, and the alleys seemed to harbor unknown dangers. Even greater peril lurked outside the alleys. The young man clad in a black robe strode directly into one of the alleys. Not long after, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within. The sounds were not loud, akin to the crack of firecrackers. Gazing towards the house at the alley's end, Lin Xuan murmured, "Without Li Kuang's map, who could find this place?" He then glanced at the task displayed on the system panel. Task name, at the dawn of nation building. Task synopsis, for the resplendent nation. Task objective, various factions. Task completion, 30. Task reward, unknown. Lin Xuan's lips twitched beneath the mask. "Aside from being a bit melodramatic, I hope your rewards are reliable." With that, Lin Xuan quietly unlatched the metal lock on the door, stepping inside. The house was silent, enveloped in tranquility. The hour was indeed late for rest. Before long, Lin Xuan emerged from the house. The eye of energy once again absorbed the energy it required. The progress displayed on the system panel rose to 130. What lay ahead? That night, many inhabitants of the city remained in eternal slumber. As the appointed hour of 4 o'clock approached, Li Kuang arrived with his entourage, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos and unopened Pokeballs strewn about. It was the handiwork of a psychic-type Pokémon. One of Li Kuang's trusted aides cradled a shiny Mimikyu. The creature's eyes sparkled, sensing the residual energy in the air. Did he have accomplices? The thought struck Li Kuang like a bolt of lightning. Who dared to strike at this city? Was it Tong He or Greenleaf? As he pondered, he instructed his subordinates to swiftly take control of the territory. Although the adversaries had been eliminated, no one was aware of this at the moment. He needed to assimilate quickly. By the time others realized, he would no longer be the fish on the chopping block, but rather a formidable great white shark. Subsequently, he led the remnants to their next destination. They moved rapidly, consolidating assets, leaving behind mere shells for others to discover. Li Kuang inhaled deeply. Such significant actions. Yet there was not a whisper of disturbance. This he could not fathom. As he witnessed more, an unsettling numbness began to envelop him. Everything appeared homogeneous, and even he felt a twinge of fear. In his mind, he elevated Lin Xuan to an untouchable status. Nonetheless, when it came to accepting assets and territory, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He even found a moment to bathe, washing away the lingering traces of the night. "Thank you for your efforts," Lin Xuan murmured, stroking the blood-red patterns on Belle's body. Belle, using the tendrils on her back, brushed against Lin Xuan's palm. For the sake of the great god, she could do anything. "We'll continue tomorrow, Belle." With a soft chime, she was once again enveloped in Lin Xuan's embrace, her form concealed by his garments. Lin Xuan tugged at the blanket and closed his eyes. The system panel ominously displayed the number 630. Only Li Kuang and the system knew how busy he had been that night. Chapter 82. The city's suspicion. The next morning, Lin Xuan arrived at the quarry, carrying a bag of fruit, which he casually tossed to the person he had kicked the day before. "Do not disturb me." Ignoring their remarks, he leaned against the wall, resting as he continued his aimless day. After lunch, when the 10 individuals re-entered the mine, Lin Xuan quietly slipped away, taking a lengthy detour to meet Li Kuang once more. "You might not believe it, but I am a good person," Lin Xuan said, shrugging beneath his cloak. "Useless fools. Give them time to discover this matter, and they will consolidate into an impenetrable force. With the incident involving the Stunky, their focus is currently scattered. Later, I can leave this city without a trace. And you? With your grand estate, how are you any different from the fish on the chopping block?" His scarlet eyes, visible through the mask, bore into Li Kuang's, as if ensnaring his very soul. "You may choose tomorrow's target." With that, Lin Xuan turned and departed, leaving Li Kuang to gaze at the map on the table. 6 new red circles were marked upon it. Li Kuang inhaled deeply, folding the map away. His fingers trembled, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. Upon hearing that the night would continue, Even his closest confidants deemed it inadvisable. Haste makes waste. Perhaps we should retreat and join forces with the city and its lord to bring him down. We have already profited sufficiently. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan considered it a feasible plan, but soon shook his head. Are you a coward? He recalled the moment when Lin Xuan first pointed a finger at him, berating him. As night fell, he sought out the tavern as usual, feigning drunkenness to be carried away once more. At this moment, no one was aware of the events that transpired the previous night. There was a palpable distance between factions, and communication was scarce. Lin Xuan endeavored to mask any signs of irregularity from others. In the dead of night, the mask of the crimson-faced dragon appeared even more vivid, its fangs glistening with life. The industrial level of this world was rather rudimentary. The sky remained bright. The moon was indeed crimson. Oh no, wait. I simply forgot to close my eyes. Lin Xuan made his way to the bathroom of the house. This shall be it for tonight. Today, I shall once again accumulate 3 points, akin to gaining experience on a forum. After bathing, he discarded the tattered cloak and donned a fresh outfit before departing the scene. The following day, as he headed to the mine, Lin Xuan routinely brought some fruits for the 10 men. After lunch, he set off to meet Lin Xuan. That night, damn it, an ambush. He glanced at Miss Gerda, incapacitated on the ground, exhaling a sigh. He never anticipated someone would tame a psychic Pokémon. Such creatures typically possessed high intelligence and incurred substantial training costs. It was indeed troublesome to avoid using nidoking, yet its presence was too conspicuous. Lin Xuan exhaled. He deliberately left the psychic traces from the bell tolls intact, intending for others to notice and deduce that the perpetrator's Pokémon was of the psychic type. He refrained from turning the focus upon himself. He cast aside the curved dagger, allowing the bell to erase the fingerprints upon it. He then sought the bathroom, turning on the water to bathe. In truth, I wish to tread the path of a virtuous king. After washing, he cleansed himself of any lingering scents, dressed, and exited the scene. When Lin Xuan arrived, those accompanying him exchanged glances. A chill crept into Lin Xuan's heart. To bear enmity with such a person would be better resolved by self-termination. Back in his tent, Lin Xuan buried his head beneath the covers. Humanity is indeed fragile. Li Mingxin, I miss you. He embraced the bell tightly, drifting into a deep slumber. The following days unfolded in a repetitive cycle. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's act of bringing fruits to the miners reached the ears of the city lord. My dear brother, do not be overly kind to them. I know you possess a good heart, but excessive kindness may lead to betrayal, the city lord remarked, gazing at the inebriated Lin Xuan. I merely feel pity for them. Lin Xuan murmured, rubbing his head. Alas, dear brother, you are admirable in every aspect, yet your kindness is excessive. Oh, by the way, the city has been rather unstable lately. It would be wise for you to refrain from wandering about, the city lord stated, setting down his wine cup and fixing a steady gaze on the drunken Lin Xuan. To claim that he perceived nothing amiss since the stinky mud began was utterly implausible. However, Lin Xuan's act was so convincing that various circumstances diminished the city lord's suspicion towards him. Unstable indeed. I must take a stroll to uphold justice and serve my country and its people. Lin Xuan, unsteadily, attempted to rise but, having consumed too much alcohol, fell to the ground. Ben Sheng reached out to support him, only to be stubbornly pushed away. I am a man. It's merely a bit of drink, he declared as he climbed back up and poured himself another full cup. Soon after, he collapsed onto the table, unconscious. It seemed he had been overly suspicious, after all. The perpetrator was a trainer of psychic-type elves, and if Lin Xuan's nidoking were to act, the consequences would not be trivial. Ben Sheng sat in contemplation, recognizing that despite his current limitations, he possessed remarkable qualities. Considering the sudden appearance of the Grimer and the Midnight Butcher, it was indeed curious that he was still suspected amidst the chaos in the city. Chapter 83, Suspicion and Testing. The Grimer in the city's sewers was restless, occasionally emerging to attack the citizens. Although the origins of the Grimer were unknown, its connection to another matter was minimal. The progress on the panel had reached 2530. In silence, Lin Xuan had already taken control of most areas. He produced a map, noting that only a few areas remained unmarked. Many shops in the city had closed recently, and the number of homeless people lurking in the alleys had diminished, all gathered and dispersed by Lin Xuan. His forces were still too few. My lord, it is time to cease. A figure emerged from the shadows, halting Lin Xuan, who was wrapped tightly like a zongzi. From the city lord's mansion? He inquired in a suppressed tone. Where do you come from? We bear no grudges. Why act thus? The figure did not deny it. I hail from Ana. Before he could finish, a blue beam of light shot past him toward the figure. Ice beam. Roar. The powerful Croconaw concealed in the darkness lunged forward, intercepting the ice beam and roaring as it charged at the Nidoking that emerged from behind Lin Xuan. It's you. The figure recognized Nidoking, recalling Ben Cheng's companion. The city lord's mansion was indeed closely linked to the mines. Lin Xuan smirked coldly. The small and delicate bell rang softly, disappearing from Lin Xuan's side unnoticed in the shadows. The two robust Pokémon clashed fiercely, with Croconaw enjoying a type advantage over Nidoking. Ice Fang. Defend. Toxic. The glimmering icy fangs bit into the white shield, and Nidoking grinned within the shield. As Croconaw was momentarily taken aback, the shield vanished, and a stream of toxic venom sprayed onto Croconaw's face, swiftly penetrating his skin. Bang! Nidoking delivered a straightforward punch to Croconaw, activating 3 items simultaneously. He struck the ground, causing tremors that forced Croconaw to retreat. Water gun, the figure shouted. Enduring the excruciating pain, Croconaw unleashed a water gun. A flash of purple light enveloped him, greatly amplifying the power of the attack. Hydro pump. Lin Xuan smirked. The outcome was already determined. General. Thunderbolt. Roaring, Nidoking was surrounded by boundless lightning, which surged down through the spouting water gun, striking Croconaw. Crackle, crackle. The flickering electric light illuminated the shadows where Bell remained. The figure produced several Pokeballs once more. The testing ended here. As he released his Pokémon, a sudden burst of purple light enveloped him entirely. He stood frozen, realizing it was already too late to move. The sound of a bell rang as it flew from the ground to his eyes. The telekinesis was undoubtedly hers. You didn't think I would engage you in fair combat, did you? Lin Xuan remarked coldly. For Pokémon belonging to trainers, Lin Xuan's usual approach was to extinguish the energy buried within them. The heavy soil obstructed the opening of the Pokeball, preventing them from emerging. The Pokeball was equally constraining the Pokémon. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Xuan glanced towards the corner where a man huddled, too afraid to move. By the time Li Kuang arrived at the appointed hour, he had grown somewhat numb. He merely hoped that this plague would not turn its wrath upon him. However, as one individual began to manage the scene, he retched. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Lin Xuan, had already nestled under the covers, drifting into slumber. Early the next morning, he was awakened by Ben Cheng. Have I been exposed? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, but followed him towards Ben Cheng's tent, discreetly slipping Nidoking's Pokeball into his pocket. Upon entering the tent, he did not encounter the anticipated executioner, but instead met the secretary of the Lord. Brother, what is the matter? He asked innocently. Another death occurred within the city last night, and it was someone from the Lord's residence. Ben Cheng's expression fluctuated. How infuriating. This is utterly rampant. Tonight, I shall capture him. Lin Xuan declared with righteous indignation, as if the deceased were his own kin. Ben Cheng exchanged glances with the secretary before speaking. That would be too perilous, and the city is vast. It would be easy to miss him. For the next few days, you shall share a tent with me to ensure my protection. He was fearful. The other factions within the city had nearly all perished. The Lord's residence did not count the casualties, but upon investigation, most of the minor factions had transformed into unfamiliar faces. The Lord's residence was consolidating the remaining forces. And I have come to inform you that tomorrow you are to attend a discussion at the Lord's residence. While they chatted idly, Lin Xuan played his part while glancing at his system panel. 2830. He had intended to complete this task tonight. Were they to go to the Lord's residence together? Did he suspect that the true culprit was among them, thus intending to catch him within the Lord's domain? Lin Xuan pondered. Before long, the secretary departed. Today, Lin Xuan did not venture to the mine, but remained with Ben Cheng. Rarely did Ben Cheng abstain from drinking with him that night. They sat in opposite corners of the tent, wrapped in blankets. With the onset of autumn, the weather had begun to turn chilly. Both Ben Cheng and Lin Xuan waited until deep into the night, when a figure entered the tent, casting a deep glance at Lin Xuan, and they locked eyes. You may leave. I wish to rest. Ben Cheng gestured dismissively. At that moment, Lin Xuan rose from his cocoon, exclaiming, "Oh, I now understand. Brother, you actually suspect me of being that kind of beast." Anger flashed across Lin Xuan's face as he prepared to exit the tent. Ben Cheng hastily stood and grasped Lin Xuan's arm. "Oh dear, it's a misunderstanding." "How could that be?" Ben Cheng quickly replied. Chapter 84. Virtuous brother? If I were to harbor any doubts about you, dear brother, It would be impossible for us to share a tent, and thus, my safety would be compromised, continued Ben Chung. Even if I were in his position, I would never lay a hand on you. Lin Xuan exclaimed instinctively, only to follow up with, that does seem to make sense. Perhaps I was overthinking. This revelation eased Ben Cheng's concerns. As long as Lin Xuan was free from suspicion, he remained Ben Cheng's most formidable ally. When Ben Cheng appeared to have fallen into a deep slumber, Ling Dangxiang crept into Lin Xuan's bedding from the corner of the tent. This brought Lin Xuan a profound sense of relief. Ling Dangxiang still proved to be of some utility. As he pondered this, he retrieved the map from Ling Dangxiang's mouth, and with a flash of Lin Li's radiance, the map was absorbed into his bracelet. Although he remained still, it did not imply that his companions were idle. At this moment, Li Kuang had established a significant presence, having spent nearly a month under Lin Xuan's care, who treated him as a mere invalid, providing him with sustenance. Surely, he had managed to grow stronger during this time. Undertaking a task to create some commotion would be effortless for him. He nestled deeper into his bedding and soon drifted off to sleep, feeling secure with Ling Dangxiang by his side. The following day, under Ben Cheng's guidance, they proceeded to the Lord's residence. The usual guards were conspicuously absent, and only upon entering the Lord's estate did they discover that the guards had gathered there. Shortly after, others were summoned, including Li Kuang. Upon entering, Li Kuang began to survey the surroundings, searching for his intended target. Just yesterday, Lin Xuan had instructed Ling Dangxiang to inform him of his presence at the Lord's estate. He was on the lookout for someone. Upon spotting Lin Xuan, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. He recalled how Ben Chung had lost face because of this individual. However, a smirk quickly crossed his face. Just a minor character, he mused, I have shed my old skin. He no longer regarded Ben Chung and the others with any seriousness. He understood that the hidden butcher would surely make his move today. I have ascended far beyond you insignificant figures. After years of frustration, Li Kuang finally felt liberated, his gaze transforming as he regarded others. Were it not for the butcher's explicit instructions, he would have already been eager to celebrate with champagne. Before long, Lin Xuan finally encountered the Lord himself. Contrary to his expectations, the Lord was a frail old man, hunched over and relying on a cane, moving with a labored gait. Before he even spoke, he was seized by a fit of coughing. His secretary hurried to his side to assist him. I know that some among you have engaged in numerous deeds, and I have grown quite senile, failing to notice. His murky gaze swept over all present. Alas, I have no relatives left. His tone was flat and devoid of emotion. I cannot discern your motives, whether it is merely that I stand in your way. Nor do I wish to know. I am even less inclined to uncover your true identities. As these words left his lips, the guards flanking the sides instantaneously unleashed their Pokeballs, and dozens of Pokémon filled the majority of the hall. Peng Li, what is your intention? In a moment of astonishment, Ben Chung realized something. Are you even doubting me? Have you lost your mind? As he spoke, he began to approach Peng Li. Observing Ben Chung's approach, Peng Li produced an aging Pokeball. Old friend, let us do this once more. The Pokeball opened to reveal a somewhat withered Venusaur before him. The flower, though aged, conveyed a sense of impending demise. Yet the dense white speckles on its petals hinted at its formidable strength. Ben Chung felt the menacing gaze of the Venusaur, halting his steps. Have you gone mad? Ben Chung shouted. He then released his Dustox and Swellow. I only have one grandson, Peng Li exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. His frail body trembled. Li Kuang glanced around, feeling a surge of retreat. After this round of skills, none would escape. His gaze swiftly scrutinized the others, searching for the butcher's presence. He dared not show any weakness, fearing he might be the first to perish. Li Kuang, Peng Li called out, heightening Li Kuang's anxiety as he summoned 3 of his Pokémon, including his Macamp. He could not afford to nurture more, and the others were unwilling to witness his rise. I'm aware of your recent activities and your possible collaboration with that individual. Now tell me, who is he? I'll let you go, otherwise, we shall all embark on this journey together. Peng Li's eyes glowed crimson. Li Kuang remained rooted, surveying his surroundings, deep in contemplation. Peng Li was patient, biding his time. After an internal struggle, Li Kuang erupted in anger. How the hell should I know? I merely stumbled upon a good fortune. Very well. Stubborn as you are, I shall accompany you in seeking my dear grandson. Peng Li's cane struck the ground, causing the surrounding Pokémon to emit faint glimmers from their mouths and other parts, gathering power. Wait, Ben Chung shouted. Have you found your grandson's body? What if he is unharmed? He doesn't want to die? This statement caused Peng Li to hesitate. Indeed, what if he was still alive? They had come here to survive, to evade the clutches of death, not to meet an uncertain demise. With such a vast family estate, what if he is merely hiding in fear of death? Also, why not find a young bride and have another child? Ben Chung roared, his expression contorting with anguish. My old bones. Bear children? Peng Li burst into laughter, quickly stifled by a fit of coughing. Lord Baixiang has a solution. Ben Chung continued to bellow. This notion stirred something within Peng Li. Could it be true? Can Baixiang really help in childbirth? Lin Xuan pondered. The Pokémon of the surrounding guards also lowered their aggressive intentions. Brother, you make a valid point. However, his words fell like a needle, piercing the silence of the grand hall. All eyes turned towards him. Just as Ben Chung was about to turn his head, he caught a glint of cold steel in his peripheral vision. A sharp knife pierced through his heart from behind. CND? Blood poured from his lips, rendering him unable to distinguish between CND and CND. Clang. Lin Xian's system task had been completed. It is you. I want you to die alongside me. Peng Li finally confirmed his identity. In that instant, Lin Xuan witnessed a barrage of various skills and techniques rushing towards him. Chapter 85, Purpose of the Nation. Li Kuang stood still, contemplating an escape. He then saw Ben Chung collapse to the ground. Is it really you? Am I merely the insignificant one? In his moment of shock, the surrounding Pokémon sprang into action. He observed bursts of flames, torrents of water, destructive beams of light, and landslides descending from the heavens. He did not believe he would survive, nor did he think Lin Xuan would. Young man, you are far too impulsive, he murmured to himself, shutting his eyes, awaiting death. However, as the attacks descended, Li Kuang felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he found himself encased within a red skeletal structure, akin to ribs, protecting both him and Lin Xuan. As the dust settled, Lin Xuan hurled Nidoking's Pokeball into the fray. Grandson, you have given me a tremendous surprise. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and shouted, Nidoking, Earth Power. In the instant Nidoking moved, countless golden particles surged into its body. Roar! Nidoking struck the ground with a fist, causing the earth to cave in and scatter in all directions. It was as if a dragon of the earth had turned over, with fissures spreading outward. Vileplume, sunny day, solar beam. Peng Li's voice resonated. In the sky, a small sun began to rise slowly, and almost instantaneously, beams of sunlight erupted forth, shattering the dust and directing their energy towards Nidoking. Nidoking, flamethrower. Lin Xuan yelled. Simultaneously, the red skeletal structure around him began to dissipate, the crimson in his eyes gradually fading. Bang! The solar beam dispersed the flamethrower, striking Nidoking directly, causing it to slide back and land atop the red skeletal structure, which had completely vanished as if it had never existed. Such strength, Vileplume. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. He was astonished that the flamethrower under sunny conditions had not disrupted the grass-type solar beam. I truly did not expect it to be you. Both Peng Li and Li Kuang uttered in unison. Enough with the chatter. Charge and break their formation. Lin Xuan bellowed, prompting Nidoking to launch another assault. The surrounding Pokémon resumed their barrage of attacks. A bell chimed as it swayed, using Protect to shield one side. Nidoking slammed its fist into the ground again, causing the earth to collapse and bury several Pokémon. Vileplume's assault came once more. A massive beam of sunlight descended upon him. Such a colossal solar blade. This old beast, Nidoking, unleashed another full-force flamethrower. A torrent of flames surged forth, countering the descending solar blade. This was Nidoking, bolstered by the system's rewards and abundant experience. Yet this Vileplume was astonishingly formidable. Lin Xian's emotions fluctuated. He had not anticipated Vileplume's strength. Get close. Flamethrower. Lin Xuan continued to opt for the most effective attack. Nidoking charged towards Vileplume, crushing the remnants of the solar blade. Utterly foolish, solar beam. Peng Li struck his cane. The sunlight converged upon the head of the Venusaur, subsequently surging forth towards the Nidoking. Hold the line. Lin Xuan shouted. What? Peng Li gasped, startled by the protective shield that had blocked the attack. Once more, unleashed the solar beam. He was taut with tension, his gaze fixed upon the advancing Nidoking as he prepared to execute his most proficient move. Yet, he failed to notice that the clear skies had vanished, replaced by ominous clouds. As he observed the Venusaur gathering its energy, he turned his attention to the inconspicuous bell that rang out. Please, Venusaur, strike Strike now. Believe in our past. We cannot afford to lose. Peng Li cried, invoking their bond. Flower. Just before the Nidoking could reach them, she truly unleashed the solar beam. The flickering light encapsulated the will of the Venusaur, dispersing the raindrops that cascaded from above. In the distance, the bell attempted to utilize psychic force, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden jet of water. At the very moment the solar beam descended upon Nidoking, a white silhouette darted forth, intercepting the beam. Cracks continually appeared upon its form as it withstood the onslaught of the solar energy. Ugh! It strained against the assault, colliding with the nearby Venusaur. What reckless abandon! Peng Li's pupils constricted, shrinking to a mere point. The instant the two Pokémon made contact, the Venusaur's vitality swiftly diminished, the disparity in strength rendering the reckless act not entirely effective. The shell bell adorning Cocodora emitted a melodious chime, and the cracks upon its body rapidly vanished. Ice Beam, Lin Xuan spoke coldly. This technique was the swiftest and most ruthless against foes. Peng Li stiffly lowered his head. Flower. The Venusaur rose from the ground, moving to stand beside Peng Li. The surrounding clamor ceased, and the frenzied Machamp broke free from its confines. Turning to gaze upon the fallen Machamp, a lament seemed to resonate. Even Machamp was not exempt. It had known Peng Li for a long time, never expecting him to depart so hastily. Some knelt in that direction, while others fell to the ground in fear. Nidoking, Earth Power. A youthful cry shattered the stillness. What utter nonsense about bonds. The Venusaur was sent crashing into a distant wall, collapsing to the ground, its internal energy wholly depleted. Lying there, it formally declared Lin Xuan's victory. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings. One person can reach such a point. Is there still a need to resist? Why? Machamp suddenly inquired. What do you mean by why? Lin Xuan retorted. Your purpose, Machamp asked like a child. Lin Xuan's heart stirred at the question, seemingly spiraling into incoherence. Machamp quietly withdrew. Lin Xuan wished to cease, to forge a harmonious realm between humans and Pokémon. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and met Machamp's gaze with calm eyes. Consider it a quest to create a harmonious world where humans and creatures coexist beautifully. Indeed, to establish my ultimate goal, a world like the main one, devoid of tragedies like that of Xiaoxia. He cast his gaze towards the others. You are presented with two choices, to remain under my command or to depart from the city of Qi. His words caused the others to exchange glances, a sense of unease permeating the atmosphere. From that moment forth, the city of Qi changed hands. Lin Xuan's voice resonated through the hall, calm yet profoundly impactful. Chapter 86. Departure, the Crystal Great Rock Serpent. The hall was briefly tidied, and Li Kuang took Peng Li away to bury him near the martial arts hall. The city gates of Qi were closed, and fear began to spread within the city. However, the now formidable Li Kuang could easily command the majority. Lin Xuan sat amidst the dilapidated hall, contemplating the rewards bestowed by the system. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an abundance of Pokémon experience. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the perfect skill learning machine for the Mind Sword. The third reward was an experience card, akin to the protection of Susanoo. Is the true name of the King's path really yours? Lin Xuan murmured. The name Eye of Energy is indeed nonsensical. Why then does Susanoo manifest? Lin Xuan inquired. Its growth is contingent upon your own will. You fear being directly slain, hence it has evolved defensively, and when you first beheld it, your subconscious associated it with the notion of Susanoo. This is merely a coincidence. Its essence remains a unique superpower, the system patiently elucidated. Fine, your ramblings are accepted. Lin Xuan replied, wearied and unwilling to debate further. Then, a disc materialized in his hand, capable of cleaving opponents with invisible blades. As a psychic-type move, its power could amplify up to 15-fold in an electric field. He held the disc, glanced at Nidoking, then at the ringing bell, and ultimately placed it atop Nidoking's head. Even if it did not initiate forcibly, it served as a commendable skill to fill in the gaps. Nidoking was originally unable to learn this move. However, this was the perfect skill learning machine. Even a certain ground-type Pokémon that later reduces critical speed could learn Dragon Dance. Nidoking sensed something shatter within him as psychic energy surged forth. Gradually, he acquired a new move. He extended his hand, swiping through the air, and a broad sword began to materialize. The sword appeared somewhat ethereal, emanating a faint purple hue. If one did not pay close attention, they would not notice the menacing broad sword concealed within. He gripped the hilt tightly and swung it towards the distance, finding it quite manageable. The long sword then vanished. Is this how it is used? Lin Xuan was taken aback. Yet, it was of little consequence. Having Nidoking learn this move was already extraordinary. He could envision the expression on Huang Qingda's face during the next energy assessment. A Nidoking capable of utilizing psychic abilities? The thought alone was exhilarating. Also addressing the fighting-type blind spot in his strategy. I remember that Zhu Lan possesses a Riolu. A smile crept upon Lin Xuan's face, even without triggering the forced characteristic. The cumulative effect of the life gem would be considerable, if not for the diminishing returns with further stacking. He would have considered drilling a few holes into Nidoking's arm guard. You've worked hard, Cacnea. Lin Xuan produced several energy cubes and metal pieces, placing them before Cacnea. Cocodora brushed against Lin Xuan's pant leg, subsequently becoming ensnared in a dilemma between consuming the energy cube or the metal block. Such a quandary. Both delicacies tantalized his palate, and he yearned to save them for later. Setting aside his indecision for the moment, he gazed at the bell nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, bouncing on the ground as if awaiting praise for his recent feats. Yet, the bell remained indifferent, merely gazing longingly at Lin Xuan, anticipating sustenance. Ah, you, Lin Xuan said, a genuine smile illuminating her face as she produced an energy cube and offered it to Cocodora. Nidoking stood quietly by, neither competing nor contesting. Although he was the last to be fed, he understood that Lin Xuan was not showing favoritism. Rather, he was simply yielding to his younger siblings. Though he had yet to master human language, he had certainly learned how to embrace the role of an elder brother. Eventually, it was his turn, and Lin Xuan ensured he was well fed. A considerable amount of experience had already been bestowed upon Nidoking as a reward. Nonetheless, it required Cocodora's sudden intervention to conquer the elder Venusaur. That ancient creature, seasoned and cunning, would likely have unleashed an inexplicable solar beam upon him. Had it not been for Cocodora's timely arrival, when did he begin to question the bonds he shared? He paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head wryly. Observing the system panel, he noted that the Conquest task remained incomplete. Perhaps the true master of this city was Lil Crazy. Someone, fetch Lil Crazy, Lin Xuan commanded, instantly altering the dynamics of the situation. Yet, Lil Crazy found himself devoid of the will to resist. I understand. I shall restore the city, he responded. Indeed. I can trust you, Lin Xuan replied, rising to her feet. She could easily summon Lin Xiang, yet she remembered the crystallonic serpent. This shimmering treasure was destined to accompany her. As she brushed past Lil Crazy, she licked her lips in anticipation. Large and rare, albeit somewhat weak, it possessed formidable defenses and could serve as a mount. Ensure the Lord's manor is repaired. Bring me 70% of the ore within the city, and the remainder is yours. With those words, Lin Xuan donned her mask and departed from the Lord's manor, making her way toward the city gates. Crystallonic serpent. Await me, she murmured. In addition to the crystallonic serpent, the dominant sludge in the city's sewers remained unaddressed. She intended to establish the city as her starting point, thus necessitating a thorough cleansing. The bell chimed above her head, with Cocodora and Nidoking flanking her sides. The closed city gates swung open to reveal the mask of the red-faced dragon. Others wishing to follow were halted in their tracks by Nidoking's piercing gaze. What folly is this? Leaving an empty city behind serves no purpose. Before exiting the gates, Lin Xuan spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, accompanied by a Tauros. You. Bring your cart here. Lin Xuan's command left him with no choice but to comply. Upon noticing Cocodora by Lin Xuan's side, he seemed to recognize her. It's you. That is of little importance. Come this way, Lin Xuan instructed, summoning Nidoking back to her side as she boarded the cart. No, the ox cart, to be precise. She pointed out a direction on the map. The man in the straw hat cast a complex glance at him before urging Kintaro to run in that direction. Upon encountering the forest, he commanded Kintaro to halt and inquired, "Shall we enter?" Lin Xuan pointed to the markings he had previously left behind, indicating that by following this path, they would soon discover the repaired road. Indeed, as he had predicted, not long after, they came upon the newly laid path. Judging by the traces, it appeared to have been completed a few days prior. Perhaps due to Lin Xuan's lack of communication, Lin Xiang, Lin Zhu, and Yun Wu had refrained from extending the path beyond the forest. In Chapter 87, titled New Miscellaneous Fish and Snakes, Lin Xuan presented the man in the straw hat with 3 letters and a gold coin as remuneration. instructing him to find Pan City from Only City to notify Lin Xuan's associates. He proceeded in the direction recalled from memory. Someone had indeed passed through, yet his barrier had obstructed their way. Lin Xuan gazed at the collapsed entrance, now marked with disordered footprints. It was only natural, as this mountain range was a site he had prioritized for mining. The bell chimed, and Lin Xuan spoke. "Thank you for your assistance." The bell emitted from his bosom, utilizing telekinesis to gradually clear the stones blocking the cave entrance. The expansive opening re-emerged before him, venturing into the cavern. He had not gone far when he beheld crystals growing on either side. Activating his energy eye, numbers materialized before him. An initial energy reading of 500 stimulated his nerves, a staggering amount. The finest energy cube he could currently produce hovered around 100. As he pondered, he retrieved the Pokeballs of Nidoking and Cacturn from his pocket. The tranquil water pool rippled with the sudden sound of footsteps. A colossal crystalline head emerged from the depths of the pool. Before he could fully observe his surroundings, a pale violet long sword struck his face with force. "Roar!" He bellowed in fury. Upon recognizing a familiar figure, he instinctively dove back into the pool. However, the mental strength of the bell resonated like a deep water bomb. Erupting from the pool, a pair of arms tightly encircled his body, seemingly intent on pulling him from the water. "Cacturn, charge!" Lin Xuan commanded coolly. Cacturn, enveloped in a radiant glow, collided with the crystalline onyx. The rapid depletion of his stamina rendered him unable to resist Nidoking's immense power. Although Nidoking specialized in special attack, Lin Xuan had consistently developed his abilities evenly. In the real world, restrictions on how much one could allocate to specific attributes did not exist. With a resounding explosion akin to that of a bomb, Lin Xuan discreetly evaded. The crystalline onyx was slammed to the ground, revealing its true length. Typically, a standard onyx measured around 8 to 9 meters, yet this particular one exceeded that length by a considerable margin, having been entirely pulled from the depths. "How curious," Lin Xuan remarked. The crystalline onyx attempted to resist, yet a peculiar smile played upon its visage. Clang! The echoes of countless souls before their demise reverberated. "Mental strength," Lin Xuan commanded. Bang! The crystalline onyx wailed as it crashed against the ground. Lin Xuan gazed at the colossal crystal onyx, which had been completely extracted from the pool, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It was at least 12 meters long. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. A smaller creature is not necessarily weaker, yet a larger one is unlikely to be significantly weaker, especially when it comes to extraordinary height. A standard floor measures 28 meters. Even if we estimate it at 3 meters, this crystal onyx must be at least 4 stories tall, if not more. Approaching the crystal onyx, he addressed it. "Hey, how about you come with me?" The onyx merely glanced away, seemingly indifferent, exuding an aura of stubbornness. Cocodora, however, scuttled to its side and took a bite out of its massive body. Despite its ability to bite through steel, it was met with failure. Refusing to concede, Cocodora attempted several more bites before collapsing onto the ground, covering its mouth with its forelimbs. "I'm done. This snake is tough." The crystal onyx, for its part, seemed to relax, reasoning that it wouldn't be devoured. "Hard is good," Lin Xuan remarked, producing a green ball topped with yellow and red accents, a friend ball. In the game, this ball could elevate a captured Pokemon's affection to 200, saving time on training. It was a reward he had received on a particular day. His daily loot often consisted of either balls or coins, seemingly urging him to nurture a wealthy team. However, even selecting ancient coins daily would still take 3 years. Could this truly be the correct approach? Lin Xuan pondered, momentarily taken aback. The crystal onyx observed Lin Xuan's momentary daze, finding this human to be quite peculiar. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's friend ball enlarged and came crashing down onto the onyx's head. In an instant, its massive form was absorbed within. The onyx instinctively wished to resist, but considered the consequences of being released only to face punishment. Outside, Lin Xuan watched the violently shaking ball, aware that this capture might fail. Yet, he remained unperturbed, conjuring another friend ball. He was thoroughly prepared. Unexpectedly, the tumultuous shaking of the ball ceased. A burst of colorful light erupted from above the friend ball. Success! The 4th member of his little family had been captured. When the crystal onyx was released again, its gaze towards Lin Xuan softened. It shook its head, attempting to rid itself of the strange affection that had emerged, but to no avail. It now felt an inexplicable closeness to this individual, caught in a bizarre dichotomy of annoyance and fondness. Lowering his head, Lin Xuan spoke. Instinctively, he bowed slightly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a translucent energy cube was abruptly placed into his mouth. It had little effect, merely being delicious, extraordinarily so. Observing the crystal onyx, which stood frozen in place, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. The expense was worth it. Seizing the opportunity while the onyx savored the treat, he produced another cube and gently inserted it into its enormous mouth. Not bad, is it? Confronted with this sudden and absurd thought, the crystal onyx raised its head, shaking it vigorously. No. Are there other things in that pool? Lin Xuan inquired. The crystal onyx serpent instinctively nodded, then abruptly shook its head. No amount of persuasion would compel it to speak. The bell rang, silently observing him. Another insignificant creature. Why couldn't this fellow be as clever as her and Nidoking? Cocodora nuzzled against the massive form of the crystal onyx serpent, as if it had encountered a kindred spirit. Bell, go down and take a look, Lin Xuan instructed. The bell flew into the pond, drifting downstream through the azure waters, discovering many larger crystals. Upon reaching the bottom, it soared back to the surface to report to Lin Xuan. There are indeed many of these crystals, and some are even larger? Lin Xuan speculated, observing the comical appearance of the bell. The bell waved its tentacles, seemingly nodding in affirmation. Go and extract them. We must depart from this place, Lin Xuan commanded. Do not linger below, otherwise, I shall drag you out and give you a thrashing. He patted the creature's enormous body. The crystal onyx serpent cast a disdainful glance at him, feeling that it truly was a mere insignificant creature. After a short while, gazing at the tranquil water's surface, Lin Xuan retrieved a small fishing rod and affixed a piece of energy cube to the bait. The crystal onyx serpent emerged from the water with a roar and swallowed it whole. Give him a good beating, Lin Xuan declared, and he followed through. Chapter 88, Lin Xuan's Growth. After taking a beating, the crystal onyx serpent lay subdued on the ground. The question arose of how to tame a captured wild Pokémon. Should one coexist harmoniously, gradually influencing it like a loyal follower? Or should one unleash a few blows after capturing it with a friend ball? Lin Xuan opted for the latter. Those who have taken many lives know that subjugation is far more gratifying than mere persuasion. The crystal onyx serpent retreated back into the water. Was it still not compliant? After some time, Lin Xuan grew impatient, waiting for the serpent to emerge from the depths. He once again produced the small fishing rod, affixing the energy cube to fish. Nidoking eagerly prepared, waiting for the creature to surface on its own. Before long, unable to resist, the crystal onyx serpent consumed the energy cube. Another round of punishment awaited it. After rendering it unconscious, Lin Xuan stuffed 2 citrus fruits into its mouth. Once it regained consciousness, the beating resumed. Nidoking, silent and focused, unleashed a flurry of strikes. The move Psycho Cut proved to be a perfect weapon, allowing him to wield a psychic technique as if it were a fighting style. Eventually, the crystal onyx serpent yielded, surfacing from the depths with chunks of large crystals. Only then did Lin Xuan decide to spare it. These treasures were certainly to be taken. It wouldn't do for the crystal onyx serpent to return here for a meal. Lin Xuan discarded unnecessary items from his bracelet into the pond and began to collect the colossal crystals. One of them contained a staggering amount of energy, precisely 1,000. After securing those, he proceeded to dismantle the smaller crystals, weighing around 500, from the walls. Piece by piece, he packed them away until his bracelet was filled to capacity. Gazing upon the still glimmering cave, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of regret. The space in his bracelet was still inadequate. He hoped that fate would grant him a soft-hearted expedited card, allowing him to expand its capacity. With these thoughts, he commanded the crystal onyx serpent to lie flat, and he stood upon it. In an instant, an unconventional landscape unfolded before him. The crystalline onyx had become utterly docile. Let us depart from this cave, Lin Xuan declared. Subsequently returning Nidoking to its Pokeball, Cocodora energetically hopped onto the head of the crystalline onyx, its bell jingling as it landed atop Lin Xuan's head. He straightened his posture slightly, while the massive body advanced toward the cave's entrance. Its smooth exterior left the ground unscathed. It only caused slight indentations when traversing softer terrain. Sitting atop the onyx, Lin Xuan grasped its forehead, finally feeling a measure of ease. It feels akin to an autonomous vehicle, he murmured, and a limited edition at that. I doubt another exists in the entirety of Magic City. Globally, it may be rare, but it surely is an uncommon subspecies. Head that way, Lin Xuan instructed. Calculating the time. Old Hat's arrival at Rock City was likely imminent, prompting him to proceed directly there. His letter had requested Yun Wu to await him in Rock City. Thanks to the crystalline onyx, Lin Xuan experienced a thrill akin to reckless abandon. No wonder Shui Hui relished ramming cars into walls. It was indeed exhilarating. He marveled at the onyx shattering boulders and sweeping aside trees, forging an unprecedented path. "You are magnificent," he praised, patting the serpent's head. The onyx, flattered, felt a peculiar sensation. Its lengthy body sprawled across the ground, while the other half stood upright, allowing Lin Xuan to gaze into the distance. Even in its upright position, it towered 4 to 5 meters high. Upon reaching the boundaries of Rock City, Lin Xuan realized the crystalline onyx exceeded the city walls by more than double. Its presence immediately aroused vigilance within the city. Lin Xiang swiftly approached, accompanied by his demolition squad. Upon spotting Lin Xuan perched atop the onyx, he exhaled in relief, comforted by the sight of the crimson-faced dragon mask. "Where is Yun Wu?" "Not arrived yet," Lin Xuan prompted, beckoning the onyx to lower its head so his voice could reach Lin Xiang's ears. Gazing at the onyx, Lin Xiang felt an increased reverence for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded, unhurried, and began to relay the events of the past few days to Lin Xiang. As he had anticipated, Lin Zhu was indeed targeting Lin Xiang, likely having compiled an extensive record of grievances. "Do you comprehend the situation now?" Lin Xuan inquired. "You foresaw this outcome long ago, did you not?" Lin Xiang initially felt a tinge of grievance, but soon resolved to retaliate. "Indeed," Lin Xuan affirmed. "I appreciate your noble intentions. Now I understand why the minions of the arch-villain experience discord. Lin Zhu is envious of me, fearful of me." In recent days, Lin Xiang had matured significantly. "Have you perused the tales? My mother once recounted them to me. Can you read? I can recognize some characters." Their exchange brought Lin Xuan a measure of delight. "Is Rock City vast?" Lin Xuan queried. "Yes, from this day forth, I shall entrust Rock City to Lin Zhu," Lin Xuan unexpectedly stated. At that moment, discontent was evident among the other members of the demolition team, who began to murmur complaints. However, before they could voice more than a few words, Lin Xiang's hand struck out decisively. Let us bestow this upon Lin Zhu as well. I shall give you half of Qi City." Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "Indeed," Lin Xiang promptly agreed. Initially, Lin Xuan's choice leaned towards Yun Wu, as he deemed Lin Xiang immature and Lin Zhu ambitious. However, upon reflection, Lin Xiang's growth exceeded his expectations. Although still lacking in maturity, it mattered little. The vast milieu of Qi City would impart valuable lessons. At that moment, those who had recently voiced their grievances were filled with regret, yet no one dared to utter a word. They were reminded that the long-absent Lin Xuan was a ruthless figure, unflinching in his resolve. Before long, Yun Wu arrived, accompanied by a convoy of ore-laden carts. Heading towards Qi City, the colossal crystal rock serpent stirred unease among the caravan, yet Lin Xiang diligently maintained control over the situation. This convoy bore the bounty of ores collected over nearly a month from the 3 cities. Despite the diminishing quantity of ores in the mountains due to overharvesting, they would still not fall short of what had been taken previously. On the following day, the entire caravan finally traversed the forest and arrived at the outskirts of Qi City. They circled into the city, unsealing the gates that had been shut for several days. "I never imagined you could conquer this vast stronghold alone," Yun Wu remarked, her expression a blend of complexity as she gazed at the man who towered above her. Her heart racing with excitement, she sensed that her lifelong dream was nearing fruition. "Lin Xiang, I have reserved half of the city's influence for you. Yet a trial awaits you as well." Lin Xuan instructed the rock serpent to draw closer to Lin Xiang's carriage. In the coming days, he would oversee the city, allowing Lin Xiang to assume control over half of it, while simultaneously clearing the sewers of their tyrannical filth. Chapter 89, A Night of Conversation. In the principal world, the far north, in a small county town of Qi City, within an inconspicuous hospital, a short-haired girl in a white uniform busily fulfilled her responsibilities as a nurse. "Shaoli, could you help me with the trash?" "Shaoli, bed number 3 has had another incident." One task after another kept her on her toes. It was only at noon that she finally paused, drenched in sweat. The heat was unbearable, yet she dared not remove her coat, for autumn had set in Qi City, and shedding it would invite illness. Cold medicine was prohibitively expensive. Li Mingxin, all done. Her roommate from upstairs approached her with a meal. The name Li Mingfei emblazoned on her badge. "I am utterly swamped." I heard that old lady passed away last night. I was attending to her until the end. Li Mingxin sighed. If she had left last night, it would have scared you to death. Li Mingfei remarked while eating. That cannot be. I am quite bold. Li Mingxin shook her head, pulling out her phone to send messages while eating. Li Mingfei leaned closer, trying to glimpse the screen, but Li Mingxin swiftly snatched it away. Not for you. Li Mingxin shot her a glare. You might as well be a sycophant. She hasn't acknowledged you in days. With 30 seconds left at the red light, I have 20 seconds to wash my hands after serving the patient. Li Mingfei scolded her while earnestly advising. This was Lin Xuan's counsel, and she understood that he spoke merely to reassure her. Similarly, regarding her parents, Lin Xuan claimed that she was participating in a training program organized by the prestigious university in the city to assuage their concerns. She even fabricated a story about needing to pay tuition, citing insufficient funds. The deception was artfully crafted, seamless in its execution. 18 days had passed. If it were my boyfriend, I would suspect he had met a grim fate abroad, shot dead by nefarious individuals. Li Mingfei remarked as she helped herself to the dishes on the table. Is there really no bringing back that guy? Li Mingxin chuckled. Still catching up on the shows he used to watch, like a devoted fan. Li Mingfei replied, exasperated. And you dare criticize me? Your ex cheated on you. Yet you still keep in touch with him. The two exchanged barbs, each wielding their words like daggers. A week of internships followed by a week of classes. The days were filled with a whirlwind of activity and purpose. The routine of lectures continued unabated. Even the goldfish in the dormitory had become so accustomed to their environment that it hardly seemed to notice the passage of time. Where's my water stone? Did they take it all? Li Mingfei inquired, leaning closer to her friend. It's been a month, Li Mingxin murmured. Today marked the deadline that Lin Xuan had mentioned. Don't be like that. I'm planning to reconcile with my ex later, Li Mingfei insisted. Such a devoted fool. Even after being cheated on. You still haven't ignored him for 30 days, have you? Ultimately, it was Li Mingfei's disdain for Li Mingxin's so-called brilliant boyfriend that fueled her irritation. He probably had a child after disappearing for a month, she teased, nudging the fish tank in an attempt to catch Li Mingxin's attention. Yet, Li Mingxin merely lay on her bed, drained of energy, staring at her phone. Tonight is the last night, she thought, extracting the acceptance letter from the university from her belongings. After putting her phone down, she shifted to a lying position. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, and she hastily wiped her tears, turning away and pulling the blanket over her to feign sleep. Are you really asleep, Li Mingxin? The voice was quiet, as she had hardly slept these past few days, constantly waiting by her phone. Not sure what she is hoping for, she thought. Time dragged on, and Li Mingxin's heart was heavy with torment. Her phone vibrated gently, and she quickly glanced at the screen. It was a system notification. The number of times she had anxiously awaited such news was beyond counting. Facing the wall, she retrieved the card once more. For an entire month, she had thought of Lin Xuan but had never dared to open the card. Within it lay a song by Lin Xuan. As night fell, she lethargically picked up her phone to complete quests on their shared game account. Lin Xuan's character had transitioned from a whimsical design to a more formidable one, reflecting the initial appearance they had chosen when they became friends. After completing the tasks, she operated both accounts simultaneously, watching the two Pokémon nestled together affectionately. Her aging phone soon overheated, the battery depleting rapidly, until it finally shut down after 30 seconds. She plugged it into charge, closing the game and staring at the vibrant green dialog box. Sighing, she had lost count of how many times she had exhaled the same breath of despair. Once her roommates had drifted into slumber, she quietly slipped out of bed, taking her cushion to the balcony. The drafty window was sealed with tape, and she curled her legs close, contemplating the passage of time. Finally, she sent one last message. Do you still want me? The clock struck midnight. She helplessly set down her phone, burying her face in her legs. Her fingers clutched the thin card, and in her fumbling, she pressed the play button. Meteor, I have come for you. Meteor, I wish to know if you remember. Meteor, I open my eyes. What are the dreams that burn and vanish? I spread my arms. Please take me away. Even if time and space shift unpredictably, even if it changes like a meteor, a fleeting dream is still worth it. Even if it costs a lifetime, a moment of emotion is worth it. This was the theme song Meteor from Lin Xuan's Past Life animated series. No wonder you didn't want me to listen directly. It truly sounds dreadful. Li Mingxin's choked voice emerged at the end of the song. Lin Xuan's low voice followed. Lin Xuan and Li Mingxin, for all eternity. In the extreme northern regions, 3 cities were hastily ushering in winter, while the Magic City remained in autumn. And Chi City had already entered winter. Outside the window, dark clouds loomed ominously. Before long, the first snowfall of winter began to descend. Li Mingxin sat against the wall all night, startling her roommate the next day when she lifted her bloodshot eyes amidst their shouts. "I'm fine. I'm off to class," she replied, having not slept a wink, with a considerable layer of snow accumulating on the windowsill. She gazed at her nearly depleted phone battery, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "Damn liar. I'll make you pay once King Carp evolves." She picked up her power bank and stepped into the snow towards her classroom. When Li Mingfei arrived at the classroom just in time, she found Li Mingxin talking to herself. Chapter 90. Footprints in the Snow. In the days that followed, Li Mingxin felt somewhat muddled. The anchor points of her reality had vanished. She began to zone out, her thoughts drifting. Time seemed to accelerate. As usual, she stared blankly at the card in her hand, waiting until the late hours when fatigue finally overtook her and she succumbed to sleep. Her vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling. Who is it? Li Mingxin sensed someone touching her and turned her listless gaze. She then saw the smiling sound of the bell. Her heart skipped a beat. "Lin Xuan, where are you?" Following the sound of the bell, she dashed out of her room. She arrived at the elevator in the hallway, repeatedly pressing the buttons on both sides. Hurry up, hurry up." She stood barefoot, urging impatiently. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and she hurried inside, hastily pressing the button for the first floor. "Where is he?" Li Mingxin glanced towards the sound of the bell. The unique red bloodstain was unmistakable. The bell rang out with a clear tone, guiding Li Mingxin as she exited the elevator. The door to the girls' dormitory was already pried open by the sound of the bell. Li Mingxin pushed the door, stepping onto the snow, no longer feeling the cold. She ran in the direction of the bell's sound. At the other end of the path stood a figure. "You still know to call for me?" Li Mingxin choked out, throwing herself into his embrace, snowflakes swirling around her. "Of course I want you. You're so wonderful, yet I couldn't find you even with a lantern." Lin Xuan held her tightly, their gazes locking. In just a second, tears streamed down Li Mingxin's face. "Oh dear, you found me," Lin Xuan said, reaching out to wipe her tears. "Could you not have sent me a message first? Do you have any idea how many days I waited for you? You are 17 days late." A full 17 days. Li Mingxin, with her hands pressed against her back, resembled a small cat extending its claws. "This was not meant to be a surprise, and I never anticipated it would take this long. I was unable to break free. And though there were moments I could have, I was still overwhelmed with tasks." Lin Xuan held her tightly, filled with remorse. "Is this how you behave when you enter a relationship? What does that even mean?" Li Mingxin shed her faade and began to weep. "It's cold here. Let us change our location," Lin Xuan suggested, lifting her in a princess carry. They traversed the snowy ground, the falling snowflakes gently landing upon their shoulders. In the tranquil campus, they were the only 2 souls present. "The pride lock will surely be discovered tomorrow, and I will be reprimanded severely," Li Mingxin said, wrapping her arms around Lin Xuan's neck. Though her words suggested concern, her tone betrayed an unmistakable joy. Unconsciously, she swung her feet in Lin Xuan's embrace, shaking off the snow that clung to them. "Don't worry, I'll have your principal come to escort you to school. You boast so much, always deceiving me. Such despicable unspoken rules. You don't even spare the old man." Li Mingxin feigned shock. "Just wait. Tonight, I'll turn the tables on you," Lin Xuan teased. "I understand now. You were spurned by another woman and came here for solace." "Oh, the imaginative little beauty," she quipped. "Little beauty? At this point, I've aged and am utterly exhausted. Yet I still have to endure this solitary existence." The jingling of a bell echoed as it observed the noisy duo with confusion. Beneath the dim streetlights, snowflakes danced, and deep footprints marked their path. The bell chimed as it landed on Lin Xuan's head, and soon they arrived at the wall beside the school gate. "Shall we scale the wall? The main entrance is fortified with anti-superpower devices. Behold my prized possession." "Huh? Here?" Upon seeing the crystal onyx, Li Mingxin's face flushed momentarily before her astonishment set in. You managed to acquire this?" Under the immense form of the crystal onyx, the wall appeared to shrink dramatically. They effortlessly exited the campus. Lin Xuan summoned the crystal onyx again and then released it once more. "At this late hour, taxis are impossible to hail. We must ride the snake to the hotel. What exactly do you do for a living?" Li Mingxin inquired, certain that Lin Xuan's transformation had been abrupt. No one understood Lin Xuan better than she did over the past few years. "Killing," Lin Xuan murmured, revealing little else. "What a tall tale. You're just boasting." Li Mingxin glanced away, refusing to meet his earnest gaze. What a ridiculous joke. I can't believe it. My goodness, what just happened? Am I still dreaming? Passers-by, wandering in the snowy night, gawked at the swiftly departing crystal onyx. Just as they questioned their own perception, the crystal onyx vanished without a trace. Near the pre-booked hotel, Lin Xuan stored the crystal onyx and carried Li Mingxin inside. Did you bring your ID? I only have my partner's, Li Mingxin replied. Having brought nothing with her, not even her phone. That will suffice. With familiarity, Lin Xuan checked into a room, cradling her as they entered the elevator. However, before they even exited, Li Mingxin had already fallen asleep in his arms. She had scarcely slept in recent days, and the cold and exhaustion were becoming unbearable. Lin Xuan gently placed her on the soft bed and quietly went to the bathroom to fetch warm water. After dampening a towel, he tenderly wiped her feet, then cradled her into the cozy embrace of the blankets. Hush, do not make a sound, Lin Xuan whispered to the ringing bell. He then picked up his phone, which had very little battery left, and squatted down in the restroom, dialing Huang Qingda's number. Qingda, too, was awake. This is Huang Qingda. Who is this? He inquired, looking at the unfamiliar number, uncertain of which student it might be. Aside from students, no one else knew this number. It's me, Lin Xuan, he replied softly. I'm fine, Huang teacher. The events of these past few days are quite complicated due to work-related matters. Do you know the president of the intermediate medical school in Qishir? Lin Xuan stated his purpose. One must not forget their studies. I have safeguarded your special credits. But you must secure first place in the final competition. Otherwise, your credits for this year are at risk. As for that president, please hold on. I will inquire with my former students. That level is rather low. I truly do not know him. No need to visit. Just focus on your studies. For young people, the primary task is learning. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. Huang Qingda continued to advise earnestly. Chapter 91. Huang Qingda's student. The man who had been awakened from the bed was named Sang Biao. He picked up his phone and heard a youthful voice on the other end. Is this the medical school president? I broke into your girl's dormitory tonight and abducted a female student. President, you're the one being audacious. Where are you? I have considerable connections at the police station. As Sang Biao dressed, he reached for another phone to prepare to call the authorities. Having shared the bad news, he was ready to reveal the good. That girl is my girlfriend. And by the way, I plan to donate 2 million to your school to build a new library. Just as Sang Biao was about to scoff, he noticed a payment notification on the other phone. His finger hesitated over the dial button, and his expression shifted dramatically. Hey, you say this is clearly the dormitory supervisor forgetting to lock the door. This is quite a commotion, he chuckled, asking, where did you get that bank account number? He had no idea his school had such a remarkable girl as a girlfriend. Huang Qingda is my teacher. My girlfriend doesn't know about my wealth. You should treat her as an ordinary student, but I do not wish for her to encounter any misfortune. With that, Lin Xuan ended the call. Huang Qingda, the kingly teacher. Sang Biao stood frozen, gasping in shock. Lin Xuan had not merely claimed to be an ordinary student. He had spun a grand tale. Why didn't you mention this earlier? He immediately roused several instructors, instructing them to check who had skipped class the next day, especially focusing on the student from the dormitory that had been broken into. Why aren't you sleeping? His wife inquired. Sleep? Sleep? How can I sleep when a student from my school has befriended a king? Sang Biao exclaimed, hastily leaving the room. Huang Qingda's true students were all exceptionally talented. The bell chimed softly between the two, stirring their hair. Turn off the lights. Lin Xuan softly spoke, reaching out to grasp Li Mingxin's somewhat chilly hand under the covers. The bell chimed, focusing his mental energy, striking the distant wall. The brutish Li Kuang was hardly reliable. It would be wiser to pray for the tyrant to send the foul muck instead. Although Lin Xiang was dependable, his team required a complete overhaul to truly bring Qiqing under his banner. He aimed to execute another conquest, and the rewards promised to be satisfactory. Before drifting into slumber, Lin Xuan glanced at the rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the perfect skill learning machine for electric terrain. Congratulations for amassing a considerable amount of Pokémon experience. And congratulations for obtaining the perfect skill learning machine for charge. He entrusted the first to the bell and the latter two to Nidoking. The mental sword empowered the bell, unleashing the electric terrain. It seemed he had stumbled upon something remarkable, yet some aspects eluded his comprehension, necessitating consultation with Huang Qingda. The mental sword skill appeared to be more extraordinary than he had anticipated. It was not merely a straightforward psychic type ability. The following morning, Li Mingxin awakened from her dreams to find Lin Xuan propped on one arm, gazing at her while engrossed in his phone. This was no dream, she murmured. Are you awake? Lin Xuan shifted his gaze from the screen to her eyes. Li Mingxin lunged at him, feigning an attempt to grab him. Wait for me. What are you waiting for? Today, I will tear you apart. Just as Li Mingxin mounted Lin Xuan's abdomen, ready to seize his shirt, a burst of laughter emanated from his phone. Li Mingxin spat out her hair that had fallen into her mouth, staring blankly at the fallen screen. She seemed to have activated a flash of electricity, leaping off Lin Xuan and curling back into the covers, motionless. So this is the daughter-in-law. A woman's voice resonated from the screen. Indeed, she is quite lovely, Lin Xuan replied, picking up the phone. Just look at you. Disappearing for over a month and a half. You mustn't do that again. The little girl is waiting for you. All right then. Fine. You children enjoy yourselves. I must get to work, he concluded, ending the call. Only then did Li Mingxin emerge from her cocoon of blankets. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You didn't give me a chance. You came charging in. Lin Xuan mimicked her earlier stance. Get lost, Li Mingxin shouted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The girls from the south might say how annoying, but Li Mingxin was undeniably a genuine woman from the northern 3 cities. She kicked her feet out from under the covers. The belle observed them, unconsciously breaking into a smile. What time is it? Li Mingxin inquired, glancing outside at the sunlight. Oh no, I have a full schedule today, she exclaimed, attempting to rise. Yet Lin Xuan seized her arm. Since you've already skipped classes, let's go out and have some fun, he said nonchalantly. Li Mingxin bit her lip. I need to eat first. Then she realized she had rushed out the previous night without even donning her shoes. What should I do? She asked. Of course, we'll have Rhydon deliver them, Lin Xuan replied, picking up his phone to select a pair of white shoes in her size. Those things are quite expensive, Li Mingxin remarked, sitting cross-legged on the bed as she tidied her hair. Do I look like someone in need of money? Lin Xuan casually shrugged. While raising Pokémon to the standard of a champion might be financially burdensome, maintaining a partner was certainly manageable. The street boys were truly disappointing. Li Mingxin stuck out her tongue. It's been 2 years since you've been lying around, Lin Xuan laughed lightly. I don't believe it. Li Mingxin rubbed her eyes and then said, You don't even know how to help me take off my clothes. I fear I might lose control. I don't believe it. You seem a bit lacking, Lin Xuan replied. Sister, though your words are coarse, that's rather excessive. Li Mingxin chuckled. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. A Rhydon, resembling a takeout box, delivered the shoes and left. Li Mingxin tried them on and found them quite nice. Wait for me. I'll wash my face, and then we can go out. Since it was already afternoon, there would be no time for a hair wash. So she quickly splashed her face and dragged Lin Xuan out of the room, having completely dismissed any thoughts of lockpicking or skipping class. Although she still felt some concern. That was a matter for another time. What shall we eat? Lin Xuan inquired. Spicy hot pot. Let me treat you to the sweet version, she replied. No way. Please spare me, heroic lady. You must let me eat today. It's a harsh punishment for your lies. In the midst of their banter, Li Mingxin pulled him into a hot pot restaurant, eagerly paying for their meal. Ugh, such an exorbitant price. I shall not return here again. They settled into their seats, and Li Mingxin whispered in his ear. Chapter 92. Is future Are you really not going to play for a few more days? Lin Xuan stood at the school gate, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Wouldn't tea that lead to my expulsion? Li Mingxin chuckled and gave Lin Xuan a big hug. I'm waiting for your king credentials, she whispered near his ear. The next moment, she added, Here's a little motivation for you. Once you've made a decision, you must follow through. Don't waver between 2 choices. I can see your future. Do not be indecisive. I will be here waiting for you when you blossom. If one day I become an obstacle, you must distance yourself. Once you become a king, you can marry whomever you wish. While Lin Xuan remained unclear about his future, feeling helpless and lost, she resolutely navigated through all the fog and glimpsed Lin Xuan's splendid future. Before departing, Li Mingxin neatly folded Lin Xuan's blood-stained collar, scraping off the dried blood until it was clean. She understood that Lin Xuan was not one to speak carelessly. Perhaps she was aware of the nature of his work, but she did not believe it. With a wave and a smile, she walked into the campus. If you can see my future, then what about ours? Lin Xuan murmured to himself, standing still. The snow had just melted, making the ground slightly slippery, so Li Mingxin walked slowly. Nonsense. I am the future tyrant. How could I not hold on to you, my little girl? You cannot escape my love, my dear consort, Lin Xuan said with a slight smile, playfully channeling a character from a light novel. Only after Li Mingxin's figure had completely vanished did Lin Xuan turn to leave. It was as if nothing had transpired. They would continue their usual banter and chatter. Upon disembarking from the plane, he was immediately greeted by a long string of messages. Li Mingxin felt rather perplexed that her instructor had not troubled her. It seemed that, apart from her roommate, no one in the entire school was aware of the escapade involving lockpicking to skip class. Some sacrifices are best kept to oneself. There is no need for a young girl to endure psychological pressure. Gazing out the window, she caught sight of what appeared to be a flicker of flame in the distant sky. Was that a Charizard? How magnificent! Lin Xuan smiled faintly to himself. His current lineup of Pokémon was nearly finalized, and he already had candidates in mind for future editions, though Charizard was not among them. He promptly dialed Huang Qingda's number. Lin Xuan, please wait for me in the testing room. I am still teaching my students, came the response. Sure. Lin Xuan hung up and made his way to the long-awaited testing room. Inside, it seemed that the equipment had been updated. Professor Xiao Guang was fervently making strides. With the support of Magic City University, advancements in energy theory were progressing rapidly. It appeared that next year, Tsinghua and Peking University would also be launching an energy program, suggesting that Magic City University had found a promising avenue for the future. Lin Xuan casually browsed through the news. In the realm of Pokémon, stagnation equates to regression. Unity is imperative. The subworld, however, remained oblivious to this principle, caught up in intrigue and conflict. As Lin Xuan pondered these matters, Huang Qingda entered the room. Compared to their last meeting, Huang Qingda had dyed his hair black. Is there a joyous occasion? Lin Xuan inquired. A dear acquaintance will be visiting in the next few days, Huang Qingda replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, Lin Xuan elongated the vowel. It was rumored that Huang Qingda remained unmarried, despite nearing 70 years of age. Haha, let us not dwell on that. Let us first conduct a basic examination. I eagerly anticipate your progress, Huang Qingda said, moving to activate the equipment. Beyond the tests, I have a discovery I wish to discuss with you, Lin Xuan interjected. Oh, really? I am looking forward to it, Huang Qingda replied, hastening his input of the password. Another error? Huang Qingda frowned, resetting the password once more. As expected, it could not repeat the previous one. Ah, the follies of youth, he mused, finally powering up the device. Lin Xuan then released Rhydon, who was visibly taller. Huang Qingda's eyes lit up. Under Lin Xuan's subtle cue, Rhydon stepped into the apparatus. The same treatment was afforded to Bellisum and Cacturne. The colossal crystal onyx was too large for the room, so Lin Xuan chose not to mention it. At a height of 1.90 meters, remarkable. The increase in psychic energy is substantial. Should we erase the move's instant amnesia and sleep? Huang Qingda proposed. It's not those moves, it's something else entirely. That is what I wish to discuss with you, Lin Xuan replied, having no intention of concealing the existence of Mental Blade. An unexpected situation with Mental Blade? Huang Qingda frowned, examining other statistics. Your Rhydon is already eligible for a high-tier ball. Within the first year at Magic City University, this Rhydon is indeed a rare specimen. He articulated with admiration. A high-tier ball? That's even better than I anticipated, Lin Xuan exhaled. In the main world, the evaluation of strength is quite straightforward. Novice, Pokeball, Super Ball, Ultra Ball, and Master Ball. Above these ranks lie the elite and the champion. Technically speaking, there exists a semi-elite tier between the Master Ball and the elite. The hierarchy is as follows: Novice, Pokeball, Super Ball, Ultra Ball, Master Ball, Semi-elite, Elite, Champion. Nidoking has already ascended to the level of Ultra Ball. Previously, Pin Lee's Venusaur likely belonged to the Master Ball tier, but Nidoking, relying on its inherent items, still managed to engage in a balanced contest. Thus, the combat prowess of Pokémon cannot be solely evaluated by mere statistics. Enhancements and skill proficiency hold equal significance. The energy is so intricate, swift, and stable, truly remarkable. Huang Qingda continuously expressed his admiration. It has been quite some time since anyone has evoked such appreciation in him. The last might have been that wood-type elite with a deficiency of the 5 elements. I could very well call you and your Nidoking a prodigy. Huang Qingda never anticipated such rapid growth. Upon graduating from Magic City University, cultivating a superlative team would have been an extraordinary achievement. Yet you are evidently progressing towards an elite team. Once you gain experience through various gyms and competitions nationwide, you may catch a glimpse of the potential for elite status. Huang Qingda glanced at the data of Bell Ring and Cocodora. Bell Ring firmly occupied the Super Ball tier, while Cocodora seemed somewhat weaker, though its physique appeared exceptionally resilient. Huang Qingde analyzed matters beyond the data with keen observation. He then crouched down and gently tapped Cocodora's head with his finger. Cocodora tilted its head, gazing at the elderly man in confusion. "I shall store your data for you. You may retrieve it whenever you wish," Huang Qingde remarked as he stood up. "Certainly. And regarding what you mentioned earlier, I wish to discuss. Teacher, this venue is too small. Let us find another place." Lin Xuan interjected. "Very well. Let us head to Arena 45. It is reserved for my exclusive use," Huang Qingde responded, leading Lin Xuan ahead. Lin Xuan followed closely behind with his Pokémon, attracting considerable attention along the way, especially due to the two minor life orbs adorning Nidoking's arm. One would have to be quite dim-witted not to realize their value of 800,000. Upon reaching Arena 45, Lin Xuan immediately began showcasing Nidoking and Cocodora. Chapter 93. This child possesses the potential of an elite. Fearless of exposure, the ball mushroom. Bell Ring, electric terrain. Electric terrain? Nidoking, spirit sword. Charge. Huang Qingde's once clear eyes suddenly clouded. Is that skill permissible? Moreover, you actually unleashed it? The electric energy enveloped the entire arena, as Nidoking wielded a 2-meter-wide sword, with electric arcs swirling around it. The electric currents surged into the sword, causing it to expand further. What is this? Where did you acquire these skills? Huang Qingde, a professor specializing in Pokémon ecology and growth, primarily focused on the ground type, which is why he came to teach Lin Xuan's class. Nidoking had been one of his research subjects in the past, but are these skills legitimate? As you can see, Nidoking unleashed a psychic type move not present in its skill set. Nidoking leaped high into the air, tracing a semicircle before striking the ground. The earth trembled, and then the wide sword transformed into a thunderous discharge. No, this is not a pure psychic move. It is a variant of electric-type prowess. This is a psychic ability morphed into an electric variant, isn't it, Celestial Monarch? Huang Qingde caressed the ground, feeling the flickering arcs of electricity. Your Nidoking must possess the ability to utilize Thunderbolt, he surmised, as thoughts whirled in his mind. Lin Xuan nodded. You must have purchased a top-tier psychic ability manual from the Bell Shop, one of which allows psychic powers to alter real entities and manipulate energy constructs. In other words, it is possible that your Nidoking transformed the form of Thunderbolt using psychic abilities, rendering it a peculiar version of Thunderbolt, Huang Qingde elucidated. Can one truly create constructs using psychic abilities, Celestial Monarch? Lin Xuan inquired. Indeed, which is why the cultivation cost of psychic attributes is exceedingly high. Your Nidoking might possess exceptional talent, having approached the threshold of the Celestial Monarch, at least in terms of this skill. In simpler terms, Nidoking has the potential of a Celestial Monarch. Huang Qingde regarded the mental sword as a route Nidoking had discovered in its psychic journey. Although it was a stretch, it was still more palatable. However, why does your bell utilize an electric field? Huang Qingde suddenly realized there were still inconsistencies. The impact of the mental sword was just too profound. My bell can manipulate electromagnetic waves, shaping them to cover the field, Lin Xuan explained, following his line of thought. And what about Nidoking's charging? Huang Qingde asked. Similarly, Lin Xuan replied without flinching. You might be able to deceive this old man, but the world of youth truly eludes my understanding, Huang Qingde said, shaking his head in resignation. This somewhat peculiar student seemed to be traversing a path he himself could not comprehend. So, can you discern any peculiarities about the mental sword, teacher? Lin Xuan inquired. As this was also his intent, he felt that this mental sword resembled an electric-type skill, a wolf in sheep's clothing, or rather, an electric move cloaked in psychic attributes, having altered its electrical nature through psychic means. After a mental storm, Huang Qingde came to understand. I see, Lin Xuan realized. It bears resemblance to the multifaceted beast, so intricate that it could indeed be discovered. Huang Qingde bit his nails like a child, exclaiming, how absurd. Ahem. Lin Xuan silently recited, a gift from a friend. In his previous life, while gaming, he had encountered an EV that could manipulate the earth. You might truly possess the potential of a Celestial Monarch. Huang Qingde suddenly found himself perplexed by this youth. If it were as he suspected, this Nidoking might indeed tread the path of a Celestial Monarch through psychic and electric abilities. A peculiar thought arose within Huang Qingde, but only Lin Xuan understood that this was a result of his extraordinary luck. The true path still lay within the realm of ground attributes. By the way, Teacher Huang, what distinguishes a champion from an ordinary trainer? He inquired. The energy consumption is minimal, yet the power is immense. Moreover, there is the complexity of one's unique path. Take my rather unremarkable student, for instance. His grass-type Pokémon can absorb a significant amount of water-type energy to withstand fire-type attacks. The ground-type champion. Her distinctive skill lies in the ability of her ace team to harness ground-type energy for healing, which is far more effective than the item leftovers. In simpler terms, to ascend to the rank of champion, one must not only possess sufficient strength, but also exhibit a unique flair that stands out among one's peers. One must be able to hold one's own against other champions, am I right? I still have a long way to go, Lin Xuan pondered. Nidoking's versatile skill set is unmatched by most Pokémon. While Bellisum may be somewhat ordinary, it possesses unique experience in battle. Cocodora has remarkable durability, and the Crystal Onyx resists water-type moves, possibly hinting at a dual water-rock type evolution into water steel. It seems promising for the future. At least you've touched upon a portion of the threshold, Huang Qingde remarked. He had already viewed Nidoking's mental prowess as a fortuitous step toward the path of a champion. He was willing to believe Lin Xuan's interpretation. He was aging, content to watch the younger generation thrive. I will continue to strive, Lin Xuan declared earnestly. All right, your class has Xiaoji's lesson today, so off you go. Tomorrow, I might introduce you to someone, Huang Qingde said, waving his hand. Sure thing, Lin Xuan responded, putting away Nidoking and Cocodora. Glancing at his phone to check the classroom schedule before heading to class, Huang Qingde gazed at the crater left by Nidoking's attack. A youthful voice seemed to echo in his ears. Teacher, look at my Shroomish. It has managed to store a large amount of water-type energy within its body, effectively carrying a water-resisting item without occupying a slot. His expression was complex, reminiscent of his once proud student. He then shook his head, everything fading away, leaving only the crater from Nidoking's strike. What a pity. I am old. I can't keep up with your thoughts. I am too traditional. It had been a long time since they last communicated. Huang Qingde felt that the grass-type champion had betrayed his principles, while the champion seemed to be in rebellion against Huang Qingde. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan entered the classroom, immediately hearing an astonishing voice. In class with Ji Yingying. My GG is just so Yingying. A large question mark appeared over Lin Xuan's head. He then took out his phone to send a text to the contact labeled Li Guifei. Lin Xuan, just thinking of you makes me victorious. Li Mingxin, stop talking nonsense. You haven't got a bird. Lin Xuan. Chapter 94, The Ground Champion. Lin Xuan was particularly attentive to Ming Xuanzong's affairs due to Li Mingxin's influence. Thus, he was somewhat informed about certain matters. It is well known that the Ming Emperor Xian, upon ascending to the throne, successfully subdued the legendary Pokémon, Zygarde. However, following his demise, he intended to bequeath Zygarde to his successor, the Ming Emperor Ying, but regrettably, Emperor Ying failed to gain Zygarde's recognition before Emperor Xian's passing. Historical records indicate that in his final moments, Emperor Xian endeavored to bring a portion of Zygarde into his mausoleum, while entrusting another part to Empress Zhang, to serve as a foundation for the nation. Yet, within Emperor Xian's tomb, no evidence of the sealed portion of Zygarde, as chronicled in the annals, has been discovered. Ji Yingying expressed her lamentation over this matter. Who wouldn't wish to behold the grandeur of the legendary Pokémon? To imprison Zygarde underground? Such an audacious notion. Or perhaps the historical texts do not fully recount the details. Lin Xuan pondered. However, he did not dwell too long on it, as the traces of legendary Pokémon in this era had nearly vanished. News had once hinted that the Ho-Oh seemed to be selecting the Rainbow Warriors once more. Yet there had been no updates for many years. As society stabilized completely, Huaxiao no longer required deities to maintain peace. Rather, they pursued the divine. Class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. Lin Xuan rose with the others, offering a slight bow towards Ji Yingying. Her classes were conducted in such a manner, without roll call, yet students were required to address her as teacher. She respected those who did not favor history, and in turn, the students were obliged to honor her. Did an alternate world also possess a Zygarde? Could one merge 200 Zygardes? He mused briefly, not delving deeper. He was still far from such a level. Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings, filled with unfamiliar faces. Where was Lin Emo? He felt a twinge of curiosity. Lin Emo did not strike him as the type to skip class. Contemplating, he made his way to the dormitory building and opened the door to his room. His eyes fell upon a young Larvitar sitting on the floor, gnawing on a mineral. Bell Rang flew over, curiously observing him. Since their last encounter, Larvitar had undergone significant changes, the most noticeable being its smoother exterior. Was it beginning to shed its skin? Lin Xuan glanced towards Lin Mo, who was seated in a chair. Yes, it was on the verge of evolution. Lin Mo unconsciously smiled. This was also the reason for his absence from class. Larvitar was about to shed its skin, a characteristic of its evolutionary form, Sandshrew, indicating that his Larvitar was soon to evolve. Hearing this, Bell Rang fluttered to Lin Xuan's side, gesturing with its tiny hands. Are you asking when you'll evolve? Lin Xuan inquired. Bell Rang nodded eagerly. There's no rush. Let us wait until you've eaten a bit more, Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Let us supplement your diet. We're not in haste. Still a little girl, indeed. Since the deity had spoken, Bell Rang held no objections. It settled atop Lin Xuan's head, remaining quietly there. Lin Xuan glanced at Chun Mo's bed, which seemed to have been unoccupied for quite some time. Where is he? He asked aloud. He seems to be busy, but I haven't checked. I still have not finished reading the messages from my partner, Lin Xuan shrugged. Li Mingxin had sent him thousands of messages over the past month, which he had yet to peruse. He hadn't yet become a tyrant, yet he already felt a semblance of reviewing official documents. After a few casual exchanges, Lin Xuan turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable sense of incongruity about Lin Xuan, as if his very presence was somewhat jarring. He muttered discontentedly. Lin Xuan scrolled through his phone, locating several messages from Chen Mo. He recalled that when he had just found the Guanjing community, he had mentioned being unable to run anymore. He still had unliquidated ores in the villa. However, that was not necessarily the case. He pondered the dietary needs of the crystal great rock snake. Those crystals were undoubtedly insufficient and digested too slowly. Finding alternatives would incur costs, and expanding the bracelet's capacity would also require expenditure. Lin Xuan gazed skyward, the drifting clouds scattered by a passing eagle. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse his own wallet, but he quickly smiled. At present, with 4 cities under his stewardship, he was not in dire need of funds. As for the analysis of crystal components, he might still need to consult Teacher Huang. Lin Xuan exhaled, feeling somewhat fortunate that he had managed to impress the examiners during the college entrance examinations. Otherwise, he might never have crossed paths with someone like Huang Qingde. Schools are among the few places that allow individuals to transcend social classes. Moreover, he had long delayed dealing with the third power of Pokémon, which pertained to stamina. He felt somewhat awkward about communicating with Haishi mining. Money was tight. As dusk approached and night fell, Huang Qingde, residing in the faculty dormitory, was not adhering to his usual early bedtime. He paced in his office, hands clasped behind his back. His tutu dog sat in the corner, bemusedly observing the elderly gentleman. Having maintained a composed demeanor throughout his life, he was childlike only in the company of one particular person. Where could she be? Wasn't she supposed to arrive today? Huang Qingde was a man of his word, so even as night enveloped the world, he continued to wait. Fortune favors the diligent. At last, the door was turned open. An elderly woman, of similar age to him, entered, leaning on a cane, her white hair cascading over her shoulders, her back remarkably straight. You've dyed your hair again, haven't you? You truly look younger, she remarked, regarding Huang Qingde with a smile. Time gallops like a steed, with the passage of days and months. How can one escape aging? You resemble a young girl, she chattered. Were there outsiders present, they would undoubtedly recognize this woman as Su Qingce, the Earth King of contemporary Huaxia. Huaxia particularly esteems the 5-element system, with 5 kings representing each element, and she corresponded to the earth element. They also felt that having 4 was less melodious. Hence, with the addition of a champion, the system now comprised 6, a much more harmonious number. It has been 67 years, hasn't it? You remain just as you were, she chuckled. Su Qingce closed the door behind her, leaning on her cane, and smiled in greeting to the tutu dog. You are 67 years old now. When will you step down from your position as king? Huang Qingde offered her a somewhat worn folding stool. Su Qingce sat down and remarked, the earth and rock factions have long been devoid of fresh vigor. Rather than allowing them to be distracted from their duties as kings, it would be better for them to venture forth. The world is vast. Typically, a king's term lasts 3 years, and such positions are not subject to change within that period. After several rotations, the mantle of the Earth King had once again fallen upon Su Qingce. For over a decade now, I have recently discovered a promising young talent, Huang Qingde remarked. Indeed. It is worth meeting, Su Qingsue replied with a slight nod. Huang Qingde suggested, let us meet before we depart tomorrow. That sounds good, Su Qingsue approved. Chapter 95. The Guidance of the Sovereign, the newly arrived energy cube. Su Qingsue, a diligent and competent sovereign, had not seen Huang Qingde for quite some time. Yet they were to part ways after breakfast the following morning. Huang Qingde seized the opportunity to engage her with discussions about Lin Xuan. As they walked together through the vibrant campus of Magic City University, they maintained a respectful distance. Do you remember when you said you aspired to be a sovereign? But after losing to me, you turned to research, Su Qingsue said with a faint smile. Ultimately, she embraced Huang Qingde's aspirations and became the guardian sovereign of a region. There are myriad paths one can choose in life. What matters is finding joy and value in them, Huang Qingde mused with a gentle smile. He had not been awarded a professorship, and 2 children from humble beginnings had scarce resources. Indeed, joy is paramount, Su Qingsue replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. By the way, are you not considering challenging the champion? Huang Qingde inquired. Don't jest. An old relic like me taking down the champion? The league would surely hold me accountable, Su Qingsue chuckled merrily. Meanwhile, students in the distance discreetly captured images of these 2 remarkably spirited elders. Teacher Huang, I have arrived. Lin Xuan panted as he rushed over. Upon noticing the elderly woman beside Huang Qingde, Lin Xuan felt a vague familiarity, yet could not recall where he had seen her before. Is this the prodigy you spoke of? Quite proper in appearance, Su Qingsue observed, scrutinizing him. Hearing the familiar inverted phrasing, Lin Xuan gazed back. Are you also from Mountain City? Both Qingde and I hail from Mountain City. It seems we have a fellow townsman here. Let us head to Qingde's arena. I wish to gauge your capabilities, Su Qingsue said, leaning on her cane as she made her way toward Arena 45. Quickly, keep up, Huang Qingde urged. Opportunities like this are rare. This is a genuine elder sovereign. Upon arriving at the arena, at Su Qingsue's request, Lin Xuan released all of his Pokémon, including the 12-meter-long crystal onyx. The crystalline surface shimmered blindingly in the sunlight. A crystal onyx? Huang Qingde recognized this subspecies of onyx. Over the millennia spent coexisting with Pokémon in the main world, he had encountered similar subspecies. A gift from a friend. You understand, Lin Xuan coughed lightly. Your friend is quite impressive, Huang Qingde remarked, intrigued but not probing further. In the realm of Pokémon, what was truly impossible? Qingde, you have surprised me immensely, Su Qingsue said, her expression complex. Does it matter how you acquired it? Not at all. What matters is that there are no legal issues, Lin Xuan replied. This crystal onyx was discovered by chance. It was impervious to both water and fire. Lin Xuan looked up at the somewhat bewildered onyx, initially believing that the absence of water would expose it to a fire weakness. However, this was not the case. In fact, fire damage seemed reduced to a quarter. Even Nidoqueen's flamethrower barely affected it. The crystal onyx gazed around, feeling as though it were transported to another realm by the architectural style surrounding it. Indeed, I have not delved deeply into the studies of onyx. However, let me assist you with Nidoking. Can it wield earth power? In the ensuing moments, Su Qingsue instructed Nidoking on its ground-type moves. Among them, Nidoking's earth power left Su Qingsue utterly astonished. During their conversation, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled her identity, cherishing this invaluable lesson even more. This class would fetch millions outside, with eager participants clamoring for a chance to attend. Yet, time is always fleeting. Su Qingsue had to depart before the afternoon. Until we meet again, she said, standing tall as she looked at Huang Qingde. Farewell, he waved, letting out a sigh. After her departure, Lin Xuan retrieved a large crystal from his bracelet. Teacher Huang, can you analyze its composition? He inquired, hopeful. This is the food of the crystal onyx, but its digestion is exceedingly slow, and it cannot regenerate yet. According to Professor Xiaoguang's energy theory, it is also a manifestation of energy, something that can be substituted. You understand energy cubes, right? Huang Qingde instructed Lin Xuan to put the crystal away and follow him to the testing room. While the crystal was being analyzed, Lin Xuan broached the topic of Pokémon stamina. This is the consequence of not attending class diligently. I covered stamina, combat energy, and life energy as the 3 fundamental forces of Pokémon in the 3rd lesson, Huang Qingde remarked, casting a resigned glance at him. These 3 forces constitute the framework of optical Pokémon. Hey, it seems I am rather clever, Lin Xuan replied, mimicking a child's demeanor, almost as if presenting a treasure. It may not be entirely incorrect. Perhaps you truly are a genius, Huang Qingde conceded. Lin Xuan chuckled at that. The peculiar energy points, when combined, could indeed transform onyx into crystal onyx. Huang Qingde glanced at the list before handing it to Lin Xuan. This discovery belonged to Lin Xuan. Thus he held absolute authority over its use. Will you not keep a copy? Lin Xuan inquired. Let the young take their share. Huang Qingde smiled slightly. Gazing at the energy above, Lin Xuan found it incomprehensible. He remembered Mu Mu from the breeding department, whose heart had been shattered previously, the same white-haired youth who had triumphed in 3 consecutive new student competitions, just as he had. He bid farewell to Huang Qingde and made his way to the breeding department's teaching building, simultaneously reaching out to Mu Mu via his phone. Mu Mu, need guidance? Just woke up. Come to the classroom we used last time. Lin Xuan readily agreed. Upon arriving at the classroom filled with various instruments, he handed the list to Mu Mu. Could you help me identify what materials are needed for this data? Where did you come by such a thing? Surely it won't explode when combined? Mu Mu queried, examining the data with keen interest. Look here, this is clearly a water stone, but intriguingly, it calls for lava fruit. A type of fruit that only grows near underground lava. Mu Mu was captivated, as this was his first encounter with such data. As he spoke, Lin Xuan recorded their conversation in Li Mengxin's chat box. Upon receiving a barrage of items from Lin Xuan, Li Mengxin responded with several question marks. This formula is laughable, she remarked. Mu Mu, after reviewing it, chuckled as well. Thank you, Lin Xuan remarked, taking the data he handed over. Without saying much, she bid farewell, remembering this favor. After Lin Xuan departed, Mu Mu felt an increasing itch to create, prompting her to search through the vast storage cabinets in the classroom for materials. Before long, a wisp of black smoke billowed from the energy cube manufacturing machine. I knew it would explode, Mu Mu thought, tapping her forehead. The urge to create was overwhelming. She would dare to try again. This was akin to the alchemical explosions described in cultivation novels, with so many conflicting elements of water and fire involved. It would be surprising if it didn't explode. She clicked her tongue and began to clean up the machine. Chapter 96, the next target. This time, the trading post had not refreshed the red-eyed senior. Currently, her affliction paled in comparison to his own. He began to scour the supermarket, purchasing various materials for energy cubes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. When Lin Xuan relayed the materials he had just mentioned, she frowned. They were quite expensive. Even with discounts for students at Magic Capital University, a single piece would cost around 40 to 50,000, and it was uncertain whether that was 500 or 1,000. She furrowed her brow. If it weren't for the territories she had claimed in the alternate world, she wouldn't even be able to afford the crystal giant rock snake that she had received as a gift. When Lin Xuan finally produced a crystal-like energy cube from the machine, a symbol appeared before him. Is there a problem, dear grandchild? Lin Xuan inquired, seemingly just seeking acknowledgement. In the simulation room, he released the crystal giant rock snake, which glowed with a red light. The value displayed was 500. The crystal giant rock snake lowered its head and sniffed at the small object, finding it no different from the usual crystals it consumed, and even more fragrant. As Lin Xuan extended his hand, palm up, the crystal giant rock snake nuzzled against it like a puppy, simultaneously swallowing the energy cube. Instantly, an unparalleled flavor burst in his mouth, and pure energy coursed down his throat, spreading throughout his body. Compared to gnawing on raw crystals, not only was it more delectable, but he could also consume more. Previously, a single crystal could sustain him for several days, and he could hardly eat more. But now he felt he could manage 2 or 3 pieces. He clumsily nudged Lin Xuan's pant leg, his bowed head appearing quite comical. In this world, nothing was more important than sustenance. You, Lin Xuan said, asking him to wait a moment while he continued crafting. He also added the larger crystals to the raw materials. Once completed, the energy value increased by 1 to 200. He tossed the finished product to the crystal giant rock snake, who cast a glance at the Nidoking engaged in battle with the bells in the distance. Even after the crystal giant rock snake could eat no more, Lin Xuan continued creating these energy cubes, building up his stock. Each piece started at 40,000, a considerable expenditure. He couldn't bear to think about how he would manage if he were to raise a Banjiras in the future. It seemed that earning money was akin to not earning at all. Observing the energy cubes piled in the corners of his bracelet, Lin Xuan smiled with satisfaction. He then began crafting other energy cubes. When the machine reached full capacity and began to overheat, Lin Xuan altered the simulation room to mimic hailstorm weather. While allowing the Pokémon to continue battling and training, he persisted in his creation efforts. He became increasingly adept, the energy cubes provided by the system truly enhancing his experience and skill. The most useful ability emerged, the Path of the King, akin to a tantalizing promise drawn by a dutiful grandson. It was only the following morning that Lin Xuan paused his relentless work. Whenever fatigue struck, he would invigorate himself with an energy cube, which was quite affordable. He treated himself like a workhorse, racing against time. His cessation was not due to exhaustion, but rather because the machine could endure no more. He had purchased the most basic model, which had completely succumbed to overheating. Subsequently, he retrieved his only alert Pokémon, the Crystal Onyx, and stored it in its Pokeball. Upon exiting the simulation room, he encountered a familiar face, Chen Mo, the son of the school board member. "So you found your way here," Lin Xuan mused, glancing at his phone, which displayed a battle request from Chen Mo. "I am no longer the same as before. I believe I can demonstrate my efforts to you." Chen Mo brandished a Pokeball, aiming it at Lin Xuan, who felt a moment of nostalgia. "A fair Pokémon battle. How reminiscent it was," he said, opening the door to the simulation room once more. "Come, let me show you our recent endeavors," Chen Mo exclaimed with excitement. They each positioned themselves on opposite sides, pressing the buttons on their Pokeballs. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and sent forth the Crystal Onyx. "Go." Wartortle. Wartortle, the evolved form of Squirtle, sported extra wave-like tufts of fur on its tail and ears, appearing in a shiny green hue with a purple body. Both the human and the turtle were momentarily taken aback by the imposing presence of the Crystal Onyx. Nevertheless, Wartortle quickly sprang into action. Wartortle, Hydro Pump. This time, Wartortle was not burdened by numerous items. Relying solely on its own strength, it unleashed a torrent of water. Onyx, use Dragon Breath. A purple energy coalesced within the mouth of the Crystal Onyx, surging forth to counter the Hydro Pump. Observing Wartortle's struggle, Chen Mo hurriedly commanded, "Wartortle, withdraw into your shell and spin." Wartortle swiftly retracted its tail and limbs into its shell, then simultaneously released jets of water from several openings. The turtle shell began to spin at high speed, evading the Dragon Breath of the Crystal Onyx, while charging towards it with a powerful stream of water. The Onyx, which was 4 times weak against water-type moves, was struck. Bang! Wartortle's shell collided with the Crystal Onyx's body, and in an instant, it extended itself from its shell. Hydro Pump. The formidable torrent crashed against the Crystal Onyx like a cannonball. However, the anticipated victory did not materialize. The Crystal Onyx was remarkably resilient. It lunged at the airborne Wartortle, employing a basic bite rather than a skill. Seeing this, Lin Xuan quickly instructed, "Onyx, use Dragon Breath." The Crystal Onyx, responding to the command, emitted its Dragon Breath after a brief moment of hesitation. Lin Xuan frowned slightly as he watched Wartortle evade the Dragon Breath. He was quite satisfied with the Crystal Onyx, yet it was far too untamed. It was wilder than even the bell from the same alternate world. With the outcome seemingly decided, he glanced at Chen Mo, pondering whether to continue the contest. Gazing at the traces left by the dragon's breath on the ground, Chen Mo gritted his teeth. Even the commands from him, a seasoned trainer, were met with hesitation. "Isn't this community already bustling with people? How did you manage to move in?" Lin Xuan inquired. "I reside with Aunt Xuehui," Chen Mo replied, gathering his thoughts. "Really? But isn't he a man?" Lin Xuan expressed his astonishment, though he too did not perceive Xuehui as male. The only conceivable proof of Xuehui's masculinity might be a mere bird. "I don't care. He is definitely female," Chen Mo asserted earnestly. "Huh, just be careful not to fall victim to his crimes." The 2 children at Xuehui's home immediately conjured unpleasant associations for Lin Xuan upon their first meeting. "What? He doesn't need my money." Chen Mo clearly did not grasp the implication. "No matter, it's time for breakfast." Lin Xuan smiled gently, shifting the topic. "All right." Chen Mo did not pursue the matter further. While dining, Lin Xuan contemplated the forthcoming ambitions of their forces. There were 2 moderately sized cities nearby, akin to Qiqing, which presented potential targets. Ultimately, he opted for a trade hub among several cities, Greenleaf City, the homeland of the Straw Hat Man. However, this time, he resolved not to put himself in peril. Lin Xuan silently affirmed. Chapter 97. Seizing the Economy. Lin Xuan's path was unceasing. The stronghold he had captured atop Qiqing was occupied. the Eastern Elephant, one of Caesar's 4 symbols, emerged and surveyed the surroundings, recognizing the familiar tents from his previous respite in the city. He chose not to make the Lord's mansion his base, but rather this location. Situated near the mine's small city gate, he could swiftly respond to any developments. Ring the bell and summon Yun Wu and Li Kuang, Lin Xuan commanded. The bell chimed, and upon hearing it, a servant swiftly exited the tent. Not long after, 3 individuals entered the tent in succession. The swiftest was Yun Wu, who crawled in. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, and Yun Wu silently approached, kneeling beside him. How have you been lately? Lin Xuan inquired. What of the planting? He continued. 40% of the land within the city has been transformed into arable plots for cultivation. 1 harvest suffices for the city's operation, and the surplus can be traded with Greenleaf City, as you suggested. I trust they will appreciate more delicious and affordable grain. Lin Xuan remarked casually. How has Lin Xiang been performing? He asked next. It appears he is not inept. If he proves useless, replace him. I am not a caretaker. Lin Xuan replied coolly. His aim in recruiting these individuals was for convenience, avoiding the need to personally oversee every task. Should Lin Xiang fail to keep pace, he would prefer to replace him rather than train him like some imbecile. Population was the least scarce resource in this world, and untapped talent was abundant. As for trust, sufficient benefits would suffice. Just as Yun Wu was about to speak, Li Kuang lifted the tent flap and entered. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Li Kuang gazed at the prostrate Yun Wu. Do not overthink it. Are there still any survivors from Pengli within the city? Lin Xuan cast a fleeting glance in his direction, gesturing for him to take a seat. Li Kuang flashed a grin and settled himself on the ground nearby. The old have perished. Can the young endure? He mused. His grandson was rather formidable, yet I did not expect you to eliminate him so decisively. Li Kuang chuckled. That fool with the mighty gator, the breeding of which is impressive, Lin Xuan remarked casually. The crux of the matter, however, was that only Lin Xiang and Li Kuang's people remained in the city. Before long, Lin Xiang entered, panting heavily. He approached Lin Xuan and bowed respectfully, saying, As per your instructions, I have commenced communication regarding the trade routes with Greenleaf City. According to my investigation, Greenleaf City has a keen interest in grains and pokeballs, although it possesses ample arable land. The overwhelming presence of bug-type Pokémon has consistently posed a significant challenge. Lin Xiang had conducted thorough research due to Lin Xuan's command, providing him with a clear understanding of the situation in Greenleaf City. Despite the vast expanse of cultivable land, the inability to eradicate the bug-type Pokémon had gradually transformed it into a trading hub among several cities, a vital point of contention. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Yet, such a city cannot solely rely on martial might. The primary advantage of Greenleaf City lies in trade. However, a city besieged by various Pokémon incursions holds little value. Oh, by the way, my lord, Lin Zhu has been eager to meet you, Yun Wu interjected. Let him wait here the day after tomorrow, Lin Xuan replied. It was evident that Lin Zhu sought to advance his own standing once more. Very well. Return to your duties, Lin Xuan waved them off. Understood, Li Kuang stood and turned to leave. He felt an unusual sense of ease. Free from the pressures of his own city and Pengli, he was no longer constrained. Although Lin Xuan was present, he at least did not harbor intentions of undermining him. Lin Xiang glanced at Lin Xuan, then at Yun Wu, as if hesitating to voice something. Yun Wu, you may step outside. Lin Xuan discerned his unspoken thoughts, intrigued by what he wished to convey. Once Yun Wu had crawled out, Lin Xiang found it difficult to articulate. My lord, could you perhaps refrain from making Yun Wu kneel continuously? Huh. Lin Xuan was taken aback. I wish to marry her, Lin Xiang confessed, his face flushing crimson. Did she take you to bed? Lin Xuan inquired. Yes, he replied. Lin Xuan rubbed his forehead, at a loss for words. Let it be. It is not as though she is inexperienced in such matters. She has been with many, like a motherly teddy bear. Yet how could even a pure-hearted boy like you be overlooked? If you can secure Greenleaf City before February of next year and thereby regulate the other cities, I shall not interfere in your affairs, Lin Xuan proposed, painting a hopeful picture. All right. Lin Xiang's spirit surged with determination. As for whether Yun Wu knelt or not, that was a choice of her own. Lin Xuan dismissed him with a wave of his hand and turned his attention to the system's daily rewards. Is it too much to ask for something novel? Lin Xuan lamented, resigned to selecting the daily Pokeballs. This time, to his dismay, even the coins had vanished. Gazing at the familiar surroundings of the simulation room, I dialed Li Mingxin's number. Oh, I was busy before, but I'm free now, she replied. As Lin Xuan activated the sandstorm simulation, she retrieved the Pokeballs of Nidoking and Onyx. It's time for some training, my dear companions. The conditions of the simulation room were unparalleled, unmatched even by the subworld. It's almost time for your monthly exams, isn't it? Li Mingxin inquired. Yes, next weekend. I've heard they're changing the rules again. The practical class teacher has truly gone mad. Lin Xuan recalled the torment inflicted by the practical class teacher during the college entrance examination. That teacher still seemed to be fixated on her. The last time she missed the monthly exam, it almost led him to laughter. Do you know his name? Li Mingxin asked. I have no idea. I think it has Wang in it, but who knows? That would surely drive him mad if he found out. Li Mingxin chuckled. Aren't you in class? I am. But for some reason, our department has reduced our working hours. It went from once a week to once every 2 weeks, and the pay has doubled. The teacher seems to have changed too. They hardly take attendance anymore, Li Mingxin said, her tone filled with joy. Chapter 98. Lin Xuan, have you started your period? The bell rang, summoning someone. As the bell chimed, a figure appeared before the tent, adorned with dew, suggesting they had been standing there for quite some time. Upon seeing the bell's motion, he quickly spoke. May I enter? Lin Zhu seeks an audience with you. The bell, after a moment's glance, used telekinesis to lift the tent flap, allowing Lin Zhu to enter. You arrived so early? Lin Xuan looked up. True to your nature, always so industrious. I arrived last night and have been waiting outside, Lin Zhu replied. Quite diligent, Lin Xuan casually praised. My lord, the ores from the 3 cities have been delivered this morning, awaiting your inspection, Lin Zhu continued. How much? Lin Xuan inquired. It has only been a few days since the last delivery. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, Lin Xuan smiled subtly, knowing it was Lin Zhu who had been exerting pressure on his subordinates. But what did that matter to him? Before his arrival, those people would have struggled to survive. My lord, I wish to return to Qiqing, Lin Zhu stated, revealing his thoughts. Do you understand why I asked you to stay in the 3 cities? Lin Xuan retorted. Is it because you value Lin Xiang more? Lin Zhu speculated. Foolish. Lin Xuan looked at him, the blood seemingly coursing down the surface of the dragon mask. Lin Zhu fell to his knees, trembling. It is my ignorance, he stammered. Being the lord of the 3 cities is not as good as being constrained by Yunwu and Li Kuang in Qiqing. Do you genuinely believe this is a favorable position? Lin Xuan scoffed. Lin Zhu raised his head, suddenly realizing much. In recent days, he had feared he would be completely out of favor, exiled to the outskirts, and ultimately replaced. He even contemplated whether to rebel against Lin Xuan. His desire for advancement was overwhelming. Yet, the only one who could offer him an opportunity was Aya from the East Sea. And he knew Aya would certainly disregard him. Amidst these thoughts came a wave of unease. He dreaded that Lin Xuan might discover his intentions, leaving him forever unable to awaken. Now, Lin Xuan's words rekindled hope within his heart. Lin Xiang, being young, you should encourage yourself, he said with a faint smile. Indeed, Lin Zhu replied, striking the ground heavily, reigniting an immense fighting spirit within him. The outer regions of that small mountain range likely contained little, and venturing deeper would expose them to wild Pokémon that those people could not handle. Henceforth, focus on farming. Seeds can be obtained from Yunwu. Lin Xuan gazed at him with satisfaction, recalling the previous encourager who had been roasted. Yes, the seeds were handed to Yunwu yesterday. All high-yield grain seeds, unmatched even in the next world. This is also a preparation to seize the economic lifeline of Greenleaf City. Under Lin Xuan's grand vision, Lin Zhu departed contentedly, his posture elevated with the demeanor of Lin Xuan's foremost subordinate. Could this be considered the triumph of a petty individual? Perhaps not. Lin Xuan removed the bell from his head, murmuring to himself. The bell nodded and took flight. Shortly after, Yunwu arrived, maintaining her usual routine of gathering information and organizing affairs. Sir, my skin has become rather rough lately, she said, leaning close to Lin Xuan, resting her head on his lap and gazing up at him with eyes blinking like a pleading kitten. Previously, Yunwu would not have been so concerned with her skin. But in comparison to Lin Xuan, the difference was stark. Lin Xuan closed his eyes in silence, while Yunwu nuzzled against his shoe. Woof woof, giggling. Yunwu crawled away, her heart entirely indifferent to whether she appeared dog-like. Oddly enough, one might say her mind had become unhinged, convinced that this was how it ought to be. Dignity, boundaries, they had ceased to exist. Skincare products, perhaps I should consult someone? Lin Xuan pondered, recalling the red-eyed senior. It seemed he knew such a woman. Consulting Li Mingxin would certainly reveal his intentions of buying for another. In the next moment, he and the bell vanished from the spot. Returning to the locked simulation room, he exited, intending to visit the red-eyed senior's refresh point, specifically the secrets area of the trading post. Standing in a corner of the trading post, he studied a parchment map while occasionally exchanging a few words with Li Mingxin on the other end of his phone. This map depicted the next world, a comprehensive representation that included the entirety of Caesar's territory. Caesar occupied the central and safest position within the encirclement of the four symbols. The west was dominated by vast mountain ranges, with the western side corresponding to the west symbol. The north was fertile land, home to the north symbol. The south symbol resided within a vast forest, while the east symbol's territory was rather complex, featuring everything one might expect, except for deserts. However, what was the situation with this city? Lin Xuan gazed at a city shrouded in shadow on the map. He had purchased this map at a considerable price, and thus was uncertain of the significance of the shadow. There were a total of 4 large cities, 8 medium-sized cities, and numerous smaller cities within the east symbol's domain. The medium-sized territory he currently occupies resembles that of an initial town, while the smaller ones are comparable to the previous singular city and rock city. The larger cities are at least twice the size of an initial town. On this map, Lin Xuan's domain is but a mere speck, a stark contrast akin to a few crumbs against a vast expanse of chips. Lin Xuan snapped a photo of the map and sent it to Li Mingxin, inquiring, "In such a configuration, how do you suppose the leader of that initial town might secure victory?" "Well said, but do refrain from mentioning it again," Lin Xuan remarked. "Even Zhuge Liang would find this task insurmountable. Where did this wretched map originate?" Li Mingxin's voice chimed in once more. "A splendid idea. Let us summon Zhuge Liang at the thatched cottage," Lin Xuan mused whimsically. "The only thing in that cottage is a strawberry tart," Li Mingxin advised him against dreaming. As they exchanged playful banter, Lin Xuan continued to ponder. Before long, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated nearby. "Oh, hello, my faithful junior." Lin Xuan looked up to see Shen Yin, radiating brilliance. "Good morning, Red-Eye Syndrome Senior." Li Mingxin on the other end of the call perked up, listening intently. Shen Yin's eyes glimmered with golden light as she beheld the deep crimson hue behind Lin Xuan. "Junior, has your menstrual cycle commenced? Why so red?" Shen Yin's words were startling. "How do you know? Have you been spying on me?" Lin Xuan retorted. Shen Yin crossed her arms and took a step back, gazing at him as if he were peculiar. Had it been Li Mingxin, Lin Xuan would have quipped back, "You certainly have a knack for the intriguing. Pray tell, what precisely can your eyes perceive?" Lin Xuan inquired with curiosity. "I couldn't tell you. The teacher merely instructed us on the normal steps of cultivation. The first step is to perceive the supernatural attributes in the air. Then, for some reason, my training went awry, and I began seeing different colors around everyone. Yours is a blood-red hue, while teacher Huang Qingda's is a wispy white cloud," Shen Yin explained nonchalantly. "This ability is common knowledge. Her beauty was undeniable, otherwise no one would be competing for the title of campus belle. She would surely be in the running." Lin Xuan recalled someone and asked, "Do you know Blackstone Chaofei from the judges panel during the initial school competition? Have you observed the colors surrounding him? Is that so? Are you here to purchase a manual?" Lin Xuan shifted the topic. "Yes, a new telekinetic manual has been released. Over her 3 years at Magic Capital University, she had acquired dozens of such manuals." "Very well, I shall return to my map studies. You may proceed with your purchase." After parting ways, Lin Xuan resumed his research in a secluded corner of the trading post, contemplating how to surmount his current predicament. He also pondered Blackstone Chaofei, his instincts warning him of danger. "I cannot continue relying solely on Blackstone mining. I must establish my own legitimate enterprise for cover," Lin Xuan reflected. When noon arrived and Li Mingxin took her afternoon nap, they ended the call, and Lin Xuan ventured to Shun Yin's club classroom, hoping for a stroke of luck. Fortune favored him, as the classroom had indeed refreshed with the red-eye syndrome senior. "You must be feeling considerable pressure in the combat department lately?" Shen Yin opened her eyes and spoke first. "Why is that?" Lin Xuan felt entirely unaffected. "The instructor Wang from your training class has once again altered the rules for the monthly examination. Candidates will no longer utilize their own Pokémon, nor will they engage in battles amongst themselves. Instead, they must defeat the examiner. Furthermore, there is an additional stipulation. If a victor is not determined within half an hour, the candidate will be deemed defeated." Shen voiced the recent news she had learned. Is there such a grudge against the team? Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that the passing rate for the battle department's monthly exam was already around 50%. Now it's likely even lower. Shen smiled slightly. A minor issue. By the way, do you know how to choose skincare products? Lin Xuan inquired, revealing her ulterior motive. A large question mark appeared above Shen Yin's head. Satisfied after obtaining the desired answer, Lin Xuan departed. The following day, she brought the products to Yunwu. I knew Lord Lin would definitely have them. Yunwu exclaimed joyfully, clumsily flipping through the instruction manual. Although most of the text was incomprehensible, the procedural steps were clear enough. Observing Yunwu's childlike happiness, Lin Xuan felt little emotion. The subsequent days passed in tranquility. Golden wheat stalks grew in every corner of the rising city, thriving rapidly under the infusion of energy. The day of the monthly examination quickly approached, and the grand competition arena buzzed with excitement once more. Lin Xuan stood in line among the crowd, preparing to select the Pokémon for this grand battle. Candidates were prohibited from using their own Pokémon. Instead, all participants utilized those provided by the school. Each shelf displayed Pokeballs, labeled with the names of the Pokémon and some basic data, such as their abilities and skill sets. Banjiras? They have that as well. Lin Xuan glanced at an empty shelf, regrettably noting that it had already been chosen. Should I purchase a young Giratina? She pondered while selecting her Pokémon. Her current resources were more than sufficient. However, it would be wiser to address her industrial concerns first. The cultivation costs were excessive, and she needed to extricate herself from dependency on the Blackstone Mining Company. Lost in thought, Lin Xuan finalized her Pokémon selection. Her target was to counter the opposing team, which Shen had hinted was most likely the case. It was clear that they were coming for her. After making her choice, she proceeded to collect her examination number. First up, Wang, whatever your name is, you truly are something. Lin Xuan smiled faintly as she approached the arena. Standing in the Challenger S position, Lin Xuan gazed at the man clad in Teacher S attire across from her. This match would be a 3v3 battle, with victory awarded to the side that first incapacitated the opponent's Pokémon. Additionally, if the battle exceeded half an hour, Teacher Wang would be declared the winner. The referee stood on a special apparatus atop the sturdy shield Pokémon, announcing the rules. Lin Xuan strained to listen, yet regrettably, she still did not learn the teacher's name. Kid, I finally caught you. The agony you've inflicted upon me will be repaid in full, Teacher Wang declared. Lin Xuan raised her hand. Sir, I have something to say. Other students in the audience turned to Lin Xuan, curious about what she would say. No, I actually wanted to ask, what is your name? Lin Xuan's words not only left him astonished, but also rendered the students who overheard the conversation through the recording device equally bewildered. It was understandable to be unable to recognize all classmates after more than half a semester. But teachers, are you the king of Blizzard? Do you go by the name Wang Shishui? Lin Xuan exclaimed, casting aside a Pokeball adorned with the emblem of Magic City University. With a flash, a creature resembling a cloaked specter, the Dream Demon, materialized before Lin Xuan, hovering gracefully in the air. Dream Demon? Who placed this creature in the selection pool? Wang's expression shifted dramatically as snowflakes began to fall from the sky, chilling his heart further. He had sought the counsel of seniors experienced in the art of battling, all in pursuit of vengeance. However, the Dream Demon was impervious to such feeble tactics. Your luck is remarkable. King of Blizzard, use Seed Bomb. Wang gritted his teeth and commanded. Dream Demon, use Substitute. Lin Xuan ordered in response. Both sides sprang into action, as a seed glowing with emerald light hurtled towards the Dream Demon. Yet, the Dream Demon was swifter, leaving behind a doll-like substitute while its true form vanished without a trace. The seed bomb fell harmlessly to the ground. Damn it, Wang cursed under his breath. Dream Demon, use Calm Mind. King of Blizzard, unleash Blizzard. The Dream Demon reappeared above the substitute, vibrant colors beginning to infuse its being. Both special attack and special defense surged. Once more, it vanished, while the blizzard bore down upon the substitute. Whether the substitute would withstand the onslaught would determine the outcome of the match. Chapter 100, Into the City. Would it break? The students in the audience watched the seemingly ferocious blizzard with rapt attention. Lin Xuan pondered the same. If it shattered, the King of Blizzard could indeed pose a significant threat. It was essential that it break. Wang clenched his teeth in determination, initially brimming with confidence to torment Lin Xuan. He had not anticipated that Lin Xuan would wield the Dream Demon, a formidable Pokémon. For a special team, The Dream Demon was decidedly more resilient. The blizzard ceased, and snow continued to drift through the air. The doll-like substitute remained on the battlefield. General, Dream Demon, once more into calm mind. The Dream Demon re-emerged above the substitute, its radiant hues reflecting in the eyes of onlookers. It is coming to an end, murmured a bandaged boy in the audience, his golden slit eyes fixated on the scene. The two instances of calm mind left the King of Blizzard with no viable options against the Dream Demon. Wang's Pokémon was likely one provided by the school, putting both parties on equal footing. Yet, what was bewildering was the evident investment in the Dream Demon's special defense, as the Blizzard failed to breach the substitute. The creature's charming exterior rendered many students momentarily dazed. Those familiar with the Pokémon battling games knew all too well how frustrating a Chansey could be in certain competitive formats. Lin Xuan regarded Chansey with a slight smile. Dream Demon, use taunt, Lin Xuan said coolly. You've got some skill. Wang observed the successful taunt, stowing Chansey back into its Pokeball. Hey, it's a hit, Chen Mo exclaimed from the audience. However, it was not unusual for Lin Xuan to be the opponent. Mr. Wang, we shall meet again, Lin Xuan declared, turning to depart, once again safeguarding his special credits. A girl from the audience quickly rose to her feet and rushed over. Classmate, may I borrow your Dream Demon for a moment? Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xuan turned to look. At first glance, he pondered whether this individual was male or female, as they appeared to be more androgynous than he. I would advise against using this Dream Demon, Lin Xuan stated earnestly. Why? She inquired, her expression revealing confusion. Because this particular Dream Demon possesses only 4 skills: Substitute, Meditate, Provoke, and Pout. Lin Xuan elucidated the reason. This left the girl momentarily taken aback. So, if Teacher Wang had continued earlier, all your previous actions would have been in vain. Lin Xuan nodded. Indeed, therefore it was not my victory, but rather his defeat. Beyond the competition between Pokémon, it was also a battle of wits. Then I must insist you lend it to me, Princess Taiping continued. Very well, Lin Xuan replied, handing her all 3 Pokeballs. Thank you. Oh, by the way, my name is Shirley Liao. She offered a slight bow before departing. I am Lin Xuan. I know you. The infamous one who skips classes, she remarked as she vanished from sight, prompting Lin Xuan to turn and head toward his off-campus residence. Lin Xuan found himself contemplating peculiar matters. It seemed that the only normal girl he had encountered was Shanine. Well, perhaps having red-eye syndrome isn't entirely normal, he mused, wondering what expression Teacher Wang might display upon encountering a Dream Demon. Upon returning to the villa, he immersed himself once again in the simulation room. The sounds of battle echoed as Bell and Nidoking engaged in combat. Sparks flew as Nidoking shattered a sword, only to conjure another in its place, reveling in the duel with the massive Crystal Onyx. The Crystal Onyx's defenses were exceptionally high, rendering even the fiercest blows ineffective. Lin Xuan began to replenish the energy cubes, having upgraded to the latest model. Before long, the doorbell of the simulation room rang. Upon opening the door, he discovered it was Chen Mo. Here for another battle? Choose your opponent. Lin Xuan gestured toward the 4 Pokémon that were particularly lively in the electric arena. Chen Mo gazed at the creatures, suppressing the words that arose from his heart. All of them are villains. I would like to train with you, he stammered. Oh, is that so? Can I? Not really, and perhaps not next time either, Lin Xuan replied, promptly closing the door. Once he confirmed that Chen Mo was no longer knocking, Lin Xuan recalled Nidoking, Crystal Onyx, and Cocodora, and ventured once more into the alternate world. He stepped out of the tent and picked up a letter that had been left outside. The letter detailed the unsavory factions operating within Greenleaf City. How dare they lay hands on my shop? Lin Xuan chuckled to himself, making his way toward the city gates. Silently, he exited the city and, in an uninhabited area, summoned the Crystal Onyx. The Crystal Onyx adeptly lowered its head, allowing Lin Xuan to ascend onto its back. Steadying himself on the crystal horn, Lin Xuan pointed in a direction, to Greenleaf City, to collect debts. The Crystal Onyx raised its head and swallowed the energy cube Lin Xuan tossed into the air, then swiftly set off toward Greenleaf City. Greenleaf City was a settlement nestled within fertile plains, with lush weeds flourishing on either side of the path that pedestrians traversed. Everywhere one looks, there are caterpillar-like Pokémon exhibiting their insect attributes. High upon the trees, the grass-type Pokémon sways gently in the breeze, hanging from the branches. The city gates stand wide open, bustling with the constant flow of carts and people. There is no one collecting tolls at the city entrance. Within the confines of the city, outside a grain shop that now stands deserted, the shelves have been stripped bare of all provisions. Lin Xuan crouches on the ground, scratching at the solidified liquid that has accumulated over many days. Passers-by hurry past, devoid of any fear, as if such scenes have become commonplace. Greenleaf City is relatively stable, yet such occurrences are not uncommon. How can one expect to obtain food priced at 20 coins per pound? In a corner of the city, within a similar establishment, a man at the counter recalls the earlier raid he led against a rival. In this shop, the price is marked at 80 coins per pound, with the quality varying significantly. With no one to challenge him, he dares to flout the rules, especially with such superior stock. Who would perish if not him? He gazes longingly at the bags of grain at his feet, their quality tempting him. At that moment, a man donning a crimson dragon mask enters, approaching him directly. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Hanji?" he inquires, standing at the counter. "That would be me. Who sent you?" Hanji responds, pulling himself from his thoughts to meet the gaze of the masked figure. "Yes, it is indeed you," Lin Xuan replies with a faint nod. A sense of foreboding suddenly envelopes Hanji. Just as he contemplates fleeing, he realizes that a purple psychic force has already ensnared him. "You." He casts a glance toward the entrance, noting that the guards have vacated their posts. Bang!